Who am I? Where am I? My head hurts. This was our protagonist's first thought upon waking up. It felt as if there was a cut on his head, hurting so badly that it seemed as if his skull was about to crack apart. As his consciousness cleared, he realized he was in a dark cave surrounded by a group of primitive people with animal skin clothing. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. What filled his vision were a few dead bodies and a group of around 10 shivering people, 6 men and 4 women. He seemed to be lying down on the floor, resting his back on the walls of the cave. Feeling the biting cold floor, he realized that his body would not be able to bear lying down much longer. To avoid catching a cold, he struggled hard to get up in a hurry. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain lancing through his head. The pain was sudden and brought with it a flood of strange memories. His eyes rolled back as he fainted. Elric, Elric. Wake up, Elric heard in his daze and couldn't help but open his eyes. Is this reincarnation? He still clearly remembered the dazzling flames from the energy reactor's explosion, one that was impossible to survive with his lack of protection. On top of that, he didn't believe that anyone would play such an outrageous prank on him. After organizing the new memories in his mind, Elric gained some insight into his body and this world. This realm was in an era that was similar to dinosaurs on the Blue Star. But there was something more to this world than that, the presence of a mysterious force. The presence of gods. Unlike the Blue Star, this planet, or rather plane, wasn't created by the Big Bang, but rather by a powerful creator god Chaos. Though it's said that he fell during the act of opening the sky. But even though he fell, his body still created many powerful ancient gods who rule the world, such as Gia, the mother of the earth. It's said that if she wants to, she can hear the voice of all living beings that stand on the earth. The original owner of his current body was called Elric, the son of the former now-dead village head. Although he's not sure who his mother is. This is because during this period, there was no such thing as marriage. After all, the world was just formed a few thousand years ago. Suddenly, he felt a strong hand on his shoulder. The one who had woken him up was a large, male youth. His large eyes were surrounded by his thick, bushy eyebrows, which complemented his long, straight nose and sparkling gold hair. Although his face was somewhat tender, showing his youth, he had a sturdy, muscular body. He looked extremely manly. Seeing that Elric had awoken, the boy laughed happily. Young master, you're finally awake. If you had been even a few minutes late, you probably wouldn't have made it till tomorrow morning. Elric lowered his eyes. After some thought, he figured out this person's identity, thanks George. George, he was the son of the village priest. Thankfully, due to his status, he was the only one Elric could talk equally to. Village priest. Elric inwardly thought. Suddenly he remembered something, and a burst of murder and anger filled his head. His memories returned to Elric's father, David. Because the village could not provide enough tributes for the so-called god of water who protects the village, it sent the so-called divine punishment that drowned most of the villagers, including George's dad and my dad. I still remember the tears when my father begged us to escape, while he said that this was his punishment for being unfaithful. In this world, gods are everything. A powerful god can shelter millions of people, while a weaker one like our river god could shelter only around a few hundred people. There are even some rumors that powerful gods can allow mortals to gain immense strength and even live forever. Even as he began to ponder this current situation, another sharp pain jolted through his head, and another scene appeared in his mind's eye. He was in a dark room with no one but his grandfather. Yes, his grandfather was the former village head before his dad. Under the dim light, he solemnly passed him a book. Elric, my dear grandson, this is our family's heirloom. I didn't give it to David because I wanted to keep this all away from him. This book contains our family's research on how to gain magic to defeat the so-called gods. Due to this, we were treated like mad people and blasphemers and hunted everywhere. I hope you won't ever need this, because if you do, it means the worst has happened. After taking a deep breath, he continued, all creatures want to believe in something bigger than themselves. They cannot live without blind obedience. And to escape the pressure of that trust, those in whom faith is placed in turn look for someone higher than themselves. And then those people in turn look for someone even stronger. That is how all kings are born. That is how all gods are born. This is our family motto, and I hope you never forget it. Although it sounded familiar to Elric, he had more important things to do. The book. Elric's eyes narrowed, and his right hand subconsciously moved to his chest. As his hand touched his clothing, he could feel something solid underneath. The book was still there. Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, he thought to himself, phew. Thank God it wasn't lost in that darn God's punishment. Thinking of this, he started getting angry, but soon cooled down. Elric was a scientist in his former life, and the very mention of such a mysterious force as gods filled him with a desire to conduct some research about it. Furthermore, he didn't want to be chased back home because he had lost such an important proof of entry. Although he had taken over this body and even its memories, he was still very different from the original Elric. His family members, who had spent years with him, would easily be able to tell the difference. If they mistook him as being possessed by a demon and perhaps begged one of those mysterious gods to purify him, it was extremely likely that he would be found out. However, if I can get answers from this book, it would matter. By then, I wouldn't be afraid of these gods. Strength. For the first time in Elric's life, he felt the need for strength. Just as he was in deep thought, a pair of strong, large hands suddenly assisted him to his feet. "What are you thinking about?" George asked. "No, nothing." Elric quickly shook his head, but then held onto it once more, still in pain. He suddenly spun his head around and looked at George, causing the boy's heart to stop in its tracks. He felt as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. Elric rolled his eyes and asked, "George, why didn't you wake me up earlier, instead of letting me just lie on the floor like that for so long?" "Hell. I saw you having such a nice sleep and thought you liked lying down there." George scratched his head abashedly. However, his eyes sparked with a cunning gleam. Under Elric's murderous glare, he finally raised his hands in surrender. "Fine. Fine. I forgot you laid there." The original Elric wasn't always the most social due to his status, so it's normal to be forgotten. Speechless Elric decided to think of other things. Suddenly, as if remembering something important, Elric looked up at George. "By the way, where are we?" "I'm not sure." After the village head and priest gave their lives to save the few of us, we washed up into this cave. His voice suddenly choked as he muttered. Elric's eyes moistened as he muttered, "No matter what, it feels good to be alive." Looking at the surroundings, he noticed several large twigs and leaves put together to make a crude temporary campsite. There was a large fire in the middle. There were many youths around the fire, sitting and resting on cloth mats laid on the ground, silent in sorrow as they thought about the day's events. Elric walked towards the bag that had quite a few pieces of bread placed in it, as one of the few things preserved. When he approached the area, he saw that a few people were queuing up. As they spotted Elric, their gazes turned to him. After all, he was the next in line to the village head. Although nervous, he did not leave. No matter what, he still had to eat. "Hurry up," a hoarse voice rang out. "So sorry, Davis." A thin boy quickly apologized and took his share of the food before running away. "Beep. Danger alerts. Danger alerts." The host body is extremely close to a source of danger. It is recommended to move at least 1,000 meters away. This. Elric's eyes widened when he heard the mechanical voice in his mind. Isn't this the assistant AI chip from my previous life? How did it reincarnate with me? This doesn't make sense. He found it hard to believe. He thought to himself, "AI chip, scan my mind and locate assistive systems." After a mere moment, the AI chip's mechanical voice replied, "Beep. Scan complete." No foreign existences were found in the host's mind. Scan my body and display its stats." This statement was met with another mechanical sound. "Beep. Scan complete." Elric. Strength 0.4, agility 0.5, vitality 0.4, status, minor concussion at the back of the head, many injuries to the soft tissues. No AI chip is present in the host's body. A 3D hologram appeared before Elric's eyes. It displayed Elric's own body and showed stats on the side. No AI chip. The AI chip is equivalent to a material substance. How did it follow my soul through reincarnation? Elric thought to himself, it seems like some abnormality occurred during the explosion or my reincarnation, and the AI chip's functions have fused with my soul. If I was still in my previous world, this would be a major discovery. Not only confirms the existence of the soul, but also shows that physical matter and the soul can transform each other. This is something that a group of old men in the National Academy of Sciences would go crazy over. It's a pity that I'll never see them again. This kind of AI chip was essential to scientists in his previous world. Because of issues with human rights and conscious thought, this technology didn't have any intelligence of its own, instead serving two primary functions: data storage and analysis. It would analyze data on the command of its host, gathering data samples and running simulations to make deductions. Its storage ability was even simpler. It would store everything the host experienced through their five senses and record it down. Empirical data showed that it had enough wherewithal to store thousands of years' worth of events. Why did the AI chip and my soul fuse together? Bah, I'll ponder this kind of question later when I have the ability and qualifications to do so. At least with this AI chip, I have some resources in this world. The corners of Elric's mouth curled up into a brilliant smile. He knew that in this primitive period, possessing the result of futuristic technology would open up some extraordinary roads for the future. Still, this Elric's physique is really. Elric grew speechless after seeing the stats in front of him. These stats displayed were based on each aspect of an adult's physiology as a standard. Theoretically, the average adult's displayed stats would all be around 1. Although this Elric was only 13-14 years old, his stats were still too low.
M1.
That's not right. The bodies of the people in this world may be generally weaker. AI chip scan the bodies of the people around me and display their stats.
Beep.
Task established, beginning collection of statistics. In almost an instant, 3D holograms of the surrounding people's bodies appeared in front of Elric, displaying their stats.
Name unknown.
Gender male. Strength 1 agility, 1.1 vitality, 1.2 name unknown. Gender male. Strength 1.2 agility, 0.8 vitality, 1 name unknown. Gender female. Strength 1 0 agility, 1.2 vitality, 1. Well then, it looks like the bodies of these people are stronger than those from my previous world. This Elric is even inferior to a girl. I'm starting to feel embarrassed for him. Eric scanned his surroundings. The people here were all youths around his age. There was a seemingly very delicate and frail girl whose stats were tons better than Elric's, causing him to feel utter despair. It looks like this Elric is a useless young master. What was the owner of the body thinking? Name unknown gender, male strength, 3.4 agility, 3.5 vitality, 3.4. Alert! Alert! This lifeform is excessively dangerous. Recommendation: host should immediately move at least 1,000 meters away. A red warning flashed thrice in succession. This caused Elric to fall into a state of shock. Average stats of over 3. After Elric scanned the information several times to double-check that the AI chip hadn't made a mistake, he was left completely speechless. Even the world champion didn't have these kinds of stats. This person could easily make people think they were Superman in my previous world. As a scientist, Elric understood well that a stat of 3.2 meant the person's fighting capabilities, viral resistance, and body recovery speed were all 3 times greater than that of a normal person. Various stats displayed being 3-fold greater than a typical person wasn't as simple as just adding numbers together. What kind of concept was this? It meant that this person could defeat dozens of people empty-handed and even get past a group attack by 100 people. In his previous world, he really could be considered a superhero. I'm afraid that a person with these kinds of stats could only be created by genetically modifying their biochemistry in a lab. Moreover, only the minimum would be reached. This world is indeed not a simple one, Elric thought to himself as he looked at the person possessing these terrifying stats once again. It was a black-clothed person responsible for handing out food. He looked like he was middle-aged, and he had a scar on his face that stretched from his across his eyeball. It pretty much split that side of his entire face in half, and he looked extremely fierce for it. The freckled boy from before was completely frightened by this person. This is the head of the village guards, Davis. I heard he ate a magic fruit and became a superhuman existence overnight. Elric suddenly discovered that a strong interest and curiosity about what kind of fruit could alter a person so much. Was it a mutation, and what caused the mutation to occur? It was to the point where he was itching to leave the cave now and investigate everything. The line was really short, and it was soon Elric's turn. Although as the young master he could choose not to line up, he still decided to. After the black-clothed, scarred man gave Elric a piece of white bread, he wordlessly waved Elric away with an impatient expression on his face. It seemed like he too was affected by today's events. If it were the previous Elric, even if he didn't dare to drag this guy out, he would still look down on him due to his status, but now all that's in Elric's mind is strength. If he was strong enough, the village would be saved. If he was strong enough, how dare the head guard treat him this way? If, a sudden sense of unwillingness burst over him. After taking a deep breath, following his memories, he nodded slightly and said, "Thanks for the hard work, Davis." Davis remained expressionless as he watched Elric turn to leave. The youths behind Elric, scared of Davis, couldn't help but secretly whisper to each other, "Hurry up and move forward." Davis shouted, his voice exploding into the eardrums of the two. The great sound scared one of the youths so badly that he fell to the ground. Elric ignored the discussion behind him as he surveyed the area with a cold gaze. He then bitterly smiled, "Sigh, where do we go now?" When he looked at George, George also shook his head, lost in the current situation. "Since there's nothing to do, let me check out the book," Elric sighed, then found a relatively remote place. Without caring about whether or not the ground was cold, he sat down and began to eat and read. Despite its old looks, the book was still surprisingly firm. As soon as he turned the book cover, he was almost instantly captivated. It told him how his ancestors were in a faraway kingdom. Yes, a kingdom. Where Elric's ancestors lived, there were millions of citizens, almost all of whom worshipped the god of light. They discovered beasts with magical abilities. Some could create tornadoes, turn invisible, and some could even teleport. It was due to these discoveries that Elric's ancestors decided to try and transfer those abilities to humans, but sadly, once the church found out about this, they were deemed as heretics and demons, banished and hunted by the whole kingdom. Due to Elric's entrapment in his ancestors' novel journey, he lost track of the time. It wasn't until the sun set and the darkness came that he noticed that he was the only one still eating. When he thought of the black bread as hard as rocks from his memories, Elric sighed, "At least I should be lucky to have something to eat." After finishing his meal, he stood up somewhat embarrassingly and coughed. After attracting everyone's attention, he said with a loud voice, "Everyone I know today has been filled with unexpected and unfortunate events, but that doesn't mean we should wear ourselves out anymore. Let's try our best to get some rest tomorrow. We have a lot ahead of us." After the speech, he suddenly felt better. Then he turned to Davis and said, "Davis, the night watch is up to you," to which Davis replied with a light hum. After all that was done, Elric found himself in a corner to rest for the day, but before he could rest, a familiar beep came to his mind. The AI chip's warnings of discovered an unknown radiation source and detected interference from unknown force field, scan impossible. Turning his sight in the direction of the notification, he discovered an unknown glowing crystal growing from the ground. Getting off the ground, Elric dusted his body, looking at the somewhat unusual crystal on the ground. Upon further inspection, he realized there seemed to be a giant corpse beneath it. Taking a deep breath, he turned and shouted, "Hey George, come over here." George, who was getting ready for his nap, was rather annoyed by the sudden call. "What is it, Elric? Aren't you the one that said we need to sleep?" Dragging his feet, he mumbled. "Just keep quiet and look, what is that?" Elric pointed at the glowing crystal curiously. It seemed to be produced naturally by the creature's death. As he reached out to touch it, he suddenly remembered something. Following the habits of his past life, Elric immediately said, "AI chip. Scan this crystal and analyze its components."
Beep.
Task established. Begin scan. Discovered unknown components. Starting simulated experiments. Experiments complete. The crystal has a slight chance of strengthening the human body. Other functions are currently unknown. Looking at the results of the experiment, Elric was stunned. He wasn't expecting it to still have a role on the human body. "Hey Elric, what are you mumbling about?" Hearing the sudden voice in his ear, he realized his bad habit seems to have taken over again. "It's nothing, George, by the way, what is that?" Pointing over to the crystal on the ground. However, he soon had the feeling of being a fool because he had just seen it somewhere. "Never mind, George, let's talk in the morning." Although confused, George didn't argue, he just left. "It seems the young master is going crazy. I should keep an eye on him." Mumbling, George went to sleep. "You crazy, your whole family is crazy," complained Elric as he twitched his mouth. Looking at the crystal on the ground, he seemed to have seen it in the book just now. "AI chip. Scan this book and record its contents." Task established. Begin scan. Discovered unknown radiation on the surface of the book. Increase time to complete procedure. 10%, 15%, 20%. Well, at least it doesn't seem so slow. With that said, he continued to study the crystal as he awaited the countdown. However, according to the current situation, it seems that the certainty that whatever this beast was, after its death, it produced some radiation and formed this crystal-like substance. Feeling to have discovered something important, a certain feeling of excitement flushed through Elric's body. Calming his breath as various thoughts went through his head, he once again touched the book with a faint look of expectation for the future. The book was dark red and worn out, seemingly made from the skins of another unknown beast. With a crude drawing of a sword slashing the stars, the interior pages, however, did not seem to be from something he could recognize. With the current technological advancements of primitives, it is impossible to create paper. It seems there are still many things to be discovered in this world. Elric muttered to himself. Suddenly, a familiar ring sounded.
Task finished.
Scan results complete. Database updated. Should the knowledge be transferred to the main brain? Finally, it's done. Elric breathed a sigh of relief. But after he heard the AI's second prompt, his face became dignified. It was not his first time transferring knowledge directly to his brain. He still had to ask as a precaution given to humans back on the Blue Star by the Federation. AI chip, what would happen if all knowledge is transferred to my brain directly?
Simulating results. Simulation complete.
Host has a 99% chance to get amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, ALS. As I thought back then when the chips were first released, a lot of people wanted to download a lot of knowledge into their heads. However, this led to the degeneration of motor neurons in the brain, interfering with messages to muscles in the body due to the sudden influx of knowledge and stress on the brain. It was like everyone was turned into a Stephen Hawking duplicate. Elric sighed. Thankfully, he was still cautious, unlike other travelers who after transmigration feel they are the protagonist. However, if I increase my strength, I should be able to withhold more knowledge. This body of mine is truly too weak. It cannot even compare to those of the same age. That will not do. If it were my past life, I could still undergo electromuscular strengthening or genetic modification. Alas, sadly, there's no way to get access to any of those. It seems there's another reason to get stronger. Elric thought to himself once again, then found a comfortable spot to rest, thinking out aloud in his mind. AI chip. Scan the entirety of this body's memories along with the book and arrange it.
Task established.
Starting arrangement. Now, as Elric gave the command, his whole life flashed before his eyes. From birth to his being the young master everyone feared and envied till the point where the village was destroyed, were all displayed in front of Elric's eyes with the AI chip's assistance. Every single memory, from his first word spoken till his last command to the AI. Such a large mass of memory was just too confusing. Thankfully, they were memories he already had and just flashed back due to the scanning. Thankfully, it ended quickly.
Data sorting has been completed.
The AI chip notification sounded out. Create a new file named Elric and save it. Elric gave a new order. File created. Elric. Create another file named Ancestral Inheritance and save it. File created. Ancestral Inheritance. New task, search the Ancestral Inheritance file for all knowledge regarding this crystal.
Task established. Begin search.
In front of Elric, large amounts of data flashed past, seemingly forming a beautiful picture.
Search complete.
Search results. Result found. Beast Core.
Beast Core.
Elric paused a while as he thought. Explain all matters regarding Beast Cores. 3 results were found. Beast Core. 1. Crystal that resides in the body of powerful beasts upon the death of a beast with a Beast Core. 2. The Beast Core would absorb a large number of unknown energies from the air and grow bigger. 3. Commonly used for sacrifice to the gods.
The gods.
Anything that can arouse the gods' interest must be important. Wasn't George the son of the village priest? He should know a lot about it. Just as he was about to call George, he noticed that he was the only one awake apart from Davis who kept watch. Watching everyone sleeping, uncertain hope filled his heart for tomorrow. Although they may be few, but has the confidence to at least make everyone live better with his knowledge from the future. At least there won't be hygiene issues, and once the analysis of the crystal is done, he may even find the key to human evolution. Even though his ancestors couldn't do it, he has faith in his technical skills and adds his chips that surpass the current era. Where others had to practice multiple times, he could make countless accurate simulations via the chip. While daydreaming, Elric didn't seem to notice the strange shadow that enveloped his back. As the sun descended and the moon rose, the decreasing temperature seemed to be a constant reminder of the day's end drawing near. Reviewing the events of the day and pondering the future that was in store for him, Elric had a wide grin on his face, as his favorite thing even back on the Blue Star was to explore the unknown. I really should get some sleep, Elric yawned. Thankfully, his animal robes were thick enough to protect him from the cold. Positioning his body, he lay down to sleep. However, it seemed the night had other plans in store for him. Strange darkness covered his view, making the already dark cave a few shades darker. His body was suddenly enveloped by a huge shadow coupled with the sudden sound of footsteps that produced a rhythmic thump that echoed through the cave. It almost felt like he had transmigrated to a horror film. Forcefully calming down his nerves, he held the book to his chest, ready to use it as a projectile if needed. After all the knowledge is stored already, rendering it useless. Turning his head, he saw a monster that could be said to be a biological miracle back on the blue star. A winged horse with sleek black fur, white wings, and golden eyes pitifully looked at the corpse in which the crystal grew. As if sensing Elric's undisguised gaze, it snorted coldly before turning into a cloud of black smoke, disappearing from Elric's view. Taking a deep breath, confirming that the strange beast had gone, he silently said to himself, "AI chip, what was that?"
Beep. Searching database.
Discovered 2 results. God beast Tantibus. Tantibus is a creature known for its seldom appearances, rumored to bring bad luck and disaster wherever it goes. It is said to fly in the air and run on land, while being impervious to physical attacks. Possessing immense physical strength, and are usually seen in groups of 2. God beast Tantibus. Tantibus, the messenger of the god of dreams and night, is said to visit the dreams of the unbelievers, taking their souls to the river Styx to suffer for eternity. Sigh, any which way it doesn't seem like something the current me can deal with. AI chip, what is the current possibility of me escaping if I were attacked? Based on the host's current stats, the chances of escaping are 0%. Sure enough, it seems too early to think about the future. I have to solve the current predicament of this weak body. It seems body strengthening should be put on the agenda. AI chip, create a task file named Body Strengthening Plan. File created, Body Strengthening Plan. Too many things keep happening today. It doesn't seem like I'm getting sleep anytime soon. Elric sighed, thinking of the sudden appearance of the Tantibus. Host, additional discoveries have been made. What is it? He said impatiently. The Tantibus incident left an uncomfortable taste in his mouth. He especially recalled the Tantibus' disdain for him whilst glancing at him. The creature Tantibus seemed to have to be radiating the same energy as the unknown crystal, while also absorbing unknown energies from the atmosphere.
What?
AI chip, do you have a detailed route of how this energy was run through its body? And why was it entering its body? Elric's breathing quickened as he seemed to have thought of something. Report to the host. The creature seemed to be breathing in a certain pattern, which in turn caused those unknown energies to strengthen its body, also leading to a gradual increase in its radiation. If it was what I think it is, then I think I can save not only me, but also the human race. With a smile on his face, he thought, I can't just keep calling them unknown energies. AI, call the unknown energy mana, and change the name of the beast core to mana core.
Changes made.
Simulate what would happen if I followed that breathing pattern. Simulation in progress. Simulation complete. The result, the host took in 0.5% more air than usual when breathing. The corner of his lips twitched, not expecting this answer. It seems like I'm omitting something.
What could it be?
Could it be that I left something out? Scratching his head, nothing came to mind. AI chip scanned the mana crystal again. Mana radiation affecting scanning, advised the host to move closer. It seemed like last time I was too far away. I need to be more careful not to rely on the AI too much with the AI, as it's not alive, so it can't give its opinion unless related to tasks I set. Moving closer, he made up his mind to always cross-check, to avoid missing anything like he had today.
Scanning successful.
Detecting unknown inscriptions on the surface of the crystal. So if the reason for the mana absorption was not just this breathing, then I wonder if these inscriptions are likely to be the main key. Now how do I go about using these inscriptions? He began to weigh his options. Should I carve it on my skin? No, that shouldn't work, and I'm not a masochist. Didn't the AI chip cross with me? Since it didn't come physically, it must have come through my soul. AI chip, can you create those inscriptions on my soul? Yes, but the results are unknown. Gritting his teeth, he still spat out the words from his mouth. Proceed. Commencing soul inscription. Host, prepare for pain.
What?
Before he could continue speaking, a storm of pain swept through his body, causing him to faint. At this time, a light shot out from the void, descending through the cave onto Elric's defenseless body, giving him no time to resist.
Error.
Soul inscription interrupted. Unfortunately, Elric was unable to respond to the AI, which continued to ring in his mind to no avail. Meanwhile, unknown to Elric, his sole inscription had led to an unprecedented storm. Kingdom of Light, Mainland. His Royal Highness, His Royal Highness. A tall man ran into a luxurious palace, disregarding the angry eyes of the guards and those present. Calm down, Richard, and haven't I told you to call me to be brother or Charles? We are also brothers after all. A blond youth replied in the center of the crowd. He had sky-blue eyes carrying an air of nobility wherever he went. After calming down and getting the affirmation of his brother, he continued, Brother, it's not good. I heard the chief priest telling father there seems to be an emergency in the realm of gods. The ancient gods seem to have summoned all the gods back to the temple of gods. What? The whole crowd, including the prince and the guards, gasped. That night the whole kingdom seemed to fall into silence. Despite the sun rising to mark the start of a new day for the various kingdoms and organizations on the mainland, the sun did not symbolize a new day, but rather the start of a new era. Ilia's a world said to be so huge that millions of planes are being born and destroyed every moment, with only the main plane staying firm through the ages. According to legend, in the beginning was the void, and from the void, the creator god Chaos was born. With the head of a dragon and a humanoid body, he sits and watches the void for all eternity. Over time, perhaps due to loneliness or whatever reason, Chaos decided to create another life other than him and open the sky. With just his bare hands, he waved them towards the endless void with all his strength, causing the seemingly empty void to show signs of destruction. However, he continued to attack the void. Time passed, maybe thousands of years, maybe millions. With the repeated action, a large space formed. Since then there had been another attribute to the void, space. However, unlike what he hoped to achieve, there was no life, just a space. Before he could figure out what was going on, the space started to close in. Unwilling to let his achievements be reduced to nothing, he stepped forward into the space he created and held it up, but with the pressure coming from all sides of the void, it seemed rather impossible to allow the space to stay open. Turning a look to the space, one last time he grits his teeth as if making a painful decision. The void is above. I cows would like to sacrifice my all to keep this world alive, he shouted, looking towards the endless void as if talking to someone. Silence filled the air, and after an unknown time, a voice that seemed to transcend endless time and space descended, causing the whole void to ripple, aloud. Breathing a sigh of relief, Cows, as if noticing something, turned his eyes towards another direction and smiled. As the pressure on both sides kept increasing, Cows finally couldn't keep it and then fell, but with a strange smile on his face. As he fell, an unknown force from the depth of the void acted on his body, causing his falling body to scatter into different pieces. His skin turned into the membrane that protects the world from the void, eyes turned into the sun and the moon, hairs turned into stars, and flesh the earth. His blood irrigated the earth, and his breath caused the four winds to form. The sea originated from his cells. With his fall, a truly magnificent world had formed. Unfortunately, there seemed to be some leftover void between heaven and the earth, causing the world to be fragmented in many places, leading to a strange phenomenon, where many smaller versions of the world were formed, orbiting what is known today as the main plane. After an unknown amount of time, with the cry in the sky, the first being and first god, King Hyperion, born out of the sun, was formed, followed by Selene, the goddess of the moon, Gaia, the mother of the earth, born out of his flesh, and Oceanus, the god of the sea. These four ancient gods were born, and the world trembled as if celebrating their birth. A series of phenomena occurred at the sky. Watching all this happen, Elric could have been said to have witnessed the birth and formation of the world. Through the information received from something called the will of the world, he, as the first mortal to create a method of becoming extraordinary, has been greatly rewarded by the world for promoting its growth. Firstly, the most noticeable change should be the AI. Due to the world will intervention, the AI has thoroughly merged with his soul, causing it to become a unique existence with the possibility of growth. At this point, he wasn't even sure if it should still be called an AI chip anymore. Secondly, the world all opened up a unique space in his soul known as the source of the extraordinary, meaning that no matter who practices his extraordinary method, their knowledge would also be imprinted onto him, which also reduces the possibility of him being taken ahead by his juniors. And lastly, this was from Cows, not the will of the world. It seemed that he left his inheritance to whoever could make an impact on the world. Elric couldn't help but shudder when he thought of those eyes that seemed to pierce through the void. It felt like all his secrets had been seen through. Before he had time to check his body, he noticed everyone seemed to gather around, looking at him weirdly. It was George who finally spoke up. Elric, did anything strange happen while we were asleep? Obviously, from his tone, it seemed as though he was sure that nothing did happen. But unfortunately, he met our protagonist, who even back then on the Blue Star was known for his thick skin. No, why would you ask that? Still thinking about how to escape the current situation, Elric replied. Cough, cough, it was Davis who brought everyone's attention back. Young master, it would be better if you saw it yourself. With that, he led him over to the lake outside the cave. Looking into the cave, Elric couldn't help being stunned. His blonde hair had turned silver, and his blue eyes turned pitch black as if to symbolize the night. But what stood out the most was his physique. His skinny build had somehow turned into what most people would describe as a work of art. The standard 8-pack abs coupled with his sharp, piercing eyes, it seemed his demeanor had changed overnight. Taking a deep breath, AI chip scanned my body. Beep. Scanning in progress. Beep. Scan complete. Elric. Strength 4.4, agility 4.5, vitality 4.4, status. All injuries on the host are currently healed with a slight genetic strengthening taking place. Looking at his current status, he was sure to take down Davis even without having fighting skills. It seems that whatever the will of the world did to me also has a strengthening effect. However, he had more important things to do than admire his new looks. Turning his head to the crowd, he spoke, "Everyone. Last night our ancestors spoke to me in a dream and gave me great power to lead us to the future." What? Ignoring the gasps around him, everyone faced a calm face. It sounded unreliable, and after he changed so much overnight, he could just say he discovered a way to be extraordinary through the use of his AI chip. That is his biggest trump card, and he's not going to let anyone know, including his closest relatives. Young master, although what you said sounds incredible, how can we be sure that you have such power? This time Davis spoke in a somewhat unwilling tone. He felt like his position as the strongest was being threatened. Ignoring Davis, Elric stretched out his right arm, which seemed to release black smoke. "As you can see, I have already mastered this power, and you can also master this kind of power." Showing a bright smile, knowing he had already caught their attention. After all, who wouldn't want to have power, especially after all that happened yesterday? But before Davis could finish speaking, he was interrupted by George. "Enough, Davis, this is obviously for the benefit of all of us. Why do you keep interrupting him?" Although the others didn't speak, the displeasure in their eyes spoke for themselves. Knowing that if he spoke again, he would create a gap, he shut up wisely. Surprisingly, it was the thin, shy boy from before Harris who asked the next question. Young master, I would like to learn. What is it called?" Feeling the gazes all around him, he began to stutter while looking to the ground. It seemed he mustered up all his courage to say those few words. "Well, I don't seem to have a name. Why don't I give it a name?" Elric spoke without waiting for them to answer. He continued, "Magic. I'll call it magic." The black mist in his hand began to change to different forms as he spoke. "Magic." George mumbled under his breath. Apparently, like everyone else, he had never heard the word before. However, since Elric was the one teaching them, they had no opinion. Deep in the void at this moment, an unknown existence opened its eyes. It seemed to turn its gaze towards Elric and the others. Is it about to start? With a slight pause, it closed its eyes and continued to float in the endless void. As the glow of the morning sun began to penetrate the cave at the end of Elric's words, only deadly silence filled the air. It seemed rather impossible for this land's natives to accept the overnight appearance of magic, though this was still within Elric's expectations. With a slight cough, he began to explain the concept of magic. Through the knowledge given by our ancestors, magic is a phenomenon caused by the existence of mana. What is mana, you may ask? Mana is a unique element that exists in the air. Motioning for them to sit down, he continued, this unique element is then absorbed by the strange, magical, and powerful beasts that exist throughout Ilias, through what is called a mana core. He then pointed to the crystal-like substance behind him. After giving pause for the natives to ogle at the strange new substance, he then continued, this, however, is not a mana core, but rather a mana crystal formed after the death of a creature, possessing a mana core. It fixes itself in the place of death of the creature and continues to grow indefinitely, depending on the mana concentration in the air. Although most of what he said were assumptions made on the analysis of both him and the chip last night, it should be enough to convince a group of primitives. Lost in thought as he waited for them to digest the information, it wasn't until George spoke up that he came back to his senses. Elric, although I don't understand most of what you're saying, how can this enable us to gain strength? A flame of revenge burned through his eyes alongside the others. Even the former dispirited George seems to be energized by the thought of gaining revenge. Stunned by the sudden change of atmosphere, it wasn't until now Elric realized that, although nobody seemed to talk about it, the former events left a deep scar on everyone. Feeling the eager mood of the crowd, he waved his hand in motioning them to calm down. Everyone, I know you all want to take revenge, and so do I. But what we need to always remember is that no matter how much you plan or try to take revenge, you will always require strength to actually do it. If we had strength, would we have fled like mangled mutts?
No.
Would we have had to rely on the so-called God?
No.
So all you need to remember is that strength is always the answer. With that said, the cowards lowered their heads, realizing they weren't thinking clearly. So how do we gain this strength? Elric asked with a smile on his face as his eyes scanned the crowd, through mana of course. Although those beasts can absorb the mana in the air, we humans cannot. However, we can learn to absorb mana from those beasts. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but twinkle in excitement at the thought of them gaining such power. However, this time it was Davis who poured cold water on their moods. Although this sounds amazing, we aren't magical beasts, and like you said, we humans can't absorb mana, so how can we learn it? As he spoke, he immediately began to feel a chill run down his spine. Turning his head, he realized that it came from Elric, who was looking at him with a rather playful smile. Good question, Davis. That's what I was going to talk about next. He then took a twig from the ground and began to draw. Through our ancestors' research, they discovered that what makes these creatures possess magical powers are strange patterns inscribed on their mana core. These transcriptions not only give creatures magical abilities, but they also seem to possess mana-gathering abilities. With that explained, he began using the twig in his hand to draw an example inscription on the ground. This inscription is formed from the magical beast Tantibus, though my inscription of this has been placed on my soul from the ancestors. I have gained the power of the night. Perhaps due to its death, the inscription pattern was incomplete, resulting in me not being able to fully inherit all of its powers. What? How do we inscribe it, young master? With a collective gasp, they shouted, desperate to gain strength like Elric had. From their close distance, Elric noticed their increased breathing speed. It seemed their excitement had reached its peak. Firstly, since we as humans do not have a mana core, we have to directly inscribe this on our soul. As he spoke, excitement seemed to die down as they realized they too would need to alter their souls. After all, anything that had to do with the soul was considered blasphemy. Since they were always told as kids that when they died, as long as they were faithful to God, their souls would ascend to heaven and live forever in the kingdom of God upon death. Eventually, they quickly threw that thought out of their minds, considering it was the so-called God that put them in their current predicament. Elric, although I don't know if what you said is true, regarding our ancestors, I trust you. So how do we inscribe it on our soul? George spoke up once again, seeming to be the collective voice of the natives, putting the crowd at ease. Yes, it doesn't matter if it's true or not, as long as it is the young master, it should be fine. This thus became the common consensus of the crowd. Realizing George had once again spoken up in support of him, Elric felt a warm feeling surging through his chest. After all, he was an orphan and a loner back on the Blue Star. He never had the chance to experience the kind of feeling you get when someone else has got your back. However, now was not the time to be engrossed in such feelings. Thinking back to the night before, it was only due to the AI chip that he was able to inscribe the pattern on his soul. Thankfully, the world will also solve this issue before it leaves. According to the world will, visualizing certain objects tends to have an effect of spiritual power or soul power, thus reaching the point where spiritual power can be used to inscribe the patterns on their souls manually. Recalling the world will and cows from before, there appears to be a lot of secrets to explore within Elias. Clearing the unnecessary thoughts from his head, he continued to explain the principles of magic. Through mediation, we can strengthen our soul power and thus inscribe it on our souls. However, there is a limit to the amount of inscription a person's soul can maintain. So it is up to us to find out how to break this limit and study further into the concept of magic. Last night after the inscription, the AI chip had informed him that his soul was currently unable to carry another inscription. After all, if it was possible to inscribe such powers limitlessly, the human race would easily become the overlords of Elias. Still, he could not let this be a reason to give up so prematurely. With the increase of people practicing his soul inscription and magic, no matter what they achieve, it would inevitably be copied onto him, thanks to the gift of the world's will. He doesn't believe that with the AI chip and the perceptions of the whole human race, he wouldn't be able to overcome the soul limit. All he needs to do now is to constantly practice the nightmare ability he has obtained, spread the concept of magic to nearby human tribes, collect different inscriptions in preparation for future breakthroughs or other tribes' inscriptions, and stay hidden till he has enough power to fight. Now filled with newfound confidence, he spoke up again to the crowd of excited natives. Okay, everyone, now I'm going to teach you a skill called visualization. With this, you would have officially embarked onto the road of magic. Without waiting for a reply, he began to explain the process. Whether it was visualizing the sun, moon, or anything else, it all had some basic similarities. Probably due to the rules of this world, they could produce a phenomenon such as strengthening the soul, unlike the blue star, where at most visualization could calm one down. Suddenly, a strange scene seemed to occur in the cave. A group of about 10 people sat in front of a young man, as if they were disciples learning from their master. Unknown at which time the Tantabus from before had reappeared, it looked rather curiously at what these strange weaklings were doing. Feeling the familiar aura on one of the weaklings with doubt in its eyes, it strode closer. At this point, Elric and the rest had begun to hear its footsteps. Turning their gaze, it seemed as though the whole cave had lost its voice. Fear seemed to have stuck, as a creature such as a Tantabus carries an overwhelming sense of presence for normal humans who haven't even set foot in the realm of the extraordinary. However, what happened next was, to everyone's surprise, the creature ignored everyone and strode toward Elric with doubts in its eyes. "AI chip, what the heck is going on?" Although confused, he still managed to put up a calm pretense as he spoke to the chip. "Report to the host." Due to the soul inscription earlier, the host's soul is emitting a slight fluctuation similar to the Tantabus ahead. Really, it seems my guess was not out of context. The creature that produced that mana crystal was either a Tantabus or was related to it, especially after observing those sad eyes from before as it looked onto the crystal. However, the question is, how do I deal with the current situation? Thankfully, it didn't seem malicious. Gritting his teeth, Elric stood up and approached it. "What, young master?" It was George and Davis who reacted quickly. The sudden action from the two seemed to bring the rest of the crowd back to their senses. Not giving Elric a chance to explain, both George and Davis appeared in front of him, obstructing the Tantabus from reaching him. However, after taking a slight glance at them, it turned into a cloud of black smoke and went through them. "Human." Cold and majestic voice rang in Elric's ears. Not waiting for his reply, the voice continued, "Warn these ants to cease their incessant behavior, or this seat shall not be kind." After hearing this, he realized the voice was most likely coming from the Tantabus. "Stop, everybody. George, Davis, stand back." With Elric's shout, George and Davis, who were about to charge forward again, stopped in their tracks. Seeing that the somewhat tense atmosphere had calmed down after pausing for a bit, he faced the Tantabus and spoke, "Excuse me, Senior Tantabus, how may we help you today?" Although nervous, he still spoke somewhat calmly. "Humph, human, cease your trickery. You are not the first of your kind this seat has encountered," with its head turned to the sky as if to establish its superior presence. However, its cold voice seemed to reduce the atmosphere's temperature by a few degrees. "What trickery? You're the one who just came here and started posing." Although Elric thought so, he could only say so in his mind. Taking a deep breath, Elric decided to think about how to get out of the current situation. "Excuse me, Mr. Tantabus, we're not sure what you—" "Tulpar." "Call me Tulpar." This seat was named by Her Highness Selene, the goddess of the moon. Although he wasn't sure if it was his illusion, Elric felt there seemed to be a bit of infatuation in his tone as he spoke of the goddess of the moon. As if feeling Eric's weird gaze towards him, with a light cough, he continued. "Cough, cough, this seat came to ask you why you have a familiar presence as an old friend." Changing the subject with a slight blush, the Tantabus, now known as Tulpar, pressured Elric again. All of a sudden, the gazes seemed to be directed at Elric. Fortunately, he had already prepared a response to such a question as early as when the AI had given him the answer earlier. "Mr. Tulpar, just Tulpar. I do not know of this Mr. of which you speak of." It seemed rather annoyed that this human kept adding unknown words to its majestic name. "It seems that I still have some habits from the Blue Star," realizing that not all Blue Star words are applicable here on Elias. Elric warned himself to be more careful, lest he exposes his identity as a transmigrator. "Well then, Tulpar, I'm not sure. It seemed like after I came in contact with the crystal, my body changed." Without batting an eye, Elric had decided to hide the fact of the soul inscription. He had decided to hide the fact of the possibility of mortal self-cultivation till he had enough power to protect himself. After all, no one would like a group of underdogs suddenly gaining power. Thankfully, though the ex-tribesmen may not be the brightest, under the leadership of George and Davis, they understood what Elric meant and instantly spoke up to show their agreement. Thankfully, Tulpar didn't seem to want to delve deep into the matter. Raising his head high again, he looked towards Elric and said, "Don't think you can deceive the seat. If the seat finds you did anything to the corpse of my old friend, neither your ant-like fellows would be spared." With a cold snort, it turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared together with the crystal and the remains. "Young master." After confirming that Tulpar had left, everyone rushed up to Elric, worried about his safety. The smile on his face, Elric motioned for them to calm down. "It's fine. As you all saw, it didn't seem to have any malicious intent. However, now that the crystal is gone, finding more magical beasts to study while recording different inscriptions down should be put on the agenda. To To this, everyone nodded in agreement. They were also dissatisfied, as they were unable to help their master in the current situation. All right, let's start to share duties of the day. Davis, you pick 5 people and go and survey the surrounding of the cave. If you find anything, do not act. Remember to come back and report first. Signaling to Davis, Elric gave the first order.
Yes, young master.
With that, Davis picked out 5 people and led them out of the cave.
George. Yes, young master.
George replied with a serious face. It seemed that he and Davis had built some sort of rivalry. You and the rest of the villagers go around and see if you can get anything to eat. After all, they had just woken up not long ago, and Elric himself was starting to feel hungry much as the rest of the villagers, whose stats were much less than his. What about you? We can't just leave you all alone.
Yes, we can't. Let me stay and protect you.
All of a sudden, they all stood up against the idea of leaving him alone. Already expecting this scene, he just walked over to a boulder twice the size of his head and smashed it with a punch. As you can see, I do not need your protection. Rather, you'd be a burden in the occurrence of an accident. Although harshly, they realized their weakness. Clenching their fists, they promised to get stronger to better help him. Watching them leave, he sat on the ground in relief. Although I get where the villagers are coming from, they tend to be too overprotective at times.
AI Chip, was I too harsh earlier?
Beep, what does the host specify as the range of harsh? Never mind it, it's my fault for expecting an answer from an AI. Sitting in a lotus position, he began visualizing the sun as his means of meditation. Birds sing and the hours pass. Before he could tell, the time had passed, and George's group had already arrived. Young master, we found some fruit. With a smile on their face, George and his group entered the cave. Looking at fruits of different shapes and sizes, it seemed that the harvest was a lot. That's good, drop them beside me. Gesturing to his side, Elric pointed out. However, before George could drop it, crossed Elric's mind that Davis hadn't returned yet.
By the way, did you see Davis' group on your way back?
No, we did not. However, if you want us to look for them, we can go back and look for him. We can. The rest of the group nodded, agreeing with that proposition. No need, let's wait for a bit. If they don't show in a while, we'll go and look for them. Shaking his head slightly, Elric disagreed. After all, it wouldn't make sense to just go charging blindly through what could be seen as a potentially dangerous situation. Suddenly, a scream interrupted Eric's thinking. It turned out to be a bloody villager who had run into the cave. George, go bring him here. Without asking any question, George had already gone to get him. Upon his arrival, Elric spoke directly to the AI, his mind.
AI Chip, scan his body.
After a mere moment, the AI Chip's mechanical voice replied, beep. Report to the host that several lacerations have been found on the target's body, a light concussion, and 2 broken ribs.
Treatment is advised immediately.
Gasp. Although he knew it was serious, he wasn't expecting it to be so bad. Thankfully, there was still a chance to save him, but before Elric could begin to treat him, the villager spoke with his somewhat shaky voice.
Young master, run, they're coming. Who's coming?
Orcs, it's the orcs. Orcs is a word used to group a large number of species in the land of Elias. They consist of many tribes such as the kobolds, dog-headed people with humanoid bodies, tauren, cow-headed people with humanoid bodies, fox people, goblins, and so many more. Although orcs consist of many species, they are generally known for their humanoid structure, love for battle, and innate strength. Thinking back to the knowledge of orcs taught to him by his father, Elric couldn't help but have a dignified look on his face. However, looking at the anxious crowd and thinking of the current situation, it was clear this wasn't the time to panic. However, before he could try to appease the current situation, a slight cough interrupted his thoughts. Cough, young master, we were ambushed. You have to run now. Davy, cough, cough, Davis. He's trying to hold them off. Mustering up most of his strength, the bleeding tribesman managed to cough up those few words before fainting. With his fainting, a sudden gloom filled the atmosphere. Young master, what do we do now? The one to speak up was the freckled boy in the crowd, perhaps. Suddenly, the sound of a large number of footsteps began to sound at the entrance of the cave. Without waiting for anyone to react, Elric began issuing orders. George, go and prop him against the wall, and let him apply pressure on the wounds with his hide skin to reduce the bleeding. The rest of you follow me. As he spoke, he led the group of people to the entrance of the cave, to which he met a group of orcs marching towards them. A group of about 20 green goblins stood in his front, the leader with a height of about 7 feet, wearing an animal loincloth embroidered with the skulls of various animals, and a large mace decorated in spikes in his right hand. To his side was a somewhat scrawny-robed goblin, with only a height of about 4 feet tall, with a staff taller than it held in his hand behind what looked like your group of regular goblins, with animal loincloths with sticks and stones held as weapons. Silence filled the cave as both sides met each other, It seemed to be a competition of momentum as Elric and the goblin chief faced each other. Although he was obviously in the weaker position, Elric still did not back down, and this source of confidence came from the results of the AI chip's scan a few minutes before they face each other. AI chip, what kind of orc are they? Beep, searching complete records of approaching individuals. Record found, individuals classified as Goblin Chief, Goblin Shaman, and regular goblins. Scan their attributes. Scanning attributes. Scan complete. Goblin Chief. Strength 4, Agility, 3.2, Vitality, 3.6. Goblin Shaman. Strength 2, Agility, 3.2, Vitality, 2.6. Goblin. Strength 1.5, Agility, 1.7, Vitality, 1.6. Although the average attribute of a goblin is higher than a normal human, it is still much less than Elric's after his inscription transformation. Elric. Strength 4.4, Agility, 4.5, Vitality, 4.4. Thankfully, Davis and the others didn't seem to be hurt, just tied up and unconscious. However, looking at the goblin in front of him, Elric didn't think they came here for a fight. Human not zasepjur sin tbe haket tam das mars maycall. It was the goblin chief who spoke up. Unfortunately, he was speaking in their native tongue, leading to an embarrassing situation where no one understood each other. The goblin chief seemed to have seen Elric's embarrassment and tapped the goblin shaman on the shoulder. After taking a deep look at Elric, the scrawny goblin made a few chants when his staff began to glow, enveloping both Elric and the goblin chief. Young master. Elric. As the light appeared, the crowd immediately began to shout towards Elric, George himself clenching his fist in the background. Thankfully, the light only appeared for a short period. With the fading of the light, Elric and the goblin chief appeared in everyone's view. However, to their surprise, both of them were communicating normally. Watching the surprise of the tribesmen with a disdainful glance, the goblin shaman put away his staff. Meanwhile, on Elric and the goblin chief's side. Human, I am Zeriork of the Green Skin Tribe, hunter of heads and breaker of bones. Although I do not know why you, a weak human, can stand in my presence, I admire your courage. After all, humans are known as the bottom race in the land of Elias. How could this not surprise Zeriork? Unexpectedly in his lifetime, he would encounter a human that could withstand his aura. Okay, Zeriork, explain what you mean by hurting my fellow tribesmen and obstructing our view. Elric wasn't in the mood for small talk. After all, one of the tribesmen was already seriously injured by these orcs, and the rest were tied up. Given this situation, it would be impossible to say there's no hostility between them. However, for the safety of the tribesmen still in their hands and those behind him, he still had to deal with the situation calmly. About that, let me explain. It was the shaman who spoke up this time. According to him, the Green Skin Tribe encountered a situation similar to theirs, but rather than being driven away by their gods, they were driven out by the enemy Red Skin Goblins after their god was defeated in a god war, and they managed to escape into this cave. However, this does not explain why you attacked us. Still in a bad mood, Elric was not satisfied with that answer. After speaking, he seemed to see a flash of anger in the eyes of the goblin chief and shaman. This can be explained. Taking a deep breath, the shaman continued. It seemed whatever happened caused them to lose a lot. During our escape, it turned out that there was a traitor among our group who mixed berserk potions in our meal, causing us to go mad, attacking anything in our sight. Thankfully, we met your group of people, especially the one with the scar who fought almost equally with the chief, burning a lot of our energy, which allowed us to gain our senses back. Then what about the traitor? Don't tell me you let him go. No. We orcs never let go of traitors. However, he escaped during our period of madness. So I understand what you're saying, but why are you looking for me? We orcs are people of honor, and as you helped us out, we of the Green Skin Tribe came to show our gratitude. So say, as long as it is in Zeriork's power. I shall make it happen. As the goblin chief spoke, he used his right foot to repeatedly hit his chest, to which other goblins followed, causing a loud thump to reverberate around the cave. Wait, give me some time to think about this. This is all too much to take in at once. Patting his forehead, Elric already felt like these goblins were trouble. Go, take your time. Unlike you humans, we green-skinned goblins have never been one to lack patience. Watching the goblins' performance, Elric was sure that these goblins were trouble. However, it's best not to waste too much time on these goblins. Young master, are you all right? It was Davis who said he was being held up by George. It seems the goblins released all of them without him noticing. Probably this should be their sign of sincerity. After analyzing all the things that just happened, he decided to explain the current situation to them and get their advice on where to go from here. Young master, I think we should ask them if they know where any other humans gather. After all, we can't keep on living in a cave. As Davis spoke, Gorge next to him, eyes lit up, also dissatisfied with the cave life. Well, it seems there is not much of a debate. After getting their answer, now it's up to Zeriork to see if he knows of any human gathering. After getting their reply, Elric immediately went to Zeriork. Zeriork, we've reached a conclusion. We would like to get your help to find a human gathering. As Elric spoke, George and Davis looked nervously, hoping for a positive answer. Ha ha ha, Zeriork burst into laughter. Do not worry, humans. We of the Green Skin Tribe always keep our promises, which was followed by his signature chest bang. On our way to escape, we discovered a human settlement new here. We can lead you here whenever you're ready. This is the great young master. We don't have to live here anymore. Okay, no need to shout in my ear. Go help the wounded and tell the remaining tribesmen to get some rest. We move out tomorrow. The sun rose and the birds hummed. Perhaps due to spending the night together, the goblins and the tribesmen had become quite close. On the far right of the cave, you could see Davis and Zeriork having an arm wrestling competition together. With the constant cheering from both sides, a lively scene filled the cave. You can do it, Davis. Victor at ease oars. Don't let the young master down. Win our ease land. Come on, Davis. The language barrier seemed non-existent in the progress of having fun. Shaking his head, Elric began to do one thing he needed to do before the trip began, and that was to burn his ancestral inheritance book. After all, the AI chip had recorded the knowledge, and carrying any longer would have been a liability. Moving to the campfire, still burning from the night, without any hesitation, he threw it in. Don't worry, ancestors, I would put your knowledge to good use. Clenching his fist, he was not sure if he was making that statement to himself or his ancestors. Young master, what are you staring at? We're ready to go. It was George who came up behind him. Everyone looked ready to go with an eager expression apart from Davis, who looked slightly lost. Seeing his expression, there was no need to guess. He most likely lost the arm wrestling competition. Given the stat difference between the two, there was no need to use the AI chip to simulate the result. Okay, everyone, let's move out. Zeriork, it's up to you to lead the way. Ha ha ha, do not worry, human. I, Zeriork of the Green Skin Tribe, will lead you to human tribe. Goblins, protect those humans. With his order, the goblins immediately gave up their playful manner and formed a protective circle around the tribesmen. The outside of the cave, unlike its cold and damp interior, was quite a beautiful and calming scene with oversized vegetation covering the entrance. Huge insects buzzed in the sky and the occasional growl from the distance gave one the illusion of becoming one with Mother Nature, unlike the blue star, where most natural vegetation was destroyed due to industrialization. Taking a deep breath, Elric began to record everything he saw into his AI chip database for further identification. After taking one last look at the cave, they began their journey. Just like on a school field trip, Elric's curiosity couldn't help but get the best of him. He occasionally stopped to take a closer look at some insects, or would ask Zeriork what he knew about some fruits and whether they were edible. Thankfully, the other tribesmen were also new to the scene, causing them to also behave with curiosity, although not as much as Elric. According to Zeriork, the place they're currently located was known as the mouth of the Zuma forest, which was known for its oversized plants, strange creatures, and magical beasts. According to legend, the center of the Zuma forest is home to a strange beast that was said to have existed since the beginning of the world. Along the way, Elric saved data about over 40 kinds of plants and herbs. Through his discussions with the goblin shaman, found out that they could be used for the treatment of minor injuries. Though they had a lackluster appearance and traits, Elric wasn't too disappointed. After all, according to Zeriork, the nearest human tribe was about 2 days north. So spurred on with anticipation of his future discoveries, Elric had a slight smile on his face as they continued to approach their destination. As the journey continued, the tribesmen's initial curiosity seemed to be extinguished as the fatigue began to set in. With the setting of the sun, Zeriork, as an experienced commander and chief, noticed the change of atmosphere and immediately began searching for a place to camp for the night. With a roar in goblin language, they immediately dispersed, going out to look for a suitable camping spot. Watercat itst. After a few minutes, a regular goblin ran to Zeriork in a somewhat excited manner. After listening to the goblin's speech, Zeriork spoke up with a burst of hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Elric, my friend. It seems the spirit of the green skin god is still with us. My tribesmen have found a source of water. We shall sleep there for the night. Without giving Elric a chance to reply, he immediately ordered everyone to set off in the water source direction. As they arrived, a small river came into their view. The sounds of the trickling stream of water crashing against the rocks broke the silence of the night. As a cautious person in his past life, Elric immediately stopped his tribesmen who were following and gave an order to his AI chip. AI chip. Scan the surroundings. Beep. The surrounding area has been scanned. There are no dangers within a radius of 15 lei. The AI chip immediately reported the message. After confirming the safety of the area, he immediately signaled his tribe's men to come over. At this point, the goblins had already jumped into the lake. The sounds of their screams reverberated through the night as they played in the water. Yaorit. Wala. Even Zeriork and the shaman seemed to have fun in the lake. Turning his head, he saw George and Davis looking at him with an eager expression. Fine, go have fun and wash up, but remember not to play too hard. After all, we have a long journey ahead of us tomorrow. With a serious face, Elric addressed the crowd. Don't worry, young master, you can count on us. With his allowance, George and the others immediately ran into the river. It seems I might as well join the fun. Looking at his now empty surroundings, Elric muttered, and he took off his animal skins, entering the river naked. Feeling the icy cold waters, he couldn't help but miss the water heaters back on the Blue Star. Yaorit. Howhala. The sound of laughter reverberated through the night. Everyone seemed to have unloaded the stress from the long journey earlier. Human, come over. With hearty laughter, Elric was immediately called upon by Zeriork as he entered the lake. With that call, almost all the attention was drawn to him, adding to his now naked condition. A surge of embarrassment rushed through his body. Fortunately, there seemed to be a lack of shame on both goblin and human sides. Haha, how's everyone doing? With a dry laugh, Elric tried to divert the attention, but it seemed he thought too much. Everybody went about their previous activities. Young master over here. Elric over here. The voices of George and Davis also came over. It seemed they had gathered with Zeriork and the shaman to talk about something important. Not having any other options, he simply went to join them. Young master, the goblin chief, and shaman were just about to explain what the human gathering would be like. From the expression on both of their faces, you could tell they were full of excitement. At this point, the goblin shaman spoke up. Firstly, our final destination is called the Land of Freedom. Although it's known as a human gathering, other races can still be seen from time to time. For examples, the Merchant Guild run by the Harpies or the Pleasure Palace by the Fox Tribe. As he said this, they all seemed to show a smile only men would understand. Cough, cough, bringing back their attention, the shaman continued. However, what you need to be careful of is not the race that lives there, but the gods that reside there. As you may know, most gatherings, from the smallest of villages to the largest of kingdoms, need the guardianship of one or many deities, if they want to have a foothold in the land of Elias. However, this does not mean that it is necessarily a good thing to have God in watching over your town. Ignoring their confusion, with a solemn face, he spoke. Depending on the god in charge of the gathering place, the effects on the inhabitants differ. As he spoke, his voice seemed to get lower. As you might not know, each god has a domain or authority he or she represents. Like a god of war will hold the power of war, or the sun god the power of the sun, with them promoting their authority within their territory of control. Unfortunately for the town of Freedom, the gods in charge are Fortificus, the god of thieves, Cinemosia, the goddess of conspiracy, and Latet, the god of lies. And as you guessed, due to their authority, the town is one where conspiracy, theft, and deceit are the norms. As he said this, George and Davis's expectation for tomorrow's trip seemed to have gone down by a few percent. However, do not fear, my human friend. If anyone comes to you, just tell them you are friends with Zeriork of Th. Cough, cough, Lord Zeriork. I think it would be more effective if I introduced them to one of my acquaintances there. Seeing that his lord was about to go on another ramble, the shaman quickly interrupted him. You have acquaintances there? Surprisingly, even Zeriork exclaimed with George and Davis. Obviously, he did not know this information. Yes, you see, while Lord Zeriork was busy with the tribe's affairs, I went there regularly to trade resources with them, in which I made a few contacts and connections. The eyes seemed to turn back to Zeriork, to which he responded with a dry cough. Saving him from the questioning eyes, Elric asked a question that has been on his mind. But what about all the thieves, lies, and deceit? Can your acquaintance be trusted? No offense. Zelma. However, he was met with a bit of silence. Obviously, he had experienced something too embarrassing to tell. If you feel awkward, no need to say anything. With a heavy sigh, he replied, never mind, it's all in the past anyways. It's just that during my first trade there, I ended up losing all my goods to another goblin trader in an attempt to pick a bargain. Although he said so with a straight face, anyone could still hear his embarrassment. However, it was that misfortune that led me to meet this acquaintance, a female orc of the Catman tribe by the name of Ayama. She was the one who helped me in finding the goblin who scammed me of my goods, while also helping me secure a good deal. Apparently, she is the daughter of Reinhardt Merchant Group owner, a popular group throughout the land of Elias, and she would like to establish trade relations with me, as that was her first day of arriving at Freedom City. As the shaman spoke, his mind seemed to go back to the day of the event. Now that I think about it, what was a big person like her doing walking about alone without bodyguards? However, the question was quickly thrown out of his mind. After all, how can he, a small goblin shaman, understand the thoughts of big shots who have made a name around the world of Elias? As he finished speaking, Elric suddenly felt that maybe the goblin shaman was the protagonist instead of him after all. He had already met the female lead, with the powerful family, whereas he was still here bathing with tribesmen and goblins. So Lord Ziriork, don't you think it would be less troublesome if I introduced them to someone I know inside the city? At least that way, the name of Lord Ziriork can be used as a secret weapon. Not noticing Elric's many emotions, the shaman spoke once again, persuading Ziriork not to announce his name as they entered the town. Although annoyed by the earlier interruption, Ziriork still agreed. However, he still felt he needed to add something. But if your acquaintance doesn't work, we shall remind them of the presence of I, the great Ziriork of the Greenskin tribe. Feeling he had completed his lines, Ziriork left the conversation with a smile on his face. Watching Ziriork go deep into the lake, Elric and the rest eyebrows couldn't help but twitch, feeling this not-so-serious goblin chief was a bit funny, but seeing the shaman in front of them with a dark face, they wisely held it in. Sigh, noticing the awkward atmosphere, the goblin shaman waved his hand, signaling dismissal of the crowd. It seems that the Lord's mood has been getting better ever since he started talking with these humans. Thinking back to the gloom that hovered around his clansmen, from losing their hometown to discovering a traitor, the shaman couldn't help but think maybe it was fate that led them to these humans. After a few more hours of fun, everyone decided to go get some rest, bringing an end to the first day on the journey to Freedom Town. A loud shout from the orcs signaled the start of a new day for Elric. Thankfully, he had already gotten used to their noisy behaviors during the course of the trip. As he opened his eyes, Elric was surprised to discover that almost everyone had woken up. "Young master, shall we start moving now?" It was Davis who spoke up, judging by his appearance. He had also woken up a lot earlier. "Not yet, we have to wait for everyone to get ready. Go get George and make sure the others don't forget anything." Sitting on a nearby rock, Elric began to think about his plans for the day. Given our current pace and the shaman's description of the distance, we would most likely end up there just before nightfall. Not good if we get there by nightfall. There is no guarantee they'll let us in at that time. Shaking his head, it seems we have to pick up the pace. Fortunately, at this time, both the tribesmen and the goblins were ready. "Haha, human, I see you have woken up, then let us set off." As always, Ziriork once again took the lead in guiding them to the town. "Young master, let's go." "Elric, let's move." Seeing George and Davis also pressing him on, it seemed there was no need to say anything regarding the pace of the trip. With a wry smile, Elric joined the rest of the tribesmen. And so the journey began, though there was the occasional discovery of some strange fruits, and in weird insects there was unexpectedly no danger. Contrary to Eric's impression of a magical forest, however, before he could delve deeper into it, a hint of red flashed in his eyes. "Warning! Warning! Unknown creatures are approaching." The AI chip's voice sounded out, and red warning words appeared in front of Elric's eyes, instantly attracting his attention. "Quick! Scan the area around me now." With a frown on his face, Elric immediately told Ziriork and the others to slow down their pace. A virtual map was projected in front of his eyes courtesy of the AI, and the results were not looking good. A large group of red dots were quickly approaching their direction. Beep. According to physical similarities and database knowledge, a large group of orcs are approaching. Orcs. Elric's eyes narrowed as he recalled that Ziriork talked about a traitor earlier. It seemed the traitor did not just leave their group, but rather brought reinforcements. Considering the strength of the average goblin compared to the tribesmen, most of them would surely be wiped out before we reach the town. Thinking of the current situation, Elric quickly called toward the shaman, George, and Davis, while he left the others to Ziriork. With the arrival of the three, he immediately started to reveal the current situation in a low tone. "We seem to be in a bad situation." George looked around, seeing Ziriork in the crowd flexing his muscles and laughing compared to the contrasting gloomy look on Elric's face. He could help but ask, "What's the situation?" With a serious face, Elric began to explain his observation. As he spoke to the goblin shaman on the side, he seemed to have guessed one or two immediately, putting on a gloomy face. "Damn Clelut. He's probably the one that led them over. Trembling angrily, the shaman had already guessed the perpetrator. Clella, hearing the unfamiliar name George Ad Davis, couldn't help but ask. Yes, Clella, he's the traitor I told you about, and he's most likely led reinforcement of the Red Skin tribe to us. As the shaman spoke, both Davis and George understood why Elric looked so gloomy. After all, given the current tribe state, any head-on conflict with a horde of orcs would most likely lead to serious casualties. What should we do? Warning. Warning. Unknown creatures are approaching. However, the AI's warning came up again, giving them no time to plan anything. No need to do anything. Take everyone to form a defensive circle behind us. As Elric spoke, a tinge of black smoke flashed in his eye, one that no one seemed to notice. Immediately after giving the order, with the help of Davis, George, and the shaman, things were arranged quickly, while Elric gave Zeriork a quick update. Cancel. By the time both goblins and tribesmen had formed a defensive circle, a long and drawn-out shout came out from the opponent's side, filled with the drive to make his presence known. All around, all opposing orcs started to shout. With the continuous shouting, they finally appeared in everyone's vision. A group of about 40 red goblins stood in his front, the leader with a height of about 7 feet, similar to Zeriork, wearing an animal loincloth embroidered with the skulls of various animals and 2 large hammers in his right and left hands. Unlike the iconic shaman, who stood beside the red orc leader, was a regular green goblin, which would most likely be the traitor Clellet in the shaman's mouth. Clellet, what are you doing here? Gritting his teeth like the rest of the green goblins, Zeriork immediately became angry upon seeing Clellet. Oh, if it isn't the mighty Lord Zeriork who ran away from home, obviously not paying attention to Zeriork, Clellet begins to taunt him. And what's this? I see you've gotten yourself a few human pets, pointing out as soon as he notices the tribesmen behind the green skins. That's enough, Clellet. I am your chai. You were my chief, now you're a coward who abandoned his home. Interrupting Zeriork, Clellet spoke once again, this time causing more of an outrage than before. Bickering between the two of them seemed to put the two-sided at an awkward stall, thus giving Elric enough time to ask his AI for a solution. AI chip, given our circumstance, deduce the best escape plan with 0 casualties. Task established. Deducing results. 10 escape plans deduced. Considering 0 casualties. 1 result found. Seeing the result, Elric breathed a sigh of relief. It seems we are not making it to town before nightfall. With a sigh, he immediately began to take a look at the AI's results. The wind surged, and the voices of the orcs seemed to be getting louder with the updraft. Several orcs had joined in the argument, and tensions are getting higher. However, unlike what most would expect, the Red Goblin chief just stood observing the situation with a smile. Ignoring the bickering of both sides, Elric quickly communicated with the AI. Hurry up, AI chip, tell me the result. The smile on the opposing chief didn't sit well with him. 1 result found. Host should challenge the Red Goblin to a one-on-one duel. Considering their pride, this has a higher chance for success. Gov gov. However, before Elric could make a move, the opposite chief had already sprung into action. Zeriork is it? I am Slahit, the great chief of the Redskin tribe. With a look of pride on his face, he started to speak. Hearing the familiar introduction, everyone couldn't help but have a weird look on their face. Do all goblin chiefs talk the same way? Although he didn't know the answer, Elric was sure most of his tribesmen thought so too. Slahit, what are you doing here? Ignoring the weird faces all around, Zeriork immediately diverted his attention from Clellet to Slahit. As you can see, on the command of the great god of war, Asir, I have been tasked to take you and the rest of your men back. Looking at the way Elric and the rest remained impassive, he could help but try to persuade them again. Don't worry, I can bring back your human pets if you was. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a tribesman in the crowd. We are not human pets. Just you wait, the young master is going to lead us to change the world. It was a weak-looking boy by the name of Alvin that shouted out, displeased with the current situation. As he spoke, the air seemed to calm down, and Slahit, remembering the real reason for their outing today, gradually put on a serious face. Before anyone could notice, he quickly turned it back to his usual smile. Oh, Raelies. And tell me, how are you going to change the world? With a smile that resembled a bad uncle giving a child candy, he started to coax Alvin into giving answers. You see, the young master Discove, a large hand suddenly appeared covering his mouth, stopping him from continuing. Shut it. Did the young master permit you to talk about it? With steam coming out of his ears, Davis thanked himself for his quick reaction. But they were mocking us and the young master. Still, that doesn't give you the right to talk about things you shouldn't have. Before they could start to bicker, George, who stood beside them, caught their attention. Guys. What? Both men, lost in their growing tension, snapped to reply. Look, the young master seems to have gone ahead. With that, they turned their heads simultaneously, noticing that Elric had somehow now appeared in front of Slide. Meanwhile, Elric continued to talk to his AI chip mentally. AI chip, are you sure this is going to work? Trust me, host, the chances for success are over 100%. Taking a deep breath, he walked in front of Slahit and spoke. Dormammu, I've come to bargain. Dormammu. Everyone on both sides was stunned by the sudden intrusion. With an awkward cough, he elaborated, I mean Slahit, I've come to bargain. Elric couldn't help but make another slight cough as he tried to clear the atmosphere. Thankfully, there was no one from the Blue Star here. Although I do not know who is this Dormammu you speak of, it seems like you are here to beg for your lives. Do not fear, humans, I have already agreed to let Ziriork and the others too keep you pets as long as they cooperate with us. With that, he subconsciously raised his chin to the sky, as if to give off a domineering effect. No, I've come to challenge you to a duel. If I win, you let us go. If you win, we'll all go with you. Ignoring Slahit's words, he directly spoke his purpose. What? The crowd was shocked, both man and goblin alike. No, young master, don't. Elric, no. Alvin and the others, who had now noticed something was amiss, immediately spoke up. Ziriork, do something. They tried hard to intervene, but their complaints were to no avail. Unlike acting like his usual talkative self, Ziriork at his point had kept quiet. Recalling the beastly aura he felt from Elric the first time they met, he knew this whited-haired human was not simple. Seeing Ziriork's reaction, a wave of despair rushed over them. All of you shut up. If you believe in me as a leader, you'll listen to what I say. Shouting at the top of his lungs, Elric couldn't help but silence the crowd. Although it was a bit reckless for a leader to charge straight into battle, it was something he had to do. Seeing Elric taking one for the team, Slahit immediately burst into a hearty laugh. Haha, human, I admire your courage. This is how a man should act. So does that mean you accept the challenge? Why not? A real man never runs from a challenge. Taking a glance at Ziriork in the crowd, Slahit immediately agreed to the challenge. But Chai, Humv Shudik Klelet. Do you think I don't know how you were appointed my second in command? Don't forget we goblins hate traitors. Noticing the anger on Slahit's face, although unwilling, Klelet wisely kept quiet. Human, I agree, but I choose the location of the fight. Ignoring Klelet, Slahit once again faced Elric. Sure, but where would that be? As if waiting for this question, Slahit immediately spoke up with a loud voice. Not far from here there is a place called Freedom Town, where they have a large arena used for warrior battles. Warrior battle. Warrior battle. Warrior battle. Warrior battle. Immediately the crowd from both green and red goblin sides started to chant in excitement for the so-called warriors' battle. I agree with that, but what do you mean by a nearby town? Isn't Freedom Town far away? Elric immediately agreed, but thinking of the distance, he couldn't help but ask. Humph. It's obviously a weak human who has never seen the world. With a mumble under his breath, Klelet began to belittle Elric and others, but like usual both goblins and humans ignored him. Haha, you must be talking about the normal route. We of the Red Skin tribe know of a special way to get there quickly. How? Follow me. Turning abruptly, he waved his hands to beckon them like dogs, then he led them to an open space that was filled with giant blue birds. To Elric they appeared like giant parrots, but with eagle wings. Din Don birds. It was the shaman who cried out, shocked by their appearance. Yes, Din Don birds. This seat personally found where they stayed and made friends with them. Now all you need to do is offer food, and they'll take us where we need to go. With that said, he threw a large sack towards the birds. Old friends, I would like to bother you to take us to Freedom Town. Din Don. Taking a deep look at Ziriork and the others, the largest bird among the flock gave out a cry, signaling the others to fall in line behind it. I can see where they get their name. Yes, these birds were named after the peculiar din don noise they make. After a brief discussion, they each immediately got on a bird and headed for the town. Din don. Birds' cries resounded as they tore through the skies. Thankfully, it seemed the sky was especially predator-free as they made their way toward the town. Cough, so how is the town? Anything interesting there? Noticing the awkward silence, Elric tried to lighten up the mood by making small talk. However, before anyone could react, a disdainful snort sounded from his side. Humph, humans don't think I don't know what you want to do. Don't forget your prisoner status. As you guessed, your friendly neighborhood dogleg Clelot was the first to jump out. Unfortunately, he was ignored, making the already awkward trip worse, as both sides had just been reminded of their hostile relationship. Young master. What is it, Alvin? While thinking about how to smooth the tension, a small whisper came from right behind his ear. Are you going to have the so-called warriors battle with them? Feeling his nervousness, Elric couldn't help but think back to Alvin's timid appearance when he first saw the birds. Luckily, he was around and offered to ride together with him. Shaking away all unnecessary thoughts, he faced him with a big smile. He slowly said 2 words, "Trust me." Seeing the look of confidence on his face, Alvin suddenly felt a burst of confidence swell from within him. Got it, young master, I trust you. Little did he know his young master was not as calm as he seemed. AI, are you sure I can win the fight? Report to host, chance of success is over 70%. Then what about the remaining 30%? Remaining 30 per. However, before the chip could finish speaking, Elric interrupted it. Never mind, I don't want to hear it anymore. Realizing there was no point in scaring himself, he immediately focused on the trip at hand. So, with silence on both sides, the awkward journey continued. Thankfully, the speed of the din-don birds was relatively fast, allowing them to reach their destination quickly. Everyone hold on tight, we're going to land. With a loud shout from Slahit, the din-don birds immediately began to dive toward the ground. Din-don. Oh, young master, hold me. Warrior. As the dive began, the whole group burst into a loud shout. Even both goblin chiefs were at it. Haha, faster I Zeriork of the green skin tribe, fear no height. Haha, faster I Slahit of the red skin tribe, fear no height. From a closer look, they seemed to have formed some sort of competition, with 2 of them taking the lead on the dive. However, just as they were about to crash, the din-don birds seemed to have hit invisible brakes, just barely stopping before impact. Hahaha, it seems that I, the great Slahit, have conquered the green skin tribe in more ways than one. What are you talking about? It is obvious I, the great Zeriork, that won. I won. No, I won. No, I won. Looking at each other, it was obvious neither of them was sure of the winner of their competition. At this point, the rest of the crowd had already landed. What? Why did we land for no reason? Obviously because we're here. Ignoring the ongoing chaos, George was the first to speak up, turning everyone's attention to the bush behind him. The town is a bush, a low tribesman voice came from behind. No, idiot, it's obviously behind the bush. With that said, George immediately separated the bush, revealing a huge city wall in the distance. Although quite a distance from the town, the figures of 3 huge statues could still be made out. Obviously, these represented the gods in charge of the town. Without waiting for the crowd's reaction, Alvin immediately ran toward the town after reaching the ground. Young master, let's go. Alvin waits for us. Hold up. And as if on cue, the rest of the crowd joined as well. Even the goblins began to head toward the town. What a bunch of bumpkins, with a cold snort, Clelot, and the rest of the goblins left, leaving only Zeriork, Elric, and Slahit. Shall we head toward town? Elric spoke up, obviously trying to divert their attention from the earlier argument. Humph, this seat has decided not to argue with you. No, you can't, because I decided not to argue with you first. Cough, cough. Thankfully, Eric's unintentional cough stopped the argument before it could begin. Humph, humph. With that said, the 3 immediately headed for the town. Upon reaching the entrance of the town, the first thing that came to sight were the guards on each side of the entrance, with a strange animal-like insignia inscribed on their armors. Halt! Who goes there? At this moment, Alvin and the others seemed to be already stopped by the guards. All those who want to enter Freedom Town must be searched by the Knights of Freedom. Hearing such a Chunabiu name being said out loud by a person, Elric couldn't help but give the knight a second look. He had the typical blonde hair and blue eyes that most humans in this world seem to possess, and a slight beard that made him look like he was in his early 30s. Kevin, let us pass, it's me. Turning our heads, everyone realized it was the goblin shaman who spoke up. Young master, I didn't know you were here. Upon seeing the shaman, both guards immediately gave a deep bow. Young master. A wave of shock swept through both goblins and humans alike. It was like a certain "I am your father" moment back on the Blue Star. Ignoring the crowd's shock, Kevin continued. According to the orders of Lady Ayama, when next you arrive, we should escort you to a place to stay and treat you like we see her. As soon as he finished speaking, countless weird and curious gazes locked on the shaman. It seems the shaman and that orc lady he told us about have something going on. Indeed. The sounds of Davis and George's not-so-quiet whisper sounded in the background. Cough cough, never mind that, let's get going. Giving both a glare with a flushed face, the shaman immediately went through the town gates. Wait, young master, let us show you the way. The two guards immediately chased after him, leaving everyone stunned. Davis, what just happened? I'm not sure, George. Thankfully, Elric was quick to react. What are you guys waiting for? Go after them. Yes, young master. Yes, young master. And so, with that, Elric and the rest successfully entered the town, allowing him to take his first steps to conquer this fantasy world. Entering the town, the first thing that came into the weary, mismatched group of travelers' sight was a large chapel located within the center, which loomed over the rest of the rather archaic-style buildings to Elric. And coupled with the different humanoid-animal hybrid species, such as fox women and lizard men to name a few, Elric found himself understanding the saying, "It's a whole other world out there." Stop following me. Young master, please calm down. The young lady would be angry if we fail to bring you to her. Loud shouts of Kevin and the shaman could be heard amongst the entire group. Many awkward eyes tried to find themselves looking anywhere but at the shaman's enraged face. Suddenly, a loud clopping sound drew everyone's attention. When turning their backs, it was then that they noticed a carriage heading toward them at a fast pace. Headed by two white horses and a luxurious black and gold design, the carriage immediately became the new center of attention to the group. Silence, Tilda. No one seemed to speak, obviously afraid of angering whoever was in the carriage. Please don't come here. Please don't come here. Please don't come here. Whispering under his breath, Elric couldn't help but hope this wasn't a protagonist face-slapping incident. Why would they come to us? Yeah, young master, you're overreacting. Elric ignored their reactions. After all, he didn't expect the indigenous people to understand what a protagonist's aura was. However, like all protagonists, things rarely go in the direction they plan. The carriage continued to head in their direction, showing no signs of stopping. With a serious face, Elric spoke to the AI chip deep in his mind. AI chip, get us ready to enter battle mode. Considering that most villains have a bodyguard or two, he had to be ready. Battle mode is on standby. Teku, Taku, Teku, Taku. Time seemed to slow down as Elric waited for his first battle in this new world. His mind raced through the many novels he had read on the Blue Star, who'd been forced to endure the pressure of the protagonist's aura. He felt reluctant to endure the same, but oddly enough, he also felt ready and maybe a little eager. The carriage stopped right in front of them. Instead of Elric's vision of a typical arrogant young master shouting for the peasants to move aside, a sweet young feminine voice called out from the carriage. Uncle Moses. Fortunately, all his anxiety was for naught. What Elric would call a young fox slowly ran out from the carriage and jumped on top of the shaman's back. Uncle Moses. It wasn't until this point that the humans in the group realized they had never gotten the shaman's name during their brief but fun time together. Moses. Considering Zeriork and Slahit, I was expecting a Zayx or something. The voice of George in the crowd turned the already strange gazes stranger. Uncle Moses, I missed you. Where have you been? Daddy won't let me out to play. Humph. With puffed cheeks and arms crossed, the little loli spilled all her grievances while dangling from the shaman's back. I missed you too, Ayama, but your Uncle Moses has been very busy. Ignoring the strange gazes, the shaman, now known as Uncle Moses, began to coax the little fox girl. Young lady, come down from there. Yes, look around you, people are watching. At this point, the guards within the carriage had already come down. Thankfully, the guards seemed used to their young lady's tantrums and skillfully pried her off the shaman's back. Seeing that she couldn't deal with her Uncle Moses, Ayama immediately began searching the crowd. It didn't take long for her eyes to light up at the sight of her next target. Kavana, it's you. Didn't I tell you to inform me once Uncle Moses arrives? Young lady, it wasn't my fault. He just arrived. Unfortunately, she wasn't in a listening mood. I don't believe you. I'm telling Daddy you bullied me when I get home. Obviously, she had found her target now. How could she let him get away so easily? Clearing his throat, the shaman stepped forward to attempt to pacify the little loli on Kevin's behalf. Lady Ayama, he's telling the truth. Yes, it's true. Indeed, we just came. Ask the other guards, we just came. As if on cue, the others in the group immediately began to support Kevin. Young lady, let's not make any trouble for them. Lord Reinhardt is waiting for us at home. Seeing their young lady making trouble, the carriage guards immediately began to attempt to persuade her. I'm only going if Uncle Moses comes with me. Hearing the stubborn reply, the guards immediately had a headache. However, seeing the small carriage and the large group of goblins and humans, the guards immediately disagreed with the idea of dragging them all back to their master. Haha, Moses, you take our human friend and go visit your benefactor. I, Zeriork, shall wait for your glorious return. The great Slahit does not care about little time. Young master, leave the rest of the tribe to us, you, and Uncle Moses should follow the young lady. While trying to hold back his laughter, Davis spoke up. Seeing that everyone supported their leave from the group, they both immediately entered the carriage. Do you think the young master would be okay? Watching the vehicle fade into the distance, George could help but ask Davis. Which young master? Ours. Or Uncle Moses? Haha, Uncle Moses. Haha. And so, as the two began to laugh like weirdos, the goblins awkwardly sidestepped from the strange humans to maintain a slight distance from them. Elric watched out the carriage window with curiosity. Now he had overcome his anxious protagonist worries. His inner scientist wanted to evaluate the indigenous people around him, moving to and fro the small commercial buildings. Thankfully, the distance needed to travel to Ayama's home was relatively small, and in a few minutes, they arrived at a garish mansion that screamed rich to Elric at his first glance. Stepping into the mansion, they were first greeted by a tall gentleman with white hair, a black suit with a white handkerchief in his hand. Sebastian. Seeing him looking so much like the generic butlers he'd seen on the Blue Star, Elric couldn't help but blurt the most buttlerish name of all time. Human, how did you know his name? With Elric saying her butler's name so abruptly, Ayama couldn't help but give an ugly frown in confusion. Thankfully, good old Sebastian was there to save the day. Forgive our young lady for her rude behavior. Come in, young master, young sir, let me invite you for some tea, the old man with white hair spoke up. Humph. Sebastian, they bullied me. Ayama leaped into his arms, seeing Sebastian as her new toy to play with now. Now, young mistress, what did the master say about jumping on people? Putting her down cautiously, he began to preach. Daddy says it's not ladylike. Feeling the sternness in his tone, her two fox ears immediately drooped. Have a seat, the master will arrive soon to meet you both. After waving his hands to the rather comfortable-looking ornate chairs, Sebastian left the room. Breaking the increasingly awkward silence with a cough, Elric turned towards the shaman curiously. So, Moses, are you going to explain anything to me? I suppose you need not call me shaman if you're not used to it, and don't look at me like that. I've never met her parents before. Although he said so, Elric still didn't believe it. Haha, you should believe your friends more often. A burst of laughter resounded through the room. It's true, we've never met before. Hearing your arrival, however, I just had to see the goblin whom my daughter so enthusiastically talks about. Standing in front of them was a tall fox man with an imposing, aristocratic aura. Daddy, Patriarch, Lord Reinhardt. Upon his arrival, both Ayama and the guards immediately stood up. Haha, no need for formalities. Waving his hands, he motioned for the crowd to disperse. Sitting down in the most ornate seat at the head of the table, he began to observe this weird duo in front of him. If I'm not rude, may I ask what brought about your human-goblin dynamic? His words seemed to cause a drop in the temperature. It wasn't until this moment that both sides remembered they were on hostile teams. Daddy, what just happened? Obviously, a certain fox Lowly was confused by the sudden tension. It's nothing, shaking off the embarrassment. The patriarch leaned his elbows on the table and curiously watched as Elric proceeded to explain the cause and effect. His eyes glanced every now and then at the shaman's expression, looking for any change. So that's it, forgive me for my assumptions, but you two do not seem like the most hostile groups, considering the guard reports of a human and goblins laughing in town. However, he felt too embarrassed to say the latter part out loud. If you want to use the arena, I can indeed help you. It just so happens, I booked it out for the entire day tomorrow. Considering that doing so can make friends with some strong orcs, all whilst making his precious daughter happy, Reinhardt immediately offered a helping hand. Yay. Daddy, you're the best. Seeing his daughter's smile, he couldn't help but feel proud of his decision. Thank you. No need for the formalities after all, you're my daughter's guests. Seeing Elric and the shaman about to thank him, he immediately stopped them. Sebastian, go and take them to their respective rooms, not giving them a chance to refuse after saying so. Reinhardt immediately stood up and left with his daughter. Daddy, I don't want to go yet. I'm not done playing with Uncle Moses. Don't worry, Pumpkin. You can play with your uncle all through tomorrow. Really? Really? With the disappearing of their voices, only Elric, the shaman, and butler Sebastian remained. Shall we head to your rooms now? Don't worry, I'll send someone to inform the rest of your group about your stay. The voice of the old butler brought their attention back to their current situation. It's not like we have a choice. Humph. Ignoring both their grumbles, the butler immediately made his way to lead them to their rooms. On a bed large enough to contain 4 grown men, a certain white-haired protagonist was opening his eyes due to the sudden intrusion of the sun through the window. Where am I? Looking at the unfamiliar environment, Elric couldn't help but think he was back on the Blue Star. However, the loud, sudden knock at the door brought him back to reality. Knock, knock, knock. Yontilda, come in, following Elric's lazy reply. An expressionless goblin shaman and a fox loli with slightly puffed cheeks entered the room. You sleepyhead, Uncle Moses and I have been waiting for you all day. Daddy has already gone to the arena. Seeing Ayama's expression, he could tell she was quite annoyed that she had waited for a while. Thank God I learned some coaxing skills from bringing your kid to work day, back on the Blue Star. Thinking back to stopping his boss's children from laughing, a wry smile couldn't help but show on his face. Yes, I'm a sleepyhead. Can Lady Ayama forgive me? Unfortunately, Ayama seemed to be immune to such coaxing methods. Humph. Follow me, Uncle Sebastian is waiting for us. After a quick meal, the 3 of them immediately went out of the mansion to where the carriage was parked. However, the conversation of passers-by immediately drew the attention of Elric and the others. Have you heard there's going to be a warriors' battle? Warriors' battle? Yeah, a warriors' battle. We haven't had one since that incident. SHHHH, we aren't allowed to talk about the incident. Anyway, let's hurry and get seats. The arena seats would most likely be filled soon. With that, the group of 4 immediately rushed toward the arena. Young master, right this way. Lord Reinhardt has already gotten ready. All that remains is the arrival of you 2. Standing in front of them with his signature black suit, white gloves, and the handkerchief he most likely never uses, was the ever-so-faithful butler Sebastian. With Seba's guidance, they immediately entered the carriage. Thinking back to the earlier passerby's conversation, Elric couldn't help but ask. Sebastian, what's the incident? With this question, the temperature in the carriage seemed to drop by a few degrees. Even Ayama stopped swinging on the shaman's beard. Taking a deep breath and making a face that was completely different from the easygoing butler persona, Sebastian looked at Elric and warned him in an uncharacteristic but serious tone. Master Elric, I don't know where you heard about the incident, but never try to talk about it in public, because this would lead to prosecution by both the town residents and the church. Nodding her head, Ayama agreed with Sebastian. However, don't be too down. If you're curious, ask Lord Reinhardt. He'll most likely tell you. Feeling the change in mood, Sebastian couldn't help but try to change the topic. It's okay, I just heard a passerby say it, so I was curious. Waving his hand dismissively with a smile on his face, Elric followed Seba's pace to change the topic. Thank you for understanding, Master Elric. After saying this, he continued to lead the carriage to its destination. Hey, Moses. Aren't you curious about what happened right now? What the incident is? Whispering in a low tone, a flash of cunning could be detected in Elric's eyes. Obviously, he had other intentions with this question. Humph. Unfortunately, he was met with both a cold snort of a cute fox and a not-so-cute goblin. AI Chip, remind me in the future to find out about the incident. I have a feeling it's going to be important later on. Task established. Sigh, it seems I have a lot of tasks to fulfill. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't help but be glad for this function of the AI. Bets. Place your bets. Tickets. Step right up and get your tickets. Candy haws. Get your candy haws. As the carriage drew closer to the arena, various shouts could be heard. Elric, you're back. Young master, you're back. Yarit. Kiuek. The loud shouts of Davis and George in the back, as well as the goblins, quickly made them stand out from the crowd. Calm down, you guys, how was your night? Feeling their excess enthusiasm, Elric couldn't help but think maybe their enthusiasm for him was too strong. On the other side, Ziriork and Slyet were discussing something with serious faces. Thankfully, they seemed to have reached an agreement. Ha, human, you made it. Try not to die. With a loud laugh, Slahit came over to Elric. I should say the same to you. As a skilled master of bluffing, Elric could not be outdone. After a few more discussions, Slahit and Elric were escorted to where they were needed by arena personnel, while Davis, Sebastian, and the rest went to join the audience. 1 hour later, the arena was filled to the brim, and at some point, someone had come to the stage with a loudspeaker in their hands. Elric gazed at it with curiosity at how it functioned compared to the ones on the Blue Star. Welcome everyone to the Great Arena. I'm your host and referee for today's Warriors battle, Bobo the Lion Man. Standing in the middle of the arena, holding a mic, was a large lion man with a black and white striped shirt with plain black trousers. It made Elric reminiscent of the matches he watched with idle curiosity in his other life. Before we begin, I would like to explain the rules of the game. Taking a look at the crowd, Bobo's lips immediately turned up in a smile. There is only one rules. There are no rules. This is a warrior's battle. Shouting under the mic, he skillfully put the crowd in the mood. Warriors battle. Warriors battle. Warriors battle. The screams of excitement filled the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, races of the beautiful land of Ilias, welcome to this warrior battle. To my left, we have the conqueror of orcs, the divine warrior, the great chief of the red-skinned tribe Slahit. With the introduction of Slahit, the crowd immediately went into a frenzy. Slahit, 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 Slahit. Especially the goblins, they seemed to be having a competition for the loudest voice. Yarit, 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 Yarit. Standing in the left corner, Slahit could be seen waving to the crowd, with a smile full of confidence for the upcoming match. Cough, cough. After waiting for the crowd to die down, Bobo immediately turned to the right. To my right, we have a human named Elric. All of a sudden, an awkward silence filled the air. Bo, get off the stage. Seeing the challenger was a weak human, most people wanted a refund of their money. Thankfully, not everyone was angry. Reinhardt in the VIP stand seemed to have expected this and watched it with a smile. Davis and George, on the other, had ignored the weird atmosphere and started to shout in support of Elric. You can do it, young master. Go Elric, you can do it. Unfortunately, their voice was drowned out by the unhappy crowd. Haha, let's calm down everybody. Why don't we give the contestants a chance to have a word with each other? Diverting the audience's attention, the sounds of dissatisfaction immediately died down. Haha, human, although we have gotten along these few days, on the orders of my lord, I shall send you to your death today. After saying this, Slahit pointed his mace to Elric. If your lord is who I think he is, regardless of the outcome, I'll be leaving this arena victorious. Not to be defeated, Elric immediately snapped back with a cunning smirk. There you have it, folks. The battle you've all been waiting for can officially begin. And with that, Bobo signaled the start of a match that changed the course of Ilias forever. This match was called the Match of Genesis by later generations. There you have it, folks. The battle you've all been waiting for can officially begin. On Bobo's call, the match officially began. Boom! Soon, not giving anyone a chance to react, Slahit took the lead in charging toward Elric. With Solat's dash, a large amount of dust rose from the ground and shook slightly, indicating the force used in the dash. Within a few seconds, he had already appeared in front of Elric. Damn! How could you be so strong? Mumbling under his breath, a voice of unwillingness came out from Elric, as he barely survived. After all, thinking of the last time he checked Slahit's stats, the difference between them wasn't much at all, but now he can hardly take a move, much less fighting back. Unfortunately, although he tried to whisper to an upgraded Slahit, it was as loud as shouting in his ear. Thankfully, he didn't seem to care. Haha, you must be wondering why I'm so strong. Yes. This is the power bestowed onto me by my lord. Pointing to the lines and tattoos appearing all over his body, a look of pride appeared on his face. Unfortunately, he didn't give Elric much time to observe the patterns. Now be honored to lose to the great Slahit and get hit with my lord's grace. Not talking any more nonsense, he gave a quick punch, apparently wanting to end this fight quickly. Thankfully, at this point, the AI chip had already taken control over Elric's movements, successfully dodging the attack. Boom! 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 With each miss, a huge dent was made in the ground, showing the amount of sheer force used behind each punch. AI chip, what's going on with these patterns? Scan them for me. Looking at the unrealistic damage, a look of surprise appeared on Elric's face, as it made him wonder if he was fighting a certain green man who got stronger with anger. Task established. Scanning patterns. Report to host these patterns seemed to guide the surrounding mana in the air into his body, thereby giving him a strengthening boost. Just as he was about to continue talking to the AI chip, a giant red fist made its way toward his face. AI chip, I have no time to talk, just do something. Screaming in his mind as he saw the ever-oncoming fist. Yes, host. Boom. A loud shockwave sounded throughout the arena as their fists collided. Just at the moment of impact, covered with a familiar pattern, Elric raised his fist successfully to avoid a direct impact. That'll know. Silence filled the arena as both fighters looked at each other, shocked by the outcome of the altercation just now. Unexpectedly, before any could react, a burst of familiar loud laughter broke the silence. Ha ha ha, I see, so you were hiding your strength. Ask expected of someone I recognize. In terms of humans, I Slahit would like to call you the strongest. Although he was laughing, a look of surprise still flashed through his eyes, obviously not expecting a human to catch his punch. Even Elric himself was shocked by the outcome, much less Slahit. AI chip, how did I do that just now? Report to the host. By stimulating the flow of energy in Slahit's body with yours, it has been discovered to enhance your body strength, bringing both of you to almost equal strengths. Listening to the AI chips explain, a glint of light flashed through his eyes. AI chip, record this energy root and save it as body strengthening magic. Yes, host. Body enhancement magic has been successfully created. Looking at the new file with a hippie smile, for the first time, he was glad he chose to have this fight. However, although I'm stronger, I'm still weaker than him in terms of skills. Thinking of the close call just now, a shiver ran down his spine. Thankfully, the AI chip still has a hidden mode. AI chip active combat mode. Back on the blue star, in order to give everyone a means of protection, a hidden mode was installed into each AI chip. Combat modes. Once this mode is turned on, it gives the AI chip full control of the user's body to help defend against any attackers. But this is not enough to make it a hidden mode. In this mode, the AI chip's learning abilities come into play in allowing the user to copy and learn from their opponent's moves at extremely fast speeds. Because of this, this mode was not made known to the general public. Only a select few were allowed to know. At this moment, Elric couldn't help but feel thankful he had a lot of rich friends back on the blue star, if not he might not have known. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, unlike the earlier alteration, under the AI chip's rapid learning, each punch, kick, or jab from Slahit was met with an almost perfect counter from Elric. Punch for punch, kick for kick, jab for jab, it seemed like both sides had completely immersed themselves in the fight, forgetting the audience around them. Yiroa. Oh, roars. The fight seemed to have reached an all-new peak, with shouts from all sides of the arena reaching the sky. Unknown to the crowd, while all this was going on, one of the fighters in question was experiencing some difficulties at the moment. With the constant use of mana, the soul inscription with his soul seemed to be stimulated, glowing in a strange black color. Too bad no one could observe such a strange sight. Soon, almost within a fraction of a second, from what was only the inscription, his whole soul had become covered in a pitch-black glow. Boom! At this moment, his mind seemed to explode in a trance. Elric seemed to see Tantabus roaring proudly to the sky. Humph! Just as he was about to go closer to get a closer look at the figure, a cold snort came from his mouth, causing the whole surrounding scene to collapse. On the outside world, while his body was still fighting on autopilot, the AI chip's alarm was ringing throughout his mind. Beep, beep, beeps. Alert! Alert, alert! Brain activity of the host is constantly lowering. The host's consciousness is being affected by an unknown factor. Activate emergency means commencing transcranial electrical stimulation. Under a series of alarms, a burst of electricity was sent into Elric's brain, quickly bringing its activity back up. After a few minutes of loss, he completely woke up with a look of confusion on his face. AI chip, what just happened? The host's consciousness was being through an unknown method. Hearing the reply, he couldn't help but think of that huge figure he had seen. Is this what Tulpar meant when he asked, "Why do you have a familiar presence as an old friend?" Well, unfortunately, no one was there to answer. However, it seems before using the current soul inscription anymore, it should be studied more. Thinking of the huge Tantabus' cold eyes, it made him doubt whether the Tantabus beast core he absorbed back then in the cave was completely dead. If not, why did he see it in his consciousness space? The more he thought of it, the more and more he felt he was on to something. After all, this is a world where all kinds of gods and monsters exist. Anything is possible. However, he quickly threw it out of his mind, as he had more pressing matters to deal with. Host, there are huge amounts of energy reactions going on in the opponent's body right now. Hearing the words from the AI chip, an ominous premonition came to him. Sure enough, after a few seconds, the heart laughter of Slahit resounded through the arena. Haha, human, although this was a nice battle, but on the order of my god, I have to end you now. At this point, his whole body had begun to glow bright red, releasing a terrifying aura, suppressing the entire audience. Human named Elric, on the order of my god, please die. With a loud shout, he gathered all his energy into one punch. Red Orc's secret technique. Serious punch. At this time, somewhere deep within Zuma Forest, an unexpected conversation is taking place. In a large cave-like building, two orcs of red and green, respectively, could be seen kneeling before a huge statue whose face could not be seen. However, what made this scene shocking was that the ever-proud orc race could be seen kneeling with a pious and humble face. My lord, your servants Kiriak and Izak have something to report. With a slightly nervous tone, the red orc Kiriak began to speak, not daring to raise his head above his shoulders. Boom! With those words, the statue started to glow, as if a stalwart presence had descended onto the statue. Boom! 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 As time passed, along with the ever-increasing glow, the whole cave started to vibrate as if it couldn't bear the figure's pressure. Boom! Thankfully, after a few more rumbles, the whole cave stabilized, returning to its previous condition. It seemed that everything that just happened was a dream. However, the heavy pressure in the air and the light glow on the statue proved otherwise. While all this was happening, a look of excitement appeared on Kiriak and Izak's faces, as they were obviously anticipating this situation. Welcome the coming of my lord. After waiting for a few minutes and making sure there would be no other changes, with a look of excitement and reverence, they both shouted at the top of their lungs. Spako. Hearing the reply, the earlier excitement was still there. However, a hint of nervousness was mixed with him. Obviously, it seems the news to be reported wasn't all good news. Ahem. Clearing up his throat, Izak took the lead in explaining the current situation. My lord, I'm not sure if this is because of what happened a few days ago, but most of the beasts in the Zuma forest have been anxious lately. Due to this, we have not been able to get enough beasts for your sacrifice. After speaking, he closed his eyes tightly, apparently waiting for divine judgment to befall him. However, the awaited smiting didn't take place. I'll deal with you for that later. Now tell me, how is the mission I sent Slahid on? Has he captured that human? Unexpectedly, with that question, their already sweating foreheads at this moment seemed to be turned into fountains, as a sense of fear and nervousness filled them. Bang! I'm sorry, my lord. Banging their heads on the floor, the both of them further lowered their posture. I'm sorry, my lord, we haven't been able to do so, but don't worry. According to our sources right now, Slahit is fighting with the human right now. Although a bit tricky, it seems Slahit is about to win. Just as he finished speaking, with a low voice, Kryak's voice came from behind. Too bad, he'll probably be killed though. Unexpectedly, just as he said that, an unprecedented pressure fell on both of them, causing their bones to slightly creak. What? Think about what happened in the meeting of gods earlier. The glow on the statue flickered as if to show its tension. Recall him and all his men back now. Tell him to get back as fast as possible. You know what? Forget it, I'll do it myself. Leaving two stunned orcs, the statue slowly dimmed, giving off the illusion that he was never there. Looking at each other, a look of despair showed on their faces. Izak, we've disappointed my lord. Not giving Izak a chance to react, Kiriak immediately spoke and gave off the aura of a superior. Who are you looking down on, red skin? Izak immediately retorted, apparently not having any of it. What did you say, grain brain? At least I have a brain, you red idiot. That's it, I've had it, let's fight. Sure, I accept. I hope you don't regret it later. Arg. Arg. And so the two of them left, getting ready to brawl it out. Unknown to them, just a few minutes after they left, accompanied by a gust of wind, a slight voice came from the cave's exit. Human, transversal, new world, interesting. God of light, what exactly do you plan to do? After saying this, the voice, like the wind at that moment, seemed to completely disappear, leaving only a slowly falling leaf. Meanwhile, on Elric's side, his match with Slahit was as hot as ever. Serious punch. With a loud shout, Slahit's serious punch headed towards him at extremely fast speeds. At this point, there was only one thought in Elric's head: I guess this is the end. However, thinking of the boundless knowledge ahead of him, places to discover, and secrets to unfold, a sense of unwillingness filled him. AI chip, do something. Report to host, deducing all possible outcomes. Chances of survival 20%, chances of death 80%, chances of serious injury 100%. Seeing the results given by the AI chip, with a look of despair, he closed his eyes, ready to give up all hope. However, just as the punch was about to land, a loud sound resounded throughout the sky, leaving everyone stunned. Even Slahit, in noted, couldn't help but pause as he sensed a familiar presence. Boom! With a loud boom, the whole sky shone a golden light. Tildo HSSSS. This can't be. Oh my. All of a sudden, with the appearance of light, the crowd started to react wildly. The red orcs knelt in reverence, the green orcs shivered in fear, and the town's residents had mixed reactions, some shocked while others had an unexpectedly disdainful face. What on Elias is going on? It was George who was sitting beside Davis, who couldn't help but ask out loud. Thankfully, a helpful town folk helped him out. Oh, I see you're new around here, so you might not have seen this before. There's a pretty normal thing here. Golden light for 1,000 miles, it's a sign whenever God wants to act upon the mortal world. However, feeling the aura from the light above, it's definitely not one of our 3 patron gods, so don't worry, he can't try anything in Freedom Town. After all, we have 3 gods. With a smug look in his eyes, not putting the newly appearing god in his eyes. As if to prove him right, the golden light converged into a huge hand, not giving anyone a chance. The huge arm headed all the way to Elric, who at this moment was still stunned by the sudden change on the stage. What? Elric, young master. Ignoring the words from earlier of not to worry, the loud shouts of Davis and George sounded as they were ready to rush directly to the center of the arena to rescue him. However, just as it was about to reach Elric, a sharp light shot out from the 3 god statues in town, immediately dissipating the giant hand. Boom! Followed with its dissipation, a large shout resounded throughout the sky. Fartificus! Cinemoja! Latet, how dare you! Just as he was about to strike again, a cold snort sounded with it, a vague figure standing above the town. Humph! Ares, who do you think you are? Now take your men and get out of here before I wipe them out. Feeling the pressure from the figure above, a voice of shock sounded from Ares. What upper god, Latet, when did you become an upper god? However, his questions weren't answered. All he was met with were cold eyes from Latet. After a bit of silence, with a slight flicker, all orcs, both green and red, disappeared. Seeing this scene, the crowd immediately burst into cheers. Thank you, Lord Latet, for your protection. Thank you, Lord Cinemoja. Thank you, Lord Fortificus. Looking at the figures chanting below, the figure of Latet glanced at Elric, smiled, then quickly disappeared. Oh my, did Lord Latet just smile at me? No, you idiot, it was me. No, mate. No, mate. Just when everyone was stunned, the host Bobo once again spoke, bringing everyone's attention back. There you have it, folks. Although we didn't get a winner from the earlier fight, we got to see the presence of the 3 lords. With that said, your ever so handsome host Bobo wishes you do. This warrior's battle is officially over. With the words of Bobo, the crowd immediately left their sets, still brimming with excitement due to everything that happened. Unfortunately, not everyone was excited. At this point, Elric, Davis, George, and Ayama had already met up at the entrance of the arena, waiting for Reinhardt to arrive. After a few minutes of gloomy silence, George spoke up, trying to lighten the mood. So, Elric, what are we going to do now? As he spoke, his body shook, obviously not as calm as he was pretending to be. Firstly, we have to find a place to stay. After that, I'll let you know the next plan. Looking at his friend's shaky hands and thinking of the earlier events, a look of gloom settled on his face. Obviously, the day's events left a serious impact on him. Meanwhile, while the 2 of them were speaking, a sneaky Amos just happened to hear what they were saying. Not giving the both of them a chance to react, she ran to Reinhardt and told him about their current situation. Dad, can we help them out? They don't have anywhere to stay. Bless you. Hearing the words of his daughter, a tired look appeared on his face. However, looking at her watery eyes, Reinhardt's heart couldn't help but melt. Fine, since my daughter says so, there is one place you can stay. After thinking about it for a few minutes, with a look of struggle, he spoke up, albeit unwillingly. Sebastian, take them to my older home on the other side of town. Hearing the home that Elric and the rest would be given, a look of shock showed on both Sebastian and Ayama's faces. Especially Ayama, as what she actually wanted was for them to live together, so she could have someone to play with every day. My lord, are you sure? With a slight gulp, Sebastian couldn't help but ask again, as he knew the importance of that building. No buts, I've already made up my mind. saying that he turned and left, leaving the rest of the crowd stunned and confused. Sebastian, don't mean to be rude, but is where we'll be staying special or anything? Looking at their reactions with a curious look, George couldn't help but ask. However, what he got was a somewhat gloomy answer from him. Yes, it is special. This was the master's wife's home before. Yes, it is special. This was this master's wife's home before. Not giving them a chance to digest the news, Sebastian immediately dropped another bomb. You might not know this, but Lord Reinhardt's wife is actually a human. As he said this, the whole crowd was stunned. After all, it was their first time hearing of a human marrying an orc. Seeing their shock, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. After all, he too was shocked when he found out his master would be marrying a human. After giving them a few minutes to digest the shock, he continues speaking. Yes, you heard it right, human. As you may or may not know, most races in Ilias look down on the human race. Hearing the words of Sebastian, everyone couldn't help but think of their experience at the arena today. Although everyone seemed friendly, however, whenever they looked at them, they could always feel a deep sense of disdain in their eyes. However, everyone didn't take it seriously, as they thought it was because they were newcomers to the town. Sorry for the interruption, don't mean to be rude or anything, but why would they look down on us? It was Harris among the tribesmen who couldn't help but ask. Hearing the question, everyone but Elric, who already knew the answer, couldn't help but have a curious look on their face. After all, they had lived in a small tribe all their lives, and they had never experienced anything such as discrimination against humans. However, Sebastian didn't take it seriously, but rather asked them a simple question back. The question is, why wouldn't they look down on you? Can you humans fly like the angel race? Are you humans as strong as the orc race? Do you humans have as much charm as the foxman race? Are you humans as brave as the lionman race? Frankly, it's no wonder that humans are normally referred to as sacks of meat and bones with legs. As he spoke, the faces on each of them began to become darker. As he listened, thankfully Sebastian was quick to notice and quickly brought the topic back on track. Back then it happened just after Lord Reinhardt and I had just arrived in town. After a few days of setting up business, we happened to meet her on the way back home after attending the day's meetings. Oh yes, I remember back then the master would always return with a smile after speaking to her, or how he'd get angry when he heard townsmen say bad things about her. As he spoke, a light smile appeared on his, as he, the storyteller, seemed to be engrossed in his memories. Soon a few years passed, and they got happily married. A few years later, the young lady Ayama was born. What followed next were good times. Unfortunately, the good times never last. Apart from leaving behind a note that said they were after her and they were coming. Although we couldn't find out who the they were, it was obvious that she had already left. After days of searching the town, and finally realizing that there was no hope of finding her, Lord Reinhardt decisively called off the search and closed off her home in case she ever returns. That's why I was so shocked when he offered to let you stay there. After waiting for a while and seeing there was no follow-up story, the whole group went silent trying to digest the new information. Soon time passed, and before they knew it, they had already arrived at a somewhat rustic building at the top of a hill, just a bit outside town. We're here. I guess this is where we part, however. If you ever need anything, feel free to report it. Saying this with a slight bow, he took Ayama's hand and walked away. Thanks, Sebastian. See you later, Miss Ayama. Watching the back of the two of them get farther and farther, it was then they all reacted. With Elric as the lead, they all shouted at the top of their lungs to the ever-fading figures. After making sure they had gone, bursting with excitement, Gorge and Davis couldn't help but speak up at the same time. So this is where we'll be staying. Are we going to be living here? Thankfully, given its huge size, it was more than large enough to house every one of them at the same time. With no sense of hesitation, they walked into their new home. Only Elric waited for a bit before entering, as he suddenly had a thoughtful look on his face. Stepping into the house, a sense of wonder filled them as they were shaken by the sight before them. Different from the rustic appearance outside, the interior was truly a sight to behold, with various paintings hung on each side of the wall, a large chandelier dangling from the center of the roof, and a large animal pelt serving as a centerpiece. The whole interior had an aristocratic yet comfy feeling. Ahem. A cough from Elric brought back the stunned crowd's attention. Davis, George, you lead the others to pick a room. I have something to do. Not giving the both of them a chance to react, he briskly walked towards the depth of the building. With Elric's exit, all that was left was a stunned crowd, no one expecting him to leave as soon as they got into the building. George, where do you think the young master's going? Trying to ease the atmosphere, Davis tried to strike up a conversation with George. Unfortunately, he was met with a somewhat sarcastic reply. How would I know? However, since the young master said it's up to us to listen, now let's go pick our rooms. Remember to leave the biggest room for the young master. Rolling his eyes at Davis, George quickly led the rest of them to go pick their rooms. LRIC POV. A few minutes after separating from everyone, Elric stood in front of a darker red door with a somewhat pensive expression on his face. AI chip, are you sure it's here? Yes, host. Judging from the radiation emitted from behind this door, has a 70% similarity to the mana crystal recorded in the cave earlier. Apparently, as soon as they entered the building, the AI chip had detected a familiar aura being emitted from deep within. Due to this, he decisively went to investigate the matter, even ignoring George and Davis in the process. However, unlike back in the cave, Elric felt a huge pressure as he stood in front of the door. It felt like a huge beast was standing directly in front of him, ready to tear him apart. AI chip, what are the chances of me encountering danger down there? Feeling dangerous, he could have helped, but pawn his hope on the AI chip, unfortunately, was sadly disappointed. Beep, lack of information, unable to judge. Hearing the AI chip's response, he knew that the AI chip was useless in this situation. Sigh, I guess it's all up to me then. Steeling himself, he slowly opened the door. Opening the door, the first thing that caught his eyes were the bright torches lined up along each side of the walls. In its middle laid a steep staircase that seemed to have no end. Seeing all this, he didn't choose to go forward, but had a rather pensive look on his face. As a scientist in his previous life, he was. And seeing these torches, the first thing that came to his mind was, this is impossible. According to Sebastian, this house has been abandoned for years now, so how could they still be burning? Or is it possible the law of conservation of energy doesn't work in a different world? AI chip scanned those torches. With a serious face, he couldn't help but ask for. Scanning. Detects a large amount of mana gathering on the torches. Proceeding to deduct the reason why. Error. Error. Due to the lack of data, no conclusion could be made. Hearing another failure from the AI chip, it crossed his mind that he'd only just recently found himself in this world, and the AI chip's database and knowledge on this world is still largely empty. However, I really should find time to study about this world. After this, I'll go as Reinhardt if he has any books. Whispering to himself, he began to make his way forward. Soon time passed, maybe 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or even 15 minutes with only the echo from his footsteps and slight breathing keeping him company. Others might have turned back due to the loneliness, but none of that had anything to do with Elric, as his ever-constant curiosity and ambition for power acted as his fuel driving him forward. Due to this, before he knew it, he had already reached his destination, and to his surprise, what was in front was another door. However, unlike the earlier door, this door was locked. At the end of the staircase, what stood in his front was a large steel door, guarded by a series of locks arranged from top to bottom. However, what caught his eyes was not the door, but rather what was beside the door. Besides the door was a dusty wooden table and chair with a book neatly arranged in its center. Without waiting for anyone's permission, Elric immediately sat down on the chair, grabbing the book in the process. However, after a closer inspection of the book, his eyes dilated due to shock by the title of the book. Diary of a Blasphemer by Alina Soul. Looking at the title of the diary, he couldn't help but think of the book his dad left him back in the cave. With that in mind, he started reading the book. Hello to whoever might be reading this, although I would have liked to meet you in person, but given that this book is in your hands, I'm most likely dead or have been declared missing. Once again, hello, I'm Alina Soul, and I'm a blasphemer. Although I for one do not like the name, unfortunately, this name was given to us by those damn dogs from the church. Just by reading that line alone, Elric could feel her anger and disdain toward the church. Turning over the page, he continued reading. Back then, my ancestors discovered a way to give us, weak humans, incredible abilities through the blood of special beasts. Unfortunately, before they could implement it on a large scale, they were discovered by the church and hunted down in the process, gaining the titles of heretics, blasphemers, and demons. However, what prompted such a large backlash was not the fact that they were studying such, but rather the fear it brought as they saw the future potential of us humans if we mastered such power. Due to this, they decided to nip such a possibility in the bud by wiping them out completely. Headed by the Church of Light, a full-scale incursion was launched in order to eliminate all future troubles. After many years of hunting, most of them were wiped out, leaving only 3 alive. 3 of them decided to go hidden from the world and pass on their knowledge to the future human race, taking up the names Blasphemer, Heretic, and Demon, respectively. the three of them successfully established families passing on their knowledge before dying. And I, Alina, am from the glorious house of blasphemers. A few years ago, during my journey in hopes of finding breakthroughs, I discovered one of the original notes written by the first blasphemer. In it, he told the method of using beast blood to strengthen the human body and gain extraordinary power. Unfortunately, before I could put it into action, I was discovered by the Church Inquisition team, a team specially designed for eliminating us descendants of the three. After that, I began my life on the run building bases all around Elias in order to spread the fire and make a comeback. According to the note, it says that human beings can go through 5 stages before reaching their limit. These stages are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, and the last holy or saint level. As for higher, it states many times that it is impossible for humans to go past the saint level. Too bad the highest saint is still an ant before the weakest god. If not, why can they only go into hiding like rats? In the lower drawer of the table you're sitting on, my notes along with the first blasphemer's notes are there. I hope they help you. And in case you're wondering, why would I leave such valuable information out in the open without any protection? Let's just say I'm also known as Alina the Prophet. And a word of advice, don't go through that locked door unless you have holy level strength. If not, great misfortune would befall you and all those you care about. Take care whoever you are, and if you can, could you tell Ayama that mommy loves her? Closing the book, Elric didn't have the slightest smile on his face, but rather a look of doubt, confusion, and anger. What the hell is going on? As someone known for his IQ back on the Blue Star, he immediately felt something was wrong after reading this book. Now that I think of it, from my awakening in the cave up till now, it all seems like there's an invisible hand guiding everything. From waking up and feeling powerless, then gaining hope by finding the book, to meeting the goblins, meeting Reinhardt and getting this home and finding this diary, it all seems too seamless to be a coincidence. It seemed like his path had already been laid. All he needed to do was just follow the guide. However, the feeling of not being able to control his own fate made him feel powerless. Taking a deep breath, his eyes turned sharp. Whoever you are, just you wait. I, Elric, am not a toy who can be played around with. Taking the book and notes in his arms, he walked back up the staircase without looking back. Upon coming out, it was at this time Elric had time to see exactly where he was, as due to his earlier rush, he was unable to fully scan his surroundings. With classy wine-colored drapes hanging from the walls, a large mosaic artwork hanging on the wall, and a large number of bookshelves, it looked like a typical plain old library. Who would have expected it to lead to such a room? Young master, where are you? Just as he was about to take a look at the books, the voices of Davis and George searching for him could be heard calling his name from the hallway in front. Following the way he came, he saw the two of them looking at him with an anxious face. Young master, where have you been? After searching for a while and we couldn't find you, we thought something happened to you. Just as he was about to say hello, he was bombarded with a flurry of questions. Seeing their concern, he couldn't help but have a warm feeling in his heart. It's okay, I just wanted to have a look around real quick. Waving his arms, obviously not wanting to go deep into it, thankfully both Davis and George were quick to grab on and quickly change the topic. By the way, young master, after going around, we found 5 rooms on the ground floor and 1 master bedroom on the upper floor. Taking the lead, Davis began to talk about everything in the house and how it's totally different from back at the village. George on the side just kept quiet. However, the slight smile at the corner of his lips showed he was obviously satisfied with their new home. After a few minutes passed and seeing Davis was still going on, Elric could help but interrupt him. Okay, I'll go see the rooms when I'm done here. However, I would like to stay here for a bit. Pointing to the library behind him, indicating he would be there for quite a while. During this time, unless there's an emergency, don't let anyone disturb me. Speaking of this, his face could help but turned serious. Don't worry, young master, you can count on us. We'll make sure no one disturbs you. With a light nod, although confused about what he was doing, they both knew that he would tell them if it was really important. Seeing his serious face, both left, obviously not wanting to disturb him. Watching the two of them leave, Elric's smile was gradually replaced with a serious face. Walking back into the library, he found a seat and took out the notes from earlier. House of Blasphemers, Hun, it seems the human race of this world isn't as weak as everyone thinks. According to the notes, the first stage into the world of the extraordinary is called the Black Iron stage. This stage requires one to extract the blood essence from extraordinary beasts of which you should bathe in it in order to get a body forging effect. However, it states strictly that the blood essence must not be drunk directly, but rather used to bathe. After going through this process, the human body would be able to jump over 10 meters and resist swords with his bare flesh. It is said that one's bones would be as strong as iron, hence the name, Black Iron Stage. The more he read it, the more his eyes shone as the notes, although tattered, actually recorded detailed steps on the blood essence extraction process and the remaining steps up till the holy stage. However, if I do exactly as it states, I'll be exactly the same as those before me, meaning I'll never be able to break through the holy stage, and meaning I'll never have the power to resist those gods. As he thought of this, he remembered a line which he read from earlier. The highest saint is still an ant before the weakest god. Thinking of this, he felt a great sense of unwillingness. Just as he was about to give up, an idea suddenly came to mind. Yes, why did I forget about that? Given the soul inscription and body-strengthening tattoo recorded from earlier, and the knowledge recorded in the notes, it might not be impossible to deduce a brand new extraordinary path. The more he thought of this, the more excited he got. And even if it doesn't work, it states here, apart from the house of blasphemers, there's also the house of heretics and house of demons. With their knowledge coupled with my AI chip, I don't believe I can't figure something out. All of a sudden, the earlier unwillingness was swept away, leaving only a scientist's pride and anticipation for the future. However, all this is yet to be verified. Tomorrow, I'll ask David and George to take some tribesmen to go hunting with the town guards. Maybe they could catch a few beasts I could use for experiments. With that in mind, he picked up a few random books from the shelves and started his journey on accumulating knowledge. Unknown to him, somewhere in the starry sky, a series of plans were being staged against him. In the world of Elias, millions of stars could be seen hanging in the night sky. It is rumored that every star represents a kingdom of God, of a certain deity, looking down on the mortal world. Due to this, there is a popular saying in Elias, believe in a god and you can live forever. It is said that all lives who believe in a god can ascend to that deity's kingdom of God after death and live there forever, while the souls of unbelievers would be thrown into the river Styx to suffer for all eternity. However, at this time in a certain kingdom of God, unlike the paradise that most mortals would associate it with, everywhere was plagued with disasters such as earthquakes and lightning, as if to represent the mood of its owner. Damn it, Latet, how dare chase me away? With a loud shout, the kingdom of God seemed to collapse. Suddenly, the millions of races in it started to pray, hoping to calm down their god's anger. At the center of the kingdom of God stood a large golden throne. On it sat a huge figure whose height seemed to know no bounds. The brown large beard and a scar on his right eye, wearing celestial bronze armor, with two giant axes floating beside him, sat Ares, the god of war and goblins. At this time, the famous god of war, who had been active for millions of years, had a look of fear and anger on his face. How could he become an upper god already? Thinking of the millions of years it took him to become a Midian god, he felt frustrated all of a sudden. However, now's not the time to think of this. Looking down at his feet, about 24 goblins, both red and green, knelt there in front of his mighty figure. Taking some time to adjust his mood, he focused on the 2 goblins closest to him. Slahid, Moses, do you know you've let me down? As he said this, all the goblins present felt an unprecedented pressure fall upon them. Slahid, Moses, do you know you've let me down? Hearing the shout from their god, their already lowered heads couldn't help but get lower. Ignoring their appearance, Ares continued to shout as if to vent all the anger in his chest. 2 tasks. I gave you 2 tasks. One was to capture the Greenskin tribe and make them my believers, and the other was to capture that human. Now can you tell me which one of these you achieved? Saying this, the already trembling kingdom of God began to increase as Ares' anger skyrocketed as he spoke. Feeling the anger emitting from him, Moses quickly tried to calm him down. Why, your Highness, it was not our fault. We already captured the greenskins, and only a few escaped, and as for the human. Slahit was about to defeat him and capture him in the warrior's battle. Listening to Moses talk, he suddenly realized it seemed to be so. After all, it was him who interrupted their match, thus attracting Latet to deal with him. But thinking of what he heard about that human during the meeting of gods a few days ago, he felt frustrated all of a sudden. Taking a deep breath, he faced the goblins again, although this time his anger had calmed down a bit. However, you still must be punished. First of all, you greenskins who had the guts to run away from this god should start kneeling and begging for my forgiveness. As he spoke, not putting any of the goblins in his yes. Unfortunately, what happened next was not the groveling he expected, but rather an angry shout from one of the greenskins he looked down on. Gathering all his strength to resist Ares' coercion, Zeriork stood up with an angry expression, looking at Ares eyeball to eyeball. Ares. Hearing Zeriork call him by name, a shocked expression could clearly be seen on his face. However, before he could react, Zeriork had already begun to talk. Although you are the god of goblins, I Zeriork do not accept you. You waged war on us, killed our brethren, and now you want us to kneel. I Zeriork refuse to accept. We goblins would never be slaves. Hearing the impassioned speech from Zeriork, all of a sudden the remaining goblins seemed to have gotten courage out of nowhere. With Zeriork at the lead, a series of impassioned shouts resounded throughout the kingdom of God. I Odegs refuse to accept. I Crazyox refuse to accept. I Obeng refuse to accept. We goblins would never be slaves. Seeing the ants below him rebelling and not responding to his kindness, a look of anger and impatience could be clearly seen on Aries' face. Without giving any of them a chance to react, he waved his right, and instantly all goblins apart from Slahit and Moses into dust. Watching the rest of his clansmen turning into dust at a moment's notice, even the ever-so-brave Slahit couldn't help but tremble lightly. Fortunate he quickly regained his composure, too bad all that was clearly seen by Aries. Seeing his trembling posture, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. That's more like it, ants should have the consciousness of ants. Turning his gaze to the last two goblins. Now both of you only have one last chance. Go camp outside Freedom Town with the rest of your clansmen. Once that human steps out of town, be sure to capture him. He waved his hand, teleporting them out of his kingdom of God. The LRIC POV. New day had begun, and the three sons of Elias seemed to shine extra bright today. At this moment, instead of a house somewhere on the outskirts of Freedom Town, a loud knocking sound could be heard. Knock, knock, knock. Unfortunately, it seemed no matter how loud the knock was, there was no response from the opposite side. Standing in front of the mansion library, holding a tray of food, was Davis. After knocking a few times to no response, he resolutely opened the door, ignoring the fact that he said he wouldn't disturb him unless it was an emergency. Opening the door, the first thing that came to his sight was Elric sleeping in a pile of books. Ahem. Seeing the ever-sleeping Elric, Davis gave a slight cough in hopes of waking him up. What? Waking up abruptly, Elric couldn't help but scold Davis with an angry face. Davis, what is it? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless it's an emergency? Fortunately, Davis seemed to have thought ahead. Carrying over the tray of food, a look of helplessness appeared on his face. Young master, I've been knocking on the door all day. It's time for breakfast. Dropping the tray of food on the table, he gave Elric an "it's all your fault" kind of look. What breakfast? Hearing it was a new day, a look of embarrassment appeared on Elric's face as he suddenly remembered he seems to have accidentally slept off while reading a book titled The History of Elias 101. Scratching the back of his head, he turned towards Davis with an awkward smile. I know, thanks for the hard work. Seeing that Elric had already woken up, Davis was about to leave the room, but thinking of Elric's haggard appearance, a bit of worry flashed in his eyes. Young master, are you okay? Feeling his concern, felt a bit of warmth in his heart. With a light smile, he turned towards Davis, who was about to exit the room. I'm fine, however, we need to hurry up. We have a lot of things to do today. With a serious face, he began to tell Davis about today's plans. Once I'm done eating and cleaning up, we'll start heading out. Go tell George that the three of us have to go to Reinhardt's today. Saying this, he closed the door, evicting Davis from the room. Thankfully, due to the earlier absorption of the mana core back at the cave, Elric's attributes were higher than a normal person's, meaning that a few hours of missed sleep could hardly affect him. With a light stretch, he began to eat and prepare for the day's activities. Soon time passed, and under everyone's kind gaze, Elric, George, and Davis set off toward Reinhardt's home. As the three of them walked, they could help but be grateful that Sebastian took his time to show them the way during their journey here. Due to this, they were able to go straight to Reinhardt's home without making any unnecessary twists and turns. After walking for a few eventful minutes, they successfully made it in front of Reinhardt's house. Looking at the entrance in front of them, a faint family silhouette could be made out. Standing in front of the gate with his usual butler attire was Sebastian. Apparently, he and a guard seemed to be talking about something serious. However, seeing the three of them coming, they quickly kept quiet. If it isn't young Master Elric and his two friends. With a slight bow, Sebastian greeted the trio. Good day, Sebastian. How's Ayama doing? We'd like to see Lord Reinhardt. Taking the lead, Elric stretched out his hands to shake Sebastian. Follow me right this way. Unfortunately, Lady Ayama isn't around. However, Lord Reinhardt is currently in his study. I'll let him know you're around. Following Sebastian's lead, they successfully met Reinhardt. Entering the study, Reinhardt could be seen sitting cross-legged, signing some documents. And to what do I owe this visit? Seeing the three of them coming in, a smile couldn't help but appear on his face. Looking at the smile on Reinhardt's face, Elric suddenly felt that he would surely agree to his request. Taking a deep breath, he said the reason the cane by today. We'd like to get your help in hunting some magic beasts. However, hearing the words, magic beasts, the smile on Reinhardt's face instantly faded. Magic beasts? Do you know what you're talking about? Said Reinhardt, as he obviously couldn't believe his ears. Although I don't know where you are from, here in Freedom Town it's common knowledge. The weakest magic beast is not something a human can deal with. However, no matter how much he tried to dissuade them, the expression on Elric's face didn't change, as he'd obviously made up his mind. Sai, it seems you've made up your mind. However, after this, I don't think I'll be able to help you much with this. After all, although he's one of the most influential people in town, that's only as a merchant. Hunting beasts was not his specialty. Seeing the difficult look on Reinhardt's face, Elric felt like he was asking for too much. It seems I owe Reinhardt another favor. Thought Elric as the thought of how much help he'd gotten from him since he'd arrived. First the house, and now I'm asking for his help again. It looks like I'll have to add more to the list of things to pay him back for. Just as Elric was about to continue thinking, Reinhardt's voice sounded interrupting his thoughts. Here's a map of the local monsters around Freedom Town. Over here by the left is a habitat for fire slimes. Although there's not much I can do to help you, you could go to the Knights of Freedom and ask them. Given that you came not too long ago, you must have met Kevin at the gate when you entered. He has some experience hunting fire slimes. You could ask him for some advice. Waving his hands, he promptly evicted them from his study. Thanks, Lord Reinhardt. With a sight bow, Elric and the rest exited the room. After making sure that they had fully left the room, a voice of concern came from Sebastian. Lord Reinhardt, are you sure this is all right? Even with the help of the Knights of Freedom, it's not easy to hunt down magic beasts, even the easiest fire slimes. Seeing the concern of his most faithful butler, a slight chuckle. Trust me, if they're the ones Elena was talking about, then there'll be no problem. After saying this, he picked up a book and continued reading like nothing happened. Exiting Reinhardt's house, the three of them immediately began to head toward the town entrance. Upon approaching the gates, they heard a large shout. Halt! All those who want to enter Freedom Town must be searched by the Knights of Freedom. Hearing the familiar lines, a light smile appeared on the three of their faces. Davis, George, I'll leave the hunting to both of you. I'm going back to read at home, said Elric. Although he wanted to see what it was like to hunt a magic beast, however, he still shook his head against it, as he wanted to go back to continue reading books in the library to gain enough knowledge for the experiments he plans on doing. It's fine, young master, leave it to us, said Davis as he gave Elric a reassuring smile. Even the mostly silent George gave a slight nod as if to show his agreement. Seeing the two of them so confident, Elric left after wishing them luck. Watching Elric leave, they sped up their pace, quickly arriving at the gate. Boy, Kevin, seeing Kevin in front of him, Davis couldn't help but call out his name, successfully attracting his attention. Oh, if it isn't you guys from earlier, what brings you here? Said Kevin with a look of surprise on his face. After a light handshake, the Davis began to explain their current situation to Kevin. Since it's a favor for Lord Reinhardt, I can help you, but that'll be after my shift. After waiting for about 1 hour, Kevin came back. However, this time, unlike his usual knight's gear, he was wearing brown-colored leather armor with a crossbow on his back. All right, let's go. I just had to change and get Bretta ready, said Kevin. Who's Bretta? Hearing the name Bretta, Davis gave him a kind, I am a man and I understand kind of look. Guessing his thoughts, a slight blush appeared on Kevin's face. What are you thinking of? This is Bretta, said Kevin as he pointed to the crossbow on his back. Anyway, let's start heading off. I need to get back early so as not to miss my night shift. Ignoring the suspicious looks on both of them, he headed straight out of town. And with that, Davis, George, and Kevin began their slime hunting journey. After a few hours of walking, all of a sudden, the temperature began to rise. About a dozen cute balls of flame could be seen jumping around. Kevin, are you sure these are the dangerous magic beasts we're supposed to hunt? Said Davis as he couldn't imagine such a cute creature is classified as dangerous. Unexpectedly, what he was met with was a disdainful snort from Kevin. Humph, what do you know? Although they look cute, they are still magic beasts. Not giving him a chance to reply, he began to wonder why they were so dangerous. Flame slime is one of the more dangerous variants of the slime family, although when most people hear the word slime they think of weak, cute, and adorable monsters. However, if you think that's true, you'll be sadly mistaken. As one of the most numerous monsters in Ilias, the slime can be said to be seen everywhere, with almost an unlimited number of variants, from flame slimes to water slimes to rock slimes. However, what makes flame slime so dearly is their self-destruct mode. Once a flame slime encounters fatal danger, it is known to detonate its core, releasing an explosion powerful enough to turn all three of us into ashes without any chance to read. Hearing Kevin speak, the earlier doubt on Davis and George's faces had turned into a look of fear. "So what do we do now?" said Davis, obviously not wanting to be blown into ashes. Seeing their change in attitude, Kevin had a look of satisfaction. "Don't worry about that, just trust old Beretta and I to handle everything," said Kevin as he stroked his crossbow with a smile on his face. "I might not have told you this, but not only am I one of the Knights of Freedom, but I'm also the Freedom Town 3-time archery champion. With Beretta in hand, I never miss." However, just as he was about to continue boasting about his prized Beretta, he felt the weird gaze of Davis and George. With a slight cough, he quickly changed the topic. "All right, so here's the plan. Davis, you go and get the attention of one of the. Once you've gotten it, try and separate it from the group and meet at this spot," said Kevin as he pointed to a certain part of the map. "George, you sneak up behind the separated slime blocking his exit, and I'll deliver the killing blow." With Kevin's order, the two of them immediately went into position. After finding a place to hide, Davis picked a stone from the ground and quickly threw it on the nearest slime. Bong! With a slight bong sound, the stone accurately landed on an unsuspecting slime. Turning its body, it angrily bumped into the nearest slime as if to say, "Why throw a stone at me? Wanna fight?" Unfortunately, the innocent slime in question seemed to have a temper and bumped back into it. Soon both slimes were jumping in the air as if to fight with each other. Just as the two slimes were about to have at it, a large slime came in between them, stopping their fight. And, feeling the pressure emitting from the larger slime, both slimes began to tremble. Realizing that he couldn't have his revenge, the slime on whom Davis threw the stone bounced away from the group angrily. "Good chance." Noticing the slime wandering away from the group, Davis took the opportunity to throw another stone at it. Unfortunately, just as he was about to throw it, the slime accidentally saw his figure. Finding the culprit who kept throwing things at it, it started to chase after him. Damn, this was not in the plan. Seeing the cute ball of flame getting ever so close, without any hesitation, he started to run toward the agreed spot. Thankfully, slimes aren't generally known for their wisdom, otherwise it would have felt something was off. "Hey little slime, how about we talk for a bit?" said Davis with a nervous smile as he tried to persuade it. Unfortunately, the slime was in no mood to listen. Steadying itself on the ground, it swelled its body, getting ready to fire a fireball out its mouth toward Davis. Just as it was about to fire the fireball, a stone landed from behind, disrupting it. At this time, George had already appeared at its back, holding a handful of stones. Seeing the two of them surrounding it, it was at this moment the slime knew it had been tricked. Not giving any of them a chance to react, the already enraged slime started to glow all over its body. Seeing this, a drop of sweat appeared on Davis's head. "Not good, it's about to explode. Kevin now. Kevin now." As if on cue, an arrow out of nowhere whizzed through the air, directly penetrating the slime's core. At the moment of impact, the slime promptly exploded, splashing flaming goo everywhere. Boom! Unfortunately, some of that flaming goo landed on George and Davis's bodies. "Damn it, Kevin, this is not what we had planned," said Davis as he came out of the explosion with slight burns on his body. George, on the other hand, just gritted his teeth, looking at the direction the arrow came from, with an annoyed expression on his face. After a few seconds, Kevin walked out from the bushes. Ignoring the expressions on Davis and George's faces, he began to stroke the crossbow in his arm. As expected of old Beretta, you never miss. However, as Kevin was about to keep praising Beretta, he felt the annoying gazes from George and Davis behind him. "Oh, what are you looking at me like that for? You should be thanking me. Don't you know the flame slime is weakest when it's about to explode?" Me hitting the slime's core that moment interrupted its charge, thus reducing the impact. "Or do you think just the two of you could withstand its full explosion?" said Kevin as he gave both of them a look of disdain. Hearing this, Davis kept quiet as he realized that what Kevin was true. "However, what part are we going to give the young master part to study?" said Davis. As he looked at the desolate ground from the explosion, he remembered Elric saying he needed materials for experiments. Fortunately, Kevin seemed to have seen his worries and quickly explained. "Although I don't know what you want to use it for, the most valuable part of a slime after its death is its core," said Kevin as he pointed towards the cracked slime core on the ground. To Davis and George's surprise, bits and pieces of slime goo were actually crawling toward its core. You both probably don't know this, but slimes are a tenacious bunch. Only by grinding to their core into smithereens and dispersing their goo completely can they be considered dead. Saying this, Obviously prepared, he took a small gall veil from his pocket and started collecting the slime goo or condensate with its core. After doing this, he handed the vial to Davis. All right, let's head off. That large slime from earlier might come here soon, and given the shape of both of you, I doubt that we'd make it back alive. As he said this, he looked at both of their painful expressions. Obviously, the impact from the earlier explosive was more than a light scar. Thanks a lot, Kevin. With a sincere bow, both Davis and George thanked him, as if it had been only them going for this hunt. They would most likely have gotten more than a few burns. Haha, don't fret about it. If you really want to thank me, you should bring some wine over when you have time. With a light slime, Kevin waved his hand indicating for them not to worry. Definitely. And so with a few burns and some laughs, the three of them headed back to town. The young master were back, said Davis. At this point, Davy and George had already gotten back. Opening the door, they saw Elric behind a table, frowning slightly as he read a book. Welcome back. Raising his head with a slight smile, Elric stood up to greet them. Soon the two of them began to tell him the whole process of their journey, from finding Kevin and meeting Bretta to the flame slime's explosion, and Kevin asking for wine on their journey back. All right, I would have liked to discuss more, but I'm currently busy. Remember what I said last time. Don't let anyone disturb me unless it's an emergency, said Elric, as he looked towards the both of them. Obviously, he couldn't wait to begin his experiments. Don't worry, young master, leave it to us. Seeing Elric's eager mood, after a light response, Davis dragged George out of the room. Watching the two of them leave, Elric's eyes gradually turned serious. Finally, we can start, said Elric as he looked at the vial in front of him with excitement. I hope my guess is true. AI chip scanned this vial. Holding his breath, he began to wait for the AI chip's response. Scanning vial. 10%, 30%, 100%. Scanning complete. Report to the host. The substance in the vial, codenamed slime core, is inscribed with a strange pattern, which is constantly sucking and releasing small amounts of mana at a certain rhythm. Hearing the word rhythm, he could help but think of the word meditation. Meditation, this is the act of focusing on a certain object while breathing at a certain rhythm. Doesn't that mean if I use this rhythm and the slime core as an object of visualization, I could get unexpected effects? After all, this is a different world. Anything's possible here. AI chip record the rhythm by which it emits mana, and use that to create a meditation method for me. With the help of the AI chip, the meditation method was quickly imprinted in his mind. Without waiting too much time, he immediately sat in a lotus position, running the meditation method. Following the rhythm, a whole new world seemed to have opened up to Elric. In front of him, an array of different colors could be seen with different light spots dancing before his eyes. AI chip, what am I looking at? However, what he received was a confusing answer. Report, there is nothing but air in front of the host. Seeing the AI chip could not detect it, he began to observe it by himself. Just as he began to focus on it, he made his mind come in contact with a red light spot, accidentally moving it. Seeing he could use his mind to control it, an idea suddenly came to mind. Using his mod, he began to arrange the red particles in the shape of the inscription found on the slime core. Boom! Just as he completed it, a small flame suddenly appeared in front of him, floating in the air. Unfortunately, just as he was about to observe it, it suddenly extinguished, leaving him feeling tired, as if he just ran a marathon. Obviously, maintaining the flame took a toll on him mentally, but instead of resting, there was an uncontrollable excitement in his eyes. Eureka! That's it, the answer has always been staring at me all along. Since the AI chip rides in my soul, and given its calculation power, I can use it to accurately make inscriptions on my soul like back in the cave. Once this is done, my soul can serve as a slime core, thus not needing to meditate and arrange the pattern mentally first. As he thought of this, his breathing couldn't help speeding up. AI chip begins soul inscription. Commencing soul inscription. Host, prepare for pain. Hearing the familiar words, a bad memory suddenly came to mind. Arg, before he could continue, a familiar pain swept through his body, causing him to faint. Fortunately, his body was stronger this time, causing him to wake up earlier. Phew, finally done. I don't think I could ever get used to that, wincing as he thought of the pain from before. However, now that it's done, doesn't this mean that all I need to do is concentrate on inspiring the soul inscription and then puff instant fireball? With that in mind, he quickly stretched out his right hand. After concentrating on it for a few seconds, to no surprise, a flame appeared on his hand, only this time unlike before when it was extinguished due to lack of mental power. This one lasted a bit longer, going from a few seconds to a few minutes. Sigh. I never thought that Elric, former great scientist and Nobel Prize winner back on the Blue Star, would be a 2-minute man's here in a different world, said Elric, as he sighed with melancholy thinking of how he'd defeat a god, waving a 2-minute fireball at it. However, at least there's good news. Thinking of his observation just now, his lips curled up slightly. Using inscriptions when inscribed on the soul greatly reduces the metal power consumption. And given my past experiences, I currently have one fireball inscription, one body-strengthening inscription from the battle with Slahit, and the other from the dead Tantibus, which I'm not sure what it's for. Although the body-strengthening pattern hasn't been inscribed yet, however, based on the way I feel after this inscription, I don't think my body can handle more than 3 inscriptions. Feeling the change in his body, there was a strong sense of heaviness on his soul. Just as he was about to continue experimenting, he suddenly noticed the setting sun through the window. Sigh, I guess that's another day gone in this strange, new world. With a slight sigh, he picked up a book that had no words written in it. Back on the Blue Star, I always had a habit of recording a daily log of all my activities and experiences. I guess I should start that here too, however. What should I name the book this time? It can't be called Elric's Diary. It's got to be something that represents my ambition in this new world, and something that can pass down my knowledge in case anything happens to me. Thinking of the Diary of a Blasphemer, the book inherited from his parents, and his current obsession to become extraordinary, a name finally popped up onto his mind. I've got it. This book would record my journey of how I deduced an extraordinary system from scratch, so why don't I just call it something related to that? With a large smile on his face, he said the name of the book, which would be sought after by countless people later in the future. It's final, I'll call it I Created Magic. With the alteration of the sun and moon, a new day began. At this time in front of Elric's library, a familiar scene could be seen taking place. Knock, knock, knock. Standing in front of the mansion library, holding a tray of food, was Davis. Young master, your food is ready. Unfortunately, like last time, there was no reply. Twitching the corner of his lips, he once again saw Elric buried under a pile of books. Without wasting too much time, Davis gave a light cough, waking him up. What? Shouted Elric. Seeing his cough had the intended effect, ignoring Elric's angry face, Davis dropped the tray of food in front of Elric and left the room. Watching him leave, Elric gave a slight yawn and looked at the food in front of him. As he started eating, he began to think of the gains and losses from yesterday. Firstly, my greatest gain from yesterday should be this. Waving his arm, a small fireball appeared. After a few seconds, it turned into a pitch black gas which covered his body, and an array of tattoos appeared all over him. Feeling the changes in his body, a smile appeared on his face. Thankfully, after several hours of practice yesterday night, I'm finally able to use the inscriptions without the AI chip's assistance, said Elric as he thought of last night's sessions of trials and errors without sleep, calming down the lines on his body, gradually faded, returning his body to normal. Sigh, unfortunately, it's still not enough. 3 inscriptions is the current limit, and yet it feels like I'm carrying a mountain on my shoulders. Thinking of the heavy feeling in his soul, a wry smile couldn't help but appear on his face. And there's also the fact that apart from the first strengthening after absorbing the mana core back in the cave, these last 2 inscriptions didn't increase my strength stats one bit, only my mental strength has somewhat increased. According to the Blasphemer's Diary, a holy order human is capable of living thousands of years, moving mountains and reclaiming the season with just their brute strength alone. Heck, there was even one record of a certain saint who got angry and stomped on the ground, causing an earthquake. Unfortunately, these saints, who could be referred to as gods back on the Blue Star, are still ants before the gods of Elias. As he thought of this, he couldn't help but compare these almighty saints to his 2-minute man. With this in mind, his earlier joy had completely dissipated. However, it's not like there's no alternative. Think of the notes earlier, a look of unwillingness showed on his face. If I follow those notes, that would be equivalent to cutting off my future path, and there's no guarantee that using this method would not adversely affect the meditation and soul inscription method. In fact, there was another reason why he didn't want to use the method written down in the notes. It was since whenever he thought of using it, he would feel an inexplicable tingling sensation at the back of his head, as if warning him not to. If not for the fact that he had already asked the AI chip to run a diagnostic on him, he would have thought there was a problem with his body. That and the feeling of being manipulated made him unconsciously stay away from the methods in the notes, but rather use its essence to serve as a foundation for his method. However, now's not the time to think of a solution. It's time for the next step of my experiment, thought Elric. Davis, go call 4 other people and come with them. With a look towards the library door, Elric shouted. Soon after, about a few seconds, an equally loud shout came from behind the door. Yes, young master. Hearing Davis' voice, Elric had a slight smile. Due to the inscription, his mental power had somewhat increased, so he could vaguely sense someone outside the door, and without thinking too much, he could already predict it was Davis waiting to collect his food tray. Soon 5 people sued in the library, 3 of whom he was already familiar with. It was Davis, George, Alvin, and 2 other men with whom he'd forgotten their names. "The 5 of you come here," said Elric, as he motioned for them to gather in the open space before his desk. "What I'm about to tell you should stay between the 6 of us." With a serious face, he looked at the people in front of him. "Sit down," motioning for them to sit in a lotus position. Elric began to tell them about the meditation and told each of them to try it. Soon, with Elric's guidance, the 5 of them went into a deep state of meditation. "If this is successful, it means I've finally embarked on my road to the peak." With a light whisper, Elric clenched his fists and continued to observe them. After about 30 minutes, Davis was the first to open his eyes, then George, then Alvin, and finally the last 2. Judging from the reactions of each of them as they opened their eyes, Elric knew that his experiment had been successful. At the moment of opening their eyes, Davis, George, and Alvin had a look of surprise, while the other 2 had a look of doubt. From their different expressions alone, Elric knew who had succeeded. "All right, the 2 of you may leave." Not giving the 2 who had confused faces a chance to react, he promptly evicted them. And the 2 of them, although confused, considering it was their young master's order, left the room without asking too many questions. "Ask if you have any questions." Watching 2 of them exit, Elric then turned to face the remaining 3 people in the room. Fortunately, it seemed that they had many questions on their mind, because as soon as Elric finished speaking, Alvin had already asked a question. "What exactly are the things we just saw? I mean those light spots." Listening to the question Alvin asked, both George and Davis nodded in agreement. Apparently they had seen it too. Hearing the question asked, Elric had a look of satisfaction. "Although I am not sure what is called, I've already given it a name. Mana particles." Elric began to explain the process from meditation to the use of their mental power to arrange the light spots in different shapes to achieve different effects. As for the soul inscription, he didn't say anything about it just yet, as they don't have an AI chip to help them accurately do it, as any small mistakes on the soul could have catastrophic effects. Or maybe when my mental power is stronger, I'll be able to help them do it myself, or they could increase their mental power themselves, thus increasing their probability of success. Just as he was about to continue thinking about a solution, a sudden sound broke his train of thoughts. "By the way, young master, since we create flames out of air, are we gods?" asked Davis with a look of excitement. Thinking that he had become a god, he couldn't wait to go back and destroy the river god that destroyed their village. Unfortunately, Elric's next words poured cold water on him. "No, we're not gods." Hearing Elric say this, not only Davis but even George and Alvin had a look of confusion, because according to their cognition, only gods, those blessed by gods and magic beasts, are capable of doing such. And they were sure they weren't blessed by any god, otherwise their hometown wouldn't have been destroyed, and they sure as hell weren't magic beasts, so they had to be gods. As if seeing their confusion with a look of confidence, Elric said something that left them further confused. "We aren't gods, we're wizards." "Wizards?" Hearing the unfamiliar term, a look of confusion appeared on the trio's faces. "Yes, wizards," said Elric as he gave them a look of affirmation. In fact, ever since he realized he was in a different world, the first thing that came to his mind was wizards and dragons. Unfortunately, the herd reality of this world quickly told him there was no such thing as wizards. Thankfully, with the AI chip, he had the opportunity to create it. Thinking back to those mysterious, powerful wizards with long white beards and robes written in novels and movies back on the Blue Star, he suddenly felt excited. Wizards are people who have a never-ending thirst for knowledge. They are people capable of studying the natural phenomena in their surroundings and manipulating it for their use," said Elric with an impassioned glint in his eyes. Hearing this, although the 3 of them had never seen a wizard, just from Elric's explanation alone, they had already developed an inexplicable yearning for this powerful and mysterious group of people. Unfortunately, Elric's next words dampened their mood. "Although we were on the road there, at this stage we can't truly be called wizards," said Elric as he began to explain. "Firstly, although 3 of you have been able to sense mana, you're yet to do any meaningful manipulation with it." Unfortunately, the 3 of them had a look of confusion on their faces. "Don't worry, you'll soon understand. This time I want you to enter a state of meditation just like last time, only this time try to use your mind to manipulate the red particles in this manner." Saying this, he tried to draw the fireball inscription on a piece of paper. Boom! Before anyone could react, a loud explosion sounded, shocking everyone. "Young master." As soon as the explosion happened, the 3 of them stood up and immediately rushed toward Elric's direction. Cough, cough. With a slight, the smoke and aftermath from the explosion had died down, revealing the figure of Elric, with messed up hair covered in ash. Seeing their young master in such a state, the three of them couldn't help but want to laugh, but looking at Elric keep silent, they wisely held it in. Too bad Elric was too lazy, as his thoughts were currently elsewhere. It seems ordinary materials are not capable of holding magic inscriptions, thought Elric, as he looked at the residue in front of him. Sigh, it seems there's still a long way to go on the road to wizardry. Thinking that he might have a long beard like his favorite wizard, he suddenly felt it wasn't all too bad. Feeling the stares of the three of them, quickly put the though. Okay, it's time to get serious. Although I can't draw the inscription for you yet, I'll just have to explain it to you manually. However, in case one of you doesn't get it, don't feel too down once I find a material that can hold it. I'll write it down so that person can study later, giving them a slight warning. After all, it's not everyone that had an AI chip that can successfully guide them. Start. Soon after explaining the inscription shape and pattern, he motioned for them to start. Just after a few minutes, a floating fireball appeared in the room. Unexpectedly, the person who succeeded was neither the strongest Davis nor the active George, but rather the weak-looking Alvin. Unfortunately, just like Elric, after a few seconds, the flame extinguished, leaving Alvin in a state of mental exhaustion. Good job, motioning for him to rest. Elric began to observe Davis and George. Soon time passed, and after about 30 minutes, this time Davis was the one to succeed with his fireball a bit bigger, and lasting a few seconds longer than Alvin, probably, due to the fact that he'd been strengthened by an unknown fruit before. Following the same routine, after a few words of congratulations, Elric motioned for him to rest as he began to focus on George. Unfortunately, no matter how much time passed, George sat there motionless, unable to conjure up a fireball. Opening his eyes, George looked at Elric with a sad expression. According to his thoughts, he had failed his young master's expectations. Thankfully, Elric noticed this and quickly cheered him on. Don't be down, George, as there's always another chance to try again, said Elric. Hearing the confidence in his young master's voice, a feeling of warmth surged in Davis' heart. Remember, we're all beginners on the road to wizardry, so don't feel too down if you fail once. After Elric said this, George and Davis on the side nodded, showing it was fine. Clearing up the atmosphere, Elric began to tell them of his next plans. Although we have initially gained extraordinary power, however, we cannot afford to be complacent. Do you remember how our family and friends died due to a slight rage of that river god? Do you think your 10-second fireball and my 2-minute fireball could kill that god? Hearing Elric talk of this, the three of them with clenched fists couldn't help but think of the family and friends they would never see again due to that incident. Sensing their anger, a look of satisfaction showed on Elric's face. Good. That's why we need to work harder, said Elric as he began to explain his plans. Firstly, the wizard system has just been created, so we need to study more and think of ways to let out attacks become stronger and last longer without draining all our mental strength. Second, we need to find a material that can withstand magic inscriptions so that when we discover anyone with the ability to see magic particles, they can learn it from there instead of me describing it manually. And lastly, we need to hunt more magic beasts in order to gain more study materials and gain more inscriptions. Hearing they were going to hunt more magic beasts, the three of them couldn't help but think of the flame slime from earlier coupled with the fireball just now. The three of suddenly had a look of enlightenment on their faces. All right, that's all for now. If there's anything we need to do or anything you have in mind, let me know. Hearing this, the three of them shook their heads, indicating there was nothing they had to say, and so with excited expressions on their face, the three of them left the room. Watching the three of them, Elric picked up a book to read. Sighing, although it's a good start, it's not enough. With a slight sigh, he started reading, trying to clear his mind of distracting thoughts. A new day had begun. Standing in front of the library door carrying a tray of food was Davis. However, based on past experiences, he decided to enter directly rather than knocking. Opening the library door, unexpectedly what came to sight was not Elric sleeping while buried under a pile of books, but rather him sitting neatly at his desk, fully concentrating on the book at hand. At this time, Elric had already seen the door opening, and without putting in too much effort, he had already guessed who it was. Come in, Davis. Hearing his young master call, Davis fully entered the room without any hesitation. Dropping his breakfast in front of him, Davis, who had initially planned to leave immediately after dropping his food, was unexpectedly stopped by Elric. Wait, motioning for Davis to have a seat and Elric to speak. I've decided that from now on, the four of us, that's me, you, George, and Alvin, would go and hunt magic beasts for their materials every day from now on, said Elric. Thinking of the gains from just observing a slime core, Elric couldn't help but imagine what would happen if he studied every magic beast on Elias. Think of this, Elric's mouth started to drool. No, I don't agree. What if you get hurt? As soon as Davis heard he'd be putting himself in danger, he couldn't help but shout against it. Little did he know that his roar had interrupted Elric from his beast-catching fantasies. Coming back to reality, Elric quickly wiped off the drool from the corner of his mouth. Thankfully, Davis didn't notice it. Just when Elric was about to persuade him, Davis spoke again, obviously not wanting Elric to put himself in danger. Don't worry, young master, you can leave the hunting to us. After all, didn't we go hunting successfully with Kevin last time? I'm sure if he decides to help us, we'd be able to hunt successfully. And don't forget I and Alvin know magic now. We shouldn't be as weak as before, plus remember I was known as the strongest back in the village. Flexing his muscle, Davis went on about how it would be better for him to stay at home and leave the hunting to them. Too bad Elric wasn't going to give up so easily. Davis, I just have 2 questions to ask you, said Elric once he noticed Davis had finished speaking. Firstly, Kevin is one of the Knights of Freedom. He has no obligation to help us. Last time was purely because it was a favor from Reinhardt, and in case you haven't noticed, most of the townsfolk here seem to love Reinhardt. And secondly, what do you think would happen if Kevin saw you using magic and word got out in town? Hearing the 2 questions from Elric, Davis kept silent and obviously agreed with him. And as for the danger, don't worry, don't you 3 have my back. Noticing Davis' low mood, Elric couldn't help but give a word of comfort. Don't worry, young master, you can leave your back to me. And just like Elric thought, hearing he was in charge of protecting his safety, Davis rushed to agree. Seeing his change of mood, Elric decided to hit the nail on the head, bringing out a map from behind him. Although you might still have a lot of worries, but don't worry, I've already planned everything out. Saying this, Elric spread out the map on the table. According to this map, and based on our current location and abilities, there are 3 places suitable for us to catch magic beasts and hunt them. That would be here, here, and here, said Elric as he pointed to the spots on the map which he'd previously circled out. First place we'll be looking at is called the Valley of Thunder Bunnies. Located deep within this valley are bunny-like creatures with huge wings and fangs, capable of flying at low altitude by manipulating the wind and releasing small amounts of lighting against their prey. Second place we'll be looking at, though a bit far, is called Water Slime Heaven. According to this map, it shows that this place is suspected of being a water slime breeding ground. And lastly, the last stop on our journey is here. The Bat Cave, pointing to a large circled cave-like drawing on the map. The Bat Cave, although a few reports are known on it, however, based on the map and books in the library, it's said to be home of a blood-controlling beasts. These magic beasts are capable of flying, manipulating blood, and releasing loud sounds causing their targets to go deaf. However, they are not unbeatable. According to records, they are weak individually and are only active at night. Hearing Elric says all this, Davis knew that there was no persuading him. After a light sigh, he finally agreed to Elric's plan. Soon breakfast was over, and once again Davis, George, Alvin, and Elric could be seen talking in the library. However, this time each of them had a glass of wine in their hands. It's no wonder Kevin requested some wine earlier. The wine in this town is great, said Davis as he took a large gulp from his glass. Hearing him say so, everyone else couldn't help but nod in agreement, obviously satisfied with the taste of the wine. Seeing that everyone had already become comfortable, Elric took the opportunity to brief them on what he'd spoken with Davis earlier this morning. Fortunately, after the initial disagreement from Alvin and George, under Davis and Elric's persuasion, they both agreed. The 3 of you, there's something I've been meaning to tell you. Saying this, Elric looked at the 3 of them solemnly. Ever since we entered Freedom Town, I've been getting a bad feeling, like something's big going to happen. Hearing Elric say this, the 3 of them had a confused look on their face. Fortunately, they didn't interrupt him, but rather waited for him to continue. Seeing them like this, Elric couldn't help but nod slightly. Because of this, I've decided to shift our hunting trip from later tomorrow to this night, and while we're at it, go back and pack your things. We won't be coming back till we're done with everything, which might be days from now. I know you might have a lot of questions to ask, but just trust me on this, and try to pack up as covertly as possible. Although they felt he was overreacting, they still chose to believe him and agreed to leave that night. Seeing them agreeing so easily, Elric had a look of relief on his face. Just as he was about to wave his hand to dismiss them, he looked at his glass of wine and suddenly got an idea. Ding dong ding. Clanking a spoon against his glass, he stood up from his chair with a slightly red face. Ahem. Clearing his throat, he turned to face the 3 of them. Everyone, although we may be weak right now, although we may be hiding right now, Although we may have lost our loved ones before. Although we may lose more along the way. Taking a deep breath, he looked at them with a serious face. However, I as your young master promise you that if you dare to put your trust in me, I won't ever let you down. Now as your young master, do you believe in me? Asking this question, he faced the three of them seriously. However, before he could react, the replies from the three resounded throughout the room. I believe in you, young master. Me too. And me. Hearing them answer without hesitation, Elric's hearty laughter resounded throughout the room. Ha ha ha, very good. I can't wait for the day the four of us become wizards and turn Elias upside down. Cheers to a new beginning. Cheers to wizards. Shouted Elric, who at this point was slightly drunk from all the wine. Thankfully, the rest of them were also drunk and also began to cheer. Cheers to magic. Cheers to me. Cheers to cheers. And with that, the sound of loud drunk cheers and shouts could be heard from time to time outside the mansion's library. Later that night, while everyone was sleeping, outside Freedom Town, four faint figures could vaguely be seen. At this time, George, Davis, Elric, and Alvin had already prepared their things ready to begin their journey. Young master were all set. Suddenly, a loud voice could be heard creating an echo in their surroundings. SHHH Davis, don't you remember what Elric said? We have to keep quiet. Remember, we don't want anyone to notice when we're leaving. Hearing the loud noise, George couldn't help but reprimand Davis. I believe it's too late for that. Just when Davis was about to say something in response, a voice came from behind, startling the four of them. Turning their backs, the four of them went into a fighting pose, wary of their uninvited guest. Calm down, it's me. Stepping out of the shadows was no other Sebastian. Wearing his signature black suit, he seemed to blend into the darkness. It me, Sebastian. Not waiting for their response, Sebastian began to explain why was there. Ever since Kevin came from your last hunting trip, Lord Reinhardt thought you might leave again. Saying that, Sebastian pointed toward their luggage. As soon as he said this, the face of Elric as well as George and the rest quickly turned ugly. So you were stalking us, said Elric as he couldn't help but get angry. After all, no one likes being watched behind their backs. Thankfully, Sebastian seemed to have expected his reaction and quickly explained to him, calming him down. Actually, I haven't been stalking you, but I've been here since. Lord Reinhardt wanted me to give you this as it'd be helpful in your future travels. It's just that everything I wanted to see you. I was told the four of you were busy, and I had no choice but to wait for you here, hoping to meet when next you want to go out, said Sebastian as he pointed toward the carriage. Hearing him say this and thinking of how they'd been locked up in the library lately, Elric and the rest couldn't help but look embarrassed. Obviously, he meant good, but they got angry at him for no reason. After thanking Sebastian, they took one last look at the town in which they had stayed, and without saying goodbye to any of their fellow tribesmen still in the house, they got into the carriage and headed off towards their journey. Leaving the town with George at the helm of the carriage, they began to perceive their surroundings. Unfortunately, due to the fact it was night, what came into sight was not the colorful and wonderful Elias they had experienced during the day, and an eerie feeling seemed to permeate their surroundings. Strange howls and coos being heard from time to time. Even the Braves' George among the three was at the tip of his toes, much less Alvin, who was shivering in a corner of the carriage. Elric, do you think we're going to achieve anything from all this? After all, if we just stayed at home, I'm sure it would be less dangerous than now, or maybe we could leave tomorrow morning, said Davis, as he was obviously scared by the surrounding atmosphere. Listening to Davis speak, Elric was shocked. After all, this was one of the few times he'd been called by his first name rather than young master. Obviously, he still had doubts about leaving so impromptu, and the eeriness of the night didn't seem to make things better. Even Alvin and George on the side turned to look at Elric, hoping to be able to turn back. Seeing the three of them in such a state, Elric suddenly remembered his drunken state from earlier and decided to try and lift their spirits one more time. Clearing his throat, he turned to face Davis and the rest. No, Davis, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to get attacked later during the trip. I don't know if we'll achieve anything from this. Listening to Elric say this, the whole carriage seemed to have stopped. Their mood had hit rock bottom. Unfortunately, Elric didn't seem to notice this, but rather continued to speak. However, there's one thing I do know. Look in front of you, what do you see? Said Elric as he pointed toward the front of the carriage. Stretching his head to take a closer look, after making sure there was nothing else, Davis could help but reply with a somewhat listless tone. Road, all I see is road. Unexpectedly, after hearing his answer, Elric nodded in affirmation. Road. Yes, road. This is a road which magic beasts, humans, carriages, and so many pass every day. This is a road which countless lives have walked through. Taking a deep breath, Elric's momentum seemed to surge. However, the beasts were going to hunt. The magic were going to study. The wizards were going to be. This is a road no one's walked before. Listening to Elric talk, the three of them suddenly felt like they drank an energy drink, no longer the fearful, listless performance from before, but rather they seemed to see a future of them becoming ancestors who created magic together with their young master. Sensing their change of mood, Elric had a slight sum at the corner of his mouth. "And so, Davis, George, and Alvin, are you willing to walk with me down this untrodden road?" said Elric as he faced the three of them. "Yes, young master, we're willing to go with you, X3. As the three of them said this, they seemed to be calmer all of a sudden. So what if they got attacked in the night? So what if they fell on the road? As long as they were helping Elric, that's all that mattered. Thinking of this, the three of them seemed more focused on the ongoing journey, and Elric, who had achieved his desired effect, was suddenly glad he watched all those cringe motivational speeches back on the Blue Star. And so the journey continued. Fortunately, nothing dangerous happened to make their earlier worries for naught. Yawn. At the helm of the carriage, George couldn't help but yawn as he had been driving for hours now without rest. Thankfully, the carriage was enough for them to take turns sleeping while another person kept watch. After a brief discussion, Davis decided to take up the helm while George took his rest. Soon, after a few switches at the helm, the three sons of Elias had already symbolized the start of a new day, and the carriage had already reached its destination. "Elric, Alvin, Gorge, we're here, come out, you might want to see this." Suddenly, just as Elric was out to wake up, an anxious shout from Davis was heard, coincidentally waking up Alvin and George in the process. Hearing his tone, the three of them quickly started to disembark from the carriage. Coming out of the carriage, Elric's, Alvin's, and George's mouths couldn't help but be left agape due to the sight in front of them. A huge valley spanning an unknown distance with countless thunderclouds hovering above the air. In front of them were huge bunnies, some as tall as 5 meters, with huge wings protruding from their back and fangs on each side of their mouth. Seeing the sight in front of him, Davis, as the first to disembark, only had one question on his mind. Young master, are you sure these are bunnies?" Valley of Thunder bunnies. Standing in front of the valley in a trance, the four of them could feel their hair stand on end. Boom! With a loud bang, streaks of lightning could be seen coming from all angles of the valley, and coupled with the raging thunderclouds, the whole air seemed to have a metallic taste. Roar! Just as they were about to observe the scenery, a roar sounded from within the valley. Turning their heads, they quickly looked in the direction of the roar. Unfortunately, what came into their vision completely broke their cognition. Standing on air, the figures of 2 thunder bunnies could be faintly made out. With every kick, blow, or attack, they seemed to wield enough power to destroy everything. Boom! Boom! As the fight between them intensified, the nearby thunder bunnies quickly went into hiding so as to not be affected. "Young master, what should we do?" said Davis, as he looked towards the sky with a trace of worry and fear on his face. Hearing what Davis asked, even Alvin and George began to worry because, according to the current trajectory, the 2 thunder bunnies seemed to be headed in their direction. Seeing this, the three, Alvin, Davis, and George, began to look toward Elric, hoping he had a plan. Thankfully, due to his experience back in the Blue Star, Elric was used to being put under pressure and calmly began to think of a solution. After a few minutes of thinking, a lighting bulb seemed to shine on his head. Looking at the dense shrubs and mud beside him, he suddenly had an idea. Signaling for the three of them to keep their voice down, Elric motioned for them to hide behind the stack of shrubs together with the carriage and coat themselves with mud in the process. Soon, although confused, feeling the approaching figures and not wanting to waste any time, under the lead of the strongest George, they quickly moved the carriage and hid with it. Little did they know that the young master they put all hopes in was not so confident at this moment. Sighing. I hope thunder bunnies are like animals back on the Blue Star that locate their prey in surroundings with smell. Thinking of the difference between Elias and the Blue Star, Elric couldn't help but hope the tricks he learnt from the Animal Planet television show were still effective in a different world. Thud. As soon as all of them had succeeded, 2 huge figures descended on the spot where they had just been. Directly in front of their hiding spot was a huge thunder bunny of about 15 meters with gold fur, a crown-like object fixed on its forehead and covered in streaks of lightning. Standing in front of the golden thunder bunny was a slightly smaller figure, although no golden fur nor crown, but its aura alone seemed to be on par with its opponent. After a few minutes of staring at each other, a large roar shot out a lightning bolt, not giving its opponent a chance to react. Unfortunately, the other thunder bunnies seemed to have expected and quickly covered themselves with its large wings, using it as a shield. Seeing his attack didn't work, the Bunny King took the lead, charging toward his opponent. Soon the two of them discarded the theatrics and went into an all-out physical brawl, using everything they had in possession as a weapon: wings, feet, and even teeth. As time passed, the battle began to intensify. Thankfully, as the fight intensified, Elric and the rest had more leeway to move about, as they seemed too engrossed to pay attention to their surroundings. However, out of his cautious habit, Elric still motioned for them to stay hidden. "Young master, what is going on?" whispered Davis. Although he knew they'd just arrived together, he couldn't help but ask Elric, hoping he'd have an answer. Fortunately, it seemed luck was on his side, as beyond his expectations, Elric seemed to have the answer. "I know what's going on." As soon as Elric said that, all 6 eyes around could help but look at him with doubt. After all, they had all arrived together. How could he know, and they didn't? "I read it in the library." Noticing the suspicious looks in their eyes, Elric began to explain what he read. Pointing to the golden thunder bunny, he began to speak. "According to what I read, what's happening now is called a battle for kingship. Notice the gold fur and crown on its head. Those are the symbols for the king bunny, or overload bunny, meaning he's the bunny king around here." Hearing Elric say this, the 3 of them still had a look of doubt. After all, this didn't explain why they were fighting. However, Elric ignored them and continued speaking. "According to my guess, the slightly shorter bunny is challenging him for his mantle as king. It is said that once a bunny king is defeated, its crown and gold fur get transferred to the victor." Maybe it was because it was the first time hearing or seeing something like this. The 3 of them couldn't help but look at the fight before them with relish. "Whoever, young masters, what happens if the challenger loses?" asked Alvin. Looking at the ongoing fight, Alvin saw the challenger having any hope of winning. Boom! Unfortunately, just as Elric was about to explain what happened to the loser, a large sound could be heard from the battlefield, quickly attracting everyone's reaction. Looking at the dust-filled scene, with gaping mouths, a look of astonishment could clearly be seen on all their faces, including Elric, who just now was slightly annoyed for being interrupted. Standing with his fist piercing through his opponent's heart was the original Bunny King, and at the other end, his opponent was dead with an unwilling expression permanently on its face. Judging from the sight before them, it was easy to tell that the fight had ended. Roar! With a large shout, the victorious roar of the Bunny King resounded through the valley. Roar! 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 And as if on cue, after hearing their leader's roar, the remaining thunder bunnies within the valley let out roars as if to cheer for their leader's victory. Hearing the loud response, after taking a disdainful glance at where Elric and the rest were hidden, the Bunny King hopped away, ignoring its former opponent's now dead body on the floor. Silence. After making sure the Bunny King had left, Elric turned towards Alvin. "Alvin, do you still want to know what happens once the challenger loses?" Not waiting for a response, with a gloomy face, Elric pointed to the dead body on the floor. "Dead. The challenger dies." Maybe I do have the protagonist's luck, thought Elric. Looking at the huge carcass, Elric had a slight smile on his lips, although it wasn't what he'd expected, but at least he was able to get experimental material without doing anything. "George Davis, Alvin, go bring it over." Wiping his drool at the thought of slicing open the now-dead Thunder Bunny, Elric quickly commanded them to bring over the corpse. Soon, with their combined efforts and Elric's cheering on the side, the 3 of them successfully moved the corpse to their hiding spot. Thud! With a loud sound, the dead body was thrown onto the ground, causing a slight vibration. "Good, now we can start." With that said, under the trio's curious gaze, Elric took out a dagger from within his luggage, ready to split the dead bunny into 2. Clank! As the dagger made contact with the bunny's fur, it made a slight clunk sound, leaving little to no damage, in Elric with a numb hand. Fortunately, Elric seemed to have expected this, and without a change of face, he took out another dagger, ready to try again. "Wait, young Maz." Just as Davis was about to persuade him to give up or try something else, he noticed the dagger in Elric's hand was suddenly covered in a slightly dark substance. As early as back when Elric had discovered body-strengthening magic, he had already speculated that it could be used on items. Thankfully, this situation gave him an opportunity to test it. "What should I call it, Hacky?" Looking at the dagger in his hand, Elric couldn't help but give it a familiar name. But considering this is done with mana rather than the spirit, he quickly denied it. "Well, since it's a derivative from the body-strengthening magic, let's call it item-strengthening magic." Saying that, Elric couldn't help but be proud of his name-giving capabilities. While he was celebrating his new discovery, the dagger in his hand suddenly shattered, leaving only its handle in his hand. Sigh, it seems item strengthening still needs some working on. Thinking of this, he quickly made a mental note. Thankfully, there were a lot more extra daggers in the luggage, so after getting used to the process the first time, he took out more daggers and repeated the process till the bunny was successfully split into different pieces. Unfortunately unknown to Elric, while he was busy mutilating a dead bunny in the name of science, George and the others could help but turn green at the gruesome sight before them. "Young master, are you okay?" said George as he pointed to Elric, covered in blue rabbit blood. Following the direction of his fingers, Elric quickly looked at his clothes. It was then that he noticed he'd been drenched in dry thunder bunny blood. However, as someone who was used to performing experiments on live subjects back on the Blue Star, it really didn't affect him. So after waving his arm and telling them not to worry, he focused on the specimen before him. Soon after an hour of slicing and dicing, the Thunder Bunny had been successfully split into different pieces: the nails and teeth, the monocore, the skin, bones, and lastly, its meat. Looking at his work of art, Elric let out a satisfied smile, especially when he looked towards the monocore, which kept flashing with streaks of lightning showing its extraordinariness. Seeing the AI monocore behaving as such, Elric couldn't help but want to scan it with the AI chip and start experimenting. However, looking at the bunny skin beside him, he decided to try something out first. And so, under the curious gaze of George and the others, Elric picked up a piece of skin, a dagger, and began to carve out an inscription on it. "Young master, no," shouted George. Seeing what Elric was trying to do, George couldn't help but think back to the explosion back in the library. Unfortunately, it was too late. Just before he could stop him, Elric had already completed the last stroke. "I hope it works." Whispering under his breath, Elric looked at the inscription before him. Silence, as time based under Elric's gaze. No explosion occurred, unlike before in the library, when the book immediately caught fire as soon as he was done inscribing the flame pattern. "Success." Looking at the parchment with a glowing inscription on it, Elric knew he had succeeded. With that in mind, Elric began to further divide the Thunder Bunny skin, ready to try to inscribe all the inscriptions gained so far. And so time began to pass. By the time he was done inscribing it, the suns of Elias had already begun to set. Although tired but looking at the finished product in his hands, Elric had a satisfied expression on his face. In his right hand was a thick book like a stack of animal skins bound together by some price of leather stripped from his luggage. Although mostly empty, Elric had already put down most of his recorded magic inscriptions into it. "Young master, what is that?" said George as he pointed to the book in his hand. Just as Elric was about to put it away, the curious voice of George sounded behind him, drawing his attention. "This." It was only at this point Elric realized he hadn't given the book a title. So after a bit of thought, he picked up another dagger, infused it with mana, and began to write down the first thing that came to mind. Soon the words could be seen clearly on the animal skin book, Encyclopedia of Magic Inscriptions. Boom! As those words were written down, it seemed a chain reaction, or a certain taboo had been violated, causing a loud sound to be heard all over Elias. At this moment in George and the rest of the astonished gaze, both Elric and the encyclopedia began to rise into the air, emitting an extra bright light. Unfortunately, unbeknownst to the rest of them, including Elric, while this was happening on the outside deep within Elric's soul, more serious changes were occurring. In Elric's soul, their orbs could be seen floating around, one representing the AI chip, another a seed that was shouted out from the void during the first soul inscription back in the cave, and the last an orb with a book-like figure on it. If Elric was there, he'd definitely scream, "Isn't this the encyclopedia?" Too bad he wasn't. Soon, under the guidance of a mysterious force, the three orbs began to slowly merge. Alert! Alert! Detecting exponential growth of the host soul. Alert! Alert! Detecting intrusion by an unknown presence. Begin to analyze changes. Alert! Alert! Analysis failure. As the soul changes occurred, the AI chip's alarm began to go off. Unfortunately, Elric was too preoccupied at the moment to pay attention to anything. Outside the Valley of Thunder Bunnies, the floating figures of Elric and his book could be seen from a far distance. As every second passed, his figure seemed to go higher and brighter, as if there was no end. "George, Davis, what should we do?" asked Alvin as he was confused due to the sudden change of situation. Too bad none of them had the answer. Realizing that there was nothing they could do, the three of them decided to guard Elric and hope everything turns out fine. Soon time passed and the light slowly died down. Seeing this, George and the rest sighed with relief. Thankfully, nothing happened. Little did they know that something did happen, but just not in front of them. After the light went down, a stream of information rushed into Elric's head. So that's it. Running through the newfound information, a complicated look appeared on Elric's face. Damn will of the world, why didn't you tell me all this the first time? Mumbling to himself, Elric had a gloomy look. Ignoring the dumbfounded trio on his side, he began to sort out the new information from the will of the world. It seems this world is more dangerous than I thought. According to the formation just know, I am not the only person to have been gifted, the source of the extraordinary, by the world will, and currently apart from me there are two other holders. The first blasphemer on the human side, as he created an extraordinary road through magic beast blood, and the first god of faith Cyric. As soon as the name Cyric was uttered, Elric seemed to feel a playful gaze set sight on him. Thankfully it left as fast as it came. According to the characteristics of the source of extraordinary, the more people practice your extraordinary method, the more people learn your method, the more people develop your method, all would serve as the original creator's nutrients. As soon as Elric heard that, he immediately thought to all the gods in the world of Ilias and how they all require believers thinking of this. A terrible thought came to mind. Could it be that the current Cyric is as strong as all the gods of Ilias combined? Although he didn't know much about gods, it doesn't take a genius to make such a guess. However, why haven't I heard the name Cyric before? Even back then with the first world will appearance and the inheritance of Chios, I never saw any god named Cyric. The more he thought of this, the more he felt something was wrong, but thinking of the gaze from earlier, Elric was sure that there definitely was a god or powerful being named Cyric. After all, there's a popular saying in Ilias, thou shalt not call the name of God in vain. It is said that once you call a god's name, no matter where you are they'll surely hear you. If you're lucky they might gaze upon you and bless you. If unlucky they might strike you down, and feeling the gaze when he said the name Cyric, Elric didn't feel like it was a blessing. However, it seems with the birth of each extraordinary source, other holders would be notified of each other's existence. It was thanks to this rule, Elric was able to gain information on them. Unfortunately, this rule also made them aware of Elric's existence. But it's not like it's all bad news. Recalling the rest of the information, a smile appeared on Elric's face. Turns out that the creation of the Encyclopedia of Magic Inscriptions gave the originally scattered wizard system a foundation to stand. After all, before, although there were tattoos, meditations, visualizations, etc., but none of this could serve as a base for the wizard system to grow and serve as inheritance. But now, with the realization of the fact that magic beast skins can hold inscriptions and the creation of the encyclopedia, this means that magic books can further be made, thus serving as a means of inheritance. Due to the will of the world officially acknowledging Elric as an extraordinary originator, making the original two sources three. And in the process of this acknowledgement, the will of the world also gave Elric some awards. Firstly, the original space opened up in the soul to house the source of the extraordinary has merged with the encyclopedia, and his eye chip giving birth to a huge change. First change is that the encyclopedia and Elric are bound, meaning Elric can summon it no matter how far it is. All future discovered inscriptions would be automatically written in it, and if damaged can be reformed after a period of time in the soul space. Second gift was not by the will of the world, but was an accident due to crossing. It turns out that during the process of transmigration, his soul and the AI chip had been stained with the breath of time and space. Now with its merging with the encyclopedia and source of extraordinary, resulted in a chain creation creating a small world capable of growth in his soul. The only thing is that currently living things aren't able to live there, as it's only an empty space of about 5 kilometers, with only the encyclopedia floating around. Next was that the world no longer regarded him as an outsider. It turns out that the will of the world had long known he was a reincarnator from another world, but now even if one goes back in time, all they would be able to find is Elric from Ilias, not a reincarnator from the Blue Star. And lastly, since the AI chip had merged with the source of the extraordinary, all those who practiced magic, or the way of the wizard, Elric could enable them to use the functions of the AI chip. Going through all these benefits, Elric's face couldn't help but turn red as he was flushed with excitement, although he didn't know what to use the small world for, but all other benefits left him high in the clouds. Especially the last one, seeing that he couldn't allow all future users to use the AI chip, an absurd thought suddenly came to mind. Am I going to be lord of the system? After all, since the AI chip has the ability of growth, it might not be worse than those systems he read back on the Blue Star, coupled with the fact that I can issue it out. It wouldn't be too outrageous to call me lord of the system. Thinking of this, he turned towards George with a sly smile on his face, and George, feeling Elric's gaze, wanted to ask what's wrong. Unfortunately, just as he was about to ask, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, leaving him scared silly. Beep host detected. Your god-level bodyguard system has been activated. Your god-level bodyguard system has been activated. Who is that? Shouted George. Unfortunately, neither Alvin, Davis nor Elric seemed to be the ones, as they all looked at him strangely after his shout. It's nothing, young master. By the way, what just happened? pointing to the book in Elric's hand. George tried to divert the topic. Thankfully, Alvin and Davis didn't think too much, and Elric, the perpetrator, had already told the AI chip to keep quiet. Not wanting to embarrass George, Elric took out the encyclopedia, opening the flame inscription page, and communicated with it according to the specified rhythm. Then, boom! Under their gazes, a huge flame appeared better them. Obviously, magic books can be used as a medium to store and release spells, not only for recording inscriptions. This new function was actually told to Elric by the book itself. It turns out that as the book grows along with the source of extraordinary, its spirituality would grow, making it no different from a living thing. Too bad right now, it can only release bits of information from time to time. Thinking of an inanimate object gaining life, Elric sighed at the mystery of this world. However, he didn't intend to tell this. The world will, Cyric nor the other awards the George and the rest. Not that he didn't trust them, but anything could happen. For instance, what would happen if they got arrested by some gods or weird extraordinary beings and their souls searched? Although Elric wasn't sure if there was such a thing as soul searching, he wasn't willing to find out. Looking at the book in Elric's hand, Alvin, George, and Davis breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that their young master wasn't some perverted bunny mutilator, but needed the skin for this. Noticing their reaction, Elric couldn't help but be confused by their reaction. Unfortunately, when Elric wanted to continue speaking, Alvin spoke up, accidentally interrupting him. Excuse me, young master, we might have a problem. Look around us," shouted Alvin as he nervously pointed to their surroundings. Gathered around them were herds of thunder bunnies and other extraordinary beasts. Most likely they had been attracted due to the light before, but were too scared to go closer. Now that the lights died down, there wasn't anything stopping them. Circled around them, they seemed really to rush straight into the middle to find the source of the light. Roar! With a large roar standing on top of a high hill, the Thunder Bunny King declared its presence as he looked down condescendingly. Roar! 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 And following their king's lead, the rest of the bunnies within the valley roared as if to say, "Get out of our turf," to all the beasts present. Soon the atmosphere between both sides quickly heated up. It seemed a war would break out at any moment, and Elric and the rest between the two sides quickly felt the tension. "Young master, we're screwed, aren't we?" said Davis as he looked at his surroundings. "Yes, George, we're royally screwed," said Elric without hesitation, and Davis, on the other hand, just stood holding a bone from the carcass in a fighting pose. "Don't feel so, guys, at least things can't get any worse." Seeing everyone like this, Alvin tried to cheer them up. Elric, hearing Alvin release such a flag, couldn't help but get a bad feeling, and unfortunately, as if to prove him right, things were getting worse, not just for him, but for the whole of Elias. Temple of Gods. High above the mainland of Elias, hidden in a special plane, a meeting of gods was once again held by the current god, King Helios, the god of light. Inside the temple, rows of sheets could be seen with have figures seen sitting on them. At the head of the temple was none other than the god of light, holding a long staff in his right hand and a Bible in his left. He gave off an aura that made one want to get closer to him. "Your Highness, God of Light, this is the second time we've been called here in less than a week, and the most we've been called in the past 1,000 years. What in Elias is going on?" Speaking was a god wrapped in flames sitting directly behind the god of light. Obviously, he was a powerful god, as you could tell by the lack of respect in his tone. "Hephaestus, if you keep quiet and don't cause a commotion, your flames wouldn't get lower. Look, the other gods are all looking at you." Talking to the flaming god beside her was a goddess wrapped in water. Together with her, Hephaestus, Venti, god of the wind, and Terra, goddess of the land, represented the four elemental gods. Seeing her talk to him like this, although annoyed, Hephaestus kept quiet as he looked in fear at the staff held by Helios. Soon time passed and the temple was completely filled, from the current god king to the smallest river god. At this point, apart from the ancient gods, all other gods were inside the temple. Bang! Hitting his scepter on the temple ground, Helios quickly got their attention. "I've called you all here for many reasons. First of all, the abyss has begun to riot. If I'm not mistaken, the seal would soon be broken." With a calm voice, Helios began to explain the meeting's agenda. Unfortunately, the whole temple had become noisy at the mention of the abyss. Abyss, a huge part of Elias consisting of multiple planes, which can be called the inverse of the mainland or the backside of Elias. It is said to gather all the negative properties of Elias, such as hate, violence, lust, etc., resulting in the birth of powerful abyss creatures whose sole purpose is to sacrifice the whole world into the abyss. Because of this, small planes all around Elias are being dragged into the abyss at every moment. Last time there was an abyss invasion on the main plane, countless races, gods, and believers fell in order to protect the main plane. After a huge amount of sacrifice and the death of the former god king, they managed to successfully seal the abyss from entering the main plane. So hearing the seal was about to break, all the gods had a look of fear on their face, and disregarding Helios' face, each began to talk and plan on various escape plans and strategies. Soon the whole temple had become rowdy. However, Helios just sat there calmly, neither anxious nor worrying, just sitting watching them, as if he wasn't afraid and it didn't concern him. Your Majesty. Just as a young god was about to speak to Helios, a monstrous pressure suddenly descended on him, crushing his god body and teleporting him out of the temple of God. It was then that they remembered that the person before them wasn't some small lower god, but rather a god king capable of crushing the strongest main god. With great fear, they quickly kept quiet, and noticing this, Helios continued speaking. And now, the second thing I want to tell you has something that has to do with the life of all the gods present, so I implore you to put aside your difference and take this seriously. As soon as Helios said this, all the gods present looked at him with surprise. After all, what could be worse than an abyss invasion? However, his next words left them speechless. Earlier today, the will of the world sent Oracle through Delphi, the goddess of prophecy. Hearing the will of the world, the gods present put away their doubts, as the will of the world only makes a move when something that can affect the world happens. With this in mind, they began to hope whatever the oracle was, it wouldn't affect them. Unfortunately, Helios' next work completely destroyed all hopes. And so, under the gaze of all the gods present, Helios spit out one word that made even the mightiest of gods fear. Ragnarok. Ragnarok. Boom. As soon as that word was said, the whole temple began to tremble slightly, like a certain taboo had been violated. Your Highness, you must be joking. How could Ragnarok be coming? Haha, yes, it must be a joke. Ha, who knew Lord God King was such a joker? Soon random shouts filled the room as each god or goddess fell into a state of denial. After all, the word Ragnarok symbolized the last of the god king's words before his fall. Back then, just before he fell in the process of sealing the abyss, he said he had seen the future, and that when Ragnarok comes is when all the gods slumber. Although back then not too many gods took it seriously, after all each god is proud and confident in their skills, however they all kept in mind the word Ragnarok. Now, after thousands of years, that same word that has always been in the back of their mind has once again been said by a god king. Soon time passed, and Helios' cough once again brought them back to reality. Her Highness Delphi, if you may, please repeat what you had told me before, said Helios. Although he was a god king, each god has his or her own pride, hence, unless you have conflict with a certain god, each god refers to each other as his highness or her highness as a sign of respect. As soon as Helios said this, green mist had begun to emerge from the bottom of the temple, and on everyone's shocked gaze, before anyone could react, Delphi had already appeared standing beside Helios. You know, everyone in this temple is a god capable of sensing anything within millions of miles, but yet Delphi had unknowingly appeared in front of them. Suddenly, the atmosphere became dignified. Unfortunately, both Helios and Delphi chose to ignore them and continued the meeting. Standing beside Helios, covered with a green robe and a slight hunchback, was Delphi. Although no one could see her appearance, however, her glowing green eyes and strange confirmed to everyone that this was indeed Ilia's most mysterious god, Delphi. Yes, your highness, I shall repeat it now. Just when everyone was focused on her appearance just now, Delphi suddenly spoke up, gaining everyone's attention. And so, under everyone's watchful gaze, her already glowing green eyes seemed to increase in brightness. Soon a few minutes passed, and just when people were already getting impatient, she suddenly opened her mouth. When the three sources are born, a new era of Ragnarok shall rise. And from a new world, with new knowledge, the human king shall take the world by surprise. The stars shall dim, and the sky shall weep. In this era of God's fall, there is no peaceful sleep. With the last word, Delphi closed her mouth, and her green eyes stopped glowing and slightly dimmed. With a slight bow at Helios, she vanished, leaving the temple as quickly as she arrived. With her exit, the whole temple became silent. Everything in the oracle wasn't stated clearly, however the words Godfall and Ragnarok were enough to garner their attention. Now that you've heard it, I don't think I need to say much, and at first when I heard it, I suddenly felt a trembling in my spirit. It seems even I, the God King, cannot escape this catastrophe. You must know the world of Ilia's level of gods can be classified into 5 stages: the lower god, median god, upper god, main god, and finally the God King. Although ancient gods do exist, they are ranked separately, as they are more of parts of Ilia's than gods, as they don't need faith, and can be said to be immortal concepts who live and die with the world. And because ancient gods are so powerful, this leads to most of them being constantly bored and would only be seen in times of emergencies. Other times, most ancient gods can either be found sleeping, developing weird hobbies, or trying to commit suicide to pass the time. Now Helios, the strongest god king first under the ancient gods, was telling them that he was also in danger of falling during the Ragnarok catastrophe. How could this not shock them? It was no wonder that many gods didn't believe it after all. If the last god king didn't sacrifice himself to seal the abyss, almost nothing could kill him. Unfortunately, Helios didn't seem to want to explain, but rather just sat there seemingly enjoying watching their reactions. Some gods were scared, while other gods had even begun to think this was their opportunity to ascend the throne of God King, hoping that Helios could fall, giving them a chance. After giving them some time to digest the news, Helios continued speaking. Although many parts of the oracle have not been deciphered, after communicating with the Sea of Law and further investigation, it has been deduced that the King of Humans who is yet to be born is currently around here. Waving his hand, a large map of Ilias was projected before them. On it, a large circle covering Freedom Town was highlighted. Ares, isn't this your turf? Pointing towards Ares was Kratos, the god of fighting. Apparently due to their similar theocracy war and fighting, they had always had a bad relationship, and now that there was a chance to pull Ares into muddy waters, he couldn't let go. Haha, don't you remember last time, Letet beat him away when tried to take over. Not caring about Ares' reaction, Cinemoja, the goddess of conspiracy, exposed Ares' latest action, causing the gods around to laugh at Ares. Even the lower gods let out a light snicker. And Ares, hearing the comments around him, steamed with anger. Too bad, given his strength as a middle god, all he could do was just bear it in silence. Thankfully, Helios' voice at this moment seemed to help him out. All of you keep quiet. I have decided to start with Freedom Town immediately to search for the new human king. As we speak, my Inquisition army is already on the move there. They should make it there in about a month, said Helios with a matter-of-fact tone, and Letet in the crowd, who had kept quiet all this, felt he was being ignored as the owner of Freedom Town burst the aura of an upper god and confronted Helios. Feeling the family aura, a look of fear flashed in Ares' eyes, and Latest, seeing this, couldn't help but roll his eyes in disdain. Your Highness, isn't this too much? Freedom Town belongs to my territory. Standing up from his seat, he waited for Helios' reply. Meanwhile, the rest of the gods were shocked by how Lated, a former middle god, had upgraded into an upper god in less than 1,000 years. Pressing their thoughts down, everyone watched both sides go at it with relish. Unfortunately, what they were expecting didn't happen. Rather, Helios just pointed his staff towards Letet and kept quiet. Seeing the staff, a look of fear appeared in his eyes, for fear that Helios would actually attack him. Due to this, Letet could only sit back down and mumble under his breath. Damn, just you wait. Once everything I've planned is done, we'll see who would be the god king then. No, if all goes according to plan, it may not be impossible for me to become an ancient god. Thinking of this, Letet's eyes flickered with a strange light. Thankfully, Helios on the side didn't seem to notice it. The rest of you, go let your followers prepare for the upcoming Abyss invasion, and if there's any more information regarding the oracle, be sure to let me know. After saying this, Helios vanished from his seat, not caring what anyone thought. Soon all that was left in the temple were a group of gods lost in thought. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Thunder Bunnies, while all that was happening, Elric and the others were in a tight situation. With sweat slowly dripping from his head, although anxious, Elric tried his best to remain calm and deduce the best way out of the current predicament. Thankfully, with the help of the AI chip and his quick thinking, after a few minutes, he has successfully seen through the essence of the horde. According to my observation, the reason they've gathered here was due to the light from before. Just like a moth is attracted to flames, all we need to do this time is set the flames for the moths to flock to. Only this time moths are 5 feet thunder bunnies and other magic beasts. And given the fact that both are currently hostile, there's 100% possible that an alteration would take place, causing both sides loss. It might not even be impossible to gain some benefits out of this. Gathering Davis and the rest, Elric began to tell his observation. Young master, I think I get what you're trying to say. However, what's a moth? And what are we going to use as our flame? Well, with a slightly confused expression, Davis could help but ask with a look of doubt on his face. Damn. I forgot there's no such thing as moths in Ilias. Hopefully they won't think much of this. Hearing Davis' question, it was at this moment Eric realized he made a slip of tongue. Roar. Just as he was about to say something to Davis, the Bunny King's roar sounded again. Only this time it seemed that the Thunder Bunnies were ready to make the first strike on their home invaders. Can't tell, the young master means we should create a distraction. Now keep your voice down. It seemed neither side has noticed us. With a finger to his mouth, George quickly reprimanded Davis, motioning for him to quickly get down. Lucky either because of their small size or weak aura, both monster sides didn't seem to see them, or rather care much about them. Elric, having noticed this, quickly initiated his plan. Davis and George, I need you to move the carriage as far away from us as possible, preferably in a position where both sides can easily see it. Alvin, you follow me to uproot some bushes and get more twigs. We have to make our hiding spot more hidden. George and Davis immediately, I say now, run towards the hiding spot immediately, and whatever you hear, don't stop. Soon after giving a series of orders, the whole team, including Elric, went into action. Roar! On the beast's side, hearing the Bunny King's roar, a large Pertrosser-type monster flew out of the opposing monster horde, releasing an aura no weaker than its own. Flying in the air, it looked down on the Bunny King in disdain. Sensing its provocative look, with a roar the Thunder Bunny King immediately leaped off from where it stood ready to live the giant dragon a preemptive strike. No! Seeing this, Elric quickly realized this was his best opportunity to strike, and he immediately gave George and Davis the signal. Without thinking or looking back, the two of them quickly dashed for the planned spot. Boom! Just as they made a few steps, a loud explosion sounded behind them, followed by a strong smell of burning wood. Feeling the change in their surroundings, the two of them couldn't help but want to turn back and see what happened. Thankfully, they remembered they'd promised Elric not to, and concentrated on reaching their destination. Soon after a few minutes of running, they reached the planned hiding spot, which was made thanks to Elric's and Alvin's skills. Young master, we made it. Crouching into position and taking a deep breath, those words came out of David's mouth as soon as they arrived. Even George couldn't help but nod in agreement. Yes, you did, and I'm glad you listened to my advice and did not look back, said Elric. Without waiting for Davis to ask what he meant, Elric pointed to the sky as if to say, look, here's your answer. Turns out that at the time he said, now giving them the signal, their carriage immediately exploded, attracting the large Pertrosser and Bunny King's attention, and making them successfully transfer their battlefield from the air down to where they had just pushed the carriage. Now, after just a few alterations between both of them, deep pits showing how huge the damage was could clearly be seen. Thinking of this, both Davis and George couldn't help but wipe the sweat from their forehead. Thankfully, they listened to Elric's advice. However, Alvin on the side had a thoughtful expression on his face. Young master, if I may ask, how did you know the carriage was going to explode? Hearing Alvin's question, George and Davis quickly turned to Elric. After this was definitely no coincidence. And Elric, after thinking for a while, decided there was nothing to hide and told them what happened. Waving his right hand, his encyclopedia, or now spell book, appeared in his hand. Turns out that he had already left the spell book in the carriage before it moved, and using the connection between it and the source of extraordinary, Elric successfully activated the flame inscription in process, setting the whole carriage to set on fire. However, it seemed not everything went according to plan, as someone's luggage in the carriage appeared to contain something flammable, causing the carriage explosion range to widen. Thankfully, this didn't seem to have any adverse effect, and successfully attracted the leader of the two sides' attention. Once this was done, relying on the same connection as before, Elric successfully summoned the spell book back to the extraordinary space within its soul. After telling them this, the three of them couldn't help but look at Elric like he was a monster, being able to come up with such a plan, and allowing the two sides to fight with each other. They even began to wonder if their young master had been replaced by some demon. Too bad they'll never know that their young master has indeed been replaced, but not by a demon, but rather a super genius from the Blue Star. Okay, young master, what do we do now? Forcing down his doubts, George could help but ask, due to the fact that as they were speaking, the Thunder Bunnies and the opposing sides had already gone to war, and from the looks of it, it doesn't seem to end anytime soon. We wait, and hopefully there'll be a lot to gain from this, said Elric. Thinking of all the corpses that would remain from this war, drool couldn't help but drip from the side of Elric's mouth. Soon time passed, and the war was unlike anything the four of them had ever seen, with various magical abilities being displayed left and right, blood flying into the air and shrieks resounding throughout the valley. It was truly a sight for sore eyes. Even with the setting of the sun, the war showed no signs of dying down, rather it seemed to have intensified, as both sides had begun to become red-eyed. Noticing this, Elric and the rest realized there was no way to escape, as it is otherwise they might accidentally become the center of target for both sides, so with a slight sigh, they began to make preparations in their stay in the hiding spot. Grrr tilde. Just as they were engrossed in the war, a slight sound was heard from Davis' stomach, gaining everyone's attention. Hee, don't mind me, it seems I'm a bit hungry, said Davis, as he tried to change to the topic with a slight blush on his face. However, as if given a signal, immediately after Davis finished speaking, the stomachs of George, Alvin, and Elric each made the same hunger growls. With that, an awkward silence filled the air. Thankfully, after a few forced laughs, they quickly put it aside and began to think of a way to solve their hunger. Young master, why don't we eat that? Holding his stomach with one arm due to hunger, Alvin pointed to a nearby corpse beside them. It was a giant bear-like beast who looked scorched with lightning, mostly killed by a thunder bunny. That's a good idea, Alvin, only if you want us to attract those beasts' attention, haha. Hearing Alvin's words, George couldn't help but laugh at it sarcastically. After all, considering their current predicament, who knows which monster might get a whiff of the burning corpse as they cooked it. Try and get the corpse and cook it would be tantamount to suicide. Young master, I think we should let him cook, said Davis. Davis, on the other hand, unlike George, thought otherwise, insisting on the fact that both sides were currently too engrossed in battle to notice anything going on. Soon after bickering for a bit, Alvin, George, and Davis decided to leave it to Elric to decide. And after thinking about it for a bit, Elric still decided to follow Alvin's choice and cook the corpse. After all, both sides were currently too engrossed in fighting, coupled with the constant lightning strikes creating fires. It would be hard for one of them to single them out. With all these various factors, plus his grumbling stomach, Elric decided to take the risk. We can eat some of the meat. However, we have to cook the corpse far away from our hiding spot so as to not be implicated. Who's up for moving the corpse, said Elric, who had obviously made up his mind. Thankfully, there wasn't too much of a discussion for this as Davis, as the strongest excluding Elric, decided to talk on this task, to which nobody had any questions to. Following the same strategy as with the carriage from earlier, Elric gave Davis his spell book to carry together with the corpses so that like before he would activate the fire inscription. Davis, seeing him holding out the book, instantly understood what he meant, taking it in his left hand and dragging the corpse with his right. Davis began to look for a secluded cooking spot. Thankfully, after a period of checks, Davis successfully found a small cave. Looking at the cave, he couldn't help but wish this was their hiding spot. Too bad it was already too late to change. Throwing the corpse forward into the cave, he took out the magic book, which after gaining Elric's permission, was able to use the inscriptions with it. So after opening the flame inscription page, he immediately started cooking. Sizzle tilde. Sizzle tilde. Sizzle tilde. Sitting in a cave, one person, one large corpse, one magic book could be seen. Using the flames of the book, the corpse quickly started cooking, spreading a nice aroma throughout the cave. Even Davis sitting in front of it could help but salivate. However, thinking of the others waiting for him, he quickly wiped his lips and waited for the food to be done. Sizzle tilde. Finally, the last sizzle signaled the readiness of the food. Realizing this, he decided to leave the cave, and so without any hesitation Davis took back the magic book, carrying the corpse back to their original hiding spot. Stepping out of the cave, the pupils of Davis couldn't help but shrink. Outside the cave, the sons of Elias had already gone down, making it almost impossible to see his surroundings, and judging from the height of the moon, it was obvious he had spent a lot of time in the cooking cave. Realizing this, he immediately summoned a fireball through the book to serve as lighting, and picked up his pace, hoping to get to Elric and the rest safely, and given that more beasts tend to come out at night, Davis couldn't help but worry about his own safety. After a period of playing hide and seek with the voices in the woods, Davis successfully brought the food back. However, the sight he saw left him speechless. Crouching in their hiding spot, Elric, Alvin, and George sat down with round bellies beside a bag full of food. It turned out that after he left, Alvin accidentally discovered one of the bags Elric took out from the carriage in order to dissect the Thunder Bunny from earlier, and in it contained a lot of food. Haha, don't worry about it, Davis, have a seat. Motioning for him to sit beside him, George took out some wine and dried meat from the bag, and Davis, with a listless expression, took the wine from him and took a large gulp as if to take out his anger on the wine. HSSS tilde. Drinking it down, suddenly Davis asked a question that had been bothering since he got here. Young master, what's going on with the war? How come it's all silent? I can't believe you guys let me go out alone for no reason. Taking a gulp of wine, Davis expressed his dissatisfaction. Calm down, it's not our fault, it was totally unexpected. Who would have guessed Alvin would trip over a bag containing our food when he went to do his business in the bush? With a slightly drunken face, George waved it off nonchalantly. And Alvin, whose black history was said, couldn't help but want to bury himself in the ground. Thankfully, no one was paying too much attention to him at the moment. Damn it. Seems like you've forgotten who's the strongest among both of us. Getting up from the ground, Davis said as he waved a drunken fist. Oh, let's see who's afraid of who. George shouted back as he held a wine bottle in hand, obviously not wanting to fall behind. Soon it looked like a drunken brawl would take place at any moment. Seeing the two of them go at it, Elric suddenly had a headache. However, remembering that they were supposed to be hiding, he knew he had to quickly stop them in order to prevent them from exposing themselves. Davis. George. Calm down, I know you're stressed from the day's events. However, remember, we're supposed to be hiding. With a slight loud reprimand, couldn't help but shout at the two. Thankfully, the two of them weren't fully drunk and quickly acknowledged their mistakes. We're sorry, young master. 2x. Seeing them so sensible, Elric's slightly annoyed mood calmed down, and adhering to the principle of the carrot and the stick, he proceeded to comfort them separately. Davis, I know it must have been a lot of hard work and dangerous to get the food, and you might think that what you've done is useless, but it's actually not. Look at this. After saying this, Elric took out the food bag and showed its interior to Davis. As you can see, it's empty. What we're sharing is the last of the foodstuff. The fried meat had already been exposed and would start rotting any moment from now, and most of the wine bottles were found broken. In order not to waste the food, we decided to eat it now. Hearing Elric say all this, Davis was in shock. It turned out what they were eating was the last of the food they brought. However, it didn't change the fact that he felt like all he'd done was a waste. Thinking of this, he fell silent. And Elric, who's used to dealing with all kinds of people on the Blue Start, how could he not know what Davis was thinking? With a slight smile, he continued speaking. But you, Davis, you solved our predicament. According to my estimate, the corpse you brought is about 500 pounds. Do you know what that means? Not waiting for Davis to answer his question, Elric continued speaking. It means you've indirectly solved our food situation. Hearing Elric say this, Davis' eyes shone with realization. It turns out everything he did was not in vain, rather he indirectly saved everyone from hunger. Suddenly, the earlier depression was swept away, as if it was an illusion, and seeing Davis like this, Elric knew that his goal had been accomplished. George! Shouted Elric. Hearing the shout, George quickly shook off the drunkenness from his eyes. George, although I must remind you that everyone is currently stressed out by the current situation, after all, no one expected this war to break out, although I admit that this was my fault. Saying this, Elric took a slight bow of apology to the three of them. No, young master, don't do that. Yes, young master, it's not your fault. No one expected you to suddenly burst into light. Yeah, it's all these darn monsters' fault for suddenly gathering around us. Looking at the bowing Elric, the three, Alvin, George, and Davis, quickly rushed to stop him. Calm down, you guys. I know what I mean when I say it's my fault. However, that doesn't mean we should stress each other out, as we each already have enough on our minds. Now, George, if you will apologize to Davis. And George, hearing what Elric said, with a slightly tangled face, he turned to Davis. Davis, I'm sorry. As soon as he said it, Davis felt like he'd suddenly unloaded a set of weights. Clap. Good, it seems that everything is settled. Now we can go into the main event. Davis, do you remember what you said earlier? With a clap, seeing that the matter had ended, Elric changed the topic. Unfortunately, Davis didn't seem to remember. When you got here, you asked why the surroundings were quiet. You probably can't remember due to your drinking. However, you are right. The surroundings are usually quiet. After saying that, Elric kept quiet, giving everyone a chance to listen to their surroundings, and to everyone's surprise, it was deadly silent. It seemed the screaming of monsters in the background had totally disappeared. It seems that you've also noticed it, said Elric, as he noticed the seriousness on George's and Alvin's face. With a light nod, the two of them nodded in agreement. According to my guess, three things could have happened. One, either the two sides have withdrawn from the war after calming down due to mass casualties. Two, the two sides could have withdrawn after realizing there was no treasure to gain with the disappearance of the light. And lastly, both sides decided to go on a temporary truce, die to the nightfall, ready to launch a final strike in the morning. Hearing the three options given by Elric, their already serious faces became further dignified as they began to worry in case of the third option was correct. However, Elric's next words put them at ease. Don't worry, we don't need to be afraid too much after all. Even if a final all-out, all-round war breaks out tomorrow morning, as long as we stay hidden, the battle is sure not to affect us. And who knows, what if one of the first two happened and they chose to withdraw? So let's not think negatively and wait for tomorrow to find out. Hearing those words, the three of them nodded in agreement. Soon after deciding who would keep the first watch, the remaining started to prepare to sleep in order to get ready for tomorrow's agenda. Tweet tilde, tweet tilde. New day had begun, and waking up, the faint sound of birds tweeting could be heard in Elric's ear. Upon opening his eyes, the figures of Alvin and George sleeping could be faintly made out beside him. Looking at them sleeping peacefully, he decided to get up without disturbing them. Young master, you're awake, said Davis from a distance. It turned out that he had noticed Elric's movement during his waking up process. With slightly red eyes from keeping watch all night, he made his way toward Elric. And Elric, seeing him in such a state, couldn't help but feel bad. Shaking his head, he decided to make it up to him later. Davis, good morning, how's the surrounding? Any movement from the monsters? With a slightly tense look, Elric asked Davis. Unfortunately, Davis' answer left him further confused. About that, it might be better for you to see it yourself. After saying that, Davis could help but have a slightly awkward look on his face. Yawn tilde. Yawn tilde. However, just as Elric was about to ask him what he meant by that, the yawns of George and Alvin sounded behind, distracting them from their conversation. Turns out that the voices of Elric and Davis just now unintentionally interrupted their sleep, waking them up. Haha, good morning, everyone. By the way, young master, why didn't you wake me up when you woke up? With a hearty laugh, George greeted everyone. Obviously, he seemed to have had a good sleep. Alvin, on the other one, seemed to be a zombie, as he was still struggling to stand up due to the drowsiness in his eyes. Good morning, young masters, tilde. Unfortunately, just as Alvin was about to greet, Elric fell asleep halfway. Ha 3 times. Alvin like this, Elric, George, and Davis laughed out loud, completely disregarding their image. By the way, Davis, what did you mean just now when you said, it would be better if I saw it for myself? And so, with the dying down of the laughter, Elric couldn't help but bring back the earlier topic. About that, since George is awake and Alvin is semi-awake, it might be better for all four of us to go together. Still refusing to tell him specific details, Davis gave an answer without an answer. Can't you just say it? Unwilling to give up, Elric continued to ask him, yet for some reason Davis refused to tell him what he saw. Young master, it's not that I don't want to tell you, it's just that I really can't describe it. With sweat running down from the side of his forehead, Davis began to worry, as he did want it to seem like he was hiding anything from his young master. Thankfully, after examining Davis' reactions, Elric realized that he really couldn't explain it rather than hiding it. Fine, I believe you, however, once Alvin is fully awake, let's set off. Saying this, Elric kept quiet, pressing down his curiosity to explore the surroundings now. Don't worry, young master, you can count on me, said Davis with a smile after hearing Elric's reply. Watching the two of them go back and forth at it, George couldn't help but have a question mark at the top of his head. Soon after waiting for about an hour, planning the day's activities and other things, the yawn of Alvin sounded again. Obviously, he had woken up for a second time. Oh, if it isn't our little princess, don't you need more beauty sleep? Looking at the yawning Alvin, George couldn't help but tease him. However, once he said this, thought of what happened last night and looked at Elric with nervousness. Unexpectedly this time, Elric didn't say anything, rather he pretended not to hear him and focused on the now awake Alvin. Seeing this, George breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his young master didn't force him to apologize to Alvin. Alvin, on the other hand, looking at everyone awake looking at him with scrutiny, could help but bow his head with shyness. It seems that you guys woke up earlier. Good morning, everyone. Alvin spoke, trying to divert everyone's attention from him. Thankfully, no one seemed to pay much attention to it. Davis, Alvin is awake now. Wouldn't it be time for you to tell us what's going on outside? Said George. During the time while Alvin was still sleeping, George had already asked Davis and Elric what they were talking about before he woke up. Due to this, he knew that Davis had already surveyed the outside while they slept. Yeah, Davis, it's time. Hearing George bring it up, Elric quickly supported him with a look of anticipation. After all, given the silence from yesterday night and the still silent morning, he could already predict what had happened. If what's happened is what I think happened, then I'm in for a big gain this time. Thinking of this, Eric clenched his fists with excitement. Yes, young master, since everyone is awake and ready, let's go. Ignoring the still dazed Alvin, under the leadership of Davis, the remaining three of them headed toward the world outside their hiding space. Crack tilde. Crunch tilde. Crutch tilde. As the four of them made their way away from their hiding spot, from time to time, they would step on the occasional dead branch or bone. We're here, said Davis. Soon, maybe 10 broken branches later, they made their way to a large open space somewhere within the Thunder Bunny's valley. However, as soon as they saw the sight before them, everyone was left speechless. Davis, I can see why you said you couldn't explain what you saw earlier, said George with his mouth still agape in shock. Hearing George say this, Alvin beside him nodded in agreement. However, Elric didn't seem to think so. No, I have the perfect name to call this scene. 2 words, theirs is nothing else that can describe this scene. Hearing Elric say this, the three of them looked at him in unison. Fortunately, Elric didn't seem to think too much of their gaze, as he's felt it a lot during their time on this trip. Taking a deep breath, he spat the words that came to mind. Corpse galore. Corpse galore, there was no other way to describe the sight before them. Just entering the area alone had caused the four of their nose to twitch, as the pungent smell of blood resided through the air. Before them was a scene which would be no exaggeration to call it a disaster, as mounds upon mounds of corpses of different sizes could be found. "You guys look. There's still something alive," shouted George as he pointed to the middle of the area. Hearing this, the three Elric, Davis, and Alvin immediately turned in the direction of his finger. At this time, in the center of the valley, a fight between the Thunder Bunny kind and a large earth-colored lizard could be seen taking place. Two of them stood blood-stained, facing each other. Behind the Thunder Bunny King, along with the earlier Velociraptor, a large number of corpses lay behind him. And begin the earth lizard, a large mound of Thunder Bunny corpses could be seen. Obviously, the two of them were the last survivors of the ongoing war. "Roar! Roar!" After taking a breather, the two of them released a large roar, charging at each other. Boom! 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 It seemed that the earlier fatigue on each side had disappeared as the two of them went into a violent, fleshy brawl. Even Elric and then others who were far away felt the vibrations from their duel. Crunch! Just as they continued to watch the battle, a loud sound rang throughout the valley. Looking at the earth lizard, its mouth was stained with blood as it violently ripped out the right arm of the Thunder Bunny King. Arg! With a loud, pain-filled shout, the Thunder Bunnies used his left arm to try and stop the blood from gushing out of where his right arm used to be. Thankfully, its healing factor seemed to be particularly strong, so, after a few minutes of bleeding, it completely stopped. Holding where its right arm used to be, the Bunny King looked at its opponent with anger. Hug, hug, hug. Yet, feeling the gaze of the Bunny King, with an arm in its mouth, it still managed a way to laugh at his opponent. Suddenly, it seemed like the battle was about to end. However, looking at all his dead comrades around, the Thunder Bunny didn't want to go down like this. So realizing he couldn't win all of a sudden, the Thunder Bunny suddenly showed a ferocious expression on his face. As if he had made up its mind, all of a sudden, he closed its eyes. "Young master, what is going on?" Looking at the change of pace, George couldn't help but be confused. Even the earth lizard spat at the arm from its mouth as it looked at the handicapped bunny in doubt. However, just when it was about to lay its killing strike, its pupils were stark with disbelief. Shriek, disregarding its earlier confident demeanor, with an expression like it had seen a ghost, the earth lizard ran as fast as it could. Too bad it was a little too late. Swoosh! In a burst of unexpected speed, the Thunder Bunny King jumped into the earth lizard, knocking it down. Shriek! 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 Shouted the earth lizard as it tried to escape from the Rabbit King clutches. Too bad it was not effective, as the Rabbit King seemed to have gotten a grip of steel. "Damn, young master, what is going on? Why did the Velociraptor suddenly want to run away? In fact, don't say it, this fight is just so confusing." Murmuring under his lips, George looked at the fight with a confused expression on his face. Elric, on the other hand, wasn't paying attention to George, but rather an ominous premonition had come to mind. In fact, as early as when the Rabbit King closed its eyes, all the hairs on Elric stood up on end, as if he had encountered an unimaginable danger. However, no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find the source of danger. "That's it." Thinking to himself, Eric smiled as he'd thought of a solution. So, ignoring George's mumbling, he focused on the AI chip within his soul. AI chip scanned the mana levels in that valley below. It turns out that due to all that has happened, Elric hadn't used the AI chip much, causing him to almost forget about it. And thinking of the fact that the AI chip had merged with the source space in his soul, he wondered what kind of upgrades had taken place in it. "Yes, host. Task established." Saying that, an invisible fluctuation was emitted from Elric's body. "Scan complete." After that, a stream of information was transmitted directly into Elric's head. Scanning through the information, Elric's mood was complicated. At a time, he was confused about whether to be happy or scared. Happy because he just found out that the AI chip scanning range has increased to 5 kilometers, which was the same as the small world, meaning that the growth of the small world could bring unexpected evolutions to the AI chip. And scared, it turns out that the Rabbit King was about to make himself explode. After the scan, the AI chip detected the man's levels of the Rabbit King rising at an exponential rate. "Damn. How can you just decide to blow up once you see you're losing a fight?" Looking at the giant rabbit pressing on a giant lizard below, Elric suddenly had a greater fear for the creatures of Elias. However, the explosion is not what's scary, but rather the chain reaction it could cause. It's what's scary. According to the AI chip, calculated the explosion by the Rabbit King is enough to cause a medium-sized earthquake, which would in turn cause a lot of nearby hills and mountains, which had already been damaged due to the war, to completely collapse, resulting in everything in the valley being buried alive. Thinking of all this, the worry on Elric's face became worse. Just as Elric continued to complain in his mind, his pupils suddenly shrank. George, Alvin, Davis, get down now, shouted Elric at the top of his lungs. Young master, what do you? Boom. Suddenly a loud explosion sound rang out, interrupting Davis' words. Boom. As if on cue, as soon Elric shouted with the Thunder Bunny King at the center, a huge explosion took place, shaking the foundation of the valley. Boom. 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 And so, following his prediction, nearby small hills and mountains began to collapse. Soon it looked like the whole valley was about to collapse in on itself. Ouch. Damn it. With a loud shout, Elric cursed out in pain. The rumble just now had caused a small stone to fall on top of his head. By the way, Davis, didn't you find a cave earlier when you went to cook? Let's stay there while we wait for the explosion after effects to die down, said Elric as he suddenly thought of a solution for their current predicament. And so, after saying this, he looked at the three of them, waiting for their opinion. Agreed. 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 Thankfully, neither of them was against it, and without giving it too much thought, the three of them all agreed at the same time. Good, since there is no argument, let's hurry up and leave before this place completely collapses. Hearing Elric say that, the three of them looked at their surroundings. At this point, most of the valley had already been filled with rubble from small avalanches, making most of the corpses and injured monsters buried alive, and from the looks of it, it seemed their place was next to be buried. Gulp. George couldn't help but gulp as he imagined himself being flattened into a George-style pancake. Davis, you heard what the young master said. Let's hurry out of here, George said to Davis in an urging tone. Rumble tilde, rumble tilde. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground underneath them began to shake. Obviously, the shock wave had reached their side. Damn it, everybody follow Davis and run. Feeling the vibrations, Elric immediately gave the order. Luckily, Davis was quick to react and quickly ran in the direction of the cave. Boom! As they started running, suddenly a loud bang suddenly rang out from behind them. Young master, what was that? Boom is never a good sound. With a wary tone in his voice, Alvin asked Elric, who was running slightly in front of him. Hearing this, out of curiosity, Elric turned back. However, what he saw made him wish he didn't. Turns out that the earlier rumble had led a huge boulder to fall, causing it to roll down in their direction. You guys, whatever, you don't look back. Trying to keep everyone calm, Elric didn't tell anyone about the fact that they were about to be crushed by a giant rock. Unfortunately, whenever someone says the words, don't look back, they always look back. Damn! For the love of Elias, can anything else go wrong? As soon as George turned back, he couldn't help but curse out loud. Even Alvin and Davis seemed to have gotten a speed boost. Pant tilde. Davis, are we almost there yet? Asked Alvin as he had already begun to pant slightly from the run. Boom! 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 Just as Davis was about to speak, the constant tumbling sound from behind the severed as a countdown before being sent to Pancake Town. We're almost there, the cave should appear any minute from now, shouted Davis as he pointed eastwards. Soon, under the guidance of Davis, a cave entrance could be slightly made out. I see it over there. Saying this, Eric took out his spell book from the small world and held it in his right hand. Body strengthening magic activated. With a low mumble, the body strengthening inscription in the book began to flash. Soon the bodies of all four of them were covered in a layer of mana and inscriptions. Don't ask any questions, just focus on your body and try and speed up. Knowing that the three of them would want to ask him what happened, Elric quickly shut them down. Soon the speed of all four of them sped up, reaching the cave in a few seconds. Boom! As soon as they entered, the large boulder completely caught up with them, sealing the only entrance and exit with its huge size. Phew tilde, we made it. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Alvin sat down on the cave floor to relax. However, how do we get out? But looking at the huge boulder blocking their exit, he suddenly had a headache. Not only him, even Elric and Davis looked at the blocked exit with a serious expressions on their face. Haha, it's not so bad. After all, we stayed in a cave not too long ago. I guess you could say we're destined. Sensing the seriousness in the air, with a dry laugh, George tried to lessen the mood by cracking a few jokes. Roar! Just when George was about to continue cracking jokes, a pain-filled roar could be heard from deep within the cave. Damn, what is it this time? Hearing this roar, Elric suddenly felt like ripping out his hair. It seemed one even just kept coming one after the other. He felt like he was cursed with bad luck or something. Bad luck, that's it. Slapping his right thigh, Elric suddenly came to a realization. That is most likely what's going on. Damn river god, don't let me get you. Thinking of what was going on, Elric cursed out in anger. Turns out that as they were escaping from the river god's anger back then, he cursed all of them with bad luck. It was just that Elric didn't think much about it. After all, the theory of luck was a superstition back on the blue star. However, during the AI chip's scan of me earlier, why didn't it detect anything like a curse on me? Could it be that the AI chip needs to evolve before it can detect things like curses and luck? The more he thought about it, the more he became confused and angry. Roars. However, the roars of pain from deep within the cave didn't seem to want him to think much longer. George and Alvin, you guys stay here. Davis, follow me. Flame on. With a look of anger on his face, accompanied by Davis, Elric summoned a fireball and headed toward the depth of the cave. Heading deep into the cave with a fireball floating beside him, Elric walked towards the direction of the shriek. Young master, wait up. Calling from behind him, Davis shouted towards Elric. Unfortunately, Elric's mind was still on the fact that he might be cursed with bad luck. Calm down, Elric, so what if you're cursed? So far, no matter what setback, you've walked out of it safely. Think about it, the fight with Slahit, the appearance of the horde, the collapsing of the valley. Any of these things is enough to severely injure or worst-case scenario kill someone, however you made it out alive. Stopping his tracks to take a deep breath, Elric began to slowly analyze his situation. Thank goodness, young master, you finally stopped. What happened just now? Your face suddenly became serious. Obviously worrying about his change of mood, Davis couldn't help but ask him what was wrong. Oh, it's nothing, I'm just a bit frustrated due to the fact that one thing keeps coming up after another. Speaking of this, Elric had a slight frustration on his face. However, it's all right now. Let's quickly find out what's making that noise. After all, given the fact that there's no current exit, we might have to stay here for a while. And since we're staying here, it's only right we go check if we have any neighbors. Who knows, they might throw us a housewarming party. Waving his hands with a light smile, Elric tried to laugh it off, showing he was okay. Seeing Elric like this, although Davis knew there was still something on Elric's mind, but out of respect for boundaries and trust in him, he chose to remain silent. Soon the two of them continued to head deeper into the cave. After calming down and feeling Davis' worries, it was then Elric realized he'd been acting out of sorts lately. After all, it was too unlike him to rush head first towards the sound without considering the danger. Realizing this, Elric slowed down his pace and took the opportunity to survey the cave's interior. Scanning the wall, the first thing that came to sight were the different types of rock formations, none of which had ever been recorded on the blue star. Seeing this, Elric's mood had started to change from worrying about the cure to curiosity about his environment. Soon, with the help of the AI chip, starting with the width and height of the passageway, all different kinds of minerals and formations were recorded on the AI chip. In recording all this new knowledge, Elric was suddenly in a good mood, laughing from time to time, causing him to receive strange looks from Davis. It seems young master might have lost it completely, mumbling slightly. The worry on Davis's face as he looked at Elric increased. Unfortunately, little did he know that Elric, who had been enhanced before, could hear him clearly. Damn Davis, who's lost it? Clenching his teeth, Elric couldn't help but want to ask him who's lost it. Roars. However, just as he was about to say something, the roar sounded again, only this time it sounded a lot closer than before. Davis, stay back, it seems we're almost there. Motioning for him to stay back, Elric looked at the entrance in front of him with vigilance. In his front lay a hole, most likely the entrance to the inner chamber of the cave, and listening to the roar just now, there was no doubt that the sound came from there. So in the spirit of being cautious, Elric quickly ordered the AI chip to scan his surroundings. AI chip, scan my surroundings. Yes, host. Scanning surroundings. And just like before, an invisible fluctuation was emitted from Elric outward, enveloping the cave. Scan complete. With the last beep from the AI chip, a stream of information rushed into Elric's mind. However, after taking a minute or two to digest the information, a weird look appeared on Elric's face. What's going on? Elric asked himself in confusion. Just to be sure, Elric conducted another scan with the AI chip, however the results were the same. According to the AI chip scan results, inside that cave, around 5 to 10 mana signatures could be detected. However, the level of mana in them seemed to be rapidly fading, like it would go out any minute from now. Could it be some injured monsters came to hide here during the war and are now about to die of injuries? Or could it be that some monsters strayed into this cave during the war just now and had a fight with the cave's original inhabitants? Soon, under Elric's quick thinking and reasoning abilities, a variety of scenarios were quickly deduced by him. And so, the more he thought of it, the more Elric felt his guess was correct. Soon he had a wide smile on his face. It seems that as a new occupant of this cave, I should do like a good neighbor and end their suffering. After all, how can I call myself a good person when I see someone in pain and can't help? With this in mind, Elric had already begun to plan on how to take advantage of their injury and kill them quickly. Davis, get ready, we're about to meet them. Talking to Davis, Elric licked his lips as he looked forward to entering the inner chamber. Ready to mate who? Unfortunately, Davis beside him couldn't help but be confused. Could it be that I was correct earlier, and the young master has gone crazy from stress? Thinking of this, Davis stepped backward, looking at Elric warily. Bam! Patting Davis on the shoulder, Elric couldn't help but look at him angrily. Damn! What are you thinking of? Follow me, the sound of roar came from over there. Oh, and be careful, it seems whoever released that roar currently has company. Saying that without waiting for Davis' response, Elric slowly crept towards the inner chamber, and Davis, after giving a dry laugh, had no choice but to quietly follow him. Tab, tab, tab. Creeping slowly towards the inner chamber, the tapping sound echoed throughout the cave with each footstep from Elric and Davis. Davis, get over here and look, with a slight whisper. Elric, who had already reached the chamber's entrance, quickly signaled Davis to get closer. Seeing this, David quickly increased his pace, catching up to Elric at the entrance. Damn, young master, what do you think happened to them? They all look like they're about to die. Pointing towards the cave's interior, Davis had a look of shock. In it, 5 large and heavily injured monsters could clearly be seen. First off was a large thunder bunny who had a large scar right through his chest, bleeding profusely. Its left eye seemed to have lost light, and from time to time it would roar out in pain. Beside it was a large ant-type creature of about 3 meters. Its body was split in 2, yet its 2 antennae up front kept moving to show it was alive. Looking deeper, 3 more figures came into sight. A huge blood-red bat with only half a wing growing from its back, a huge rock-like figure covered with dense cracks all over its body, and lastly, a large pertrusser-type animal. Looking at all these different beasts lying down without any friction, Elric suddenly realized that only such severe injuries could stop the 2 hostile factions from fighting. However, this is a good thing. The appearance of these beasts just solves the food issues and my experimental materials till we find a way out of here. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't wait to rush into the inner chamber and slaughter all of them. Calm down, Elric. Although they're injured, who knows what kind of strength a wounded beast can burst out on the verge of death. Taking a deep breath, Elric still decided to have some extra insurance before he went in. Davis, I'm about to go in. The beasts there are on the verge of death. If I make a perfectly timed move, I should be able to one-shot the 5 of them. And no buts this time, we need to act quickly, as any wasted time increases the possibility of uncertain events. Just as Davis was about to go against it, Elric quickly shut him down, not giving him a chance. Taking a deep breath, Davis already knew from the tone of Elric's voice there was no possibility of changing his mind. Fine, however, if anything goes wrong, I'll rush in and save you. Although reluctant, Davis had no choice but to accept it. And seeing this, Elric just nodded with a light smile. Obviously, he had predicted Davis' reaction. Now that that's done, it's time for my second insurance. Mumbling under his breath, Elric's face gradually turned into a serious one. AI chip active combat mode. Objective, elimination of those 5 targets. As soon as Elric said this, his eyes suddenly became dull. Davis on the side could help but feel familiar when he saw Elric like this. Wait a minute, isn't this the state young master looked like back at the Warriors Challenge? Thinking of this, Davis suddenly felt he was right. Unfortunately, neither Elric nor the AI chip were in the mood to answer after all their battle was about to start. Command received. Combat mode activated. However, this time, unlike last time, the source of extraordinary and the AI chip had completely merged, plus Elric's new knowledge of inscriptions completely raised the combat modes to combat ability by more than a level. Initiating target. Target locked. Body strengthening magic activated. Soon under Davis' astonished gaze, a bunch of unintelligible words came out of Elric's mouth. However, just as he was about to say something, Elric suddenly dashed at amazing speeds into the inner chamber. Summon spellbook. Active fireball inscription. Create blinding effect with the light. As Elric entered, before the monsters could react, a huge fireball suddenly exploded in front of them, completely obstructing their vision. Roars. 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 Being blinded by the light, the 5 monsters simultaneously roared, confused by their current sudden situation. Unfortunately, Elric didn't give them a chance to figure out what was going on. With the AI chip activated, his calculation speeds had increased multiple times, allowing him to figure out the best move to make. Boom! Immediately, Elric disappeared from where he stood. Under the combined effect of the body-stretching magic and his enhanced physique, Elric's speed was not sometimes ordinary monsters could deal with. Soon Elric had already found himself in front of the injured Thunder Bunny. Looking at the Thunder Bunny, currently injured and blinded by light, Eric felt no shame nor pity in attacking an injured opponent. Injured Thunder Bunny detected. Highest severity of injured, located on the left area of the chest. Under the AI chip's powerful scan, the weak ends of the Thunder Bunny had already been detected. Commencing attack. Serious punch activated. Boom. Concentrating all the power on his right arm, Elric delivered a serious punch, going directly through the bunny's chest. Following this example, Eric appeared one by one to attack each of their weaknesses directly, killing them with one hit. Soon all that was left was a dull-eyed Elric, standing in the middle of 5 corpses with a bloody fist. Detected goal achieved. Deactivating combat mode. Soon the color in Elric's eyes gradually began to regain color. Young master, are you all right? Although only a few seconds had passed, however, after going from hearing loud sounds and seeing a larger flash of light, Davis quickly ran into the chamber, disregarding the consequences. However, after seeing only Elric standing there with a fist covered in blood, he couldn't help but worry so much that he ignored the corpses around Elric. And Elric, who had just got out from combat mode, suddenly felt a wave of fatigue hit him. Don't worry, Davis, I'm Finn. Boom! Just as Elric was about to say the last word, he suddenly collapsed on the floor. Young master. Seeing this Elric fall, Davis' shout immediately resounded throughout the cave, even reaching Alvin and George back at the entrance. Who am I? Where am I? My head hurts. Waking up, this was the second time Elric had such thoughts since coming to Elia's. What happened to me? Opening his eyes, Elric immediately surveyed his surroundings. Around him, 5 corpses could clearly be seen, each with a fist-sized hole piercing through a part of their body. Arg! Just as he was about to continue observing, a sharp pain swept through his head, causing him to grunt loudly in pain. Unfortunately, the pain didn't seem to lessen, but rather increased as time passed. Hola! Soon it felt like his whole head was going to explode. Unable to contain the pain, he roared out, holding his head in pain. Young master. ×3. Hearing Elric shout, Davis, George, and Alvin, who was discussing Eric's situation, quickly rushed in. Davis, what is going on with the young master? Seeing Elric like this, George quickly came to Elric's side, giving Davis a look full of scrutiny. Don't look at me like that, and how would I know? The young master just told me to wait for him while he dealt with the monsters in the cave. To Davis, as he quickly explained his innocence. Unfortunately, what he just said seemed to make the situation worse, as George suddenly flared up. What do you mean you left him alone? Aren't you the strongest, Davis? Aren't you meant to be the one who'd protect the young master when needed? What's the use of your strength if the young master ends up protecting you? Slowing down to catch his breath, George unloaded all his anger on Davis. After all, this is not back in the village, where everyone feared and respected Davis due to his strength. Now that Elric had introduced the concept of magic to him, George felt he and Davis were on the same level. So seeing Elric in such a state, George completely let loose on Davis, completely devoid of the earlier fear and respect towards him. At this point, he had long regarded Davis as a peer. Davis, hearing the words of George, clearly knew that he was in the wrong, so without saying anything, he just kept his head bowed, clenching his fists. Soon silence entrenched the cave, as neither side said anything to the other. Gov. You guys, said Alvin, interrupting the silence. Hearing Alvin's voice, George and Davis looked toward him at the same time. What? 2 times? Speaking simultaneously, both of them had a slightly annoyed expressions on their face. And as if feeling their anger, Alvin quickly cut to the chase. Both of you turn back, the young master's waking up. As Alvin spoke, a sense of excitement could clearly be felt in his voice. Gov. Sure enough, as soon as Alvin said that, the sound of Elric's coughing could vaguely be heard. Realizing this, without hesitation, the two of them immediately turned to look in Elric's direction. And Elric by this time had already gotten a hang of himself. The sharp pain had greatly reduced, giving him a moment to catch his breath. I guess I'll have to be cautious when using combat mode next time. Thinking of what just happened, Elric could help but shiver lightly with fear. Turns out that during the combat mode, although he was extremely efficient and powerful with his strikes, but the consecutive use of magic quickly drained his spirit, causing him to faint and thus the headache. However, it's not all bad, mumbling under his lips, although still a bit afraid. A wry smile appeared on his face when he thought the fact that the feeling of heaviness in his soul had greatly reduced. Turns out that exhausting one's mental power can reduce its heaviness. Are they side effects? Is there any limit to this method? Unfortunately, no matter how many times Elric asked himself these questions, he couldn't solve them. Noting this, he quickly recorded his observation in his AI chip. Davis, George, Alvin, how long was I out? Dusting off his body, Elric stood to face them with a light smile. Not long, young master. You suddenly fainted for no reason and then woke up screaming. We were really worried. Taking the lead, Davis stepped forward, planning to plead his guilt for letting him go into danger alone. It's just that Elric had already seen through what Davis wanted to do. Davis, it's fine. Aren't I the one who let you wait behind? Plus, as you can see, nothing has happened to me. So relax, the reason I fainted was for another thing, which I'll tell you when the time is right, said Elric as he tried to comfort Davis to lessen his guilt, especially one that wasn't his fault. Soon after a few minutes of persuasion, Davis, George, and Alvin successfully calmed down. So you master, what do we do? No, remember we're trapped. Just when the atmosphere had begun to lessen, Alvin suddenly brought up the issue of them being trapped in the cave, causing George's and Davis' faces to become gloomy. Haha, don't worry about that, I've already thought of a plan. However, unlike the serious faces in his front, Elric gave a slight laugh, indicating he'd already figured out a solution. Great. Young master, I knew you would let us down, said George. Hearing that Elric had a solution, George fully believed him. After all, since the period of their escape from the village, Elric had given him too many surprises, so much so that Elric figuring an exit would be the least surprising thing he had experienced. So you master, how do we rar. Just as George was about to ask Elric the way out, his stomach suddenly growled, attracting everyone's attention. Ahem. Feeling everyone's gaze, George couldn't help but cough slightly, trying to change the topic. Thankfully, Elric bailaid him out. You know what, why don't we eat something first before discussing a way out? Shifting his eyes away from George's stomach, Elric asked everyone. Fine with me. I'm also hungry. I'll eat if you're eating. Upon immediately hearing Elric questions, the three of them quickly agreed. Clem, it's decided then, let's eat. With a clap of his hands, Elric pointed to the dead thunder bunny close to him. Crackle tilde. Crackle tilde. Crackle tilde. Seated in a circle, Elric used his spellbook to cook a piece of the thunder bunny's corpse, and soon a wonderful aroma filled the cave. Gulp. Smelling this with a large gulp, George drooled as he couldn't wait to pounce on the food. Similarly to him, Davis and Alvin had the same reaction as their eyes seemed to have turned into food symbols. Haha, you guys calm down, there's more than enough to go around. With a big smile, Elric couldn't help but laugh at their ravenous appearance. It's just that his laugh resulted in the three of them getting embarrassed. Hearing the laugh with a slight blush on their face, the three of them promptly looked away from the roasting bunny. Although taking a peek from time to time. Cough. Wiping the drool from the corner of his lips, George suddenly coughed, gaining everyone's attention. By the way, young master, what did you mean when you said you'd figured a way out of here? Changing the topic, George asked Elric with a slightly serious face. After all, this concerned their survival. Predictably, as soon as George brought up the topic of escape, Davis and Alvin immediately looked at Elric with expectations in their eyes. Didn't we agree to get to eat first? I planned to tell you guys when we were done eating, however, since you're so curious, I'll tell you right now. Here, catch. Saying this, Elric threw a piece of cooked meat each to the three of them. As you guys may have observed, we're currently trapped in this cave. On a normal day, any normal human in this situation would have no choice but to resign himself to death. After all, no normal human can move that boulder in front. Listening to Elric speak, the three of them suddenly became confused. Does this mean they have no hope to escape? If so, why did their young master tell them he had a way out? Soon, the more they thought about it, the more they felt like Elric was playing a joke on them. With that in mind, the disappointment became visible on their face. Fortunately, Elric quickly saw through what they were thinking. However, he didn't correct their thoughts, but rather continued speaking with a smile on his face. However, it seems that you guys are forgetting one crucial aspect. You are not normal humans. Boom! With an increase in his tone, Elric silently activated the body-strengthening magic, creating a cark in the ground. Contrary to Elric's expectation, the doubt on their face didn't reduce but rather increased. Just when he was about to continue speaking, Davis suddenly spoke up. Young master, I understand that magic is powerful and all, but I don't think the current magic can break through that boulder. Hearing Davis say this, George and Alvin nodded in agreement. I see, so that's it. After hearing their doubts, Elric suddenly understood. If their judgment turned out to be based on their current knowledge of magic, it's no wonder they thought so. Heck, even he would not have been able to guarantee an escape method with the level of magic before. Thinking back to the information he received from the AI chip after waking up from the earlier fainting incident, Elric let out a satisfied smile. It turns out that from the moment they left Freedom Town, Elric had already ordered the AI chip to assign a portion of its computing power to deducing the upward part of the wizard system and fixing its loopholes. Unfortunately, back then, there was little to no information to help, making the time needed for deduction almost incalculable. Fortunately, thanks to the earlier merge with the small world, not only did the AI chip's scanning range increase, but also it received an all-round upgrade. If the AI chip was on level 1 before, now it's on level 10. Due to the level increase, its computing power has drastically increased, coupled with the recent experience of combat mode, giving it the opportunity to analyze different inscriptions in use. The AI chip had further enhanced the wizard system. Shaking his head slightly, Elric faced them with a serious face. The three of you, do you know what's the first rule of magic? Although there was no such thing as the first rule of magic, and he'd just made it up, Elric still asked them with a serious expression, expecting an answer. And as he expected, the three of them were stunned. Obviously, they had never heard of such a thing. Thankfully, Elric soon gave them the answer. Look around, what do you see? Pointing to their surroundings, Elric asked them. Stones and corpses. With an unsure expression, Alvin raised his hand, answering the question. Yes, corpses, and since you know they're corpses, do you know how the flame inscription came about? By studying that flame slime's corpse. Now that there are so many corpses beside us, what makes you think that none of these possess an ability that allows us to escape? Hearing Elric say this, suddenly the three of them had a loom of realization. It turns out that their escape opportunity had always been right in front of them. However, what if none of these monsters possess the ability to help us escape? Asking this, although doubtful, Davis still hoped for a way out. After all, no one likes living in a cave indefinitely. And that's where I'm going to. Ignoring their confusion, Elric continued. The first rule of magic is when it seems impossible, it's up to you to make it possible. At this time, as Elric said this, the small world seemed to tremble slightly. Unfortunately, he didn't notice. Well, before we start anything, it seems the three of you need to be educated on the basics of magic. Saying this, Elric planned to use this as an opportunity to formally introduce them to the wizarding way and also practice some experiments based on the AI chip's deduction. Look at this, said Elric as he opened his spell book in front of them. Under their gaze, an inscription suddenly floated out of it. I believe you are all familiar with this inscription. Yes, it's the fireball inscription, which I had you three practice earlier. Although you two, if you succeed, however, in my eyes, none of you passed. Pushing up his non-existent glasses, Elric suddenly entered teacher mode. Why do I say none of you succeed? That's because although you created a fair ball, then, did you really create it? Do you know how it was produced and why it was produced? Well, all you did was follow my instruction, but if you want to be a wizard in the future, you have to possess an inquisitive spirit. As Elric spoke, the three of them lowered their heads, although not completely sure of what they did wrong. However, they knew it was not the time to interrupt Elric. And Elric, seeing their reaction with their heads down, he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. Seeing that you understand what I'm saying, I'll explain it to you. Based on my discovery and investigation, the so-called inscription or rune is actually a special pattern by which special powers of nature can be mobilized by following a certain rhythm or fluctuation. During this process of mobilization, it has been discovered to have a slight enhancement on mental power. Saying this, Elric kept quiet, giving them a chance to digest this new information. Young master, I have a question. However, just as he was about to continue speaking, Alvin raised his hand to ask a question. Since magic is carried out by using patterns, what happens if two or more patterns are joined together? Saying this, Alvin looked at Elric, hoping he hadn't asked a dumb question. However, contrary to what he thought, Elric couldn't help but be stunned as soon as he heard the question. Haha, good. As expected of someone who joined me in pioneering the wizarding way. After a bit of silence, Elric burst into laughter as pure joy could be seen on his face. By the way, why didn't I think of that? The combination of two or more runes is sure to have miraculous effects. Thinking of this, under Alvin's astonished gaze, Elric used his mental power to draw the flame pattern and the body strengthening pattern. Boom! Before anyone could react, with a loud bang, Elric's body suddenly turned red with his veins protruding from his body. Boom! With another boom, Elric's body suddenly burst into flames. Young Master times 3. Seeing the flames, the three Alvin, George, and Davis simultaneously cried out in shock. However, just as they were about to go and help Elric, the sound of his laughter suddenly came through. Haha, so this is what a combination of runes feels like. More! More! Haha, burn it, my youths. Boom! With Elric's shout, the flame's temperature suddenly increased by a few degrees. More. Arg. Unfortunately, just as he was about to continue, a huge headache suddenly came, interrupting the spell, completely returning him to normal. Looking at his body, which had returned to normal, coupled with the headache, Elric realized he had once again run out of mental power. However, he was satisfied with the results of this experiment. As you can see, Alvin, 2 runes can be combined together. However, the effects of each combination may be unpredictable. Like now, I just combined the body strengthening and flame rune, resulting in my body seeming to be powered by the flame. Compared, it felt about 5 times stronger normal body strengthening. Unfortunately, while in that mode, my emotions seemed to be affected. All I wanted to do was burn everything, till I eventually burned myself out. And it seems the mental power and physical strength consumed seemed to be double, if not triple, what a regular rune consumes. Facing Alvin, Elric began to explain what just happened. However, the slight fear in Elric's eyes could be seen when he mentioned wanting to burn himself. While this was happening, George and Davis on the side looked at Elric with glistening eyes. Although there seemed to be huge side effects, but think of the huge pressure they felt from Elric in that mode, the two of them couldn't help but imagine having such power. Soon as Elric continued to explain more on the basics of magic, Alvin, George, and Davis found themselves asking more and more questions. Soon the 4 of them found themselves in sand trance before they knew it, asking each other and learning from each other without a care for the time or their environment. Little did they know that this small conversation had made huge changes take place in Elric. Right now, as each of them spoke, learned, or carried out an experiment, the small world in Elric's soul would glow little by little, although negligible. However, as time went by, the effect could be seen. Inside the small world, unlike the earlier empty space, it was this time a particular change seemed to have taken place, giving the space a hint of vitality. At the core of the space, in a place where Elric didn't notice, a chip could be seen floating there, wrapped in a white ball. If Elric were there, he would surely scream, "Isn't this my AI chip?" But unfortunately, he wasn't. At this moment, the AI chip began to flicker slightly. Soon vogue patterns appeared all around it. Upon closer inspection, it could be seen that these patterns were the runes recorded in the spell book. However, at this time, each rune was resonating with the AI chip at the same frequency, bringing about a strange change to the small world and Elric as a whole. Unfortunately, the change seemed to be happening extremely slowly, meaning that there wouldn't be any qualitative change within the small world for a long time. At this time on the outside world, Elric had already finished giving them the basics of magic, unaware of what just happened within his soul. So now that you've seen the basis of magic and its potential, do you believe that after studying these corpses plus all 4 of us working together, we can't create a spell to get us out of here? Ending the teaching lesson, Elric suddenly spoke to 3 of them. "You're right, young master. We believe in both you and magic. We'll surely find a way out of here." Taking the lead, George said this as he looked directly at Elric. "Good, now you 3 assist me. Apart from the slight amount of meat we need for meals, let's study these corpses plus the earlier runes we had to create a way to escape from here." With a light nod of affirmation, under Elric's command, the 4 of them went to the nearest corpse and started experimenting. Soon time passed, and after a month of experiments, all the corpses had been consumed. "Young master, look at this. I have successfully recorded the characteristics of each beast based of its monocore." Holding a book made of animal flesh, George walked briskly towards Elric with a scholarly aura during him. During this period, he, Davis, George, and Alvin had completely transformed, making it almost impossible to relate with their former selves. Hearing George coming over, Elric, who was meditating in a corner, slowly opened his eyes. It showed that George and the others weren't the only ones that gained, as Elric discovered that meditation can slightly improve mental power. Now, after a month of meditation, Elric suddenly felt his soul didn't feel so heavy. "George, you're here. Can you show me what you have there?" Pointing to the book in his hand, Elric had a warm smile, seeing them change so much he suddenly felt proud. "Is this what it feels like to be a teacher? This feeling is good." With that thought in mind, he faced George like a teacher, about to collect the class's homework. And George, like an obedient student, quickly told Elric his discoveries. Young master, based on our discoveries, the ant-type creature, which I've decided to name Julie Ant, has a core that contains 2 runes. And after careful testing, those runes have 2 functions. The Julie rune, which allows the ant to have almost 5 times the strength increase for a limited amount of time, and a defensive rune, which increased the defense of its caprice by coating it with a layer of mana. Not only does the Julie ant have 2 runes, but most of the corpses also possessed more than 1 rune on their mana core. Blood Bat possessed a blood rune capable of controlling blood, and a shadow rune capable of slightly manipulating shadow, allowing one to blend and hide in them. The pterosaur only had 1 wind rune capable of slightly manipulating wind, current allowing it to fly at extra high speeds. The thunder bunny only had a spark or rune capable of summoning bolts of lightning when needed. And the rock-like figure, which I'll call a rock or earth elemental, seemed to be completely made of pure mana. To bat a few minutes after extracting its mana core, it dissipated completely. Saying this, George closed the book, waiting for Elric's evaluation.
Clap.
Bravo, George, you're really looking like a wizard more and more every day, and where are Davis and Alvin? I have something to discuss with all of you. With a slight clap, Elric complimented George, as he was genuinely satisfied by George's study, although he also did his own research, but seeing George working hard, he was suddenly satisfied. Soon, with Elric's call, Davis and Alvin quickly appeared. Standing directly in front of Elric with a hit of blood red in his eyes was Davis. Back then, after seeing the blood bat, he immediately went to Elric, who at this time had already told them almost everything about magic, to learn how to do a soul inscription. So after a period of Davis begging and Elric warning him about the dangers, with the help of the AI chip, Elric successfully inscribed the blood rune on Davis' soul. Unfortunately, he seemed to be unable to carry 3 runes like Elric, and experienced the soul heaviness, immediately almost causing the inscription to fail. Thankfully, after a period of meditation, the feeling had greatly reduced, leaving only his now blood-red eyes, as a sign of his transformation. Beside him stood Alvin, who held a staff made of bones. On it the fireball symbol was inscribed with it. Alvin could fire fireballs almost immediately without inscriptions, and with reduced mental power.
Good.
It seems you're all here. Now first I have good news.
We're leaving.
As soon as Elric said this, none of them had a surprised expression on their faces. After all, they had already devised a way to escape about a week ago. The only thing keeping them as experiments, but now both experimental materials and food are finished. Seeing their plain reaction, Elric had already expected it, so after pausing for a bit, he continued speaking. Before we leave, let's do a quick recap. So far, 2 types of runes have been discovered: the elemental runes such as the fireball, wind, and lighting runes capable of summoning and manipulating the elements, and enchanting runes capable of temporarily increasing stats such as the Julie rune, the body strengthening rune, or the Caprice defensive rune. And upon further investigation, we found out that these runes have a hierarchy: low-level runes capable of less power and consume less mental power, like that found in the slime, or the lightning rune from the thunder bunny capable of more damage and consumes more mental power. From this, it may be possible to say that monsters too may have a hierarchy, depending on the runes they possess on their core. Hearing Elric say this, the 3 of them nodded in agreement. Obviously, their studies had given similar results. But this is not a conclusion yet, said Elric. Although not conclusive, one thing is sure, and that is that runes are an extremely important aspect to study if we want to become truly powerful. Saying this, Elric suddenly thought of the first blasphemer. That was another human who had the source of extraordinary. However, unlike Elric, who goes at the path of the wizard hoping to master the power at the source, he on the other hand tried to transfer the power of beast through blood, rather than trying to find the essence of that power. It's just that Elric couldn't say who was right and who was wrong. After all, they were both blind men along the road. However, from the results so far, Elric left like he was going in the right direction. Shaking off his distracting thoughts, Elric continued speaking. George, Davis, and Avin, as you can all agree that we have achieved a lot this month, however, that doesn't mean we should slack off, said Elric in a stern tone, as if to punish them for their future slacking off. However, just as they were about to defend themselves, Elric suddenly spoke with a laugh. However, all work and no rest isn't a good thing for anyone, so I've decided that once we get out of this cave, we're heading back to Freedom Town.
We're heading back to Freedom Town.
Hearing Elric say those words, the 3 of them couldn't help but be stunned. After all, they had already planned to go to both Slime Heaven and the Bat Caves to hunt the beasts there for materials. Thinking of this, the 3 of them quickly gave Elric a look of doubt. Hey, I know what you're thinking, but look around you. We're out of supplies. Our carriage was sacrificed earlier to create a distraction, plus we've lived in a cave for over a month. Now, considering our huge consumption over this month, do you think it's worth it to continue the journey in such a state? Sensing their doubts, Elric calmly answered them. After all, he was the one who proposed the journey in the first place. The least he could do was give them a reason for calling it off. And as he expected, immediately after he finished speaking, the doubts on three of their faces immediately disappeared. "Good, it seems like you all agree. Now pick a piece of equipment and let's roll out," said Elric as he pointed to a large pile of bones. Turns out that during this month, Alvin had discovered a way to permanently inscribe runes onto animal flesh and bones, creating magic-type equipment for use. Unfortunately, multiple uses can quickly wear out the material, causing it to become unusable. Soon George picked a sword-shaped bone with a wind inscription on it, followed by George, who picked up two bone daggers with shadow inscriptions on them. After that, it was remaining only Elric and Alvin. It's just that Alvin already had his flame staff, and Elric had his spell book, negating their need for it. After everyone had picked a weapon, Elric waved his hand, summoning all the remaining equipment into his soul space. "It seems when I have time, I should study this small world more." Looking at this scene, Elric couldn't help but think back to what happened 2 days ago. Back then when he was fiddling with his spell book, and an idea suddenly came to mind. "Wait, since my spell book can go in and out, can other things go through? If so, can living things be brought in and out?" Immediately, with a newfound spirit of curiosity, he quickly consented to the nearest piece of beast bone. Unexpectedly, to his surprise, after picking it up and focusing on it, it was actually transferred to the small world. Immediately after discovering this, Elric couldn't help but try again with different things, from rocks on the ground, weeds on the floor, and even small insects were caught. Elric seemed to catch anything his hands could get on. Unfortunately, the only thing that slightly dampened his mood was the fact that after the insects were released, all of them had died, showing the space still couldn't support life. Haha, however, it's not like it's not without hope. Who knows, maybe in the future it might turn into the second Elias. With a light laugh, Elric clenched his fists as he anticipated his future growth. However, Elric knew if he wanted to achieve such, it would still be a long time away, so putting away his distracting thoughts, he quickly focused on his current situation. "All right, now that everyone's picked their weapon, it's time for us to bust out of here." Saying this, he immediately led them to the now sealed entrance. Tap tilde. Tap tilde. Tap tilde. Soon after a period of walking, they successfully reached their destination. "Young master, we're here. Can I do it? Please tell me I can do it." As soon as they arrived, Alvin couldn't help but run up to Elric with a look of anticipation. It's just that seeing Alvin like this, Elric couldn't help but roll his eyes. Even George and Davis on the side whistled, pretending like they don't know how. Thankfully, Alvin ignored them and kept on begging Elric. Turns out that the escape plan was to channel enough mana into pieces of inscribed bones until they exploded, completely bombing the entrance. Although risky after all, if not arranged properly, a cave-in could happen, completely burying them alive. Thankfully, after careful calculations with the AI chip, the optimal procedure had been deduced. It's just that looking at Alvin, whose behavior was completely different from normal, Elric suddenly had a headache. Ever since he got his flame staff, the inner arsonist in Alvin seemed to have awakened, causing him to blow up rocks every day, and now seeing there was a chance of a huge explosion, Alvin quickly lost himself. "Sigh. Fine, you can imbue the mana into the bones, once I've put them into position." With a slight sigh, Elric couldn't help but give in to Alvin's begging. "Haha, thank you, young master." With a cheerful laugh, the staff in Alvin's hand quickly shot fireballs into the air as if to show his happiness. Soon, with everyone's help, the remaining bones were taken out of Elric's soul spaces and arranged in a formation within the boulder's ridges and underneath it. "Are you ready, Alvin?" said Elric as he, George, and Davis moved out of the splash rain. I'm ready, young master," said Alvin. Holding his staff upright, a crazy look could be seen in his eyes. At this point, all bones had been arranged and filled to the brim with mana by Elric and the rest. All that was remaining was a fireball from Alvin to trigger the chain reaction. Taking a deep breath, Alvin closed his eyes. 3, 2, 1. Explosion. With a loud roar, he fired the fireball toward the boulder. Boom. Immediately, a loud boom resounded through the caves. Thankfully, Alvin had already talked the opportunity to hide immediately. He fired the first fireball. Boom. 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 Soon 3 more sounds rang as the other bones, upon contract, immediately followed suit and exploded. Soon a symphony of explosions happened before Elric and the rest's eyes. "How was it? Damn, did I do this?" Looking at his masterpiece, Alvin had a satisfied expression on his face. Unfortunately, it was just that the explosion didn't last long and quickly died down. And so after a while, the dust settled completely, allowing Elric and the rest to see their first ray of sunshine in a while. Oh, at last, sunshine. Immediately after the dust settled, George ran out of the cave with his arms spread wide, seeming to embrace the world. Just after he stepped out, Alvin and Davis slowly followed. It's just that Alvin didn't seem to want to admire the sunshine like George, but rather admired the outcome of his explosion. Davis, on the other hand, had a rather plain expression on his face, as if he didn't care for their newfound freedom. Too bad his eyes betrayed him, as they kept darting from side to side in excitement. Watching the behaviors of the three of them, Elric slightly shook his head with a smile on his face. Well, I should let them play, after all they've been cooped up in the cave for a month now. Thinking of this, Elric carefully found a small piece of rock to sit on while he watched them let themselves go. Sitting down, Elric immediately felt something was off, so, with that in mind, he quickly surveyed his surroundings. The first thing that caught Elric's eyes were two corpses not too far away. Although a month had passed, their corpses hadn't completely decomposed, but this alone wasn't enough to gain his attention. Above the corpses, a black-like gas could be seen attached to them. From time to time, a vague pained face could be seen with it. Ghost. Seeing those figures, Elric couldn't help but blurt that out. Looking again at the corpses, a bad thought suddenly came to Elric's mind. Immediately, to confirm his guess, Elric quickly climbed the nearest tree in order to get a clear gaze deep within the valley. Damn! What on Elias is this? Looking at the scene below him, Elric shouted in disbelief. It turns out that the Thunder Bunny's self-explosion had a more catastrophic effect than he thought. Looking around the valley, black foggy figures could be seen floating out of the hundreds, if not thousands, of remnant corpses, and he further discovered that with the setting of the sun, their figures seemed to become more and more vivid. Damn! What is this? Don't tell me ghosts really exist. Looking at them, Elric couldn't help but be confused. After all, according to normal logic, their souls upon death should go to the kingdom of God of some beast god, or a god in charge of thunder bunnies. However, what he was currently seeing was contrary. Could it be that the gods don't need the souls of beasts? And if so, what's the difference between the souls of beasts and other living beings? Mumbling under his breath, Elric couldn't help but frown. Unfortunately, he had no clue to answer. However, we need to leave now. Looking at the three fading suns, Elric suddenly had a bad feeling. Without wasting too much time, he quickly made his way back to George and the others, who by this time had already finished playing around. Haha, young master, you're back. I was just about to go look for you. With a hearty laugh, George walked over and gave Elric a huge hug. Obviously, the joy from leaving the cave was still there. And seeing Elric, the two Alvin and Davis quickly made their way towards, telling how much the outside world is much better than being trapped in a cave. Unfortunately, given the situation at hand, Elric had no other choice but to rudely interrupt them. You guys keep quiet for a minute. We have another situation on our hand. Immediately hearing there was another problem, just after leaving the cave, the three of them suddenly felt a sense of frustration. Seeing them like this, Elric himself had a wry smile, even though he felt this was a bit too much. It seems that the bad luck curse must be dealt with quickly, if not, gods know how we might end up. Thinking of this, he decided to ask Reinhardt what he knew about curses immediately after he returned to town. With a serious face, Elric quickly told them about his discovery and how it might be dangerous to still stay here at night. As time passed, the more Elric explained the situation, the more the faces of the three of them became ugly as they realized the seriousness of the matter, although they weren't sure if those things Elric saw were actually ghosts, but they weren't willing to find out. And this is why we need to get out of this valley by midnight. Saying everything, Elric kept quiet, waiting to hear their response. It's just that when David and George were about to agree, a voice was suddenly heard interrupting them. However, young master, I agree we have to leave. However, we have a problem. With his hands raised, Alvin quickly caught Elric's attention. When we were escaping earlier, we kind of blew up our only ride. With a helpless expression, Alvin quickly pointed out the flaw in Elric's plan. After all, if they tried to escape on their feet, they probably wouldn't make it far before nightfall. Hearing Alvin saying this, Elric and the rest couldn't help but recall this. Soon the four of them suddenly had helpless expressions on their faces. Silence. After a few minutes of sulking, Elric suddenly reached into his back pocket. Look here, we do have a way to escape before nightfall. As Elric said that, he took out the map that Reinhardt gave him. Here, as long as we make it to this river on time, we can follow the current downstream, completely leaving the valley before nightfall. With that said, Elric suddenly had a relaxed expression on his face after finding a solution. However, young master, we don't have a boat. How do you expect us to follow the current? Saying this again, Alvin suddenly felt his young master seemed bad at making plans today. However, unlike before, Elric didn't even look helpless upon hearing there was an error in his plan, but rather laughed. Haha, what are you talking about, Alvin? Since there's no boat, there's only one this to do. Make one. Crag, crunch, crag. Making their way through a dense array of trees, the sound of dead branches and leaves being stepped on could clearly be heard due to the lack of beasts around. Wow, I can't really believe all those beasts are dead, said Alvin with a worried face as he felt the silence around them. Haha, what are you worried about? Isn't it a good thing? After all, no beasts equal no danger. It's just that George didn't seem to be worried at all, but rather felt the silence was a good thing, so with a hearty laugh, he couldn't help but mock Alvin for his paranoia. However, although he was laughing, his newly gotten red eyes seemed to glow as he kept scanning his surroundings. You guys, according to the map, we should be turning left right about now. Holding the map in the lead, Elric suddenly spoke up. Soon after that, thanks to Elric's accurate map reading after several twists and turns, they finally made it to the river. Wow, I couldn't believe such a beautiful place existed in such a dangerous place. With his mouth agape, George shouted in surprise as he was shocked by the scenery before him. In front of them stood a beautiful riverfront with well-arranged stones piled up at its banks, rainbow-colored birds flying in the sky above it, landing from time to take a sip of water. However, the most special part about their current area was neither the stones nor the beautiful birds around it, but rather it was the river itself. Seemingly endless was a crystal-clear river that seemed to sparkle as it flowed, captivating all who gazed onto it. Focus, Davis, we need to hurry up and make the boat. It's almost nightfall. Just as George was about to sneak up on one of the birds trying to steal its rainbow-colored feathers, Elric suddenly spoke up, scaring them away. Darn it, so close. Although reluctant, George had no other choice but to stop what he was doing and listen to Elric. Seeing this, Elric had a satisfied expression on his face. Well, let's hurry up, Davis, and I will go get some wood, George. You and Alvin go get some weeds, leaves, and any rope-like substances you may find. In anxiousness due to the sun setting, Elric quickly gave everyone their orders, and as he expected, without saying anything, after a quick nod, George and Alvin quickly went to look for materials. Young master, should we go now? Standing firmly by his side, seeing Elric had still not moved after giving the orders, Davis suddenly called out to him. Unfortunately, Elric's mind was on other things at the moment. Just now, as he finished giving the orders, he suddenly felt like he was being watched, and given his already strengthened soul, he doubted he was imagining things. It seems this place is more dangerous than I expected. We definitely have to leave here soon. Although he thought so, but in order to throw off the trail of whoever or whatever it was that was watching them, Elric still pretend like he hadn't noticed anything. All right, Davis, let's go. I was just thinking about something. And let's hurry up while we're at it. The more time we waste, the more dangerous it becomes. Refusing to explain more, with a wave of his hand, Elric signaled for him to follow him. Fortunately, Davis didn't seem to think too much and followed him. With that, the two immediately set off to complete their own tasks. Thankfully, due to the use of runes, such as the body-strengthening rune, allowed them to quickly gather the materials on time. After a while, the sound of falling trees and rustling sounds could be heard all over. Soon after gathering all the needed materials, all four of them found their way back to the original meeting point. Young master, the thing is, none of us know how to build a boat. Looking at the materials in his front, Alvin couldn't help but speak out in doubt. Hearing Alvin say so, Davis and George also nodded, expressing their inability to build a boat. Relax, just follow my instructions and we'll be okay, said Elric. Although he wasn't a pro shipmaker, but back on the Blue Star, in order to enhance his knowledge, Elric learned a lot of auxiliary skills, such as building a raft, for instance. Watching Elric take the lead, although doubtful of how he acquired such knowledge, since neither of them had ever used a raft back in the village, but given the situation at hand, they tactility ignored it and helped him build the raft. And Elric, who was already holding a log of wood in his hand, could clearly feel their doubts. Sigh, it seems I have to think of a reasonable explanation. After all this, if not, it wouldn't be good if they start having major doubts about me. Noting down another thing to do once he had free time, with a smile on his face, he pretended as if nothing happened and continued to instruct them on what to do to build the raft. At this time, the sun was halfway done setting, indicating there was not much time for them. Thankfully, under the four of them's skillful cooperation, before much time had passed, the raft had been successfully built. Phew, we're finally done. Wiping the non-existent sweat from his head, Alvin shouted in exasperation, as he couldn't help but be glad. Yeah, young master, we can finally leave this ghost place. Thinking back to those smoke-like figures, Davis cursed as he agreed with Alvin. All right, but it's not over till it's over. Although he was also happy, however, considering that they had not officially left, plus the fact that he still felt a pair of eyes watching him, Elric decided it still was too early for them to celebrate yet. Hearing this, none of them disagreed, and without much hesitation, they hopped onto the raft, which at this time was already afloat on the river, with only a rope keeping it from flowing away. Are you ready, guys? Said a lake. Looking at the roaring river beneath them, he couldn't help but ask one more time. Times 3. Hearing their answer, without any hesitation, he summoned a flame, burning the rope, completely releasing the raft to the mercy of the river. Swoosh. Immediately under the river's high pressure, the raft drifted forward at increasing speeds. Arigog tilde. Arg tilde. Agga tilde. Riding the raft towards the valley exit, strange sounds could be heard from time to time, giving the journey an eerie feel. Young master, are we almost there yet? Said Alvin as he raised his staff, ready to make any danger that came near him explode. Beside him, George said nothing, but his red eyes kept darting around. Obviously, that was his way of looking out for danger. And feeling their impatience from them, Elric quickly brought out the map to confirm their position. Yes, Alvin, we're almost there. Look right there. That's us, and there's the valley exit. Bringing the map closer to them, Elric showed them their positions on it. Immediately upon seeing the exit so close, everyone couldn't help but get a little excited. Haha, according to the map, once we come out of this exit, Freedom Town should be about a day, if not a few hours from here. As everyone was still excited by the exit being so close, Alvin quickly brought their attention to the location of Freedom Town on the map. Wow, it's actually true. Haha, I can't wait to get some rest back at the mansion. Following Alvin's laughter, George also joined in, as he couldn't help but drool slightly as he thought of the remaining wine back home. If I get the time or chance, I'll have to ask Kevin if he has any wine recommendations, thought Davis as his mind suddenly went into the clouds. Ahem. Just as George was about to continue daydreaming, Elric's cough suddenly brought him back to reality. Don't look back, but I think we might have company. At this point, hundreds of ghosts had already gathered around them, making unintelligible sounds from time to time as they approached their raft. GJ ghosts. There really are ghosts. With a look of surprise, George shouted out in fear. Looking at the dense figures at the edge of the riverbank, everyone couldn't help but be glad they got on the raft on time. Remain calm, everyone. According to the map, once we reach this fall area, we'll immediately zoom out into the exit. All we have to do is stop them from getting onto the raft by then. Analyzing the situation, Elric quickly told them the solution he'd thought up. Immediately after hearing him say this, Alvin was the first to react. Don't worry, young master, you can leave it to me. I've been wondering if there was anything to blow up for a while now. Holding his staff, Alvin spoke up confidently. Unfortunately, his trembling hands didn't make him seem so confident. Thankfully, neither Elric Davis nor George pointed it out. Fine, Alvin, I'll leave our safety to you. George, Davis, both of you use some of the extra wood on board as a paddle and row forward. We need to speed up. Looking at the sun already almost set above his head, Elric issued orders with haste. Immediately, everyone went into action. Thanks to Davis and George's paddling, the raft speed greatly increased, while Alvin kept shooting fireballs in all directions, trying to keep the specters away from them. Explosion. 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 Shouting explosion over and over, Alvin seemed to have entered a whole nother level. Even Elric, who was at the helm of the raft, couldn't help but wonder if Alvin wasn't going to run out of gas at this pace. And as if to prove him right, the next second the sound of explosion was nowhere to be heard. Explodes. Unable to complete his sentence, Alvin sat down on the raft, completely exhausted. At this point, his bone staff was covered in cracks due to overuse, and he was mentally exhausted. Alvin, are you okay? Calling out to him, Elric couldn't help but worry after seeing his condition. I'm fine, don't worry about me, young master. I'll continue driving them of. Bam! Just as Alvin was about to stand up, his legs suddenly gave in, causing him to forcibly sit down. It seems you're not fine. Get some rest, I'll take over from here. Without giving Alvin a chance to react, Elric stood up, summoning his spell book in his hand. Damn ghosts, are you ready to try my latest trick? Looking at the ghosts who had taken the opportunity of Alvin's fall to surround the raft, Elric had a cruel expression on his have. Haha, try this out, rune fusion. Flame tornado. At that moment, Elric's spell book began to shine. The wind and fireball runes suddenly flew out, merging. Watching this happen, Elric was shocked. When did this book have a special effects mode? Murmuring under his breath, Elric looked at the book suspiciously, as if waiting for an answer. However, no reply came from it. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the fireball and wind rune merged and then completely disappeared. Well, seeing this happen, both ghost and human sides had questions marks on the top of their heads. Boom! Just when everyone was still confused, a loud bang attracted their attention. Immediately, a tornado completely made of flames appeared with the boat at its center. Due to this, none of the ghosts were able to approach without getting close. Young master, are you okay? You're sweating a lot. Looking at Elric, who was slightly panting, after releasing the move, Davis called out in worry. I'm fine, however, keeping the tornado from extinguishing due to the water is draining my mental power, plus it's a double rune combination. Hearing this, the three of them could already imagine Elric's mana draining nonstop. But don't worry so much, soon there'll be no need for the tornado, said Elric as he squeezed out a light smile. Why is that? With a confused expression, George asked Elric. Even Alvin and Davis looked at him with doubt. Could it be he had thought of another plan? However, Elric's next answer left them completely unexpected. There's no need to keep the tornado active, because we're already at the fall point. Saying that he looked forward with expectations, it's just that at this time the sun had already completely set, obscuring his vision. What? Hearing Elric say this, the three of them suddenly had a bad feeling. It's just that when they wanted to continue speaking, the raft suddenly went into a full-speed downwards dive. Oh. Immediately, the flame tornado spell was cancelled, making their screaming figures on the raft completely visible. Oh. Going down the slope, the four of them couldn't help but scream out due to the high speeds. Elric, we have a problem. I can't see anything. Boom. Just before George finished talking, a stone protruding from beneath the river suddenly collided with the raft, breaking off some of its parts. At this time, the sun had completely set, completely limiting their visibility, making it almost impossible for George and Davis to help direct the raft with their paddles. Unfortunately, Elric couldn't pay much attention to what George said, as he was still trying to recover a bit of his mental power from earlier. I really need to find a way to increase my mental power and find a way to reduce its consumption when casting spells. When we get back, I'll have to ask Reinhardt about all his experiences so far in Elias. Maybe I can get some inspiration from there. Slightly recovering, Elric was suddenly more anxious to reach Freedom Town and discuss some things with Reinhardt. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Elric was pondering his next course of action after reaching the town, with bangs the raft collided 3 more times. Young master, shouted George. Hearing his shout, Elric immediately understood what he meant, and without much hesitation, he threw out his spell book to George. Catching it, George immediately used his mental power to communicate with it, summoning a fireball. Bam! Holding the book in his hand, a fireball appeared out of thin air. Immediately with the appearance of the fireball, their paths suddenly became visible. Good, finally we can see. Letting out a sigh of relief, Davis and George immediately began to steer the raft, creating a somewhat smooth path. Seeing everything stable, Elric completely relaxed. Turns out that during the past month, due to their lack of proficiency in drawing inscriptions mentally, Elric would lend them his spell book from time to time whenever they needed it. Now seeing the situation, Elric immediately understood what George wanted. Soon, with the help of their new light source, their rapid descent along the fall suddenly became easier and smoother. Unfortunately, those 4 collisions from earlier had left a lot of damage on the raft. Phew! Young master, I think we lost the ghosts. Wobbly standing up, Alvin, who had exhausted his mental power earlier, surveyed their surroundings. Having said that, Elric, George, and Davis couldn't help but look around, and to their surprise, it seemed the ghosts had completely disappeared. Seeing this, George and Davis couldn't help but become happy, whilst Elric on the side had a contemplating expression on his face. Doesn't make sense. Technically speaking, they should still be chasing after us. After all, from their behavior earlier, their determination to get us was clear. However, what happened? Could it be the eyes I felt on me earlier that made a move? If so, why? Thinking of this, Elric scratched his head in doubt. Too bad, no matter how much he scratched it, nothing came to mind. Whoever you are, although I don't know what you want, but if you're planning anything, Elric, would definitely not let you go, said Elric as he whispered under his breath, as if he was talking to the eye's owner. Unfortunately, there was no reply. Soon, with the help of George casting the flame spell to light their way, they successfully made their way down the fall, reaching the valley exit. Haha, young master, we're finally out of that darn valley. As if to let out all the accumulated depression, immediately the raft touched down on the nearest shore. Davis burst into a hearty laugh. Yes, we can finally go home. Haha, young master, let's stop at a tavern once we reach Freedom Town. As if on cue, immediately after Davis finished laughing Alvin, and then George followed suit, it seems the pressure accumulated was too much as they couldn't wait to get some rest in town. Haha, calm down you guys. I know you all want to get to town on time, however it's still night time. It wouldn't be safe for us to keep walking, plus there's still about a day's walk worth to Freedom Town. Seeing them like this, Elric also let out a light laugh. He too had been quite stressed. Unfortunately, taking into account the situation at hand, Elric had no choice but to pour cold water on them. And like he expected, after hearing what Elric said, they suddenly quieted down. Okay, young master, I understand what you're saying, but where are we going to sleep? There's almost nothing around here. Taking a look at their surroundings, Davis couldn't help but point out. Hearing what Davis said, Elric quickly looked around. Unfortunately, it seemed Davis was right, as he couldn't find any suitable shelter. In front of the riverbank where they had just gotten off from was a large open road with no trees for cover or caves, only a few weeds from time to time. The ground looked cracked as if all the water had been sucked from it. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help but wonder if they had been accidentally teleported to a desert. Wait, I'll check the map to see if there's a suitable position to take shelter for the night. Saying that, Elric quickly took out the map to confirm their position, while also looking for shelter in the process. After taking a look, Elric had a slightly unsure expression on his was. What is it, young master? What did you see? Asked Alvin, George, and Davis on the side also turned towards Elric, expecting his answer. It's nothing, we're in the right place, however. It seems as though this area was scorched by something, creating the only bald patch in Zuma Forest. However, according to this, the closer we are to Freedom Town, the more vegetation we'll see. Returning the map to his pocket, Elric quickly told them the situation. Sighing. It seems we have no choice. We'll just have to sleep here like that and set off early for town tomorrow. With a slight sigh, Davis pointed out their only option. Yeah, you guys sleep. I'll keep watch this time. Realizing this was the case, George immediately volunteered to keep watch, holding the spell book in his hand. Seeing this, considering that he and Davis are the only ones whose mental power isn't exhausted, plus the existence of the spell book, the three of them unanimously accepted George's proposal. All right then, let's get some sleep. We have to cover as much ground as possible tomorrow. Signaling for everyone to get some sleep, after finding a slightly large rock to rest on, Elric closed his eyes for the night. Yawn tilde. With a slight stretch, the light from the morning suns descended directly on Elric, waking him up. Cacho. Tilde, that feels more comfortable, said Elric, as his back made a cracking sound. Looking around him, he discovered that Davis and Alvin were still sleeping not too far from him. Deciding not to wake them up, with slow movements he quietly crept off his rock. Taking a few steps forward, Elric slowly took a deep breath. AI chip scanned the surroundings. To prevent any unexpected accidents, Elric quickly ordered the AI chip. Yes, host. Commence scanning. Scanning complete. Soon after, a few seconds, the results were directly transmitted into Elric's head. I knew there was something off about this place. Unfortunately, it's a shame that our current predicament doesn't allow me to stay and study this place. Going through the information, Elric had a look of regret on his face. According to the AI chip scan, their current location was covered by some radiation, which according to it, staying here for a long time might have adverse effects on genes. It's just that their supplies were currently not allowing them to stay, if not that Elric could help but start digging in the ground immediately in hopes of clues. However, this is a serious problem. If we don't get to Freedom Town quickly, we might probably collapse due to hunger on the way. Thinking of Alvin and George, whose physique was still the same as that of a normal human, he immediately gave up hope of waiting a few more days to study this area. But it does seem like I should wake them up. After all, we need to get moving. So deciding to mark this place on the map for later exploration, Elric decided they should start heading out. Young master, there you are. We were wondering where you went. Just as he was about to turn back to wake them up, he suddenly heard the voice of Alvin behind him. It turns out that when he and Davis woke up, they didn't see Elric lying on the rock he stayed on last night, making them worry something bad happened while they were asleep. Breathing a sigh of relief, Alvin quickly called George and Davis over. Soon before Elric knew it, the four of them had already gathered together. Ahem, tilde. Clearing his throat, Elric began to discuss with them his discoveries and plans for today. Haha, yes, I agree. Let's head to town first. We can always come back earlier. Although curious about the radiation and its effects, George, who at this moment already had bags under his eyelids from staying up all night, was in no mood to stay longer. Grrr tilde. Grrr tilde. Just when George was done speaking, the sounds of Alvin and Davis' stomachs on the side suddenly grumbled, indicating their answer. So it seems like you all agree. If so, let's head out. We have to make it back before nightfall if we want to get something to eat today. If not, they might not let us enter the town due to the curfew. Seeing that everyone had already agreed, Elric nodded in satisfaction. Although he knew he could unilaterally decide the course of the day due to his young master position, Elric knew that this might cause their dissatisfaction to increase later on the line, so he promptly dismissed it. Allowing them to participate in planning activities would make them feel important, thus increasing their sense of identity and loyalty to him. And seeing them with smiles on their faces, after this brief discussion, Elric knew that his method was effective. Although he reincarnated and became their young master, Elric didn't once think that the title of young master would eliminate all probability of betrayal from them, hence he had been doing his best to cultivate feelings, and George and the rest who had no idea just thought he had changed to the loss of his father and the village. All right. Let's head out, shouted Elric, discarding such distracting thoughts. Elric felt his mental power had recovered completely overnight, so summoning his spell book back from George's hand, he immediately left the way back to Freedom Town. Hours passed and the journey was an uneventful one. The only thing which made the journey a bit pleasant was George, who kept cracking jokes along the way. George, young master, why did the din-don bird cross the road? Elric, why? George, to get to the other side. Unfortunately, such jokes got old fast, making the journey once again boring. Young master. However, just after a few minutes, George once again called out Elric's name. George. If it's another din-don bird joke, I swear I'll carry you back and throw you to those ghosts. Seeing George was about to speak, Davis immediately interrupted him for fear that he said another joke. It's just that George just ignored him and pointed forward. Look, it's leaves. Didn't you say the closer we are to town the more vegetation? Then we're definitely close to town. With an excited look on his face, George immediately attracted everyone's attention. In front of them at this moment was a large tree, although it was just one. Considering they hadn't seen anything of the same nature through their journey so far, it suddenly gave them hope of reaching town today. Looking at the tree in his front, Elric suddenly realized they had been waking for a while now. Thinking of this, he immediately brought out his map to see how close they were to town. George, it seems you're right, according to this. If we continue at this speed, there should be no problem making it to town by evening. Putting away the map, Elric gave them a thumbs up in confirmation. Hello. Then let's go. I suddenly have more energy. Let's hurry up. When we get home, I'm having 1 bottle, no 2 bottles, no 3 bottles of wine. With a large laugh, hugging Elric, George could help but express his excitement. And seeing him so happy, even Alvin and Davis on the side smiled, knowing that their journey was almost over. All right, you guys, but like I said before, almost done is not the same thing as done. Now let's pick up the pace, go to town, and get well-deserved some food and relaxation, said Elric as he led them at a now increased pace towards the town. Soon time passed, and with the appearance of the first tree, more and more trees came. Soon before they knew it, they were surrounded by lush trees and bushes. The air around us feels so much better. Getting out of the former dry environment, Davis couldn't help but take a deep breath. Yeah, although I can't imagine what caused such an abnormality, however, whatever it was, given the amount of radiation released, is definitely not something we can deal with. Seeing Davis like this, Alvin suddenly spoke, dampening his mood. Haha, don't worry, Alvin, when we get back and have rested, we'll come back together with the young master and figure out what caused the change, said George, as his red eyes glistened at the thoughts of home. Time passed, and with the help of the map, they successfully made it on time, without too many unnecessary detours. Young master, we're here. With a look of relief and excitement, Alvin shouted, quickly gaining everyone's attention. Immediately, all 4 of them focused on the town entrance before them. Seeing its familiar appearance, everyone had a smile on their face. Haha, young master, it seems your prediction was right. We made it before nightfall. Looking at the sun still high in the sky, George was ecstatic, knowing they made it in time for lunch. With the plans of finding lunch immediately after seeing Reinhardt, the 3 of them immediately entered the town. Unexpectedly, apart from a slightly awkward glance, neither of the gatekeepers asked them anything, rather, they let them pass unhindered. Hey, it's them. Don't look at them if you don't want to get in trouble. Oh no. These demons are back. Immediately they passed through the entrance, the surroundings townsmen began to mumble, taking peeks from time to time at different angles. The atmosphere here doesn't seem right, said Elric. Looking out his surroundings, Elric could feel malice from the surrounding towns, men gaze. Let's hurry up back to the mansion, something is wrong. With a serious expression on his face, Elric and the rest quickly rushed toward the mansion. Unfortunately, a few seconds after they left, a discussion between three voices could vaguely be heard. It seems they're back, should we tell them? Don't. Look at the direction they're headed, they'll most likely find out soon. Yeah, don't. I don't want to get in trouble with those guys. With that said, the three voices immediately disappeared into the darkness, as if they had never been there. On Elric's side, just after leaving the entrance street, unlike the earlier plan to go to Reinhardt first, due to the current situation, they decided to go home first. Young Master were here. Looking at the dilapidated building in front, the four of them couldn't believe the sight before their eyes. Damn, Young Master. Something has definitely happened, shouted Davis as an ominous premonition suddenly enveloped him. Now's not the time to panic or think of any unnecessary thing. Let's go inside and see what happened. Although shocked by the scene, Elric still tried to maintain a calm atmosphere. Unfortunately, his shocked expression from before already gave away his current mood. Soon after taking a minute to calm down, the four of them successfully entered the mansion. Entering the mansion, the first thing that came to fade was the wind full of dust as the entrance door was open. Hello? Anyone home? Shouted George. Unfortunately, no matter how much George shouted, there was no reply. Cov. Hey Elric, it seems like there was a fight over there. Patting off the dust from his clothes, Alvin coughed as he pointed to the side of a wall. A human-shaped dent could be seen. Here too. And here. Soon, with the help of Davis and George, more things were found, each pointing to the fact that a somewhat large-scale fight should have happened here. According to what we've seen so far, it's obvious that while we left, this place was attacked. However, who and why? Putting his hand on his chin, Elric's face was full of doubt as he continued to analyze the situation based on their findings. Could it be the people hunting Ayama's mother finally found this place and decided to raid it? If so, doesn't that mean that something bad must have happened to Ayama and Reinhardt? But this town has four gods protecting it. How could something like this happen under their nose? Either something is happening now taking up their time, or they know about this, but they acquiesce to it. The more the thought of it, the more Elric felt that this might lead to huge problems later on if didn't find out. Young Master, look what I found. Just when Elric was about to continue thinking, a voice quickly caught his attention. Ruining towards his direction was George, holding a stack of papers. Look at this. Without waiting for Elric's reply, he directly handed him the papers. Immediately seeing him so anxious, Elric quickly turned over the papers. However, his eyes dilated as he saw what was on it. Notice, on orders of the God of Light, it is said that some demons hiding in the skin of humans are currently within Freedom Town. These demons have been caught, and they, along with all those associated with them, will promptly be executed tomorrow. Unfortunately, the Demon King, as well as his three generals, have not been found. If found, immediately report to the nearest Inquisition officer. After that, the pictures of Reinhardt, Ayama, and the other villagers tied up could be seen underneath. They put the tag demons and associates. On the next page, the faces of George, Alvin, and Davis were tagged as demon generals. And on the last page, Elric's face was seen tagged with a blood-red word underneath. Demon King. Looking at the pictures below, Elric felt like he's been struck with a bolt of lightning. Unexpectedly, he'd been watched by the God of Light and been branded a demon kind, and was meant to be executed along with everyone he knew. What is going on? But no matter how much he thought of it, could thinking of anything he'd done to brand himself a demon. Just as he and George were discussing countermeasures, Davis and Alvin suddenly ran toward him with anxious expressions. Young Master, it's not good. A group of people who call themselves the Inquisition have surrounded us, shouted Davis. Hearing this, Elric's and George's expressions immediately hit rock bottom. Come out. Come out. You demons have been surrounded. Put your hands behind your head. Inside the mansion, Elric and the rest could hear the voices of the Inquisition team getting closer and closer. It seemed they were about to break in at any moment. Young Master, what is going on? Asked Davis as he noticed the wrong expressions on Elric and George's face. Davis, Alvin, you might want to look at this. Not in the mood to talk, Elric directly handed them the wanted notice. And just as he expected, upon reading through it, their expressions immediately became the same as his. Damn, when did we become demons? Looking at the papers in their hand, George scolded fiercely as he couldn't help but want to tear it. Calm down, George, however, young master, what should we do? We're surrounded. And if we try to escape, the other clan's men would surely be executed tomorrow. After trying to appease George, Davis quickly pointed out the crux of the matter. Hearing Davis' words, everyone immediately realized they seemed to have few options. Yeah, that's true, and we can't expose magic yet. If not, they'll have all the more reason to brand us as demons. Saying this, Elric couldn't help but have a headache at the current situation. Open up. You demons have nowhere to hide. Just as they were about to continue discussing a solution to the matter, the shout of the Inquisition team sounded again. At this time, from the tone of their voice, it seemed they were about to run out of patience. Bam! Bam! With two bangs, the front door seemed to be hit by a heavy object. Not good, young master, they're coming in, shouted Alvin. Immediately before they could react, a group of about a dozen men stormed into the building, meeting them head-on. Seeing the group of people with night costumes rushing in, Elric couldn't help but wish they were cosplayers. As the head of the group, a somewhat tall and muscular figure with standard knight's armor stood directly in front of Elric. Wearing a white cape with a large cross sign on it and holding a crossblade sword in hand, his dark skin and bitch-black eyes made him look extra fierce. Daemon, do not resist. On the orders of His Highness and my lord the God of Light, you are hereby to be arrested and purified. As he spoke, the blade in his hand seemed to glow with white light, as if it could wait to decapitate Elric's head off. Haha, I think you've got the wrong person. Why don't we sit down and discuss this over some wine? After all, I for one have never harmed anybody, not even a fly or the smallest ant. Who knows, we might be able to help you find the real demons. With a slight smile on his face, although worried, Elric tried to stall for as much time as possible while he figured out a solution. Thankfully, Davis on the side seemed to have guessed Elric's intention. Yes, I'll go get some wine. Saying that he was about to leave the room to go get some. Boom! Unfortunately, just before he was able to take a step, the Inquisition team had quickly slashed out a blade of light from his sword in Davis directly. Damn! Feeling the incoming danger, Davis felt like all his hair was standing on end. Davis rolled quickly to the side. Hearing Elric's shout, without any hesitation, Davis quickly rolled left. Boom! Immediately, just as he rolled, the position where he had previously stood was replaced with a 2-meter crack. Damn! I almost got split in half. Looking at the crack, Davis felt a chill go up his spine. In fact, at this moment, Davis wasn't the only one angry. Rather, George, Alvin, and Elric on this side were seething with anger seeing the sneak attack just now. Hey, Inquisition fellow, how can you just sneak attack like that? Aren't you meant to be noble or something? Or did your god teach you to attack others with their backs turned? Unable to contact his anger, George lashed out directly at their leader. However, unlike the reaction everyone expected, the leader just smiled kindly. Wrong, and forgive me for not introducing myself earlier. My name is Michael, the head of the Inquisition team, under the God of Light. With a slight pause, he continued talking. And as for the attack just now, my sword only attacks those who are deemed demons or sinners. For your friend to be attacked just now, that confirms his as well as all of your demon status. Now, do you want to do this the easy way or the hard way? Contrary to fierce looks, Mitchell still had a calm expression on his face as we waited for their answer. It just that the sword still glistening in his hand didn't complement his calm persona. Hearing Mitchell say this, Elric couldn't help but be stunned at how someone can say something so shameless so calmly. Thinking of how he obviously slashed the sword toward Davis and turned it into an automatic attack on demons, Elric couldn't help but be left speechless. However, rather than admire his shamelessness, Elric had more important things to do. Okay, Michael, I understand what you mean. However, can you give us a minute to discuss? Taking a deep breath, although Elric had somewhat thought of a plan, however, he still needed to inform George and the rest. Sure, however, you have to make it quick. Who knows if my sword might automatically attack again? Although he said that with a smile, Elric could still feel the threat in his tone. While angry at being threatened, unfortunately given the current situation and his plans, Elric could only hold back even though he wanted to force-feed him a fireball so badly. George, Alvin, Davis, you guys come over here. Hearing Elric call them, the three of them quickly came over, and immediately after making sure neither Michael nor his team could hear him, he quickly told them his plan. Sure enough, as soon as he told them, a flurry of emotions could be seen on their faces. Obviously, whatever Elric had in plan was definitely something shocking. Finally, after discussing it for a while, the four of them dispersed, waiting to carry it out. Mitchell, we've decided. Hearing Elric say this, Michael couldn't help but wonder what path this great demon king, his lord, ordered him to slay would choose. It's just that Elric's next words left him completely shocked. Michael, we surrender. We surrender. Hearing Elric say this, Michael was left visibly stunned, and seeing him stunned, the corners of Elric's lips curved slightly. Obviously, judging from Michael's current posture with the sword as well as his earlier demeanor, Elric could tell that he was hoping they put up some resistance so he could brandish his sword. Unfortunately, Elric wasn't in the mood to let him have his way. George, Alvin, Davis, let's go with them, and remember not to cause my trouble while you're at it. Hearing Elric say this, the three of them quickly rose their hands, indicating their surrender. Seeing them surrender so fast, the corners of Michael's mouth twitched slightly. Fine, let's go. Without thinking too much about it, Michael decided to put them in prison first to hold them before the execution time. According to his thoughts, no matter what the plan was, they couldn't make any waves in prison. Although I don't know what the four of you discussed earlier, however, don't let it be too boring. Maybe I can use this as an opportunity to showcase my lord's power. Leading them out of the room, Mitchell whispered, in a voice that only Elric could hear, clearly stating his contempt for them, and rather hoping they tried to escape. However, just when Mitchell thought that Elric would lash out at him for looking down on him, to his surprise, Elric just raised his head slightly, still ever smiling. Don't worry, Mitchell, you definitely won't be disappointed. After saying that, Elric continued to move forward, following the Inquisition's team's lead. Damn demon, let's see how long you can maintain your smile. Realizing that he wasn't being taken seriously, Mitchell couldn't help but curse out, determined to put Elric in place once he had the opportunity. Lord. Soon under Michael's lead, they successfully reached the town prison. Stop. Standing in front of them was a somewhat middle-aged man, holding what looked to be a cigar in his right hand and wearing a silver chainmail armor. Warden John, we've brought back the Demon King and his generals. We'll leave it up to you from here. After saying that with a light salute, Mitchell gave one last glance to Elric before leaving together with his team. So if it isn't the Demon King and his generals, I have just the place for you. Don't worry, your minions are in a separate cell now, follow me. Without even taking a second glance at the warden, immediately led them into the jail, while not forgetting to mock them from time to time. Obviously, he knew that the whole demon gimmick was just a false name that the church put on them to implicate them. It's just that this kind of thing is only useful for people who don't know anything, unlike him, who gets all kinds of prisoners every day, both the innocent and not innocent. Entering the prison, all kinds of people could be seen, some with chains tied all over their bodies, leaving only their eyes and mouth exposed, others frozen completely downwards, leaving only their head visible. Before he knew it, Elric and the rest had passed a lot of criminals before reaching the end of their destination. We're here, shouted the warden, pointing to a large cell to their left, after saying that he started looking for his keys. Haha, you're an extraordinary young man, aren't you? As Elric was waiting for the cell to be open, he suddenly heard a voice attracting his attention. Unfortunately, after turning to peek at Davis and the rest's reaction, it seemed they hadn't heard anything. Who's there? Whispering under his breath, Elric warily began to search for the direction the voice came from. Haha, don't bother, this old man is talking directly to your mind. Amazing, ain't it? Just as Elric was about to continue searching, the voice, accompanied by a burst of hearty laughter, once again resounded in his ears. However, this time, after calming down, Elric realized what the voice said was true. Taking a deep breath, Elric decided to try and talk to the voice through his mind. Haha, yes, senior, it is amazing. However, may I know what this senior means by suddenly talking to me, or how you did it? Although he didn't fully trust the voice, Elric couldn't help but be curious about how this was made possible, so without thinking he asked the question on his mind. Silence. Just when Elric was about to apologize, thinking he asked a question he shouldn't ask, the voice suddenly spoke again. Sure thing, I can teach you how this is possible, as long as you give me that book floating in your soul. Boom. As soon as Elric heard the voice say this, his mind seemed to explode. Obviously, his spellbook as well as soul space were one of his greatest secrets and whole cards. However, whoever the voice belonged to seemed to be able to completely see through him. Calm down, boy, the warden is looking at you. If you're curious how I can see through you, let's talk more once you get into the cell. Hearing the voice say this, it was then that Elric realized that his sudden change had attracted everyone's attention. Achoo. Sorry you guys, I think I might be coming down with a cold. Pretending to sneeze, Elric scratched the back of his head, awkwardly hoping to divert their attention. Thankfully, the warden didn't seem to think too much, and after giving Elric a deep look, he proceeded to open the cell. Kacho. With 2 turns, the cell was opened, revealing an empty room. Mr. Warden. What if we had to go to the bathroom? Realizing there was no toilet, George quickly, as the warded who had already locked them in, and was about to leave. Haha, funny question, since when do demons need to go to the toilet? With laughter clearly full of sarcasm, the warden left, completely ignoring George's calls. Damn warden. If not for the plan, I'd definitely feed you a fireball. Watching him go, George could only grumble unwillingly. Ahem. You guys go get some rest. Remember, we have to save enough energy for the plan tomorrow. Noticing the warden had left, Elric immediately ordered the three of them to go rest, as he couldn't wait to speak to the voice in his head. Thankfully, none of them disagreed, probably because they were tired from the journey to town and quickly went to find a spot to rest. Seeing the three of them find a place to lie down, Elric followed suit after which, with a serious expression, he spoke to the voice in his mind. So, old man, let's start again. Who in Elias are you? Saying that, Elric calmly waited for his reply, though he had some guesses already. Haha, mate. You can just call me Nameless. You can just call me Nameless. Hearing such a chunny name, the corners of Elric's mouth slightly twitched. Shaking his head, he quickly put away any distracting thoughts. Okay, Nameless, based on the amount of mana you emit, I don't think those inquisitors would be able to lock you up if you resisted, so why are you here? Taking a quick scan of the entire prison, Elric couldn't help but be shocked by the mana levels detected in Nameless' direction. It was by far the largest he had encountered so far. Listening to Elric say this, although he wasn't sure what mana was, Nameless didn't seem surprised by Elric being able to detect his strength. Haha, that's because this old man let them catch me. Isn't it the same as you? Still, light Nameless once again said something so absurd in such a light manner. However, after thinking about it, Elric realized that Nameless was right. He did also tell George and the rest not to put up a fight, but rather surrender. It seems I made the correct guess, so boy, tell me, what could you have done to be branded a demon? And think hard now, don't say you don't know. Just as Elric was still contemplating on what next to ask, he suddenly heard a question from Nameless in his head. It's just that to answer this question, Elric began to hesitate. After all, according to his guess, the only reason they could brand him and the others as demons was due to the existence of magic. Unfortunately, Elric couldn't understand how they were discovered or exposed in the first place. Could it be one of the villagers noticed something and betrayed us? Given the fact that was too engrossed in my research in the library, any of them could have taken a peek inside, and I wouldn't notice due to my lack of focus on my surroundings. Although he thought so in his mind, Elric didn't fully believe it. After all, thinking back to the looks of dependence and trust in their eyes whenever they met, Elric couldn't believe that it was all fake. Oh, it seems that you don't want to tell me. Could it be that it has something to do with that book floating in your soul? Let me take a closer look at it then. As soon as Nameless' voice fell, the book, which was supposed to be within Elric, completely disappeared. What? Feeling the disappearance of the spell book, Elric immediately tried to summon it back. Unfortunately, there was no reaction from the spell book. Realizing there was nothing he could do, Elric could only wait for Nameless to be done with his spell book and hope nothing goes wrong. Soon time passed, and with every second or minute gone, Elric couldn't help but feel anxious, hoping that he would get his book back sooner. However, just when he was about to try and contact Nameless again, familiar laughter resounded throughout his mind. Haha, interesting, as expected of someone I fancy. It's amazing that a fellow human can study so far with so little time, and this is definitely a unique path I haven't seen before. Hearing Nameless' voice, Elric could hear all kinds of emotions such as excitement, relief, envy, and much more. However, when this he said was what caught Elric's mind, a fellow human. Thinking of this sentence, an absurd question suddenly came to mind. Unable to hold in his curiosity, he immediately asked what was on his mind. Senior Nameless, could it be you're also human? It was at this time that the possibility of Nameless being human crossed Elric's mind. After all, in Elric's view, apart from the few humans under the three houses, the rest were all weak. Could it be you're a blasphemer? With a curious expression on his face, Elric waited for his answer, completely forgetting the spellbook incident. Haha, close but not close enough. According to you guys, this old man is what you call the first blasphemer. Although Elric had somewhat expected the answer due to the mana levels detected before and the strength currently shown by him, it was still shocking to hear him say it. Hey boy, take your book. It's a nice idea you've got there, however, there's still much for you to be done. Immediately after, Nameless said that the spell book immediately returned to Elric's soul. Boy, why don't you be my apprentice? I'll teach you all I can before I get executed tomorrow. And don't say you can't, because you're also going to be executed tomorrow. This old man assures you you'll get out of there safely, along with your little friends. Listening to Nameless words, Elric couldn't help but hesitate, as he desperately needed more knowledge now to help the wizard profession. Plus, if he had Nameless help escaping tomorrow, their chances would definitely increase. So after deliberating it for a while, with a serious face, Elric suddenly spit out one word. Master. Hearing this, Nameless immediately burst into laughter, as if he had achieved a great goal. Haha, good. I came here looking for someone named Alina Soul to be my apprentice. However, I accidentally picked up another gem. It seems this old man's luck hasn't run out. Although Nameless was laughing, Elric couldn't still hear a tinge of sadness in his voice when he mentioned his luck running down. Hearing this, Elric realized that his getting arrested may not be so simple on the surface. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask out. Master, since you're so powerful and have lived for thousands of years, why surrender and agree to get executed? After all, according to Alina's diary, the first blasphemer was born thousands of years ago, but according to this situation, it seemed his thousand-year life was about to get to an end. Silence. After a few minutes of silence, Nameless suddenly spoke. Only this time, it wasn't accompanied by his usual laughter, but rather a serious tone. Boy, when you're someone like me who's lived his whole life to improve the human race's status, you'll notice a lot of things you never did. In this world, there are rules, and to suddenly want to try and change a rule is to go against the world. Hearing Nameless speak, Elric's face also gradually became serious. Seeing this from his cell, Nameless just nodded slightly and continued. However, something amazing recently happened. In all my years of wondering, all the research, in all the loss and all the gains, I have finally found hope to save my human race. As Nameless spoke, an unspeakable excitement could be detected in his tone. However, for my human race to be saved, this can only be implemented by my death and execution. So don't think too much about it and try and learn as much as you can before tomorrow. Hearing Nameless say this, although sadly there was nothing he could do to save this man who dedicated his life to saving the human race, Elric could only nod, promising to learn as much as possible before the execution. Freedom Town. New day had begun, and the whole Freedom Town was filled with a solemn atmosphere. Stores and buildings were left empty as their inhabitants had crowded the streets. Hurry up, the execution is about to start. I'm running as fast as I can. El heard that the God of Light is going to broadcast this to the whole Elias. On a random street, two children could be seen running toward the town square with excitement-filled faces. After hurrying each other up, they suddenly increased their speed. In fact, this wasn't as a rare scene, as similar scenarios were being played throughout town as everyone rushed towards the town square. Looking closer at the town square, a figure holding a staff on a wooden stage could be seen. Standing on a high platform in the town square, the Pope wearing a white robe with a cross symbol on it could be seen. Ahem. Bring on the prisoners. With a loud shout, the Pope gave a go-ahead to the jailers at the back of the crowd. With his command, the crowd was successfully parted into two as a group of people made their way forward. Soon the figures of Reinhardt, Elric, Davis, Alvin, Ayama, George, as well as all the villagers could be seen walking towards the platform with chains on their hands. Gasp! Are these the demons? They look like normal humans and foxmen though. As though change. What do you know, they could be in disguise. With the appearance of Elric and the rest, the crowd suddenly started to murmur as emotions of fear, curiosity, and doubt filled their minds. However, neither Elric nor the rest of them paid any attention to the crowd. Haha, hey Reinhardt, sorry about this. I guess I got you kind of mixed up in this meds. Looking at Reinhardt's haggard appearance beside him, Elric couldn't help but feel bad knowing that him being arrested was his fault. It's just that Reinhardt didn't seem to take it seriously, but rather smiled back at him. Don't worry about it, young man. I already expected something like this to happen since you arrived here. And as for Ayama, don't worry, I already have something planned. I don't know if you've noticed, Bus Sebastian isn't around. Saying that, Reinhardt continued to walk towards the platform as if his death wasn't a big deal. Could it be that Reinhardt also has an escape plan? If so, that means this execution is about to get more interesting. Judging from his reaction, Elric couldn't be sure that Reinhardt definitely had a plan to escape, although not sure what it was. However, I hope it doesn't affect Senior Nameless' plan. Thinking back to their discussion all through yesterday night, Elric couldn't help but respect his senior, knowing that if it was him, he doesn't think he could sacrifice himself. Soon, without too many distributions, they successfully made it towards the stage. Kneel down. Looking at them standing on the stage, with a look of contempt, the Pope immediately commanded them to kneel down. Damn you, who do you think you are? Just as Davis was about to lash out, a big hand suddenly pressed down on his shoulder, calming him down. Relax, Davis, remember the plan and don't make a scene. Whispering slightly in his ears, Elric tried to calm Davis down. Thankfully, after taking a deep breath, Davis followed Elric's words and knelt down with the rest of them. Seeing Davis, who suddenly backed down, the contempt in the Pope's eyes suddenly became more intense. After a light snort at them, the Pope continued to address crowd in front of him. With a light smile, he continued, "Today we are gathered here under the command of the Almighty God, King the God of Light, to execute this group of blasphemers and demons. And it is with great joy that we, his believers, accomplish his orders." As the Pope spoke, the expression on his face became more and more fanatical. Unfortunately, not everyone was pleased. Priests of the original churches in town had ugly faces, as the Pope suddenly classified them as followers of the God of Light. Unfortunately, they weren't able to refute it, as their gods had already dropped an oracle, telling them to let the Church of Light do whatever they want while they were here. Seeing that no one refuted him, the Pope suddenly had a complacent smile. After giving a mocking look to the priests of other churches, he continued talking. "However, before we execute these demons behind me, there are two things we need to address." Hearing the Pope say this, both the crowd and the executioners on stage suddenly had confused expressions. Only Elric had a knowing look on his face, as he already knew what was about to happen. "Firstly, with the power of the great God of Light, I say this execution shall be broadcast all across Elias." Bam! Banging his staff on the ground, the sky suddenly began to ripple. Soon the figures of him, Elric, and the rest on the execution stand could clearly be seen all over Elias. However, just when everyone was engrossed by the sudden change, the Pope's voice was suddenly heard. "Next, before we start executing these demons behind me, there is one man who has to be executed first. This man is known as the first blasphemer in Elias. He decided to spy on the power of the gods to cause chaos in our beautiful world. He is known as the most evil man in the world. Executioners drag him forward." With his shout, millions of races, even some gods, suddenly turned toward the sky, eager to see what who was given the title of the most evil man in the world looked like. Soon, under their eager gaze, two inquisitors dragged a robed figure to the stage. "Take off his robe," shouted the Pope. Taking off the robe, his figure could clearly be seen. With chains on his hands and legs, a middle-aged looking man with a large beard and long hair could be seen. With a wide smile on his face, he looked at the Pope with a hearty laugh. "Hello. How are you, Pope? It's been a while." "How are you, Pope? It's been a while." Looking at the screen above their heads, the races of Elias could help but be surprised how someone who was about to face death could still have such a large smile on his face. "Almarin, you are hereby convicted for crimes against the world, instigating chaos, and blaspheming against my lord. You who tried to usurp the power from the almighty gods of Elias and wreak havoc upon the world shall now be purified. If you have anything to say it now, if not, forever hold your words," shouted the Pope. Seeing Almarin trying to be familiar with him, the Pope promptly ignored it. Although the Church of Light had spent several hundred, if not thousands of years trying to capture him, now that he achieved what his predecessors couldn't achieve, he couldn't help but feel slightly complacent. "However, we still need to implement the next step of the plan. Haha, maybe if the Lord is pleased, he can allow me to ascend to his kingdom of God and live forever as a Holy Spirit." Thinking of completing the plan, the Pope couldn't help but imagine the rewards his Lord the God of Light would give him upon completion. According to the plan he and other cardinals at the church came up with, once Almarin was brought up to the stage, all his charges would be first displayed onto the audience, completely painting him black. Afterward, he would be allowed to say his last words, thinking that he would beg for forgiveness knowing his death was near, thus showing the church powerful deterrence and prestige. Unfinished things don't always go according to plan. Kneeling on the stage with cuffs attached to both legs and hands, Almarin still had a smile on his face. Hearing he was asked to give his last words, the smile on his face suddenly became brighter. "Haha, Pope, you're right, I do have some last words." Hearing Almarin say that the Pope already felt his plan was going to be a success, unfortunately, what happened next was something he never expected. Turning to look at one of the two executioners beside him, Almarin suddenly spoke. "Hey executioner buddy, my hands are kinda chafed, could you remove the locks? I promise I wouldn't run anywhere." Unfortunately, the two of them ignored him and kept standing with a straight face. "As expected of you church people, none of you know how to take a joke." Seeing their reaction so bland, Almarin suddenly felt a little disappointed. "Almarin, stop joking around. If you have nothing to say, then I'll order your death right now." Seeing him still also playful, the Pope couldn't help but start feeling impatient. "Haha, calm down, I'm only joking. However, I'll say my last words for real this time." Seeing the Pope losing his patience, Almarin's face gradually became serious. Facing the crowd directly, his eyes seemed to pierce everyone's heart directly. Haha, residents of Ilias, as you may have heard, I am Almarin, the most evil man in the world. Looking at the figure kneel on stage, everyone watching both in town and around Ilias felt great pride and majesty in his tone, completely different from before. Let my old friend do an old man a favor and help him out one last time. With his head towards the sky, Almarin seems to be talking to an invisible figure. While some were confused, those in Freedom Town and the gods watching knew who he was referring to when he said Letet. And the Pope, hearing him suddenly call out a different god's name, had a bad feeling. Sure enough, before he could react, a low sigh was suddenly heard throughout the town. Sigh tilde. Human, you're going to put me in a lot of trouble for this. However, since I owe you one, I'll help you out. And don't need to say anything. Remember, I'm a god. I can already read your mind. Hearing this voice, all those who weren't sure before immediately confirmed their conjectures. It was definitely their guardian god, Letet, the god of lies. And as if to confirm their thoughts, a familiar golden figure suddenly appeared floating in air. Seeing this happen, the Pope already realized that things were not good. Laudet, what are you doing here? Do you plan on going against His Majesty, the God of Light? Shouted the Pope, trying to dissuade him from interfering in the execution. Unfortunately, his actions only made matters worse, as Letet suddenly turned to look in his direction. Humph, how dare you Aunt call my name directly? If it wasn't for his sake, I would definitely crush you to pieces and burn your soul on the spot. With a light snort as Letet spoke, boundless pressure suddenly descended on the Pope. Almost immediately, the Most High Pope immediately fell onto his knees under everyone's gaze. Damn it! Clenching his teeth, the Pope couldn't help but feel humiliated. Unfortunately, after the first glance, Letet didn't pay attention to him. Almarin, I'll set a barrier around this place, so even if the God of Light himself wants to intervene, he'll have to at least spend a few minutes cracking it. You have to hurry up and do what you want to do within that time, and don't worry about your little apprentice. I'll send him and his little buddies somewhere safe. Turning to look towards Almarin, Letet spoke directly in his mind. Haha, Letet, I knew I could always count on you. However, didn't I tell you never to read the old man's mind? Could it be that you want to fight? Hearing Letet's voice in his head, Almarin suddenly showed a relaxed expression, knowing the last piece of his plan had finally taken place. Idiot. All you ever do is think about fighting. I'm about to go now. Are you sure you don't want me to take you out of here? I'm sure the God of Light would never find, or it would at least take hundreds of years before he does. Looking at the only mortal who had been his friend for hundreds of years, Letet suddenly felt reluctant. Haha, don't worry about me, Letet. This is my destiny, and who knows, if everything works out well, I wouldn't really die. As if death wasn't a big deal, Almarin quickly dismissed Letet's attempt to save him. And Letet, seeing it was no use, under everyone's shocked gaze, he left as quickly as he came, however this time taking Elric and the rest as well as Sebastian hidden in the crowd away. Seeing this, Almarin had a relieved smile on his face. At this time, only he and the crowd remained facing each other, as the Pope and the executioners were currently unable to move due to Letet's remnant coercion. Noticing this, Almarin took a deep breath and took his last smile before his death, and said something that changed the pattern of Ilias forever. People of Ilias, are you ready to know the truth? Ilias Austral Plain. What? At this moment, in a kingdom of God, hanging high above the main plain of Ilias, a certain main god was raging. His anger seemed to make the whole place tremble, as his angels and residents kept praying, hoping that their lord would calm his anger. Looking down towards the main plain of Ilias, Helios had an ugly expression on his face. Damn Lautet. Does he think he can defy me, the king of gods, and get away with it? Holding a long scepter in his hand, Helios emitted a huge pressure, causing all the inhabitants of his kingdom of God to kneel. However, what does this human plan on doing? Could it be that he wants to make a last-minute struggle? Although he had ordered the arrest of the so-called heretics, blasphemers, and demons, but as the God King he had never really cared about them. Even then, when he first ordered their arrest, was just to show his prestige and increase his subjects' faith in him. But now, seeing the human ant who he had never taken seriously try to make changes to his plan, he couldn't help but feel curious and annoyed. Thinking of this, Helios decided to watch Almarin to see what his next action was before deciding whether or not to make a move. Damn! How dare he! Just as Helios was about to sit back and watch the show, Almarin's next words made his expression change drastically. Waving his staff lightly, before any of the angels within his kingdom of God could react, he suddenly disappeared. What? Back at the execution square, Almarin faced the whole of Elias with a smile as he began to deliver shocking news. Haha, races of Elias, I'm sure most of you can tell from my appearance, but I'm human. Hearing Almarin say this, almost everyone looked at him like they were looking at a fool. Of course he was human. However, his next words left them in disbelief. But one thing you don't know is that I, a human, known as one of if not the weakest race in Elias, has currently lived for thousands of years. Said Almarin. Impossible. As soon as Almarin finished his words, roars filled with unbelief resounded throughout the crowd. After all, everyone knows that humans are short-lived races who live for a maximum of 100 years. But now hearing that a human was over 1,000 years old, almost catching up to some high elves in lifespan, completely overturned their knowledge. Unfortunately for them, Almarin wasn't done dishing out the shock yet. Haha, aren't you? But we haven't even reached the fun part yet. Saying this, Almarin had a crazy look in his eyes. Do you know why I'm titled the most evil man in the world? It's because I have the ability to destroy the world. Hearing Almarin say this, the crowd was almost 100% sure he was crazy. Destroy the world. Did he really think he was a god? It's just that Almarin didn't pay much attention to their thoughts and continued speaking. Thousands of years ago, a few of my friends and I discovered a way to allow us mortals to possess the power of gods. Unfortunately, just before we could implement it on a large scale, we were suddenly discovered by the god of light and his lackeys. Saying this, he turned to look toward the Pope with disdain. Due to that, we were chased down and hunted down by them for thousands of years. Currently, I'm the last survivor. Thinking of all those years on the run and the loss of his comrades in arms, Almarin couldn't help but feeling down. However, his sad expression just lasted for a few seconds before turning back into a smile. Haha, but I really don't blame them. Imagine if all of you watching this had the power of gods. You all possessed mighty power and could live forever. If such a thing happened, would you still worship gods? After all, you already possess the power of a god, so why worship someone on the same level as you? Listening to Almarin say this, the crowd couldn't help but yearn for such power. Even priests and popes in various churches had solemn faces as they all questioned the validity of his words. Don't listen to him. This man is a sinner. He's trying to lead you all astray. At this moment, the Pope had managed to regain a bit of movement. Immediately, he shouted, trying to dissuade them from listening to Almarin's words. Unfortunately, no one paid much attention to him. Haha, Pope, why are you so worried? Could it be that you don't yearn for the power of gods? Saying that, Almarin looked somewhat sarcastically toward the Pope, and sure enough, after feeling Almarin's gaze, the Pope promptly kept quiet. Ahem. As I was without the rude interruption, due to the fact that the god of light was afraid of us possessing such power, he ordered our deaths and arrests. Over the years, I watched my comrades fall one by one. With time, my hatred for the gods grew. As Almarin said this, his face suddenly became a little scary. However, although angry, I knew I had no chance against the god of light, so I hid and planned, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Thankfully, right before I was about to give up, I got an oracle foretelling the future given by the will of Elias. Boom! Just as Almarin was about to continue speaking, the barrier covering Freedom Town suddenly shook. Looking upwards, a giant palm of about 100 kilometers wide suddenly descended from the sky. Human, what do you think you're doing? Suddenly, all over Elias, an angry voice rang out. Hearing this voice, almost everyone looked toward the sky at the same time. Only Almarin looked calmly, as if he had expected this figure's appearance. Clearing his throat, he suddenly spoke to the figure, revealing its identity. Ho-ho! If it isn't your majesty, the god of light, while I do appreciate you attending my funeral, but unfortunately you're too late. Ignoring his anger, Almarin continued to reveal the oracle. Feeling the wrath of the god of light in the sky, the people of Elias could help but believe what Almarin was saying was the truth. And Almarin, sensing their change of mood, knew it was time to hit the nail on the head. Increasing the tone of his voice, he continued speaking. Just when I was about to give up, I got told an oracle dictating the future of Elias. After taking a slight pause, Almarin revealed the oracle. When the three sources are born, a new era of Ragnarok shall rise. And from a new world, with new knowledge, the human king shall take the world by surprise. The stars shall dim, and the sky shall weep. In this era of God's fall, there is no peaceful sleep. Listening to the oracle's components, the crowd was in disbelief. Although they didn't know what most of the oracle meant, hearing the words God's fall left all of them shook. Thinking of this, the heads of the major races who were watching the execution immediately decided to hold a meeting as they sensed the coming turmoil from Almarin's words. However, unknown to everyone, while everyone was busy arguing and discussing the oncoming future, two humans somewhere unknown in Ilias looked towards the sky with melancholy. He tilde so that old man still has some moves, spoke a robed figure in a hoarse voice, making it unable to tell his gender. Beside him was another robed figure at this time. Two of them sat in a lotus position, discussing Almarin on stage. Demon, don't laugh, after all, he is still one of us, and judging from his character, he's definitely not one to die easy, said the other robed figure. Haha, heretic, relax, you're always so serious. Who doesn't know what that old bastard is like? He definitely can't die, after all, I still have to kill him. Hearing them speak, it was obvious that these two were the heads of the House of Heretics and the House of Demons, a hidden family among the humans. Judging from the tone of the one called Demon, although always laughing, the tone of concern in his voice could not be hidden as he looked at Almarin in the sky. Sai, just let him go, after all he must have his own plans. It's not up to us to interfere, plus, we have more important issues to address. What do you think of this human king mentioned in the prophecy? With a slight, heretic tried to change the topic as he brought up an important matter, and Demon, hearing the words human king, suddenly fell silent. It seems that we humans are definitely going to be at the forefront of this oncoming change. I just wonder if it's good or bad. However, let's continue watching. Who knows what other things that idiot Almarin has in store for us. Saying that, Demon motioned for him and Heretic to continue watching the execution. Thankfully, just when they looked up was when Almarin continued speaking. Looking at the crowd below, Almarin had a sense of satisfaction and accomplishment as about half of his plan had been completed. Boom, boom, boom. Just when he was admiring his foresight and planning, the barrier surrounding Freedom Town suddenly trembled 3 more times, causing cracks to appear all around it. It seems the God of Light is getting impatient. I guess I'll have to hurry it up. Noticing the cracks, Almarin immediately sped up his speech, so clearing his throat, he burst out into a hearty laugh once again, attracting everyone's attention. Haha, races of Ilias, did you hear it? It says this era of God's fall. Do you know what this means? Haha, it means the gods will fall. Hearing him say this, the millions of eyes looking at him at this moment couldn't help but go wide. How dare someone say the gods would fall so blatantly? This was something just yesterday they could even fathom happening, but now seeing someone doing the impossible right before them, they couldn't help but admire Almarin's craziness. Abbot, he who dared to openly say something against God. However, it just that Almarin didn't care about whether they admired him or not, as his mind was on how to finish his speech before the barrier broke. That's why the gods are afraid. They're afraid that we'll have enough power to knock them from their high thrones and make them fall. Aren't I right, your majesty, God of Light? Looking toward the sky, Almarin said somewhat sarcastically. Unfortunately, the God of Light in the sky didn't say anything to him, but continued bombarding the shield. Seeing this, Almarin knew any methods to try and distract his attention would work, so without paying any more attention to the God of Light in the sky, he continued speaking. Imagine if all races got my research, and each of you possessed the power to slay gods. Imagine if each of you had the power to move mountains and reclaim the sea. Imagine if each of you were immortal like me and could live to the end of time. As Almarin spoke, his body seemed to emit a strange fluctuation, enhancing the desires and emotions of all those watching him, both in Freedom Town and not in Freedom Town. And just like he expected, the crowd's eyes had become dazed, as if they were caught in his trance. Haha, people of Ilias. Let me tell you, the era of the so-called gods is over. Do you yearn for power? Do you yearn for fame? Do you yearn for wealth? Just as Almarin was about to continue speaking, his heart was suddenly stabbed from behind by the Pope. However, it was already late. Cough, cough. Coughing out blood, Almarin's eyes started to blur. However, he had a smile on his face. People of Ilias, do you want the power to slay gods? If so, then find it. I've hidden my research all around Ilias. Exhausting his strength, Almarin gave one last shout before collapsing in a pool of blood on stage. Elric boy, I hope the chaos from this buys you enough time. With that as his last thoughts, Almarin closed his eyes, never to be opened again. Silence. With Almarin's collapse, silence filled the crowd. However, it was unknown who started it first, but soon loud cheers resounded throughout Ilias. Howalza, my time has come. Boys, who's with me? Let's go and find the power to slay gods. It was as if a shackle holding everyone down had been untied as various peoples from all over Ilias picked up their loads as they embarked on a journey in search of power, fame, and wealth. And the Pope, who had just regained freedom, couldn't help but kneel in despair, knowing it was over for him. Over time, all parts of Ilias ensued with chaos as the words of Almarin flashed through their minds. Men and women alike abandoned their family and friends in hopes of finding his legendary god-slaying power, while some just saw this as an opportunity to make trouble. However, one thing was for sure: the wheels of fate on Ilias had suddenly gone into high gear. And at this moment, kneeling in despair on the stage center, was the Pope. As he looked towards the cheering crowd, he more and more realized the trouble Almarin's words had caused. No, no, no. This wasn't in the plan. First, as well as his lackeys were suddenly taken by His Highness Lettet, and then Almarin. Damn Almarin. I don't share the same sky with you. Mumbling to himself, the Pope's breath became more and more haggard as anger and fear of punishment by the god of light began to cloud his judgment. However, we need to think of how to explain this to His Majesty Helios. Thinking of his lord who was taunted by Almarin right before his death, the Pope suddenly felt his chance of survival were slim. Darius. Just when the Pope had begun to think of countermeasures, a loud voice stating his real name suddenly rang out in his mind. Listening to his real name being called, the Pope realized it could only be one person. Without any hesitation, he who was already on his knees further lowered his posture, causing his head to touch the ground. Your Majesty. With his head to the ground, Darius immediately called out to the god of light. Sure enough, at this time, a golden figure suddenly appreciated hovering in front of him. It was just that none of the audience seemed to see this figure, as most of them had already dispersed with Almarin's death. However, as the Pope of the Church of Light, Darius was familiar with the feeling of his lord's presence. So realizing that his lord had already broken through the barrier, he suddenly felt more nervous. Forgive me, my lord. I have let you down. Immediately, without allowing Helios to say any words, he immediately started apologizing and confessing his faults in hope of a lenient punishment. Unfortunately, it seemed that Helios didn't care about him, as he just stood there hovering for a while. Seeing this, Darius didn't give up, but rather continued to kowtow towards Helios' figure in hopes of forgiveness. And Helios, standing in the void, although his expression could not be seen, his mind was currently filled with anger. Damn human. Damn Lettet. How dare they play me for fools? And these mortals, how dare they yearn to slay gods? If not for the protection from the will of the world and their faith, this seat would have already wiped out all mortals and recreated them. Cursing in his mind, Helios couldn't help but be in a bad mood as he thought of what just happened. He, the god-kind, was played in by a little upper god and an unknown human. Thinking of this, Helios grit his teeth in anger. And there's this one, the most foolish of them all. Looking towards the trembling Pope, Helios suddenly had a feeling of disgust swell up from inside him. Unfortunately, given the fact that Darius was the current head of the church, Helios couldn't just eliminate him without harming the church. Calming down, Helios began to think of how to deal with the current situation. Darius, go lead your team and capture anyone who claims they want to be a god slayer. Anyone who does would automatically be proclaimed a sinner. And search for the whereabouts of those people you captured earlier, and don't think about continuing to be the Pope in case you fail any of those two tasks. Not giving him a chance to react, Helios immediately disappeared after giving his instructions, as he had to go and deal with the god's side of the aftermath of this incident. Phew, Tilda, he's gone. Watching Helios' figure suddenly disappear, Darius breathed a sigh of relief. However, recalling the two tasks he was just given, his face gradually became serious. It seems I still have a chance to impress my lord. Realizing this, Darius immediately stood up without hesitation. Both of you stand up. We have work to do. Go over there and immediately arrest those sinners. Pointing towards the now dispersing crowd, Darius immediately commanded the two executioners by his side to begin to take action. And the two of them, although confused, immediately went into action upon receiving his orders. Seeing this, Darius' serious expression slightly lessened. Demon Lord Elric, you'll definitely regret crossing me and the Church of Light. Realizing that Almarin was dead, Darius immediately decided to put all his hatred on Elric and the rest. Little did he know that the Elric he was cursing at this time was currently caught in a dilemma. Somewhere outside the main plain of Ilias, a somewhat dormant temple stood in the void. At over 50 feet, with all sorts of depictions inscribed on its body, it gave off an aura of mystery as well as power. At this time, deep within the temple, a certain conversation was being held. Standing in front of a huge figure covered in golden light was Elric. Hello. Let me guess, you must be Almarin's friend. Lettet, the god of deceit. Looking at the god in front of him, Elric didn't seem to be afraid, but rather curious on how Almarin could be friends with a god. Haha, as expected as someone Almarin chose to protect, you are one interesting human. However, it's because interesting people tend to pop out of your race from time to time, is why I like humans. Looking at Elric's calm demeanor, Latet suddenly burst out with laughter. However, after a few seconds of laughing, Latet's face gradually became serious. Human, do you know where you are right now? Pointing towards their surroundings, Laddie suddenly asked Elric. Hearing this question, Alurk shook his head, slightly expressing the fact he didn't know. Seeing this, Latet just nodded slightly. I didn't expect you to know, but now you will. Let me tell you, the place we're currently in is called. After a slight pause, Latet's eyes shone as he said his next words. The Temple of Space. Temple of Space. As Latet said this, the whole temple seemed to ripple slightly. Fortunately, it stopped very quickly. Elric, how much do you know about gods? Facing Elric, who was still ever so calm, Latet asked him with interest. Facing this question, Elric immediately thought back to the inheritance from cows he received earlier, but thinking deeper, Elric felt it wasn't suitable to expose that yet. Just when he was thinking of what to say, he remembered what Moses said about gods and how they affect the domain they control. Remembering this, he quickly told him what he knew about gods from his current observations, plus what Moses told him before arriving in Freedom Town. Thankfully, upon hearing Alurk's answer, Latet nodded his head slightly in satisfaction. After all, he didn't expect a mortal to know much. While you are correct, there are many things being left out, but that's not why you're here today. The reason why I asked this was that this temple belonged to the ancient god of space. With it, one can use its power to go to other worlds in Ilias, outside the main plane. Hearing Latet say this, Elric had already guessed his plan already. Does that mean you plan on putting me in some other small plane in order to escape the god of light's reach? Said Elric as he couldn't think of any other reason. And sure enough, listening to Elric's question, Latet couldn't help but applaud him slightly. Bravo! You managed to deduce that from just a few words from me, however that's not all. If it was only that, then I wouldn't have taken you within such a high-grade artifact as the Temple of Space. You must know, unlike the main plane of Ilias, which has been under the rule of gods, most of those planes outside are still underdeveloped with little to no life on them. And those of them, because they lack the intervention of the gods, their civilizations are still in the most primitive of stages, where most races can barely clothe themselves. As Latet spoke about the planes outside the main plane, Elric could hear a clear tone of disdain in it. It's just that Latet didn't seem to care, but rather continued to speak without hiding it. It's due to this that most gods like me don't care much about other planes outside the main plane. And given the fact that it's very possible to lose your way on the journey back, it's not worth the loss just to harvest a few believers. But thankfully, the Temple of Space I have here is capable of a smooth go and return journey. Hearing once again talk about the Temple of Space, Elric was curious about how he got a hold of such an artifact. It's just that Latet seemed to be deliberately dodging the question and refused to say anything about it. However, not everything is bad. You and your buddies should be quite safe once you get there. Due to the main plane's suppression, all beings, whether gods or mortals, are 2 to 3 times stronger after leaving the main plane. As soon as Latet said this, Elric was shocked. 2 to 3 times stronger, what concept is this? Thinking of his current stats, he suddenly felt he would be able to push everything sideways after leaving the main plane. No, Elric, calm down. The strength after leaving is just false. Remember, you still have to come back here. After all this, the main plane is the core of Ilias. It may have some hidden secrets. And there's still the mysterious Sirik. Thinking of Sirik, who was probably as strong as all the gods of faith in Ilias combined, Elric's swelling quickly cooled down as he became more determined to get stronger. By the way, later, where are George and the others? Said Elric as he suddenly remembered he hadn't been called young master in a while. Oh, them. They're right here. I just kept them dormant for a bit, as I didn't want them to disturb our conversation. Raising his hand slightly, a blue orb appeared in it. And looking into the orb, Elric could clearly see the sleeping figure of George and the rest. All you need to do is break it, and they'll come out of the orb. Here, catch it. Without too much hesitation, Lart promptly threw the orb toward Elric. Thankfully, Elric's reflexes were quite good, and without too much trouble he successfully caught it. Putting it in his pocket, he once again turned towards Latet. It seems we are done discussing. If you may, can you send us out? As Elric said that, he looked towards Latet with a slight hesitation, although they had been friendly with each other for a while now. However, Elric still didn't fully trust him. He felt like Latet had another more hidden purpose for helping him rather than doing Almarin a favor. It's just that Elric didn't make it obvious, as he still needed Latet's help in order to completely escape from the God of Light. And just like Elric had expected, hearing Elric request to leave, Latet gazed towards him suddenly became deeper. Thankfully, he didn't refuse. All right then, you're allowed to go. I hope when next we meet you can bring me surprises. Waving his hand, hundreds of portals appeared before Elric. Go through any of these doors, they all lead to a different plane outside the main plane. Each with a different and unique environment, and don't worry, I neither know the location nor what's behind any of them. I swear on the will of Elias. Hearing him swear on the will of Elias, Elric was suddenly relieved. Here in Elias, if you swear on the will of the world and go back on it, you're doomed to receive a terrifying backlash. However, the god before him just swore on it so nonchalantly. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help but become more vigilant. Haha, then I guess there's no need to hesitate. See you next time. New world, here I come. Without wasting too much time, Elric randomly picked a portal and jumped through it. Swoosh tilde. With a light breeze, Elric completely disappeared from the temple, leaving Latet's lonely figure floating in the temple. What? Just when Latet was about to leave the temple, his expression couldn't help as a look of shock appeared on his face. Haha, Almarin, it seemed the person you chose isn't all that bad, laughed Latet, as he seemed to have discovered something interesting. Just now Latet felt the divine power he left in the orb containing Davis, and the others had completely disappeared. Oh well, it doesn't really matter, after all we'll soon meet again. With a slight smile on his face, his figure slowly disappeared from the temple. What? Elric POV. What? Jumping into the portal, his vision was automatically engulfed in darkness. Feeling his surroundings, a sense of weightlessness came from all around. Wow, is this what inside a portal looks like? After taking a minute for his eyes to adjust, Elric couldn't help but be astonished as he surveyed his surroundings. Looking forward in his dark surroundings, small bright spots could be seen from time to time floating all around him. Although he wasn't sure how, a voice at the back of his head kept telling him that those stars each represent a different plane connected to the temple. It seemed that temple is more powerful than I thought. Thinking of the amount of power needed to connect so many planes at once, this had completely exceeded Elric's understanding. However, before getting a pick, there's still something that needs to be done. Taking out the orb from its pocket, Elric looked at it somewhat warily. I really hope I'm thinking too much. Without thinking too much, he transported the orb to his soul space. AI chip scan this orb. Order received. Scanning commencing. As soon as Elric gave the order, the whole soul space started to fluctuate slightly. Seeing this, Elric was obviously not surprised, but rather had a look of understanding on his face. Unlike the outside world where his strength was somewhat suppressed, here in his own small world, his powers seemed to be enhanced. Sure enough, under the now enhanced AI chip's prowess, an abnormality was detected. Detecting multiple living organisms within it, and a high concentration variant of mana. Hearing variant mana, a look of caution appeared on Elric's face. This was the first time the AI chip had ever given such a result. I knew there was something off about this orb. Thinking of the bad feeling he got when we faced Latet, Elric was more and more sure his thoughts were correct. So without much hesitation, he decided to strip that bit of mana away from the orb. Thankfully, in his small world, Elric felt he was omnipotent. Although it couldn't support living activities yet, and he couldn't enter it physically, there was no problem separating a bit of mana from the orb. Though under the guidance of the AI chip, after careful observation in order not to affect Davis and the rest still within the orb, Elric successfully extracted a somewhat golden glowing orb of mana. Although he was only looking at it mentally, Elric seemed to feel palpitations as he looked at that orb of mana. What is this? And why does it feel like it could wipe me out at any second? Wiping the sweat off his non-existent body, Elric couldn't help but feel terrified knowing that he had been carrying such a thing. However, this shouldn't be a bomb. Judging from my discussion with Latet earlier, he didn't seem to want to kill me, and if he wanted to, I doubt there'd be a need to go through tricks such as this. Looking at the floating golden orb, no matter how much Elric analyzed, he couldn't think of what its purpose was. Judging from the AI chip's results, he only knew it was a variant of mana. Sigh, let's leave it alone for now. I'll study it when I have time. Now the most important thing is to choose a new plane to descend on and create a new base there. Saying that, he immediately pushed the golden orb to a certain corner of the small world. As for the orb containing Davis and the rest, he decided to let them stay within the orb in the small world till he had chosen a new world to land and had confirmed the situation there. After arranging all his affairs, Elric consciousness immediately exited the small world. I guess it's time to take a pic. Looking at the countless stars floating in his field of vision, for the first time in his 2 lives Elric felt indecisive. Arg, why do they have to be so many? Ruffling his hair, Elric couldn't help lashing out exasperation as he could pick a start. After all, there was no telling what his behind each star. Damn, I guess I have no choice. Perhaps it was due to all the accumulated stress from before, or just because he could make a choice. After about 5 minutes, Elric suddenly picked a random star and jumped into it. Soon he felt his whole body seem to be compressed, as he felt a terrible squeeze on his body. Damn, Latet. You didn't tell me about this. Unfortunately, Latet wasn't there to help him, so Elric could do was rely on himself to resist the terrifying pressure being exerted on him. Feeling the pressure all around him, Elric shivered slightly as he imagined going through this pressure without being strengthened. As the thought of it, only one word lingered in his head. Death. Thankfully, perhaps it was that luck was on his side. Elric soon felt the pressure leaving his body. Haha, finally, I thought I was about to be turned into a sardine. Just as he was about to sigh in relief, a bright light suddenly flashed into his eyes. Boom! With a loud boom, Elric suddenly felt his figure being thrown out from a high distance. Bang! Unable to react, he landed on the ground with a thud. Thankfully, he didn't seem to be injured. Opening his eyes, Elric suddenly realized he had already arrived in the new plane. However, looking at his front, he couldn't help but have a wry smile on his face. Should I count myself lucky or unlucky? Standing in front of Elric were a group of about 30 primitive people, 10 men and 20 women with only loincloths on their bodies and unkempt hair. At this moment, they seemed to be in the middle of some sort of ceremony, as all 30 of them had gathered in a circle. Argajie. Zaldzawa. Unga bunga. Just when Elric was about to react, they seemed to have discovered his presence. Immediately, without giving him a chance, all 30 of them immediately went into a frenzy, as they made different grunts symbolizing their lack of a formal language. What do they want to do? Looking at them, Elric didn't feel much hostility in their reactions, but rather he felt many emotions such as fear, worship, and curiosity. Thinking of this, Elric sat down with interest as he decided not to make a move yet, but rather watch how this event played out. Plop. Suddenly, with a loud plop under Elric's astonished gaze, an old-looking man along them with dense gray hair and a faintly sickly look suddenly knelt before him. Ajgum. Unga. Larnga. Unfortunately, before Elric could figure out what was going on, the old man suddenly turned back and started shouting at the rest of his people. Plop. 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 Immediately, as if on cue, after hearing the old man's shout, the remaining 29 people dropped to their knees with a look of fear of reverence on their faces. What is going on? Looking at all this, Elric had a look of confusion on his face. Unfortunately for him, no matter how much he tried, Eric couldn't understand anything they were saying. Hello. Mygmeiselric. Well, saying each word slowly and carefully, Elric pointed to himself as he tried to make them understand. Unfortunately, there was no success. Onga. Looking at the primitive humans looking at him with question marks above their heads, the corners of Elric's mouth couldn't help but twitch. However, thinking that he had nothing better to do, Elric still tried to communicate with them. Soon time passed, and after several attempts and realizing there was little to no progress in communication, Elric suddenly felt like he had a headache. But it wasn't like everything was pointless. During the period of trying to communicate with them, Elric had successfully found out why they knelt to him at the beginning. Judging from the gray-haired old man's behavior and his current surroundings, it was most likely they were in the middle of a sacrifice to some gods of some sort. They believed him. However, thinking back to what Latet said on how almost no gods would be seen outside the main plane, Elric suddenly had a moment of eureka. I see, so that's it. It's possible that my landing just happened when they were in the middle of their sacrifice, causing them to believe I was the god they were worshipping. If so, it would explain the fear and fanaticism in their eyes whenever they looked toward me. Thinking of all this, Elric's gut feeling told him he was right. All of a sudden, all the pieces of the puzzle seemed to fit, and Elric, who had now figured out the current situation, suddenly had a clear direction in order to plan his next steps. However, them believing I'm their god isn't necessarily a bad thing. After calming down to analyze the matter, Elric realized that he could make good use of this opportunity if his card are played right. Judging from their dressing and mode of communication, unlike the main plane, which has the power and oppression of the gods to speed up civilization, the planes outside it are mostly, if not all, in a primitive state. If I take this opportunity of their ignorance to win them over, wouldn't I have a group of loyal people for nothing? As someone who lived a life on the Blue Star, Elric was very aware of the value of loyalty, and what better way to gain loyalty than become the deity that everyone worships. Thinking of those fanatics of the cross religion back on the Blue Star, Elric couldn't help but shiver lightly. But I can't take the name of a god. Who knows if I'll end up gaining Crick's attention. Remembering this mysterious source holder, Elric decided to stay away from anything related to gods till he had a form of protection against him. Sitting on the floor, Elric began to ponder on what to do next. Soon before he knew it, almost 30 minutes had passed, and under Elric's command, the 30 people were no longer kneeling towards him, but rather sat together on the floor with him. Suddenly, just as they were waiting for Elric's next command, Elric suddenly burst out into laughter, shocking them. Haha, stupid. Why do I have to pretend to be a god? After all, I have something even better. With a light laugh, Elric waved his hand, summoning his spell book. I'll just tell them I'm a wizard, after all. They don't know what a wizard is, and in the process of trying to teach them language, I can construct an almighty and all-powerful image of a wizard on their heads. Haha, as expected of me, I've already figured out a plan. Feeling the high feasibility of this plan, Elric couldn't help but applaud himself for his quick thinking. However, a problem still needs to be solved. Looking at the 30 people who couldn't understand a word he said, Elric suddenly didn't know where to start from. However, it's maybe either Davis, Reinhardt, or somebody I'm the orb with could figure out a solution. Thinking back to the orb, Elric didn't believe that the combined mind and efforts of all of them wouldn't be able to solve this communication issue. So without any hesitation, Elric took out the orb from the small world and held it in his hands. It's just that didn't realize that his actions of taking out the orb from nowhere fell into the eyes of the primitives. This made them once again sure that Elric was God. Unfortunately, Elric wasn't paying any attention to them at this moment. Looking towards the orb in his hand, Elric's face gradually became serious. You guys, I hope you won't let me down. Saying that, he immediately injected mana into the orb. Soon, with Elric's continued installation of mana, the orb began to slowly shine, with its brightness increasing every second.
Look, Elric.
Seeing the glowing orb, the primitives started to scream in excitement as they thought Elric was about to use his divine weapon to cast a miracle. Can you guys please keep quiet? Shouted Elric. Already having a headache due to the current situation, Elric couldn't help but snap back at them as their various shouts sounded in his ear. Thankfully, although they couldn't understand his language, but judging from the tone of Elric's voice during the shout just now, they could tell he was not pleased. Immediately under the lead of the oldest among them, the 30 of them began to kneel once again, with their heads touching the ground as they begged for forgiveness.
Sighing.
Looking at the familiar scene before him, Elric couldn't help but give a sigh full of exasperation. Although some of them, there seemed to be some primitives way older than me, however all of them seemed to have the brain of children. Twitching the corner of his lips, Elric suddenly felt he was overthinking this earlier. After all, judging from their current behaviors, he couldn't imagine any problem convincing them he was an omnipotent wizard, even though he currently struggles with a few fireballs.
Crack. What?
Just when Elric was about to tell them to stop kneeling, the orb in his hand began to slowly crack. Obviously, Davis and the rest were about to be released. Thinking of this, Elric quickly ran to a somewhat open space in order to prevent any accident during their release.
Bang.
Feeling the orb had reached its peak before exploding, Elric immediately threw the orb forward, to which it shattered with a bang.
Damn.
Latet, you didn't tell me about this. Covering his eyes tightly, Elric cursed Latet out in his mind as he began to observe his current situation. Although he had prepared various contingency plans in case something went wrong, however, what happened on the orb's explosion left all of Elric's plans for naught. With the explosion of the orb, a bright light suddenly came out of it as if to make him blind, and unfortunately for Elric, since there was no earlier preparation, his eyes were left open.
Arg.
Feeling as though his eyeballs were being bathed in a volcano, Elric, who was withering in pain, had no choice but to wail out in agony. Thankfully, it seemed as if his reflexes were fast enough, and after the first few seconds of agony, Elric successfully closed his eyes.
Damn.
What was that light just now? With his eyes still closed, Elric could help but feel a bit scared, knowing that if it had been a few minutes late in closing his eyes, there would have been no other results than him losing both his eyes now. AI Chip, do you know what that light was? Just when he was about to put the matter aside, Elric suddenly remembered his AI was there, coupled with the amount of knowledge he had input into its database back in Freedom Town, and on his journey so far, there was a high probability the AI chip would have the answer. Task received, begin to commence. Scanning light, detecting residual radiation. Detecting similarities in database, process complete. Report to the host. There is a 95% similarly between it and the variant mana from the host's earlier extraction. Hearing the words of the AI chip, Elric was shocked. Although he hadn't had the small world for a long time, but Elric was almost 100% sure he had separated all the variant mana from the orb back then. It seems I still underestimated you, Letet. However, now that I'm here away from any god's gaze, I don't believe that with enough time I'll be weaker than anyone else. Murmuring this, Elric silently decided to himself that he'd study whatever that variant mana was when he got the chance. However, that's something for another day. There are more important things to do now. Opening his eyes slowly, Elric realized that the orb at this moment had almost completely dimmed. Judging from the looks of the orb, it seemed that Davis and the rest could come out at any moment. And sure enough, without wasting too much time, the orb soon completely burst, revealing 12 faint silhouettes. Looking at their figures, Elric suddenly showed a relieved smile. It seems that Latet still has a good side, said Elric as he faced the 11 of them. Just now Elric had used the AI chip to scan them, knowing their health was okay, and no strange variant mana was stuffed into them. He couldn't help but sigh in relief. After all, he has neither tried mana extraction on a living being nor knew the side effects. Thankfully, it seemed that for some whatever reason, Latet just ignored them and only stuffed mana into the orb and not them. Although he wasn't complaining, Elric could help but feel later had something bad planned. Shaking his head slightly, Elric removed all other thoughts and focused on the 12 figures before him. Davis, Alvin, George, Reinhardt, Ayama, Sebastian, and 6 other of his fellow tribesmen from before. Young master, shouted George. Seeing Elric approaching them, George, who was the first to wake up, couldn't help but exclaim. Haha, George, it seems you're okay. By the way, look around you. Tell me if you see anything different. Hearing Elric say this, a look of confusion appeared on George's face. But thinking it was Elric's command, he didn't argue much and started to look around. Unfortunately for George, it seemed that after a few minutes, the confusion on his face became more vivid as he looked toward Elric without doubt. Young master, where are we? Asked George in confusion. At this time, Davis and the rest had already woken completely, and hearing George's question, they who had also taken a look at their surroundings turned towards Elric hoping for an explain. However, Elric seemed to have already expected this situation, and under their expectant gaze, he slowly opened his mouth. 2 words. New world. Seeing the confused looks on their face, Elric quickly explained the current situation to them one by one. Hearing the process of meeting Almarin, being taken by Latet, the Temple of Space plus the existence of multiple places. Although Elric omitted some parts of the events due to both time and personal reasons, the 12 of them couldn't help but be shocked as they seemed to picture each even one by one. Anga Unga. Just when everyone was focused on what happened during their time in the orb, a small primitive had come to there looking towards them with a curious expression on his face. Oh, so this is what a primitive looks like. Could it be that we on the main plane lived like this before? Looking at the animal skin loincloth worn on his body and hearing the strange grunts he made for communication, a strange curiosity shone in George's eyes. Fortunately, the primitive didn't seem to think much of it, but rather knelt as soon as he had come to Elric's presence. Aings, Ingaz, Manga knew. Kneeling in front of Elric, he kept making various hand signs and noises as he tried to convey something to Elric. Thang. Seeing that Elric didn't seem to understand him, the young primitive suddenly increased the sound of his voice in hopes that would help Elric understand him better. Unfortunately, it was useless. No matter how much he screamed and danced, Elric couldn't understand a word. It seems I should stop this now, but how do I calm him down? Well, looking at the primitive trying so hard to convey himself, Elric suddenly felt a bit sorry. Just when Elric was about to try and calm the young primitive down, the voice of the old man from earlier suddenly sounded. He seemed to be scolding the young primitive, signaling him to get away from Elric. Unfortunately, he just ignored the old man and kept screaming in front of Elric. Ams. Seeing himself being so rudely ignored, the old man suddenly lost his temper. With a steaming head, he suddenly strode forward. However, just as he was about to get closer to the young primitive wanting to teach him a lesson, Elric waved his hand, motioning for him to stop. Thankfully, telling him to stop wasn't a difficult thing to express and was relatively easy for Elric to convey his meaning, and the old man, understanding what Elric meant, had no choice but to go back, albeit unwillingly. Sighing. I feel like I'll go crazy if I don't get this language problem fixed. At this point, Elric was already completely tired of hearing Unga and Bunga all the time. Thankfully, he had George and the rest to help him out now. Um, Excuse me, Master Elric. I think I might be able to solve your language problem. And as if to prove him right, just as he was complaining, Elric suddenly heard Sebastian's voice come from behind him. What did you just say, Sebastian? Hearing him say that, Elric had no choice but to confirm, as he didn't expect a solution to be found so quickly. Thankfully, it seemed that Elric's ears were working all right as Sebastian spoke again, confirming his earlier words. Yes, if there were no errors in my previous words, then I did say I could solve your language problem. Saying this, Sebastian looked at Elric with an unexpected calm. He seemed not fazed by their current situation, nor the existence of another world. Thinking of this, Elric turned slowly and observed everybody's expressions one by one, and sure enough, the result left him stunned. George's eyes were filled with curiosity as he looked at the primitives and his surroundings. Davis stood folding his arms with indifference. Alvin seemed to be muttering something like explosion, and the rest of them, including Reinhardt and Ayama, had various emotions on their faces. However, fear was definitely not one of them. Seeing this situation, although he didn't know why, but Elric was happy at least all of them adapted to the situation nicely. Shaking his head slightly, Elric turned again to focus on Sebastian. All right, Sebastian, how can you solve this issue? With a serious expression on his face, Elric's body exuded the aura of a superior. And Sebastian, perhaps due to the current situation, Sebastian had unknowingly started to see Elric as his leader. Without thinking too much, he told Elric his solution. Master Elric, you might not know this, but when Miss Ayama was little, I taught her how to speak. I don't think these group of people are much dumber than a 2-year-old Ayama, said Sebastian as he pointed towards a primitive gnawing on a stone. Hey, who are you calling dumb? Hearing Sebastian use her name and the word dumb in the same sentence, little Ayama had no choice but to puff her cheeks in anger as she waved her small fists. Haha, no, little miss, how could anyone ever refer to you as dumb? Miss Ayama is the smartest person in the whole of Ilias. Seeing Ayama getting angry at him for calling his name, Sebastian ruffled her hair slightly as he began to coax her. Maybe it was because of his experience, or maybe because of the current situation. She didn't argue much but nodded in satisfaction after hearing Sebastian calling her the smartest. Reinhardt on the side, watching all this happen, had a fatherly smile on his face. Ahem. Seeing everything go off tracks, Elric suddenly coughed, gaining everyone's attention again. Sebastian, how soon can you start teaching them to speak? And how long do you think it'll take till they can speak and understand the basics? Listening to the two questions Elric asked him, Sebastian suddenly felt silent as he began to calculate and analyze the situation for an answer. Soon after a few minutes, Sebastian suddenly spoke, giving Elric his reply. Master Elric, I can start teaching them right now. As for how long it would take them to speak and understand the basics, that should take about a week, said Sebastian. Hearing Sebastian say this, Elric once again had to praise the uniqueness of a different world. Back on the Blue Start, it would be unprecedented for 2-year-olds to learn and speak a language in a week. With a slight sigh, Elric once again faced Sebastian. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Good luck, Teacher Sebastian. Teacher Sebastian. Hearing such a strange title, Sebastian couldn't help but be slightly confused. Shaking his head slightly, he decided not to think too much about it. Soon under Elric's pressure, the 30 primitives had once again gathered in a circle waiting for Elric's next orders. Look around then, Sebastian, judging from the looks of it, and it's most likely they live in those caves, said Elric as he pointed towards a set of caves not too far away from them. However, hearing the words cave, George, Alvin, and Davis couldn't help but shiver as they remembered their last month-long experience of being trapped in a cave. Could it be that we're destined to live in caves? Twitching the corners of his mouth, George looked towards the caves with a bad expression on his face. Unfortunately, no one seemed to answer as everyone had different thoughts at the moment, especially Reinhardt and Ayama, who had never lived in a cave. What are all of you thinking of? Who said we would live in the cave with them? Seeing everyone suddenly keep quiet, Elric obviously knew what they were thinking of. Like I said, it is obvious that these people live there, so us living there would either mean we send them packing out of their homes or we live together with them. So now, do I look like the kind of person who would drive someone away from their home or try and inconvenience them by suddenly barging into their homes and living with them? Hearing Elric say this, all of them could help but bow their heads slightly. Obviously, they misunderstood him. Thankfully, Elric didn't seem to take it too seriously. Good, it looks like you're all finally back to your senses, Seeing their reactions, Elric nodded his head in satisfaction. Although we can't live in those caves, however we need to find somewhere to stay. You Jules, you and you. Go with Alvin and Davis to go get some wood, leaves, food, and any kind of supplies you can get. We'll have to build our own homes. Pointing towards 4 of his fellow villagers, Elric suddenly gave them an order. Reinhardt, the rest of us would stay here and figure out a good place to set camp, while Sebastian, you can start teaching them how to speak. Who knows, some of them might have the talent to become wizards. Hearing the unfamiliar word wizard, Reinhardt, Ayama, and Sebastian had confused expressions on their faces, while on the other hand, Davis, Alvin, and George had excited looks on their faces as they looked forward to the growth of the wizard profession. Seeing all of them with different thoughts, Elric didn't seem to care too much and decided not to talk much about it, as they would naturally understand what he meant when the time was right. Alright, I guess that's it for now. Let's hurry up and try and get down before sunset. After all, no one wants to get stranded out at night. Looking towards the sky, it was then Elric noticed that, unlike the main plane, instead of 3 suns, there were only 2 suns in the sky. However, judging from the height of the sun, they were most likely still a long period before sunset. Thinking of this, Elric sighed in relief, knowing there was a high probability to build a home before nightfall. Alvin, Davis, if you encounter any trouble, be sure to alert me or run away as fast as you can if possible, said Elric as he gave Davis his spell book as a means of insurance. As for why he didn't worry about himself, just kidding, he could summon the book back at any time. There was no need to worry about not holding it for some time, and who knows, it might end up saving them from danger. So without too much hesitation, he gave them the spell book to take with them. Thanks, young master, we won't let you down. Holding the spell book, Davis looked towards Elric solemnly. Soon under Elric's order, everyone had already dispersed, going to complete the goals he had given them. Sebastian will be right back. If you need anything, just give us a shout. George, Reinhardt, let's go find an area not too far from here to set camp. After waiting for Davis to completely leave his range of vision, started getting ready to set off with George, and Reinhardt leaving Sebastian, Ayama, and the rest of the tribesmen to watch over the primitives. Don't worry, Master Elric, I'll start teaching them now. You can go without worries. With a slight smile on his face, Sebastian gave Elric the go-ahead as he started getting ready to teach them. Seeing this, Elric didn't hesitate anymore and immediately left Sebastian as he, George, and Reinhardt began to search for a perfect spot. Soon before Elric knew it, he had already approached the limit he could reach while still being able to see the cave. I guess we should stop here for now. George, Reinhardt, look for any place where you think would be suitable for us to build tents to live in. And remember, it must be spacious enough for all of us. After giving them the description, the 3 of them immediately set off to decide on a place to set up camp. Unfortunately, not sure if it was because of the cure of bad luck or if it was just a coincidence, but after hours of searching, Elric still couldn't find a suitable spot. Young master, over here, I've found it. Just when Elric was contemplating whether to give up, the sound of George's voice suddenly reached his ears. Hearing George's call, Elric immediately set off in the direction of the sound, the same thing with Reinhardt, who was also searching in the opposite direction. Soon the 2 of them successfully reached the source of George's voice, and seeing the place before them, there was only one word in their mind. Perfect. Looking at the large space with a relatively large pond and a couple of fruit trees at his side, Elric almost thought this spot was specially reserved for them. Haha, isn't this place awesome? Seeing their shocked expression, George had a look of satisfaction on his face. I guess you did well, good job, George. With a slight cough, Elric had no choice but to applaud George. Sighing. I can't believe we're going to live here now. I wonder what's going on the main plane right now. Just as Elric and George were talking, Reinhardt's voice came into their ears. However, hearing what he said, Elric and George stopped, couldn't help but think of the same thing. Yeah, what exactly is going on in the main plane right now? Such thoughts drifted through Elric's mind as he remembered Almarin's figure just before his execution. Elias, what? Just as Elric and the rest were thinking about it, at this moment, Elias was completely enthralled in chaos. Just like Helios' warning earlier, small cracks leading into the abyss had appeared all over the main plane, severing as a channel for the abyssal demons so wreak havoc. Various churches had joined arms, creating alliances, fighting on the front lines to fight against them. While many people saw this chaos as an opportunity to find the legendary god-killing power. Thankfully, it seemed that because the cracks were just formed and had not fully opened, powerful abyss demon gods couldn't pass through. Only their minions could, making there no need for the gods to take action yet. At this time, the gods had once again held a meeting in the Temple of Gods. Your Highness Helios, say something, all of us are waiting for you to tell us how to deal with the current invasion. Saying this was Hephaestus sitting on his throne, but this time unlike before, a trace of ridicule could be heard in his tone. In fact, not only him, but a lot of gods in the temple looked towards Helios with a look of disdain, mockery, and laughter, as they had all witnessed what happened during Almarin's execution. Knowing he was the main cause of the chaos in the main plane, most gods could help but laugh at him. Haha, why don't you say anything? Could it be you want to execute me too? Haha, I think you dare not. After all, I might escape with the help of another god, or say something sending this already crazy world into complete turmoil. Disregarding his imagine, seeing Helios didn't reply, Hephaestus suddenly felt like he has more courage. At this point, it seems like he had forgotten that Helios was the current god king, and began to mock him, using this as an excuse to lower Helios' prestige while increasing his. Hearing Hephaestus say this, Helios on his high throne was seething in anger. Clenching his staff tightly, he couldn't help but make a move. Boom! Just before Helios could do anything, a large fist suddenly smashed down on Hephaestus' head. Damn Aqua, why do you always have to hit my head? Feeling the familiar pain without looking back, Hephaestus had already guessed who it was. Aqua, the goddess of water. Rubbing his head in pain, Hephaestus couldn't help but shout in grievance. Unfortunately, she ignored him. Your Majesty, God King, please do not mind Hephaestus, he is currently not well. Perhaps he has what humans call a common cold. Hearing Aqua say this, Helios clenched his fist tighter as a surge of anger rushed to his head. Gods get sick. This was the most absurd thing he had ever heard, but looking at Aqua, who still had a calm face as she spat out ballant rubbish, Helios suddenly felt helpless. On a normal day, if anyone else had tried what two of the just did to him, Helios would mind crushing their god bodies to smithereens, but given his already bad reputation, it wouldn't be worth it to turn the elemental gods against him. Hey, who are you calling sick? I dare him to arf. Just as Hephaestus was about to start speaking, Aqua quickly summoned an orb of water over his head, stopping him from speaking. Haha, your Majesty, don't mind him. It seems his sickness is more serious than I thought. Still with the same smile, Aqua pretended like nothing happened. Seeing this, Helios could only give up, knowing he couldn't do anything to them today. Ahem. With a light cough, Helios banged his staff on the ground, releasing the aura of a god king. Immediately, all the gods present felt unprecedented pressure, as they couldn't even raise their heads. Feeling this, all the gods remembered that the one in front of them wasn't just any god who slipped up, but rather a god king. How dare they laugh at someone who has the power to crush them with the snap of their fingers? Realizing this, they put away their early contempt, showing only respect and yearning for his power on their faces. Seeing their change of attitude, Helios already knew his move just now was successful. So feeling the mood, he decided to quickly start the purpose of the meeting. Now let's start this meeting. Not giving them a chance to react, Helios suddenly started speaking. As you all know, lately those abyss cracks and monsters have been appearing everywhere all over the main plane. Although they're small now, no one knows when a large crack would appear, leading to the appearance of an abyss demon god. After all, some abyss demon gods are comparable to upper gods, so if we don't react in time, the main plane would suffer major losses. Hearing the seriousness of the matter, the faces of everyone suddenly turned serious as they imagined an unrestricted upper god running rampant. Thinking of the potential loss of their believers, they all felt they needed to prevent such from happening. TCH tilde just a bunch of self-people. I'm sure you don't care about Elias. You're all just probably thinking about your believers and the faith they can provide. Seeing their expressions suddenly change, Helios had a look of disdain as he seemed to be able to read their thoughts. However, he decided not to point it out, but rather continued speaking after he gave them a minute to digest the news. In order to prevent future accidents, at all times gods must send their angels to the lower realm to inspect for abyss demons. And don't be quick to reject it. You can use this as an opportunity to do some miracles in the lower realm, increasing your belief. Listening to Helios say this, those who were about to reject the proposal suddenly stopped as they thought of the benefits they could gain. Soon, without wasting too much effort, all the gods present unanimously agreed. Looking at all of them so quick to change their mind, knowing they could make more faith from it, the disdain on Helios' face suddenly became more intense. It just that his face was covered in light, making it impossible for them to see it. Taking a deep breath, Helios continued speaking as the meeting continued. Okay, that everyone has agreed, and we've addressed the issue on abyss demons, we have something more important to talk about. Lowering his voice slightly, Helios angrily spat out his next words. The king of humans. Silence. Hearing the word king of humans, the faces of all of the gods suddenly turned ugly. After all, according to the prophecy, the king of humans is meant to lead the era of God's fall. God's fall, another word which brought a bad taste to their mouths. It was unlivable that they who are regarded as almighty and all-powerful lofty beings were currently at their wits' end due to few words and a human. Seeing their reactions, Helios had no words as he too was annoyed by the current situation. However, now wasn't the time to brood over it as they had to come up with a solution. As you all know, during the execution last time, Latet took away the suspected king of humans. Since then, neither of them has been found all over Ilias. Saying this, Helios suddenly raised his right arm slowly. Soon under his control, a faint light screen appeared in front of all the gods. Looking closely, a picture of Elric could be seen. This here is the main suspect. According to my investigation, this mortal was to die a while back when his tribe was destroyed by a river god over a month ago. But for some unexplained reason he survived, and ever since then strange things have been happening all over Ilias. Adding this plus other information I've gathered, this right here is the only outlier among the human race. Hearing Helios say he checked Elric's fate, none of the gods were surprised. After all, even an upper god can somewhat see the destiny of a creature, much less a god king. Unfinished, this method of looking into a creature's fate is rarely used by gods due to the existence of variables, making the accuracy of the predictions very low. However, gods who specialize in fate clergy or wield a fate-related priesthood, such as Delphi, can make predictions with the utmost accuracy, sometimes even getting it 100%. This again is why most gods rarely provoke other gods related to fate due to the weird nature of fate itself. So due to this, none of the gods present cared much about Elric's fate, since most of them could check it themselves. Rather, they were curious about the river god involved. Unfortunately, Helios didn't seem to want to tell them which river god exactly it was. I think most of you are focusing on the wrong thing. Seeing their facial expressions, Helios couldn't help but cough slightly, dragging their attention back. Obviously, he had guessed what they were thinking. Haha, your highness, what are you talking about? Yeah, I'm thinking about where to catch that human named Elric and that traitor Latet. Haha, yes, your highness, what else could we be thinking about? Hearing Helios' words, all the gods in the temple suddenly burst into denial as they face Helios with serious expressions on their face. Sigh, Tilda. Looking at them go on, Helios couldn't help but wonder if these gods, rather than spending their thousands of years of life to increase their strength, used it all instead on developing thick faces. All right, I believe you, let's go back to the topic at hand. Waving his hand impatiently, Helios had no choice but to agree with them in order to continue the meeting. Thankfully, the gods were quick to catch on and quickly stopped talking. After making sure that everyone had stopped talking, Helios suddenly spoke. After searching the whole Ilias for so many days, now not a trace of Latet nor Elric can be seen. According to my guess, there's a high probability they've left the main plane. So now we have two options, one either to send groups outside the main plane to search for the two of them, or wait for them to return one day as Elric, if the king of humans has to return in order to fulfill the prophecy. Immediately, without giving too much thought, almost all the gods rose their hands in favor of waiting in here for Elric's return. After all, only the will of Ilias knows what's going on outside the main plane, and given the fact that it is almost impossible to find their way back to the main plane on their own, they quickly rejected leaving the plane as an option. Seeing them so quick to reject it, Helios had no words to persuade them this time after all. Even he wasn't sure on how to return after leaving the main plane. The only reason he gave it as an option was to test their reactions, and sure enough, he was right. It seems no one wants to leave the main plane, same with me. So in order to prepare for this so-called era of God's fall, I'm once again imploringly all of you to try and put away your past differences until we survive this catastrophe. Just as he was about to plan on how to solve future disputes in the temple, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Don't worry, your highness, we'll surely work together and escape this catastrophe successfully. Turning his head, Helios suddenly noticed who just spoke. It was Venti, the ever-quiet god of wind. However, at this moment, he seemed to be the eye of the storm as he released the aura of the upper god, suppressing most of the gods present. Good then, Venti. I'll leave it to you then. From now on, you'll be in charge of handling disputes among gods till this matter is solved. Without waiting for Venti to react, Helios suddenly stretched out his arms. Soon a beam of light flashed from his palm, hitting Venti directly. Seeing this happen, Helios nodded in satisfaction. Just now, he had given Venti some of his power to use in case of emergencies. In Venti opening his eyes, he knew what he had just received, feeling the power of the God King in his body, although shocked. Under the envious gazes of other gods, he bowed slightly towards Helios. Your Highness, it's not good. Just when Helios was about to disband the meeting and let the gods get to work, a sound suddenly came from outside the temple. Rushing into the temple, two female angels, with pure white wings on their backs, suddenly knelt before Helios. "Both of you calm down and tell me what happened." Although angry about being interrupted, Helios still wanted to hear what happened. However, the angel's next words shocked him and all the gods to the core. "Your Highness, it's the humans. They actually killed a god." Sitting in the temples, each god sat there with shocked expressions as different thoughts went through their heads. However, Helios at this time was not in any mood to care about their thoughts as he looked towards the angels with a stern gaze. "I'll give you one more chance to reorganize your words. Now what did you say?" Feeling the pressure emanating from Helios, the two angels had no choice but to further lower their heads, but thinking of the urgency of the matter, one of the angels suddenly grit its teeth under the pressure and managed to spit out some words. "Your Highness, I wasn't done speaking yet." Seeing Helios and the other god's reaction, the angel realized that it had been misunderstood and rushed to explain himself. So under the piercing gaze of Helios, the angel spoke again, but this time clearing the situation. "Thoughts, I meant thoughts. The humans killed a god's thought." Hearing the word thought, the atmosphere visibly cooled as the faces of all the present gods relaxed. God's thought, most gods are unable to descend physically on the main plane due to their enormous power, given the fact that a casual blow of even the weakest god can cause hundreds of meters of damage. Due to this, the will of Elias imposed several restrictions on the main plane. However, while they can't descend physically, over time the gods managed to create a new method, divine descent. By concentrating a small part of their thoughts and adding a trace of divine power to it, they were able to create an avatar with 0.5% of their power. However, don't think that 0.5 is small. You must know that 0.5 of an upper god's strength is enough to wipe out a large country with millions of people in population. Now hearing that a group of humans managed to kill the thoughts of a god, everyone in the temple could help but be shocked as they looked towards the angels with thoughts of unbelief. Feeling their doubts, the angel didn't argue nor try to convince them, but rather proceeded to say what happened. "Your Highness, as you might know, the time difference between here the god realm and the main plane is very different. 1 day in the god realm is equal to 1 year on the main plane. Due to this, during your meeting here 2 weeks have passed, and the total amount of chaos on the main plane has completely spiraled. Although some of the other angels and I are trying to maintain the peace, but given the now absurd amount of abyss demons now present, it is almost impossible to stop it now." Although he said so, the angel knew the increase in abyss demons wasn't an excuse for the increased chaos on the main plane, so without dwelling too much on it, he continued talking about the humans killing divine thoughts. It happened about a week ago. While scouting the land for abyss demons, a certain land god was about to perform a miracle for the tribe he protected, and in order to gain more faith, he decided to use the divine descending technique to increase their piety. Unfortunately for the land god, he met him. Speaking of him, the angel had a slight confused expression on his face. At the moment of descending, a strange human suddenly arrived, crashing the scene. As the angel spoke, his body suddenly emitted a bright light, playing the scene he had witnessed. At 6 feet tall, with a huge crescent-shaped white beard and bulging muscles. Looking at him, anyone who saw him would have thought he was from the giant race rather than human. "Yulalalo. Haha, land god, do you remember me? I'm the kid you banished a while ago. I don't know if I should thank you or curse you. After all, without you I wouldn't have become how I am now." Seeing the land god, the white-bearded man laughed angrily as he remembered being cast out by the god in front of him. At this point, all eyes had turned towards him as they turned to look at who dared to interrupt their god's ceremony. However, as soon as their eyes laid on him, they couldn't help but be shocked. Edward, is that really you?" With a slight stammer in his tone, the first to speak up was a somewhat old man among the land god's worshipper. Judging from his attire, he should be the village chief of the tribe. And Edward, hearing someone called his name, couldn't help but turn toward where it came from. Realizing it was from the village chief, a slight nostalgia appeared in his eyes. Back then, when everyone clamored for him to be banished since he didn't have food to sacrifice to the river god, only the village chief had begged for him. Unfortunately, he was the minority. Now seeing the village chief once again, Edward had a light smile on his face. "Gulalala. Old man, it seems you still remember me. However, now's not the time to discuss. I need to deal with this pebble god in front of me." Pointing towards the land god, Edward had a look of disdain on his face. "Hey, pebble god. Don't think I don't know you're just a projection. If your real body was here, I might be afraid, but your body. Not so much. Edward has gained God's slaying power, and I'm going to be the king of humans. Thinking of the cave he found with the words 999 Almarin on it, Edward had an unprecedented confidence to deal with this god in front of him. It was even in that cave he learned that the true body of God can't descend. Humph. Human, how dare you come back and disrespect me? Just as Edward was about to continue talking, the land god suddenly spoke, as he made move trying to completely flatten him. Before anyone could react, under the land god's urging, a huge rock of about 50 meters suddenly appeared in the air above Edward. Go to hell, human. Immediately with the land god's control, the first suddenly smashed towards Edward. How it seems you're impatient to die. Looking at the oncoming fist, Edward didn't have any fear, but rather glinted with excitement shown in his eyes as he prepared his counterattack. Bending his knees slightly, Edward began to wind up his fist as he began to prepare to launch his counterattack. Haha, land god, are you ready to face my wrath? Edward, with this power, can be called the strongest man alive. Seismic shock. With a loud yell, Edward's arms began to emit a silver glow as he ripped a punch toward the rock fist. Boom! With the collision of the two fists, a loud boom could be heard as they seemed to cancel each other out. How loud? It seems you aren't that bad, pebble god. Following Edward's laugh, the air seemed to vibrate. At this time, his former tribesmen pupils were dilated as they couldn't believe the scene in front of them, especially the village chief gaping jaw could almost touch the ground. Damn human, what kind of sorcery is this? Cursing slightly, the land god felt flustered. Obviously, he didn't expect his blow to be blocked, but thinking of his prestige, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and continue confronting Edward. Damn human. I'm going to squash you like the bug you are. And stop calling me Pebble God. Shouting with anger, the land god suddenly condensed an earth armor and flew toward Edward. Haha, come then, Edward have never been afraid. Seeing him approaching, Edward did have an iota of fear, but rather felt a certain excitement build up from within him as he anticipated the upcoming fight. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait too long. Boom! Immediately, the two went into a violent collision of fists upon having first contact. Boom! 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 Right hand to left hand, right leg to left leg. As two of them's bodies collided, it seemed that their surroundings couldn't take the damage, as cracks began appearing on the ground after each exchange. Monster. Looking at the terrifying sight before him, one of the villagers watching pointed towards Edward in fright. After all, in their cognition, only gods and monsters possess such powers, and Edward, who suddenly gained such strength, has most likely become a monster. Hearing Edward being called a monster, not of the villagers denied it as they looked towards Edward in fear. Even the village chief, who was kind to him, became hesitant when looking in Edward's direction. Ha, human. It seems the people you thought cared about you now regard you as a monster. Listening to the crowd talk about Edward that way, the land god laughed at him with a face full of sarcasm. Gualala. Pebble god. Do you really think I care about what they think about me? Remember, they already banished me once. Now shut up and take my punch. Detroit smash. Focusing his first on the land god's abdomen, Edward gave a loud shout as he gave a swing towards him. Boom! Not giving him a chance to react, the land god immediately flew hundreds of feet into the air due to the inertia of the punch. Looking at the land god go higher and higher, Edward calculated it would be a while before he landed. Thinking of this, he turned towards the villagers who had now given him the name Monster. Edward, are you okay? We didn't mind it. Yeah, Edward, it was just a slip of tongue. Haha, Edward, we were just joking. I hope you didn't take it seriously. Immediately upon feeling Edward's gaze, the villagers started begging him, trying to prove their innocence. Unfortunately, Edward at this moment had completely lost his last bit of affection towards them. Remembering the look of fear in the village chief's eyes just now, Edward knew there was no chance to fit in with them again. After this, I'm going to leave, and I'm not coming back. The Edward you knew is long dead and gone. From now on, my name will be White Beard. Touching his newly grown crescent beard, Edward spoke with pride. It's just that none of the villagers' mind was on Edward's beard right now. Rather, it was on the fact that they had lost a powerful source of protection. After all, they had watched Almarin's execution, and hearing Edward say that he had gotten the god-slaying power, they know what this represented. It meant they could have had someone with the strength to slay a god protecting them, and since it was someone they knew, there would be no need to offer sacrifice ls anymore or anything. Thinking of this, they suddenly regretted their actions just now. However, it was obviously too late. Mr. Whitebeard, what are you going to do now? Speaking up was the village chief, looking at Edward, who had suddenly changed overnight. A complex emotion filled his heart. Old man, thanks for everything. After I deal with that god once and for all, I'll probably try and become the king of humans, although I don't know how. And maybe in the process, I might find a group of like-minded partners I can call family. Speaking of this, Edward had a look of infinite yearning in his eyes as he thought about the future. Seeing this, the village chief knew there was no persuading him. All right then, good luck, Edward, and remember this would always be your home. Although the village chief said this, he knew the chances of Edward coming back were infinitely slim. As he expected, hearing his words, Edward didn't reply, but just smiled slightly at him. Haha, old man, I guess it's time for me to leave. Looking towards the sky, Edward could see the figure of the land god falling down. Boy, Pebble god, pass this message on to your main god. I Whitebeard would one day slay you. Concentrating all the power in his right fist, Edward didn't give him a chance to say anything. Power of a giant. End of the words. Boom. With that punch, the being projected by the angel suddenly cut off, however. Before ending, the gods seemed to feel, Edward looking towards them with a mocking smile on his face. Your Highness, could it be that we're really going to fall? Breaking the silence, Hephaestus suddenly turned towards Helios with a look of fear on his face. In fact, not only Hephaestus was scared, most of the gods had similar ideas after all, although the power displayed just now, but Edward was extremely weak to them. However, he did manage to defeat a divine thought, albeit from a weak god. But who knows, maybe in the future it might be their real bodies fighting against humans. And thinking of that weird power, Edward just showed obviously a human, but he was using the power of giants and the law of shock fluidly. With so many complex thoughts, most of the gods present became worried about their future. Quiet. Feeling the increasing rowdiness among the gods, Helios suddenly shouted, shutting them up. Why didn't the both of you stop Edward or capture him after the fight? Asked Helios as he looked towards the angels. Your Highness. It's not that we didn't want to stop him, but you ordered us to act only when we saw abyss demons. Yes. Sensing the anger in Helios' gaze, the angel who had just shown them Edward's fight rushed to explain, while the other beside him just kept saying yes and nodding his head. Looking at two of them like this, Helios couldn't help but sigh. After all, these were two angels he had personally dispatched from his kingdom of God earlier. Thinking of this, it wouldn't really save him much face if he scolded them in front of the gods. All right, Gabriel, Lucifer, you may go down now. Calling their names, Helios sent them away. Gabriel still stayed as he looked towards Helios with a bit of hesitation on his face. What is it now, Gabriel? Looking at Gabriel, who had the same expression just before he showed him Edward's video, Helios felt like there was still more bad news. Your Highness, Edward isn't the only case of mortals getting power. On our way back, similar cases were happening all over Ilias. A lion man ate a strange fruit and gained the ability to make anything he touched float. With his extraordinary swordsmanship and strength, he beheaded the divine sense of a god. Now with a floating island under him and a group of henchmen, he calls himself the Golden Lion, wreaking havoc everywhere. A group of goblins who I don't know where they got the knowledge suddenly started building metal contraptions capable of destroying small mountains and wiping out whole countries. According to them, what they're doing is called science, and they're the ancestors of goblin technology. With their newfound knowledge, goblins, one of the weakest races, have begun to look down on other races for their lack of intelligence. A human in the far north accidentally met a dying dragon. He bathed in its blood for 3 days and 3 nights, and on the last day he successfully absorbed the dragon's power. With the body of a mortal and the blood of a dragon, he calls himself Arthur the Dragon Knight, breathing fire and flying everywhere, doing as he pleases. And these are just the ones we saw and heard. According to my guess, a lot more similar cases are occurring all around Ilias. Saying all this in one breath, Gabriel turned towards Helios with a look of hesitation on his face. Although he didn't know if Helios would get angry with him, after all, he felt it was his duty to inform Helios of everything that was going on in Ilias right now. Thankfully, Helios didn't look angry, but rather seemed to have expected this. Sighing, it seems this era has officially kicked off. In this era of God's fall, there is no sleep. Recalling those 2 lines from the prophecy, Helios already knew that there was no escaping. However, unlike all the gods, Helios was actually looking forward to it. Ancient gods are also part of the gods. Doesn't that mean it's possible for the ancient god of light to fall and for me to replace him? As a god who has been a god king for countless years, Helios knows a lot of secrets, such as, under normal circumstances, ancient gods can be said to be immortal and live and die with the world. However, whenever there is a catastrophe such as what is going on now, even ancient gods may fall. Thinking of this, Helios knew this was his only opportunity to usurp power stronger than a god king. However, we can't make any moves yet in order not to be suspected by the gods, not the current ancient gods. After all, if all the gods knew, there was an opportunity to ascend the sky in one step and become an ancient god in one step. Helios knows what would happen. First, pretend to be calm and try to find the hideout of that old loach, the ancient god of light. Putting away his thoughts, Helios quickly pretended to be angry while listening to Gabriel's story. Thankfully, it seemed either because the gods also felt similar emotions, but no one doubted Helios at this moment. Gods of Helios, as you can see, this era has begun to run wild. Although we can't directly interfere on the main plane, we have the help of our believers. Now the time has come for us to prove our strength as gods. If we don't want to become remnants of the old era and still want to dominate the new era, it's up to us to prevent that prophecy from coming true. With a sonorous voice, Helios's words seemed to stir up the gods' emotions, as their earlier fear for the future had started to transform into fighting intent, as they couldn't wait to confront the entity called fate. Hello. May it be human, giant, god-slayer, or demon god. I Kratos am always ready to fight. Holding two broadswords in his arms, Kratos' fighting intent looked to have reached the sky. In fact, not only him felt this way, as most of the gods present couldn't wait to go back and arrange orders to their followers in order to cope with the oncoming era. Seeing their reactions, Helios knew his plan had been successfully. Haha, good. Venti, remember you're in charge of handling future disputes. Now gods of Helios, remember, it wasn't easy for any of us to become what we are today. Let's go now and find a way to end this so-called era of God's fall. Waving his hand, Helios called for the end of the meeting, while also disappearing with Gabriel and Lucifer. Ancient god of light, are you ready? With an infinite yearning for the future, Helios's body completely disappeared. At this time on the other side of Helios, Elric's plan was already in full swing. Under his careful instructions and everyone's willingness to help out, most of his arrangements were completed in record time. Now over a month had passed, and the difference between when they first arrived and now could be called astonishing, to say the least. Back then, after finding the perfect spot, with the help of Davis and Alvin who brought the supplies, and Elric's past knowledge from the Blue Star, there was no problem building a small leaf tent to stay in for the night. Now a month has passed, and their residence has been upgraded several times, from the combination of leaves and twigs to the current thatch huts they're staying. Looking at all this, Elric couldn't help but sigh. It seemed like just yesterday I arrived here and was worshipped by those as a god. I can't believe in less than a month, most of them can already speak Elean fluently. Thinking of those primitives, Elric couldn't help but feel complicated. Back on the Blue Star, it took him 5 years to learn over 20 languages, and he was revered as a genius. However, when thinking of those primitives, Elric suddenly felt like he wasn't a genius anymore. Master Elric. Master Elric. At this moment, Elric saw a figure running towards him. Looking closer, he discovered it was the young primitive boy who was scolded last time by the old man. During this past month, he has been one of, if not the most active person in Sebastian's class, so much so that... Nico, how are you? Hope you didn't stress out Sebastian today. Looking at his energetic appearance, Elric seemed to have already guessed what happened. Sure enough, as soon as Nico heard Elric's words, he couldn't help but bow his head as he tried to avoid eye contact. No, it's not like that. I saw Master George and Master Davis using magic the other day. I want to learn. Like a cat whose tail was stepped on, Nico jumped up as he rushed to defend himself. Hearing this, Elric wasn't all too surprised, given that this was part of his plan. As early as the first day they arrived, Elric had already told George and Davis to use magic in their presence multiple times in order to stimulate their curiosity toward it. And immediately they understood words, Elric had already started instilling the concept of wizardry and magic onto them. All this is part of his plan to get them to join the wizarding profession. Thankfully, although they had regarded Elric as a god, due to his earlier appearance, it wasn't difficult for them to believe he was a wizard. After all, who says a god can't be a wizard? This was what Nico said to him the first time Elric said he wasn't a god, but a wizard. Thinking of those words, Elric was also curious. Can source holders practice each other's extraordinary methods? Unfortunately, no one was there to answer him. Now looking at Nico, who was filled with excitement as he stood daydreaming about magic before him, Elric couldn't help but feel proud of his plan. However, according to books back on the Blue Star, shouldn't the protagonist kick the villain, punch the bad guys, and step on the gods and the princesses and goddesses at the end of the day? However, here I am, hidden in a small plane, afraid of the wrath of the gods. Sighing slightly, Elric suddenly felt he might be the most unlucky Ice-Sky victim in the history of Ice-Sky victims. However, it's not without hope. Looking inwards on his small world, Elric had a slight smile on his face. Although it can't speak yet, over the past month Elric's spellbook has become more and more lifelike as it can move around and use spells on its own, and since it's bound to the small world, it can vaguely tell its overall situation. According to the spellbook, the small world seemed to be about to undergo a huge transformation. Unfortunately for this to happen, Elric needs a lot more wizards to be connected to it, rather than just him, Alvin, Davis, and George. With the addition of more wizards and a bit more development, it should be enough to push the small world past the last blockade, allowing it to complete its transformation. As he thought of it, Elric remembered the feeling of excitement passed along the spellbook as it talked about the transformation. It seemed that the spellbook would also be gaining a lot of benefits from the transformation. According to Elric's guess, this should be its opportunity to speak. Putting everything together, Elric decided it was time to allow all the primitives to learn. Smiling, Elric looked towards Nico, as he was the key to the next part of the plan. "All right, Nico, I'll teach you magic, but not you alone. Go back and tell everyone to gather here this evening, while I go talk to George and the rest." Not giving Nico a chance to react, Elric cast a light wind spell and floated away from Nico's vision. "Awesome. Don't worry, Master Elric. I'll make sure everyone gets here on time." Looking at Eric slowly floating away in the distance, Nico clenched his fists with excitement as he imagined himself one day floating in the clouds. Giving a slight bow in Elric's direction, Nico immediately ran back to where the rest of his tribesmen were. "Sigh, it's good to be young, so energetic." Floating in the sky at this moment, Elric sighed as he looked towards the excited Nico with a complex expression on his face. If he knew that I can only use this spell for a few minutes, I wonder how he'd feel. Remembering the actual combat uselessness of this spell, Elric wondered how Nico would feel if he knew that this spell couldn't make him fly, but could only be used for adding bells and whistles. However, it can't be said to be a lie. With more wizards going, and with the level and amount of knowledge we have increasing, who knows? This spell might one day allow him to soar into the sky. Landing on the ground, Elric murmured slightly as he tried to comfort himself. "However, I do need to meet Davis and the rest so we can start the next step of my plan. Open a wizard school." Wizard school. Ever since Elric saw the primitives, this is an idea that has been at the back of his mind. If this is successful, then we can start conquering and adding surrounding tribes, triggering a snowball effect. Elric could already imagine, with the continuous addition of students, it wouldn't be long before he had an army of wizards which he led back to the main plane with fierce momentum. However, we have to see if their qualifications are all right. After all, it isn't so easy to become a wizard. According to Elric's research so far, becoming a wizard can be divided into 3 stages. 1. Meditation. By meditating according to a certain frequency, one can subtly strengthen their soul till they're able to sense magic elements in the atmosphere. Next, after sensing it, try using your mental power to arrange the mana particles in the shape of a rune in order to cast a spell. Although this is extremely inefficient and mentally draining, but repeated use can strengthen mental power and increase casting speed. And finally, when the mental power reaches a certain threshold and is strong enough, you'll be able to look within and sense your soul space or consciousness space. Once sensed, try and draw a rune on it. This rune can be released anytime as long as there's enough mental power and mana available with little to no casting time. Think of the pain during the soul inscription process. Elric couldn't help but shiver slightly. Although he started from the soul inscription process, but thanks to the help of George, Davis, and Alvin, Elric successfully deduced the 2 realms behind it. After all, not everyone has an AI chip fused to his soul, making him being able to sense it at the beginning. Normal people aren't able to sense their soul, thus needing it to be strengthened first. However, although the soul inscription stage does have some combat power, it's still weak. Remembering the wind spell he had just cast, Elric was dissatisfied with this current combat power. "My current combat power is still miles away from what I envisioned a wizard should have. Even if I add more inscriptions to my soul, it would make much of a difference since the problem at the moment is quality, not quantity." This a thumb on his chin, Elric had a thoughtful expression on his face as he thought of the next direction he should take to further along the path of a wizard. "However, since I haven't reached the standard combat power, I don't think we can be called wizards yet. Rather, let's call it wizard apprentice." A first-level wizard apprentice has just learnt meditation and can sense mana. A second-level wizard apprentice has been able to draw inscriptions and cast various spells depending on his mental power. A Third-level wizard apprentice possess a soul inscription which serves as his natal spell. With it, casting time is almost eliminated, and the amount of mental power needed is reduced. Unfortunately, it seems that human can only have one natal spell at the moment. Thinking back to the situation of George and the others, Elric felt like this might be a common situation all over Elias, while he himself was special. However, I believe that there'll be a way to increase their upper limit in the future. With such thoughts in his mind, Elric looked forward to the growth of George and the others. At this time, Elric had already almost reached his destination, the sacred area. Back then, after finding the perfect spot and telling the primitives that they'd be living there, Kari and the old man and their leader immediately declared the place a holy land and regarded it as a sacred spot for none to approach. At this time, in the sacred spot, in front of a thatched hut, George's figure could be seen leaning against the door with a glass of wine in his arms. 1 bottle, 2 bottles, 3 bottles, 4. I love wine, give me more. Slightly drunk, George took a large gulp as he sang to the sky. And Elric, looking at George, couldn't help but wonder if it was a bad idea to bring so much wine along. Back then, right before they were captured by the Inquisition team, Elric had already managed to transfer some food and wine from the mansion to his soul space. Now, after arriving in this new world, Elric had no choice but to bring them out in order for them not to starve on the third day. Unfortunately, since then, George seems to have become a wine addict, as he kept on begging Elric for some wine after knowing Elric had. Haha, don't worry, young master, I'm just using it to pass the time. Those were George's exact words when Elric expressed his worry for him. Thankfully, Elric didn't blame him much after all. This month has been boring compared to their experiences before this. In fact, apart from Sebastian, who teaches the primitives every day, he, George, Alvin, and Davis have all picked up different hobbies in order to pass the time, and George's hobby just happened to be drinking. Looking at the drunken figure in his front, Elric suddenly felt like snatching the wine bottle away from him. George! Reaching his front, Elric shouted, immediately trying to gain his attention. Lucky for Elric, George didn't seem too drunk at the moment. Heck, haha, young master, when did you get here? Could it be there's something for me to do? Thinking that there might be a chance to finally do something, George immediately became excited. After all, apart from the first day, the only thing he had done was put on a magic show in front of some primitives. Think of this, George suddenly felt aggrieved. Cough, cough. Coughing slightly, Elric could easily guess what George was thinking of, given the fact that he was the one who gave him the order. Ahem. George, you're right, there is something you need to do. In fact, this time not just you, but also Alvin, Davis, Reinhard, and Ayama, all of you are going to be involved. Hearing this, George's breath could help but stagnate as he thought of a certain possibility, and sure enough, Elric's next words confirmed. I'm sure you've guessed it by now, but George, we're about to start the next step of my plan. The next step of my plan. Hearing those words, George's face was flushed with excitement. Obviously, Elric had told him what it was, so without any hesitation, George threw the wine bottle in his hand away, clearing the earlier drunkenness in his eyes. Young master, let's start. Davis and the rest should be okay their way back. As for Sebastian, he's still teaching the primitives. With an eager attitude, George looked toward Elric's face, making sure that he wasn't hooking. Haha, relax, George. In fact, you don't have to worry too much about being bored. After this, I doubt we'll have any more free time. Looking towards the distance, Elric could already imagine what would happen once the wizard school was built. After all, unlike regular schools on the Blue Start where topics like physics, chemistry, and mathematical would be taught, this time Elric planned to teach things like meditation and the basics of magic. However, it isn't going to be easy given the fact that I, who's a teacher, don't know much about magic. After all, I'm still learning. Rubbing his temples slightly, Elric couldn't help but have a headache as he thought of this issue. Or should I just postpone this phase till I have more knowledge? However, when Elric saw the eager expression on George's face, he decided to go forward with the plan. Young master, you're back. Just as he was about to continue talking to George, Elric suddenly heard a voice from behind. Turning back, he saw Davis, Alvin, and Reinhardt, who had returned for the day. Young master. Waving his hands, Davis shouted upon seeing Elric. Soon everyone had already gathered together. Haha, you guys, you made it just in time. The young master is about to put the next stage of the plan in progress. Seeing everyone arrive, with an excited expression, George began telling them what Elric told them before they arrived. And sure enough, after hearing George's words, different expressions could be seen on each of them's face. Reinhardt had a nonchalant expression, as he had rarely spoken since they arrived in the new world, while Alvin and Davis had excited expressions, as they too were about to die from boredom. When do we start, young master? Looking directly at Elric, Alvin's expression was almost as flushed and George's. And Elric, feeling their excitement, had a slight smile as he was looking toward the school's establishment. Haha, you guys should calm down. We'll start this evening. I've already told Nico to gather all the primitives when it's time. Giving off a light laugh, Elric suddenly felt affected by the excited atmosphere. Soon the whole place was filled with cheers and laughs as they planned the school's affairs. Even the silent Reinhardt and Aama, who they didn't know when appeared, would speak up from time to time, giving their own opinions and suggestions. As the discussion continued, the fact 5 of them became so engrossed that they ignored the time. If it wasn't for a sudden call, they would probably have discussed till the sun set. Ahem. Master Reinhardt, Master Elric, I hope I'm not disturbing you. Looking at the 5 of them talking with excited expressions on their faces, Sebastian couldn't help but cough slightly as he tried to gain their attention. Thankfully, it seemed that his voice was loud enough, successfully attracting Elric's attention. Haha, Sebastian, what brings you here? Feeling Sebastian's weird looks, Elric laughed slightly as he tried to cover up his embarrassment. Hearing Elric's voice, everyone suddenly realized that there was an extra person beside them. At this moment, all eyes focused on Sebastian. However, it might be because of the butler profession or their reasons, but Sebastian didn't seem fazed by feeling so many gazes on him at once. Adjusting his tie slightly, Sebastian once again bowed toward Elric and the rest. Master Elric, according to the instructions you sent Nico, everyone has gathered outside the sacred area waiting for your appearance. Listening to Sebastian's words, Elric looked towards the sky, and sure enough, he was left stunned. Judging from the position of the sun, it could be seen that the 5 of them had spent an extraordinarily long time discussing the school's issues, so much so that it was already sunset. Thinking of this, Elric felt embarrassed. Thank you, Sebastian, we were just about finishing up. You tell them to wait for a bit, we'll come out and address them, said Elric as realized that time had already flown by. All right, Master Elric, I'll deliver the message. Taking a bow, Sebastian left and went to carry out Elric's instructions. Now it was only the 5 of them again. You guys, are you ready? Looking toward them, Elric felt nervous now that the time to open the school had already come. However, Davis and George felt the opposite, as the 2 of them couldn't wait to declare it to the primitives and begin teaching and learning more about magic. Remembering all the new species of animal and beasts they had never seen in Ilias that they saw within this month, the 2 of them wished the school would open immediately so they could pick a few helpers to assist their research. In fact, not only him had such thoughts. Reinhardt, on the other hand, after seeing Davis, George, and Alvin use magic regularly, planned to enroll as a student with Sebastian and Aama in order to become a wizard. Thinking of being able to fly and shoot out fireballs, Reinhardt felt it wasn't so bad following Elric. After getting everyone's unanimous approval, taking the lead, Elric led them to meet the primitives waiting for him outside. Haha, I never imagined that one day Elric would become a teacher, and a wizard teacher at that. However, it doesn't seem so bad, Principal Elric or Headmaster Elric. I wonder which should be my title. With his hand on his chin, Elric began to ponder about unimportant matters as he made his way forward. Hello everyone, as you might know, my name is Elric. And I've gathered you all here for a very special reason. Arrives in front of the crowd, Elric immediately started addressing them. Thankfully, with Sebastian's help, all of them fully understood him. At this time, the sun had begun to set slightly, making the atmosphere, a bit formerly hot atmosphere, start your cool. Looking at the crowd before him, Elric could sense their nervousness, especially Nico, who he spotted in the crowd. With clenched fists jumping up and down, if not for the crowd beside him, Elric didn't doubt that Nico would rush up to the stage. Removing his eyes from Nico, Elric took a deep breath as he continued speaking. When we first discovered you, you still ate raw meat and couldn't communicate clearly with each other. Now look at you. Standing here today, you are able to speak Alayan, cook, and many more. I, Elric, am proud of you. Sensing the change in all of them, Elric couldn't help but feel good knowing he had created such a difference, and was also glad he left Sebastian. I'm in charge of them. However, it looks like I'll have to use Sebastian often, given the fact he seems to have a knack for teaching. Thinking of this, Elric decided to focus more effort on training Sebastian. At this time, while Elric was thinking about training Sebastian, the crowd at this moment was filled with glee, knowing their efforts hadn't gone to waste, knowing their god was satisfied. Unfortunately, Elric's next words seemed to pour cold water over their heads. But, while I'm proud of your previous efforts, it's still not enough. Saying this, Elric's face turned serious. Maybe it's because you have all been cooped up so long that you don't know much about your surroundings. But let me tell you this, the outside world is extremely dangerous, as even the weakest of monsters can break mountains and overturn the sea. Although exaggerating, Elric knew he had to do this in order to plant fear in their hearts. After all, without fear they would have the sense of urgency needed to progress quickly. Thankfully, none of them had actually been to the outside world, as even their past generations had all stayed within their few acres of land. Sure enough, as soon as Elric mentioned the outside world, the surroundings suddenly became quiet, as the primitives stopped talking, only looking at each other with fear. Seeing them like this, Elric knew it was time to move on to the next part of his speech, hope. Only when one experiences despair can he know the value of hope. This was the line of a certain book Elric read back on the blue star. According to it, all he needed to do was to first fill the primitives with fear, then hope. But do not fear. To you who refer to me as God, know, I can do some things that you cannot do, things that are extraordinary. However, what if I told you, you could also do those things? Holding his spell book in his right hand, Elric summoned a huge fireball, shocking the whole crowd. God. Subconsciously, the name God could help but leave the crowd's lips, as they once again came to admire Elric's power. However, hearing the word God, Elric didn't speak but rather shook his head slightly in denial. Wrong. I don't think this is the first time I've told you, but I'll say it again. I am a wizard, not a god. Listening to the familiar and unfamiliar term, wizard, the crowd tilted their heads slightly as they tried to remember where they heard it before. Seeing them like this, Elric knew they had completely forgotten everything he said about wizards before this, sighing he had no choice but to explain it all again. Wizard, a group of people who study the natural phenomena in our surroundings. We determine its cause, its purpose, and how to manipulate it for our use. This flame now in my hand is a product of me manipulating the flame elements in the air with mana. Hearing Elric's words, everyone had a look like they understood, yet didn't understand at the same time. However, to Elric, this was enough. Anything else they didn't understand would be taught to them when the school officially opened. Thinking of this, Elric continued speaking. Although most of you may not understand it now, but in day you will. And by that time, you would have become full-fledged wizards, capable of achieving amazing feats. As Elric spoke, the crowd suddenly found themselves imagining different scenarios, with each time then as the protagonist. Someone imagined himself controlling a huge wave, capable of flooding the world. Another imagined himself controlling a huge amount of ice, turning everywhere he lived into a forbidden area. However, one thing all of them had in common was that they all wielded incredible powers, which they could even fathom before. Looking at all of them lost in their imagination, Elric smiled with satisfaction. This was a result of his hard work and practice, using the rune he got from the Tantabus. Unlike others that he could tell what they stood for, this rune was somewhat special. It seemed to continue a multitude of attributes, at once so much so that it had become rigid and difficult to mobilize. Now, after months of trial and error, Elric has been able to use a part of it, possessing the power of dreams. Seeing the results of his practice in action, Elric was slightly happy. It seems I'll have to focus more on this rune. I have a feeling it might be the key to me breaking through an apprentice wizard and becoming an official wizard. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't wait to leave here and immediately start researching. Thankfully, Elric realized he was almost done with the speech. At this moment, while Elric was busy thinking about going to research, George, Davis, and Alvin, who were capable of sensing mana, were completely shocked. Hey, Davis. Looking at the dazed crowd, George called out to Davis. What is it, George? Asked Davis. Is it just me, or has the young master gotten stronger again? Listening to George's question without any hesitation, both Davis and Alvin nodded immediately. With that, the three of them faced Elric's direction, with shocked expressions in their eyes. From where they stood, the three of them could feel the huge amount of mana that Elric emitted when he cast the dream spell just now. Compared to a month ago, it was not an exaggeration to call it a whole nother level. So it seems we need to have to work harder in order to keep up with the young master. This singular thought couldn't help but run through the three of them's head. At this time, most of the crowd had already woken up from Elric's illusion, however. Unlike before when they showed fright and hesitation regarding the outside world, this time their eyes shone with infinite curious, yearning, and eagerness. Sensing their change of mood on top of the stage, Elric gave a tired smile. This time he cast a spell enveloping the whole crowd. Although successful, the toll on him wasn't small. Wiping his sweat, Elric began to give the conclusion of his speech. Everyone, I'm sure all of you here must have seen those images, and I assure you it's not fake. As long as you study diligently, it's not impossible to wield such power, if not more. But while this is possible, not all of you may be able to become wizards immediately. Pausing slightly, Elric allowed a bit of tension to build before speaking. To become a wizard, the first step would be to sense mana. After this meeting, I will teach all of you how to meditate. Once this is done, your soul power should increase to a certain point where you're able to sense mana. According to my research, the world of mana can be seen in many colors: red representing flame, green representing wind, blue representing water, and so many more. During meditation, the amount of elements you see represents your affinity to said element. For example, if you see only red, it means you're suitable for fire magic alone. As you see a large portion of red and a hint of blue, it means that while you have a high affinity with fire, you can also dabble with water and have some gain. Note, affinity doesn't mean you can't use other elements. However, using elements you lack affinity with will exponentially increase its consumption and reduce its effects. Although most of you might not understand what I'm saying now, you'll soon understand. I just wanted to give you the heads up so you don't get disappointed or frustrated later on when you notice someone progressing more than you in some aspects later on. Sensing confused faces among the crowd, Elric knew what he was saying now had little effect. After all, they had not even started meditation, much less sensing mana, so they couldn't relate to what he was saying. But considering he was on stage, Elric decided to take this as an opportunity to address as many problems as he could. But Master Elric, what did you mean by not everyone here can become wizards? Just when Elric was about to decide what to address next, a small voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head, he realized it was a young girl of about 7 years old with long blonde hair and sky-blue eyes. Seeing her face, a name suddenly came to mind. Lilith. As the second most active student apart from Nico, there was no way Elric couldn't forget her, and now hearing her question, Elric realized he had derailed off topic. Haha, thank you, Lilith. I almost forgot to address that topic. As expected of Lilith, always paying attention. Hearing Elric's praise, Lilith in the crowd couldn't help but blush slightly as she felt everyone's gaze on her. Seeing this, Elric smiled. Yes, I did say not everyone can be wizards. Remember, the prerequisite for becoming a wizard is to sense mana, and it's unfortunate to inform you that the probability of sensing mana after meditation is not 100%. According to the AI chip without external stimulus, the current meditation method deduced has a limit it can increase, and if when they reach that limit without sensing mana, then there's no possibility of becoming a wizard. Listening to Elric's words, the whole crowd couldn't help feeling nervous. After all, this was their only shot at gaining such power. Thankfully, Elric's next words lifted up their spirits. But don't worry, although not all of you might become wizards, but you would all be accepted into the school. I plan to have various departments in charge of different aspects of magic, such as creating magic tools and so on. So don't worry if you're not able to sense magic. I, Elric, promise you that you wouldn't be left behind. Feeling their depressed emotions, Elric knew he had to give them a boost. Thankfully, he had already planned ahead. While it might be impossible for everyone to be a wizard, but considering that things such as drawing inscriptions on items or cutting beast parts require little to no mana, Elric was sure to find a way for all of them to participate. And sure enough, hearing Elric say this, the tension in the crowd reduced, knowing that Elric still kept a place for them. However, although reduced, everyone was still slightly tense as they all hoped they could become wizards. Alright, that's it from now. After Davis and George beside me would guide you all in the process of meditation. However, if you encounter any problems, feel free to ask. I'll be sitting right here. Pointing to a wooden chair beside him, Elric began to get ready to make way for Davis and George to take the stage. Unfortunately, before he could do that, a voice suddenly sounded. Master Elric, wait up, I have a question. Turning his back, Elric saw it was Nico. Looking at him, Elric couldn't help but wonder what question he had. Master Elric, you never told us what you planned to name the school. Hearing Nico say this, Elric patted his head. It suddenly occurred to him that he had forgotten the most important thing in opening a school. Name it. Haha, thank you, Nico. In fact, I already thought of its name a long time ago. With a slightly embarrassed laugh, Elric thought of a name he thought of a long time ago. Although slightly out of bad taste, he still decided to go with the name. Hogwarts. I've decided to name it Hogwarts. Hogwarts. I've decided to name it Hogwarts. Although everyone present didn't understand what the word meant, but given the fact that it was said by Elric, they were sure it had a deep meaning. In fact, not only the primitive thought so, as George, Davis, and the rest behind him had begun pondering on the meaning of the word. Unfortunately, there was no gain. Haha, Davis, it looks like the young master has come up with another word we don't understand. Sometimes I wonder what's going on in his head and how he can know so many things we don't. With a light laugh, George couldn't help but be slightly confused as he thought of the fact on how Elric seemed to know so much more than they did when they lived in the same village together. However, Davis' next words woke him up. Snap out of it, George. Remember, all we need to do is obey the young master. As for the rest, Don't think too much about it, said Davis. Listening to Davis's words, George's eyes were filled with enlightenment. Yes, so what if the young master says things that they don't understand, as his followers were meant to obey him without too many questions? Thinking of this, Davis' expression relaxed as he no longer cared where Elric got his knowledge from. After all, no matter where he got it from, it didn't change the fact that Elric was their young master. At Elric's end, while this discussion between Davis and George was going on, Elric was completely unaware of it as he was currently contemplating whether to actually name it Hogwarts or pick something else. But after a few minutes of thinking, Elric had already made up his mind. Let's go with Hogwarts, after all. Naming it such does have its benefits. Especially given the fact that the residents of Elias don't know what it stands for. If there's anybody who one day understands what it stands for, Elric can immediately confirm that that person is a fellow transverse like him. Thinking of the possibility of the existence of other Blue Star folks on Elias, Elric's face gradually turned gloomy. Although the chances of that happening are minuscule, given the fact that he himself came here, Elric had never ruled out the possibility of other reincarnators, transversers, system hosts, returnees, and so many other types of protagonists also being here on Elias. As an extremely cautious person, Elric had developed a habit of always preparing for a worst-case scenario. Due to this, even with his experiments back on the Blue Star, Elric had avoided a lot of injuries and accidents due to this habit. However, let's hope I'm just worrying for nothing. I've got enough on my plate as it is. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't help but give an exasperated sigh. Right now, he still has to find a way to improve his strength and go back to the main plane, not waste his time fighting some brainless protagonist who only knows how to pick up women left, right, and center. Young master. Just when Elric was lost in thought, George's cough came from behind him, quickly snapping him out. Turning towards George, Elric gave him a thankful gaze. "Sai, let's forget about this for now. After all, I might just be scaring myself. Yash, let's deal with the crowd in front of me." Deciding to not think much about the matter, Elric once again turned his gaze toward the crowd. Oh, and another thing, the place where the school is going to be held has currently been built. After George and Davis teach you the meditation now, you can all move in there. From now on, that'll be your new homes. Thinking of the school building, Elric was filled with pride. At 3-story tall with multiple rooms, created to better facilitate their future experiments, this was a result of Elric's hard work this month. Apart from meditating, Elric also went into building with the use of magic as a means of practice and honing his magic power. Under the repeated actions and precision needed to build properly, this led to an exponential increase in Elric's soul power and the amount of mana he could mobilize. This was also a major reason why Elric could cast that dream spell from before without running out of mana. Now remembering the effort he put in, Elric couldn't wait to see the reactions on everyone's faces as they saw his masterpiece. Now the crowd, hearing they had new homes to live in, were suddenly shocked and once again felt the kindness of Elric. These days under Sebastian's teaching, the total wisdom level of the primitives had increased more than one, so much so that they had gradually become uncomfortable living in their caves. Now hearing Elric say that they had new homes, this was simply God send to them. However, at this time, they weren't the only ones shocked, as George, Davis, Reinhardt, and the rest behind him were also shocked, as they didn't know about any school being busy. In fact, when they were discussed the school earlier, this was a topic they had unintentionally forgot. But after a few seconds, their shock quickly passed. After all, lately Elric had done a lot of shocking things this month, so building a school out of nowhere wouldn't be too surprising. Thinking of this, all of them looked at Elric with a wry smile. "Haha, it seems like the surprise never ends when you're following the young master," said George as he laughed. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. At this time, Elric had already said everything he wanted to say and was about to leave the stage. "All right, everyone, that's all I would like to say for now, and as for any questions, leave them till later." Saying this, Elric turned his gaze to Lilith and Nico in the crowd. Thankfully, both of them seemed well-behaved and nodding fiercely at Elric. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help but laugh. "All right then, I'll take my leave now. Davis, George, the stage is yours." With that, Elric left the stage as he made way for Davis and George. "Hello everyone, as you might already know, our names are Davis and George, and we're here to teach you a bit on meditation." Walking up to the stage, George took the lead in introducing both of them, while George just nodded slightly beside him. So after giving the crowd about a minute to get ready, George continued speaking. "Firstly, what is meditation? Meditation, according to our research, is a process of resonating yourself with the same frequency as the environment. Due to this, without proper resonance, the meditation effect cannot be achieved. All right then, I think that's all you need to know for now. Now everyone follow my lead. Saying this, George sat in a lotus position. Following George's movements, everyone including Davis on the side followed suit. Seeing this, George took a deep breath. All right, let's start. This meditation is called the Five Hearts Meditation Method, created by the young master especially for you. Hearing George say that Elric made it specially for them, everyone in the crowd felt happy, especially Lilith and Nico, who clenched their fists in excitement, peeking in Elric's direction from time to time. In fact, what George said was true. This was a meditation method by Elric, after he found out that the constitutions on this plane are slightly different from humans on the main plane. Discovering this after scanning their body structures and finding the differences, Elric created this meditation method, using the former methods as a base template. According to his calculations, Elric estimated that with it, about 70% of them could officially become wizards. Now seeing them about to use it, Elric on third couldn't help but look at them with a bit of anticipation. At this time, maybe it was because George was naturally a good teacher, all of them quickly entered a state of meditation under his instructions. With their entering meditation, time passed, so much so that Elric on the side couldn't help feeling bored. I didn't think this through, looking at their state. If I let these guys continue meditating, we'll probably end up staying here till nightfall. Thinking of this, Elric looked toward the now setting sun in dismay. No, this can't go on, I've got to end it. Although you might be slightly annoyed, but we have other things to achieve today. With this thought in mind, Elric had already decided what to do. Clap. With a loud clap while everyone was deep in meditation, Elric forcefully woke them up. And as he expected, as soon as they opened their eyes, all of them turned towards Elric's resentful gazes. Seeing this, Elric couldn't help but cough slightly. Haha, don't look at me like that. I know all of you are eager to meditate, however these things can't be rushed. Meditation can't be achieved in a day, it's something that has to be done over a period of time. This exercise just now was just to help you have a taste of what you'll be doing now. Hearing Elric's words, the resentment in their eyes suddenly reduced, although they were still slightly angry. All right then, Davis, George, thank you for help. All right now that we're done with the meditation, let's go see the school. Seeing that he couldn't solve their anger immediately, Elric quickly changed the topic. And sure enough, as soon as Elric said this, although slightly dissatisfied, they still followed Elric towards the school. Thankfully, the school wasn't too far, and after about 30 minutes, they had already arrived. We're here. Looking at his masterpiece, Elric sighed with satisfaction. In fact, Elric wasn't the only one that was stunned, as the whole crowd, including Davis, and the rest stopped walking as they were shocked by the sight before them. At 3-story tall, Elric built it while imagining an old European-style castle. Haha, what are you standing there for? Let's go in. Taking them into the school, Elric began to show them around. All right, we're at the first stop of our tour. Pointing forward, Elric seemed to face switched on his tour guide mode. Arriving at their first destination, an open space could be seen. Here is where you'll do your daily meditation, at least until you become official wizards. This is where you'll stay most of the time. Hearing what Elric said, the crowd behind him looked in anticipation. Some of them even wanted to stop the tour now and start meditating, but Elric just shook his head slightly. Now calm down, all of you. I know you're all anxious to practice, but remember, nothing good ever comes out of something done with haste. After this, you're free to come back and practice as long as you want. Although happy about their eagerness, Elric still felt he had to calm them down a bit so they don't end up hurting themselves later on due to their excitement. Thankfully, Elric's words still had a great impact as they turned their heads away from the practice space, albeit reluctantly. Seeing this, Elric sighed in relief, knowing he could carry on the tour. Soon after giving them a period of time to take in their surroundings and ask questions, Elric continued the tour. Next off, we have the cafeteria. Here is where you'll have your meals from now on. Arriving at their next destination, Elric began to explain. Every day after going out to hunt and gather food, the food would be cooked and served to everyone here. Moving forward, Elric began to explain. This time, unlike the earlier open space, this was a roofed mess hall with a large number of wooden tables and chairs, enough for everyone to sit and eat comfortably. Hearing this, although not as excited as when they saw the practice space, however, a few of them, especially the foodies, couldn't help drooling as they imagined eating there. Soon, with the passing of the first 2 rooms, the tour was unexpectedly fast. Before they knew it, they had passed the storage room, the weapons room, the experiments room, and even the bedrooms. By the end of the day, all the rooms had already been shown, and the tour had officially ended. Standing in front of the crowd, once again, Elric faced them with a smile. Everyone, the tour is officially over. And as your future headmaster and teacher, I have one word for you. Welcome to Hogwarts. Hello, diary, it's Lilith here. Although I'm not sure what I'm supposed to write here, but according to Master Elric, I'm supposed to write down my thoughts and things I experience every day. Wait a minute. Did I say Master Elric? I meant Headmaster Elric, at least that's what he says we should call him. And oh, did I tell you that Headmaster Elric is a god? Although he says he's not, I personally saw him descend on us when we were praying to the heavens. Now under his guidance, everyone and I were taught a new language called Elian by one of the angels who came with him. And if that wasn't enough, just yesterday Master Elric told us that he's going to teach us how to have amazing powers. Heh, I can just imagine it now, Master Elric and I fighting side by side. It's decided. From now on, Lilith is going to be the most powerful helper under Master Elric. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like I'll be able to use magic anytime soon. According to Master Elric, we need to first have breakfast before going to the practice room. Speaking of breakfast, I wonder what we're going to eat. Last night, Teacher George and Teacher Davis lead some of the adults to go hunting in preparation for today's breakfast. Oops, it's almost time for breakfast. I have to go now, Mr. Diary, but don't worry, I'll be sure to fill you up when I'm back. Dropping her pen, Lilith skillfully put away her diary. Last night, before all of them fully dispersed, Elric shared books made out of animal skin to all primitives and told them to use it as a diary. According to his words, every wizard is making witnessing history every second, and it's your duty as a wizard to preserve such history. Although most people didn't understand what he meant by that, but they understood its function. According to Elric, the diary is meant to have a log written by them based on each day's activities, and just now Lilith was writing her log for the day. Hey Lilith, why are you still wasting time? Let's go have breakfast. Just as Lilith was getting ready to attend breakfast, a loud voice suddenly came through from outside her room. Turning her head, Lilith realized it was her roommate Ayama, a small fox girl who loved to jump around. In fact, when Elric first set Ayama as her roommate, Lilith couldn't help but be scared. After all, this was her first time seeing an intelligent race other than humans. Thankfully, given Ayama's cheerful personality, the two of them were quick to bond. However, looking at Ayama still at the door, Lilith was stunned. According to what she expected, Ayama by this time should have left her and set off towards the cafeteria. But now seeing Ayama still waiting for her, Lilith's chest couldn't help but feel slightly warm. It seems like Ayama's a good friend. Thinking of this, the remaining restraint Lilith had towards Ayama, due to her race, had completely disappeared. Hee, don't worry Ayama, I'm already done. Let's hurry up, I don't want to miss breakfast. Stepping out of the room, Lilith took Ayama's hand as the two of them sped toward the cafeteria in order to avoid missing breakfast. Lucky for them, in their rush to make it in time, the two of them successfully arrived before breakfast. At this time, the two of them couldn't help but pause slightly after entering the cafeteria. Just standing at the entrance, the two of them couldn't perceive the fragrant smell of whatever was being cooked, so much so that they found themselves drooling before they knew it. Hee Ayama, let's hurry up and find a place to sit. After all, what happens if, because we don't have any place to sit, we end up missing the food? Listening to Lilith's words, Ayama's face turned pale with fright, as she couldn't even imagine not eating whatever it was he was currently perceiving. With this in mind, Ayama turned towards Lilith with seriousness clearly written on her face. Lilith, we definitely can't miss this breakfast. Let's hurry up and find a seat. The fate of our tummies rests in our hands. Holding her stomach with a slightly flushed face, Ayama dragged Lilith's hands as the two of them quickly searched for a place to sit. Thankfully, it seemed that they were worrying too much, because after a few turns, they successfully found a fairly empty table. On this table, only a young boy sat there looking upwards, as if he had a lot of thoughts on his mind. Nico. Seeing the boy, Lilith called not to him, although not very close, but after learning Elian together, Lilith regarded him as a sort of rival since only he could keep up with her in class. Sure enough, upon seeing her arrival, Nico also called out. Lilith, what are you doing standing? Come over here quickly. They're about to start serving the food. Hearing Nico's words, the two of them quickly made their way and sat down on the bench opposite Nico's. At this point, Nico already noticed there was someone beside Lilith. Seeing Ayama's fox ears and tail, Nico couldn't help but look at Lilith with doubts. However, it seemed as though she had already expected the question. Hey, do you mean her? Her name is Ayama and she's my roommate. Ayama, why don't you say hi? Looking at Ayama beside her, Lilith answered Nico with a smile. Apparently now she had regarded Ayama as a real friend now. However, Ayama on the side couldn't help but blush as she noticed Nico's gaze on her. "Hello Nico, I'm Ayama Foxman, and I'll be in your care." Turning towards Nico, Ayama gave a slight bow as she finished talking. Seeing this, although he didn't know what a foxman was, Nico decided to ask after all this didn't seem like the right time to ask. So pressing the feeling on asking her whether he could rub her tail or ears at the back of his head, Nico also returned the bow to Ayama. "Hello Ayama, I'm Nico as human, and I'll be in your care." Saying that, Nico took a light bow in Ayama's direction. At this moment on the side, looking at both of them bowing to each other, Lilith was suddenly confused. However, before she could ask them what they were doing, a loud sound suddenly resounded through the cafeteria. "Quiet all of you. It's time for breakfast. It's time for breakfast." Hearing this loud voice, the Lilith trio could help but sit up in fright. "That voice. I know that voice. It's Uncle Davis," shouted Ayama. Unfortunately, Lilith and Nico were too focused on the source of the voice to notice Ayama. Thankfully, they didn't have to wait too long before they found out its source. At this time, entering the cafeteria with a group of 5 people pulling a wagon was Davis. Looking at Davis, who had a serious expression on his face, Lilith's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Oh, it's Teacher Davis. He's one of the people who descended with Headmaster Elric." Hearing Lilith say this, Nico on the side also clenched his fist with excitement. In fact, this wasn't a rare occurrence, as Elric and the rest had already become some sort of mini-celebrities among the primitives, considering the changes they'd brought into their lives. "When I grow up, I'm going to become a powerful person who can help Master Elric and everyone." These were the thoughts that ran through Lilith and Nico's minds as they saw Davis entering with the wagon. Soon as the two of them thought about their goals, Davis had once again started talking. "Everyone, it's time for breakfast. Please remain in your seats as the food is enough to go around." Saying this, Davis began to share the food as he went from table to table. Thankfully, everyone was well behaved, as apart from the occasional drooling sounds, the cafeteria was relatively quiet as each person waited for their turn to be served. And Davis, seeing them so calm, his face suddenly relaxed. Sighing, why couldn't the young master give this job to someone like George? I'm sure he'd love it. Feeling everyone's eyes on him like they wanted to swallow him up, Davis couldn't help but wish he hadn't accepted this task. However, knowing there was nothing he could do, putting up a straight face, Davis began serving the food as he hoped to leave almost soonest. Soon time passed, and before Davis knew it, he had already approached the last table. "Hello Nico, Lilith, and Ayama, how are you today?" Seeing their familiar faces, Davis's straight face relaxed. After all, he had known Ayama for a while now, and Lilith and Nico are relatively popular among the primitives. And adding the fact that they might soon become fellow wizards, Davis decided to have a relationship with them. However, their next reactions left Davis stunned. As soon as Davis called out their names, Nico and Lilith suddenly froze as if they had encountered something terrifying, while Ayama kept making a SHHH symbol with her fingers as he motioned for him to keep quiet. Looking at the gesture Ayama was making, Davis roughly guessed what she meant. Most likely she didn't want her new friend to know much about her relationship with him and Elric. Although he didn't know why, Davis didn't see any reason to refuse, and this could be counted as selling her a favor. Dropping the food on their table, Davis quickly left, ignoring the paralyzed Lilith and Nico. "You guys, he's gone." After confirming that Davis had completely left the cafeteria, Ayama shouted in Lilith and Nico's ears, trying to snap them out of it. Thankfully, it seemed they weren't gone too deep, as soon as they heard Davis had left, the two of them snapped out of it almost at the same time. "Whoa, I really didn't expect Teacher Davis to suddenly call out our names. Do you think he heard us talk about him?" Thinking of this, Lilith couldn't help but look a bit scared, imagining the fact that Davis had completely overheard their discussion. "Calm down, Lilith, you're probably worrying too much. I'm sure he didn't hear us, and even if he did, we didn't say anything bad." However, although Nico said this, his hands were still shivering, as he wasn't sure if he meant it or was consoling himself by saying that. "Both of you relax. Teacher Davis definitely didn't hear anything. The only thing he saw was both of you freeze up like trees after he called your names." Looking at both of them like this, Amoa suddenly felt her two new friends seemed to have something wrong with their heads. "What did you just say? Could it be that we made a fool of ourselves in front of Teacher Davis?" Grabbing Ayama by both shoulders, Lilith looked toward her anxiously. Nico also stopped fidgeting and turned towards Ayama, waiting for her reply. "Haha, forget about that. Let's look at the food quickly. I hope it doesn't get cold." Giving a dry laugh, Ayama quickly changed the topic. Rubbing her shoulders, she felt she might be the one in danger if he said another else. Thankfully it worked. Hearing the word food, the earlier gloom on Lilith's and Nico's immediately disappeared. Looking at the dish before them, the two of them couldn't wait to begin chowing down. This time what was on their plate was some sort for beast mean hot pot with some special leaves and fruits added on the side. So amazing. I can't believe we get to eat something this good. With a spoon in her mouth, Lilith seemed to have ascended to bliss heaven as the flavor danced around her taste buds. Seeing Lilith's expression like this, Ayama and Nico quickly took a spoon as they felt Lilith was exaggerating. However, their own reactions were even more exaggerated. Holding her cheeks with both hands, Ayama started wiggling on her seat as her tongue seemed to explode due to the flavor. While Nico on the side after taking the spoon couldn't help, but shed a single tear shed from his eye. Soon before everyone knew it, similar situations were staged all over the cafeteria as the food was better than anyone expected. Some wept after taking a spoon, while others laughed in joy, but all in all everyone had only one thought at the moment. Damn, this food is delicious. Soon time passed, and as more and more people finished their breakfast, the clanking of spoons in the cafeteria slowly stopped. At this time in a certain corner, Lilith, Nico, and Ayama could be seen with round bellas and an extremely satisfied expressions on their face. Haha, that was Su Guad Tilda. I can't believe we get to have such breakfast every day. Rubbing her stomach, Lilith started drooling as she imagined tomorrow's breakfasts. Seeing her like this, Nico and Ayama were left speechless, but couldn't say anything because they too were looking forward to tomorrow's breakfast. Just when the three of them were about to get lost daydreaming about tomorrow, Nico suddenly slapped the table, attracting their attention. Bam! Wait a minute, aren't we forgetting something important? Hearing Nico say this, Lilith and Ayama could only look at him with doubt. After all, no matter how hard they thought, nothing came to mind. However, Nico's next words sent a jolt through them. Think about it, we've just finished eating. And according to what we were told yesterday, what's next? Asked Nico with a look of excitement in his eyes. Thankfully, it seemed that Nico's hits were enough to remind them, as Lilith and Ayama immediately stopped thinking about tomorrow's breakfast and started shivering with excitement. Seeing them like this, Nico knew they had successfully remembered. Seeing both of you like this, I'm sure you already remembered. According to what we were informed, after breakfast, we all get to go to the practice space and try and meditate to be a wizard. Having said that, Nico turned to look at the cafeteria exit as he could wait for Elric, Davis, or anybody to come to lead them to practice. However, it seemed like luck was on his side, as only a few minutes after focusing on the door, the sound of footsteps getting closer could vaguely be heard. Hello. Lilith, Ayama, do you hear that? Someone is coming. It looks like we're about to leave this place. With a slight laugh, Nicole couldn't help bringing Ayama's and Lilith's attention to the oncoming footsteps, and sure enough, after the footsteps, they also became excited. Soon, under the three of them watchful gaze, a tall figure suddenly came through the cafeteria door. With blood-red eyes and a smile on his face, the three of them immediately guessed who it was. Teacher George, X3. Saying this at the same time, Nico and Lilith on the side were slightly depressed, as they low-key wished the person who attended to them was Elric. Sensing their sudden change of mood, Ayama wanted to ask what was wrong. Unfortunate George's clap interrupted her. Clap. Hello. Everyone, I see you're done eating. Giving a light clap, George turned towards everyone with a smile as he began to address them. All right, since most, if not all of you are done eating, we can move on to the next thing. I'll give you all 5 minutes to get ready. After that, we can immediately start heading off to the practice space. And no, once we leave, there's no coming back here till afternoon for lunch, said George. Hearing George say they couldn't come back here until later, Ayama, Lilith, and Nico suddenly stopped their actions and quickly began to search their surroundings, hoping they didn't forget anything. Luckily for them, everything was good as all their belongings were intact. Soon before anyone knew it, time had passed, and the expected 5 minutes had already arrived. Standing in front of the exit, George began to prepare to head out. All right, all of you line up behind me, and be sure not to push or make any trouble. Speaking of trouble, George's red eyes looked to be extra fierce as he faced the crowd. Thankfully, no one was willing to make trouble, so as soon as George gave the order, without too much intervention, an orderly line was created. Seeing this, George in his mind couldn't help but applaud them for being sensible. However, on the outside world, he just smiled without saying anything. Good. It seems that most of you are eager to begin meditating. Well, so am I. I personally can't wait for all of you to become wizards, so don't worry, I'm sure you'll all succeed. Just as he was about to set off, George sensed some nervous people fidgeting in the line, obviously unsure on their chances of becoming a wizard. So looking at them, George decided to give them a small pep speech in order to boost their confidence. And sure enough, it ended up working as a few who were scared suddenly stopped shaking as their eyes firmed. After all, if their teacher George has enough confidence in them to become wizards, who are they not to have confidence in themselves? Even Nico, Lilith, and Ayama were affected by George's words, as the three of them suddenly had more confidence in themselves, and George, the one who said this, could clearly sense the changes on the line going on at this moment. It seems that my words are still useful. Unfortunately, according to the young master, the chances of everyone becoming a wizard are 0 to none. Remembering Elric's words to him, George decided not to let them know. After all, who knows, now that they have more confidence in themselves, their chances of successfully sensing mana might increase. Shaking his head, George decided not to let them know, but rather filled everyone with hope, thinking they all had the possibility to become a wizard. All right then, 5 minutes have passed. Now follow me. We're heading off to the practice space right now. George, after seeing everyone had calmed down, he began to walk towards the practice space. Thankfully, the distance between the cafeteria and the practice room wasn't that much, and after a few minutes of walking, they successfully arrived at their destination.
We're here.
Standing in front of the familiar practice room, George once again was amazed by how Elric built such a large school without anyone being aware. Thinking of this, George decided to ask Elric more about the school once he was done with his task here. So after taking a deep look to admire the practice space, George slowly turned to face the line of people behind him with a smile. Haha, we're here. I hope you guys are ready to become wizards. Meditation, this is something that can be traced back all the way to 5000 BCE, according to history on the Blue Star. However, with the passage of time, meditation did not die down. Rather, it became a vital part of most modern-day religions back on the Blue Star.
So what is meditation?
According to the Blue Star, meditation is the art of using a technique, such as mindfulness or focusing the mind on a particular object, thought, or activity, to train attention and awareness, and achieve a mentally clear and emotionally calm and stable state. Although not widely used, no solid proof had confirmed its effectiveness. Due to this, Elric, as well as many other scientists, subconsciously looked down on those religious fanatics who meditated and shouted every day to become a Buddha. Fast forward time to the present, and the meditation techniques that Elric once looked down have become a major foundation and help in pioneering the wizarding path. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't help but wonder if the blue star he lived on was really just an ordinary planet. If so, why can the useless meditation techniques from there resonate with the mana here? It seems that when I'm strong enough, I have to go back to the blue star and investigate it for a bit. Sitting in a room not too far from the practice space, Elric sighed, as he felt his hometown might not be that simple. However, now's not the time to think of that. Primitives, I hope you don't let me down. You're my hope to make a comeback on the main plane. Clenching his fists with excitement, Elric decided to forget about everything for now and rather focus on the meditation session that was about to begin. With this in mind, Elric pulled open a curtain by his side.
Swoosh.
Immediately the curtain opened, the full scenery of the practice space was displayed before his eyes. Looking at the orderly row behind George, Elric let out a smile as he was happy by their good behavior. Soon, under Elric's watchful gaze, George began to arrange them one by one into position so as to not disturb anyone during their mediation. Haha, it seems I should leave George in charge of them often, so how easily he's putting them into order, it's like he was made for this. Seeing George handle everything so easily, Elric couldn't help but sigh, compared with him who prefers to just lock himself up and study, George who is more active and should be left to do all the things related to interacting with people. Thinking of this, Elric silently made up his mind to putch most if not all of the remaining duties on George. However, just when Elric thinking of putting all the pressure on George, who was in the center of the practice space, suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. What was that just now? Feeling the shiver, George turned his head left and right. Unfortunately, he couldn't find the culprit. Could it be that I'm hallucinating? Spending almost 30 minutes running and not seeing any culprit, George couldn't help but wonder if he was going crazy. Too bad at this moment, there was no one to answer his question. Slightly sighing, George decided not to think much about it. Instead, he focused on the group before him. Sitting in a lotus position, all eyes turned towards him waiting for him to give the go-ahead before they started meditating. Luckily, George quickly understood what they meant and quickly followed suit, sitting in a lotus position in front of the crowd.
Ahem.
Clearing his throat, George began to address everything he could think of before they started meditating, introducing all the rules and regulations to them. Everyone, before we start meditating, there are a few things you should know. Firstly, under no circumstances must you interrupt someone in the middle of meditating. According to Headmaster Elric, a sudden interruption might result in mana deviation. And no, while I am not going to explain to you what mana deviation is, let me just tell you. It's definitely something you'd never want to experience during your lifetime. Saying this, George suddenly looked at the crowd, trying to scan their reactions. And sure enough, at this time, some of their faces were already pale, after all, although George didn't explain what it was. But the hand signs and gestures used by him let them know of its terrifying nature. George, sensing their change in attitude, knew his plan had worked. However, don't be scared. As long as you behave calmly whether you're meditating or not, none of that would happen to you. Hearing George's words, the crowd couldn't help but sigh in relief. All right. Next thing. Seeing that everyone had already calmed down, George continued speaking. Secondly, once you're done meditating, you can either leave this place quietly or continue staying here hoping to enter meditation mode again. However, no matter what you choose, make sure not to disturb anybody. And lastly, if you meditate and you can't enter a deep state or see mana, relax. Don't think about it too much and force yourself to succeed. You can try today, you can try tomorrow, and even the day after that, so take your time, there's no rush. Remember what I said before, I believe all of you have a chance to become wizards. Listening to George's words, the crowd couldn't help but nod seriously. Even Nico, Lilith, and Ayama had stopped joking around and looked in George's direction with eyes blazing with determination. Everyone here knew what is at stake, although George and even Elric earlier said that it wouldn't matter if they didn't become wizards, but deep down everyone knew their status would remain the same. According to the current trend, it was most likely that non-wizards would have little if not no role in Elric's next plans, so in order to remain relevant everyone clenched their fist tightly ready to give 101%. George, although he didn't know what was exactly going on in their minds, he could roughly tell judging from their body reactions and expressions, and seeing them like this, George knew there was nothing more he could say to them. All right, everyone, let's start. I, George, am once again wishing you luck. Closing his eyes, George as well as everyone else began to slowly fall into a state of meditation. Closing her eyes, Lilith slowly fell into a trance. She seemed to hear the sound of leaves as they fluttered through the air. She felt the direction of the wind as the blew on her skin. Before she knew it, Lilith had already found herself one with nature. In fact, she wasn't the only one experiencing such a situation right now, as Nico, Ayama, as well as many others, had unknowingly entered such a deep state. Seeing all this happen through the window, Elric nodded in satisfaction. Judging from the looks of things, the majority of the people present have good qualifications since they were able to enter meditation state so quickly. However, it seems I'll need to keep an eye out for these three. Looking at Nico, Ayama, and Lilith, Elric decided to focus more when teaching them if they succeeded. Oh right, while I'm free, I probably should update this. After taking another quick look at them, Elric opened the drawer beneath him. Bringing out a book, Elric smiled when he saw the title. I created magic. Thinking back to how he decided to write it back in Freedom Town and now, Elric suddenly realized that a lot of things have happened from then till now. Haha, it's really funny. Back then I wouldn't have thought I need to leave the main plane nor become a teacher. Laughing at himself, Elric suddenly felt happy. Back on the Blue Star, this was something he never felt before. Waking up every day, unsure if you were going to be attacked by some god or inexplicable monster, afraid your identity as a transverser would be found out, frantically studying every day in order to gain enough power for self-preservation. No matter what it was, the adrenaline rush that came with these things and the expectation towards the unknown future was something that Elric couldn't experience back then on the Blue Star. Smiling slightly, for the first time in a long time, Elric felt his coming to this world wasn't maybe so bad. However, it seems like they're about to be done meditating for the day. Looking towards the window, Elric shook his head slightly, and like he expected, no one sensed mana during this try. But it's to be expected, after all this is their first try. Turning his face away from the window, Elric had already started preparing to leave, unknowingly in the process of reminiscing about the past and filling up his journal. A lot of time had already passed. So after cleaning up a bit, Elric successfully packed up his things and went off to accomplish his next agenda for the day. What? Glowing. Lilith POV. Coming out of the practice room, Lilith had a dejected expression on her face, although Elric and George had repeatedly told them that it was almost impossible to sense mana on the first try, but after trying now and not succeeding, Lilith's mood couldn't help but slightly dampened. Even Ayama and Nico bedside her looked to be down, as Ayama's fox ears slightly drooped, clearly showing her state of emotion at the time, while Nico just followed silently, with a gloomy expression on his face. Hey Nico, Ayama, do you think we're going to successfully become wizards? Breaking the silence, Lilith turned to Nico and Ayama, only this time without the earlier confidence in her voice. Heading Lilith's question, the two of them suddenly paused, but after thinking about it for a while, none of them gave a response. Seeing this, Lilith already understood what they meant. Obviously, they weren't so sure of themselves anymore. Ahem. Just when the three of them were about to continue sulking, a cough caught their as well as everyone else's attention. Looking forward, George at some point had unknowingly gotten to their front. It just that this time, unlike before, everyone was depressed about what just happened, so even if George was in their front them, they didn't take him too seriously. Haha, everyone, why are you so down? Could it be because none of you succeed? Giving a slight laugh, George pretended to be ignorant, although he knew what was going on, just to see their reactions, and just like he expected, their reactions were intense. As soon as they heard George's words, all of them present could help but get a bit angry as the gloom on their face suddenly intensified. Unfortunately for them, George had already expected this and ignored their reactions. Ignoring their angry gaze, George continued speaking to them. Could it be that none of you listened to what I said earlier? It's impossible to succeed in one try. And since I already told you this, then why are you feeling down? Saying this, George couldn't help but gnash his teeth looking at them angrily. Obviously, he already told them beforehand, and yet they were still behaving like this. Sure enough, after hearing George's words, the anger on everyone's faces visibly reduced, though they were still disappointed in themselves seeing they didn't succeed. Seeing this, George knew that it wouldn't be easy for them to get over it. Hopefully, after tomorrow or the day after when people start succeeding, everyone would get their mood back up. Okay, don't feel bad. After all, tomorrow is another day. I'll still continue to guide you till a few of you succeed, so don't worry about anything for now, you've got this. Giving a thumbs up, George tried to cheer them up. Thankfully, maybe it was due to the face that he said he'd continue guiding them, but surprisingly some of their expressions had already improved. Obviously, his words weren't for naught. Feeling their change in mood, George already knew he had done enough for today, so without hesitation, he began preparing to lead them back to their dormitories. All right, everyone, you can go back to your forms in order to prepare for dinner later. Along the way, if you have any questions to ask me, just let me know. Saying that, George led them back with a smile. Soon, under George's command, everyone had successfully returned to their dorms, and perhaps it's because everyone was busy thinking about tomorrow. During the trip back to the dorm, not one person asked George a question. Now George, looking at the last person enter their room, couldn't help but sigh slightly. Sigh. I really hope a few of them succeed tomorrow, if not I wonder how they'd feel. Remembering their earlier depressed expressions, George decided not to think much about it, as he currently had to ground the school to make sure nobody was currently sneaking out. Taking one last look at the dorm section, George shook his head as he left to finish up his tasks for the day. What? ELRIC POV. In another room different from where he was staying earlier, Elric sat behind a desk with a few books, some ink and a quill currently scattered on it. This was the room he created to serve as the headmaster's room. Unlike other rooms, its space is smaller, probably fitting about 5 to 10 people maximum at a time. It had window spaces located on the two sides, but unfortunately, due to lack of glass, a short wooden board was used to open it and close it when not in use. Whole room, like almost everywhere in the school, was practically made of wood, from the chairs to the desks to the drawers. Perhaps only the beds made of the few best fur he could get added a touch of vitality to this wooden school, but even with all this, Elric was proud of his efforts in building. Back then in the Blue Star, it would be impossible to accomplish such without hours upon hours of heavy manpower at work, but here in Elias he accomplished such in just the space of a month. Shaking his head, Elric took out a piece of animal parchment from the side. Using some beast blood he prepared, he drew the fire rune symbol. Boom! Just like he expected, a parchment suddenly set ablaze as a fireball appeared on it. Looking at this happening, Elric's eyes shone with wisdom. Amazing! No matter how many times I see this, it never ceases to amaze me. With eyes looking directly at the flame, Elric's breathing slightly stagnated as he was flushed with excitement. If I didn't know the existence of mana, I would even believe that this goes against the law of conservative of matter. But since matter is the driving catalyst here, rather than a flame appearing out of thin air, it's the mana stimulating the fire elements in the air causing a flame to be produced. The more he looked at it, the more Elric began to feel the wonder that is mana. However, after looking at it for a while, he suddenly snuffed out the flame. According to this, it means that as long as there's mana and flame elements, it's possible for it to burn indefinitely. If something like this existed on the blue star, unlimited energy would probably have been created. Looking at the still intact parchment, with only a slight burn mark on it, Elric couldn't help but sigh. Unfortunately, even here it seems impossible to achieve an eternal flame. Judging from the looks of the parchment just now, its durability is probably not high, and it may turn into ashes after being used 2 or 3 times. Shaking his head slightly, Elric also knew this was a major challenge he had to overcome. Durability. From as early as when he was in the cave with Davis, Alvin, and George, Elric had already noticed that most substances, when coming into contact with runes, either do not react or break down after a period of use or time. However, Elric also discovered the more powerful the beast material, the greater the durability, and sometimes even has an amplifying effect on the rune, but if he wanted to create an eternal flame with his current knowledge, it was certainly not enough. Pushing away the parchment, Elric began to plan his next course of action. Earlier this morning, while George was taking care of the students, Elric had already ordered Davis and Alvin to go out and create a map of their surroundings. All beast lairs and nearby tribes should be recorded as much as possible. Counting the time, they should be arriving back any minute from now. According to Elric's plan, once a few students have successfully sensed mana and can use the basic runes, Davis and Alvin would take turns either going out to conquer a nearby tribe to increase their population or capture some beasts for experiments. And in the process, upgrade the school more and more, creating space for more students. However, all this was for later. Currently, he had to pass the first hurdle of getting some students to sense mana. Without that, every other plan would be for naught. However, it doesn't hurt to plan. Hopefully tomorrow someone would be able mana. And from there, more and more, and would sense it, thus allowing me to proceed to the next stage. Thinking of this, Elric picked up his quill and decided to continue writing plans about the future while he waited for Alvin and Davis to arrive. Let's build a recreational center when we have time. After all, our work and no play isn't good. Maybe I can even introduce some sports from the blue star. With the addition of magic, I guess it would be interesting to see some flaming fireballs flying about. After that, maybe build an arena for fighting so students can have an opportunity to practice their fighting skills and settle disputes. Or maybe catch some magic beasts so students can have an opportunity beforehand to see how they are and experience some of their abilities. Soon before Elric knew it, many thoughts began to run through his mind as ideas kept popping up left, right, and center. Holding the quill in his hand, Elric began to write down all the ideas in his mind, so much so that he unknowingly ignored the time. Perhaps it was because Elric was in the zone, or he was just used to unknowingly blocking out the outside world. By the time Elric had snapped out of it, it was already nightfall. Dropping his pen, Elric looked at the messy desk in front of him with a wry smile on his face. Haha, it seems I kinda got a bit carried away. Giving an embarrassed laugh, Elric looked at his desk, suddenly wondering where to start. At this time, different notes, skins, spilt ink, and parchments could be seen sprawled over on both the desk and floor. Obvious he had unknowingly knocked some of them down as he was writing. Sighing slightly, Elric had no choice but to pick everything up and arrange them one by one. Thankfully, none of the ink had poured in the parchments or books, thus preserving their content, and as for the now stained desk, Elric had no other choice but to find a way to either clean off the ink or cover it up. After all, the headmaster's office can't be found looking like a tornado, and a bunch of toddlers had a birthday party in it. Thinking of the weird gazes he would get once he invited students in, Elric put away his book and started cleaning. Lucky for him, although the mess looked a lot, but having started, Elric suddenly thought of the saying, looks can be deceiving. With the putting away of the first paper to the arrangements of the book, before he knew it, Elric had completely tidied up his office, leaving only a few blotches of ink showing that a big mess once occurred here. Knock, knock, knock. Due to the fact that Elric entered a trance or enlightened state as he wrote down his plans for the school, now that the time had passed, Elric couldn't remember most of what he wrote down. However, now that he wanted to pick up the book and scan through it, a knock from outside suddenly interrupted him. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing this knock again, Elric could help but wonder who it was. After all, according to his orders, most if not all students should be in their dorm preparing for bed by now. Remember this, without too much hesitation, Elric decided to drop his book for now and see who it was. Come in, said Elric as he shouted towards the door. As soon as Elric said that, whoever was at the end must have clearly heard him, as immediately he said it, the door began to open. With a slight creaking sound, watching the door open, curiosity glowed in Elric's eyes as he wondered who it was. Unfortunately, after the door was completely open, a disappointed expression couldn't help appearing on his face. Looking at the two figures entering his office, Elric sighed disappointedly. Unlike the mystery person he was expecting, the people who entered his office were Davis and Alvin, and judging from the parchment he saw in Alvin's right hand, Elric could tell they just came from the reconnaissance mission he sent them on. "Young master, we're back." Holding the parchment in his hand, Davis couldn't wait to give it to Elric. However, unlike what he expected, Elric suddenly stopped him. "Relax, Davis, both you and Alvin just came back. Take a seat. Why don't you and Alvin explain what both of you encountered before giving me the map?" Pointing towards 2 seats in front of his desk, Elric suddenly had an idea. "Although both of you aren't what I was expecting, however, since you are here, why don't you tell me something interesting?" Having been cooped up all day, Elric, although used to it, couldn't help feeling bored. That's why he was so excited when he heard the knock. Unfortunately, the person at the door wasn't anything unexpected, rather it was 2 people he was expecting. Thankfully, given the fact that they both just went to explore outside, they probably should have 1 or 2 interesting adventures to tell him. So with this in mind, Elric decided to ask both of them about their experiences before collecting the map. Lucky it seemed Elric was right, because although confused, neither Davis nor Alvin rejected Elric's order. Rather, they both started telling him everything they experienced. According to Davis, not long after they left the area, they encountered another tribe not too far from here. However, unlike the current primitives they met at the beginning, it seemed that those people practiced a matriarchy, as women were more than men there, and it looked like a few of the women were coming back from a hunt, as they carried pig beasts of almost 2 meters on their shoulders. Listening to them say this, Elric couldn't help but be curious about their current situation, because according to Davis, they were just coming back from a hunt with loads of meat. This could only mean 2 things: one, they had mastered a superb hunting technique, and another, they possessed enough strength to go hunt and come back successfully and uninjured. Either way, they possess more strength than the primitives he turned to students, yet for some reason, they who are stronger than this tribe never seem to have attacked here once. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't help but be curious. After all, 1 mountain can contain 2 tigers, and Elric believed that saying could apply to the current situation, yet there was no movement from the other side. Shaking his head, although confused, Elric decided not to think much about it. On Davis's side, seeing that Elric wasn't deep in thought anymore, both he and Alvin both continued describing all their discoveries during the trip to Elric. From the tribes they saw to the beasts they encountered, the more they talked, the brighter Elric's eyes shone, as he could already imagine everything in his mind. With so many unknown things to explore in this new plane, Elric suddenly wanted to go out tomorrow and explore for himself, but considering the school had just been built and there are still a lot of aspects for him to take care of, Elric knew he couldn't go yet. Slightly sighing, Elric didn't think too much about it and continued listening to Alvin's and Davis's tales with relish. Back on the Blue Star, there was a popular saying, "Time flies when you're having fun." However, at this time, Elric felt that it should be "Time flies when you're working hard" instead. A week had passed, and under Elric's meticulous instructions, the school affairs had gone into full throttle. He had finally chosen a set of chefs among the adult primitives to serve and prepare the food in the cafeteria. A hunting squad had been shaped with Davis as the leader in charge of procuring food and beasts. George in charge of meditation sessions, making sure that the students don't encounter any trouble in the process. Alvin mapping out the territory whenever Davis went out. And to crown it all off, some students just yesterday were able to sense mana. Sighing slightly, Elric couldn't believe that just in a week so much had been achieved. With his hand on behind facing the window, Elric finally felt who could relax a bit. Thinking back to now, ever since coming to Elia's, one thing or the other was always happening, never giving him a chance to admire the beauty and wonders that came with a new world. However, now that everything was right on track, Elric suddenly had a lot of free time, so apart from the occasional discussion with George and Davis, during this week his study of mana and magic has made great progress, giving him a vague idea on how to break through the next realm. Talking about progress, Elric wasn't the only one who had made great progress this week, as wonderful changes had started occurring in his small world. With the birth of the first set of students with the ability to sense mana, a slight change occurred in the small world, one so small that if the small world wasn't a part of his soul, he probably wouldn't have noticed. First of all, he felt 3 new threads connecting to the core of the small world, representing Ayama, Nico, and Lilith, the first 3 to sense mana. Obviously, they had been recognized as wizards and thus connected to Elric the source. Through this connection, Elric found out that he couldn't arbitrarily cut off abilities to sense mana, while also possessing the ability to borrow and lend mana to all those connected. This meant that with the addition of every wizard, Elric had an extra power bank to rely on in case he ever ran out of mana. Although it might be small now, but when they were thousands or even millions of wizards under his command, Elric couldn't help but imagine the sight. Unlimited mana. That was the only word Elric could use to describe it. Thinking of him shooting rapid-fire spells at his enemies without giving them a chance to react, Elric suddenly felt sorry for his future foes. Another thing that brought Elric a bit of happiness was his ability to cut them off from mana. This meant that even if someone betrays him in the future, he can take back all their powers. Feeling the usefulness, Elric decided to keep this ability a secret. After all, although it can serve as a deterrent, but once they know he can arbitrarily collect their powers back, they might be a bit of repulsion towards the wizard profession. With this in mind, Elric decided it was better to keep it as a whole card rather than let everyone know. Small world hun, wouldn't it be just great if you could grow into a huge world like Elia's? Looking at the dark space within his soul, Elric couldn't help but look forward to its growth. Unfortunately, apart from developing the wizarding profession by getting more people to become more wizards and studying magic, Elric had no idea on how to develop it faster. Keeping it at the back of his mind, Elric decided to study it more when he had the time. However, why do I feel like something would soon go wrong? Hopefully I'm just imagining it. Although he said this, a look of worry could still be seen on Elric's face. Obviously, he was not as calm as he sounded. Hoping he was wrong, Elric walked back to his desk and continued reading. What? Glowing. Somewhere on the outskirts of Hogwarts, a tragic scene was currently unfolding. Covered in blood and scratches, Davis and Alvin grit their teeth as he protected the group of primitives behind them. Hurry up and leave. Go back to the school and let the young master know what's going, Ack. Before Davis could finish his speech, he suddenly spat out a clot of blood. Davis. Seeing this, Alvin beside him couldn't help but shout out in worry. Thankfully, Davis didn't seem to be fully out of it yet. I'm okay, Alvin. However, we have to make sure way for them to return and let the young master know what's going on. With firm eyes, Davis staggered to stand straight as he ignored the injuries on his body. Hearing him say this, Alvin knew he couldn't persuade Davis to leave. Slight sighing, he focused his eyes on the group of people behind him. What are you all still doing there? Run. Go. Hurry up and let Elric know what happened. Shouting at the primitives, Alvin's eyes suddenly turned scary. Fortunately, after seeing the crazy looks in his eyes, without any hesitation, the primitives immediately ran back towards the school. At this time, only Alvin and Davis stood with bloody bodies and massive scars all over their bodies. Haha, Davis, back then in the village, I never once imagined we'd be fighting side by side like this. Looking at their injured bodies, Alvin laughed slightly with a tired look on his face. Hearing him say this, Davis didn't reply to him. Rather, after giving him a slight nod, he looked forward with a serious expression on his face. Crag. With the cracking of branches, a large silhouette could be seen walking slowly toward them. Seeing this, both of them whispered at the same time. Body strengthening magic activated. Body strengthening magic activated. Silently whispering, Elric's spellbook appeared in Davis's hands as both of them cast the spell. Boom! With its activation, their tired faces suddenly gained energy, their bent backs straightened, and their fighting intent seemed revived. Hey Alvin, I don't think I can last more than 10 minutes in this state. When you get the opportunity, make a move. Looking at the approaching silhouette, Davis's face turned serious as he whispered the plan to Alvin. Thankfully, hearing Davis say this, Alvin didn't refuse. After all, given the similarities of both of their injuries, Alvin knew that even 10 minutes was a generous number. Thinking of the foe they just faced, Alvin's face turned solemn. Just now, almost all their elemental spells were ineffective on it. It was only due to a sneak physical attack by Davis they managed to buy some time from the primitives to escape. Now, hearing its footsteps getting closer, Alvin knew that only by listening to Davis's plan could they make it back alive. Crag. With the continued cracking of branches, the figure finally made its way to their front. 3 meters tall with long sharp nails, 2 pairs of horns and wings, a long arrow-shaped tail, a hunchback and red skin, if Elric was here, there was only one word that would come to his mind. Daemon. Standing in front of them with a sulfur-like substance steaming from its back, it faced Alvin and Davis with a wide smile, revealing its 3 sets of teeth. Hew. It's amazing, who would have thought that Iristart would have found humans who could hurt me in such a small and underdeveloped plane. Looking at Alvin and George, Ristart couldn't help but give off a strange laugh as he looked at both of them with curiosity. As an abyss demon, playing conquest is not something strange or new. However, this was the first time he had seen humans capable of fighting back, much less hurting. Thinking of this, he decided after teasing them for a bit, he'd catch both of them and give them to his lord demon god, Asmodeus, to study. Hew, it's decided. Both of you, if you agree now, I can offer you to my lord Asmodeus, the demon god of lust. If not, Not completing his sentence, he walked over and pinched a boulder about 3 times his side. Boom! As soon as his hands came in contact with it, the boulder suddenly exploded, not giving Davis or Alvin a chance to react. Doing this, Ristart felt he didn't need to say much, and folded his arms waiting for Davis and Alvin to make a choice. In fact, Ristart was right. Watching the boulder explode, both Alvin and George felt like surrendering, but thinking of everyone in Hogwarts waiting for their return, they quickly threw the thought out of their mind. Thankfully, although he didn't plan to surrender, Ristart's attitude gave Davis an idea. Taking a deep breath, Davis slowly walked toward him and spoke. First of, who are you? And second of all, why did you attack us out of the blue? Struggling to speak, Davis decided to stall for time while he looked for the perfect opening to attack. Lucky Ristart didn't think too much as he looked toward Davis with admiration. Obviously not too long ago, he beat him almost to the brink of death, yet now he still stands before him, even trying to question him. Seeing this, Ristart couldn't help but admire his tenacity. Looking at Davis's staggering figure, Ristart spoke to him with a smile. Well, it seems my manners are a bit bad. I didn't even introduce myself. Saying this sarcastically, Ristart looked toward Davis with disdain. First of all, my name is Ristart, one of the abyss demons under the almighty demon god Asmodeus. And as for why I suddenly attacked you, the answer is I don't know. After all, have you ever wondered why you step on ants when you walk? Saying this, Ristart didn't speak again rather. He just waited for Davis and Alvin to decide whether they were going to surrender or not. Unfortunately, while Ristart was calm at this moment, neither Davis nor Alvin were. Hearing both of them being indirectly called ants, the two of them couldn't help but get angry, but considering the plan, they both held in the anger. At this time, Davis was already a few inches from Ristart. Well, Ristart, or whoever you are, I don't know or care who this demon god Asmodeus is. And second, about surrendering to this person whom I have no idea is, I have only one thing to say. Clenching his fist, Davis didn't give him a chance to react. Ristart, get ready to see who among us is an ant. Body strengthening magic, full liberation. Combination magic go. Burn at my youths. Combing the flame and body strengthening magic, Davis's body suddenly became ablaze. Ignoring the searing pain that ran through his body, Davis directed his punch toward Ristart's chest. Boom! At the release of the punch, the sound barrier seemed to be broken as a loud boom sounded in the surroundings, raising dust in the process, and Alvin, seeing all this, clenched his teeth, nervously hoping Davis succeeded. Unfortunately, the next scene shattered his hopes. With the settling of the dust, Alvin saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. At this time, Davis's attack had successfully connected, penetrating Ristart's chest, yet Ristart didn't seem hurt, as he still had the same strange smile hanging on his face. However, this time, the eyes which he used to look at Davis were a bit sharper. Looking towards the hole in his chest, Ristart looked towards Davis with various emotions such as shock, admiration, and later disappointment. It seemed like he was truly shocked by the fact that a human could deliver such a punch, but after shaking his head, the smile on his face suddenly turned bland. Taking one last look at his chest, he turned towards Davis and said the next words that made him remember it all his life. You should have gone for the head. Saying this, Ristart's hand slowly grabbed toward Davis's neck. At this time, Davis could only watch helplessly as Ristart's hands made its way toward his neck. Counting his earlier injuries, plus the extra strain on his body in casting those spells now, it was a miracle Davis hadn't passed out yet. Sighing slightly, he still didn't beg, but rather looked straight into Ristart's eyes. Hew, hew, hew. Those eyes of yours seem scary. Should I pluck them out first? I'm sure Lord Asmodeus wouldn't mind. Feeling Davis's gaze, Ristart couldn't help but laugh as if he had found something interesting. You know, human, back then I fired fireballs and all sorts of elements at me. How did you do it? And don't rush to refuse. If you tell me, I'll tell you why it didn't have any effect on me. After all, I'm sure you're curious why. Saying this, Ristart still held Davis' neck in his hand. Looking at Ristart ever so calmly, even willing to talk to us when he knows our life's in his hands, both Davis and George couldn't help but think this was all a joke to him. In fact, they were right to think so, although he could kill them at any moment, but Ristart, just coming out of the abyss for the first time in hundreds of years, felt like having some fun before returning back. After all, he had to report the Asmodeus that he found an entrance to a new plane. So now, looking at the two shivering prey before him, Ristart decided to tease them for a bit before reporting back to Asmodeus. At this time, Alvin and Davis were caught in a dilemma. Thinking of Ristart's words just now, they knew they were out of options. On one hand, if they told him about magic, it would be equivalent to betraying Elric and exposing his secrets. On the other hand, if they didn't say anything, they were almost 100% going to die. Running the through scenarios through their head, both Alvin and Davis felt silent as they couldn't imagine a proper solution. Soon time passed, and with the silence of both of them, Ristart on the side suddenly became impatient. Boom! I gave you an opportunity to choose not to waste my time. Now tell me, what was that you didn't back then? How did you weak human control those elements? Throwing Davis to the side, Ristart snorted coldly as he felt annoyed by their wasting of time. Davis, the object being used to express his impatience, was currently in a bad situation. After being thrown by Ristart, Davis' body collided with a huge rock, resulting in him breaking a few ribs and a slight concussion, coupled with the injuries from earlier. As soon as Davis made contact with the rock, he immeasurable passed out due to the pain. Davis. Seeing Davis so hurt, Alvin couldn't help but want to rush towards him, but looking at Ristart still there, his feet suddenly couldn't move. Now it's your turn, other humans. Are you going to tell me or not? After looking at the fallen Davis with disdain, Ristart turned his attention toward Alvin. And Alvin, feeling this gaze, didn't know what to do, but looking at Davis' situation, Alvin knew he had to stall until Elric found his way here. Stealing his resolve, Alvin clenched his and slowly spoke out. Ristart, right. About how we controlled the elements to attack you, I'll tell you about it. Wincing slightly due to the earlier injuries, Alvis began speaking. However, before I let you know about how we did what we did, since you asked the question first, wouldn't it be good manners to tell us why you were immune first? Saying this, Alvin couldn't help but look at him, nervously hoping that Ristart wouldn't suddenly get angry. Thankfully, what happened next was the opposite. After hearing Alvin's intention to cooperate, Ristart gave him a big smile. Yes, you're right, apologies for that. It seems my manners are really lacking lately. Saying this, facing Alvin, he took a slight bow. The reason I'm immune to most elemental attacks is that one of the major characteristics of abyss demons is low elemental damage. If you want to effectively hurt me, your fireball needs to contain the power of law. Meaning you need to be at least a demigod or god to cause serious damage to me with elemental attacks. Hearing Ristart explain all this to him, Alvin couldn't help being confused. After all, although he said it, Alvin didn't actually expect Ristart to apologize and explain his weakness to him. Now seeing this happen, Alvin suddenly wondered if Ristart had mental issues. What are you looking at? Are you wondering why I decided to answer your question? Feeling Alvin's strange gaze, Ristart could tell what he was thinking. With a cold snort, he continued speaking. Like I said before, to me both of you are no more than ants. So imagine if you explain how to use a knife to an ant, do you expect that ant to stab you later? Saying that, it was Ristart's turn to look at Alvin like he was looking at a fool. And Alvin, hearing Ristart say this, couldn't help but feel helpless and annoyed. But considering the situation, like before, he could only clench his fists and remain silent. So now that I've told you what you wanted, like the ant you are, tell me what I need to know before I step on you. Saying this, the impatient look on Ristart's face gradually came back. Obviously, he wasn't in the mood for entertaining any more questions. Seeing this, Alvin knew that if he didn't speak up now, the chances of him and Davis surviving till Alurk arrived were close to none. Sighing, young master, where are you? Unfortunately, no matter how hard he thought about it, Elric couldn't just appear out of nowhere. Looking at Ristart's gradually changing expression, Alvin had no choice but to speak up. Opening his mouth, he looked toward Ristart and spoke. About what you saw earlier, the controlling elements and all. It's called magic. It's called magic. Hearing Alvin's answer, the curiosity on Ristart's face didn't diminish, but rather it increased. Magic. This was a word that he had never heard in his hundreds of years of life. Now hearing that such a thing could allow weak humans to harness the power of elements, how couldn't he be curious? Looking at Alvin, his gaze towards him became intense. Although he didn't know what this magic was, but Ristart knew that whatever it was would definitely be something important. Realizing this, he decided to take Alvin and Davis immediately back to the abyss and give them to Asomdius to avoid any other abyss demon discovering them. Yes, other abyss demons, given the fact that the abyss crack suddenly appeared and led him here, Ristart could be 100% sure that no other abyss demons found the crack and Kane though. So to avoid other demons from discovering Alvin and Davis and stealing his merits with Asmodeus, Ristart knew he had to act quickly. Stretching out his wings, he waved toward Alvin, stopping him from continuing. That's enough. I've decided you'll tell me more about this magi of yours once you need my lord Asmodeus. Not giving Alvin a chance to react, Ristart suddenly stretches his arms toward him. Boom! Under Alvin's shocked gaze, an incredible scene happened before his eyes. Although the distance between the two of them was more than a few meters, just when Alvin thought Ristart's arm was going to fall short, something unbelievable happened. As if the world was pressing on his shoulders, Alvin felt an immense pressure descend on his shoulders. His teeth clenched and knees bent before he knew it. Alvin had found himself immobile kneeling before Ristart, with only his lasted shocked expression imprinted on his face. And Ristart, looking at Alvin kneeling before him, nodded in satisfaction.
Hew.
Now is that so hard? Who knows, if you and your buddy over there knelt down at the beginning, you might not have been injured so badly. Looking at the unconscious Davis on his side, Ristart had a look of regret on his face. Sighing slightly, he made his way toward Alvin. On Alvin's side, due to the immense pressure being emitted on his body, Alvin could only watch helplessly as Ristart taunted him as he made his way closer. Kneeling down, Alvin suddenly felt it was all over. "I'm sorry, young master, I've let you down." Thinking of this, Alvin closed his eyes, signaling his giving up.
Boom.
Just when Alvin had closed his eyes preparing for himself to be captured, he suddenly heard a loud boom followed, which was a huge heat wave, almost scalding his face. Opening his eyes, Alvin saw a scene that almost left him bursting with tears. A huge fireball suddenly descended on Ristart's figure, which was about to reach him. And feeling the mana emanating from the fireball, a name suddenly came to Alvin's mind. Elric. Feeling the familiar presence of his young master, Alvin suddenly felt relieved knowing that Elric had come to their rescue. But after a few seconds, Alvin felt worried again after fighting with Ristart just now, and looking at the now fainted Davis, Alvin didn't think Elric stood a chance against him. Unfortunately, due to whatever Ristart did to him, he could only kneel and hope for the best. "Young master, I hope nothing goes wrong." Sighing slightly, Alvin focused his attention on Ristart.
What?
ELRIC POV.
Damn it.
Alvin. Davis, you both better be all right. Running towards their direction, Elric couldn't help but curse thinking about the news the remaining hunting squad brought back to him. According to them, they encountered a strange beast who Alvin and Davis sacrificed themselves to help them escape, and that if he didn't arrive soon, they would most likely die. Just hearing it at first, Elric thought they were exaggerating, but when he felt the connection between them and the small become weaker and weaker, Elric knew something was definitely wrong. Realizing it was true, without waiting for them to explain the full situation, Elric immediately left Hogwarts and headed toward Alvin's and George's location. Thankfully, Elric found out that through their connection with the small world, he could vaguely pinpoint their location. "According to my feeling, they should be around here." Increasing his speed, Elric finally arrived at the destination. However, what he saw next made him turn cold. Davis laying fainted on the floor, bleeding heavily, with dense scratches on his body. Alvin kneeling down, covered with dense lacerations and scars. And a strange demon-like figure smiling as he walked toward Alvin. Seeing this, blood couldn't help but rush towards Elric's head, looking at Davis, whose life and death were currently unknown, and Alvin, who was about to be next. Elric suddenly felt angry. Although it has only been a few months since he came to Elias, but Davis and Alvin are one of the few people Elric really bonded with. Now seeing both of them about to die, Elric was filled with a flurry of emotions. Scared that one of the few people he could relate with was about to die, angry at not being strong enough to protect them and avoid this from happening, and disappointed in himself for not studying magic harder. If only he studied a bit harder, maybe Alvin and Davis would be stronger, and this situation would have happened, or they would have at least been able to fight evenly till he arrived. Unfortunately, he had relaxed after setting up Hogwarts, and now this situation had happened. Thinking of this, Elric couldn't help but sigh. Snap out of it, Elric, now's not the time to blame yourself. Davis is already unconscious, and Alvin is about to be next. If you don't do something now, then you'll probably regret it for the rest of your life. Slapping his cheeks, Elric quickly snapped himself out of it. Looking at Ristart's figure about to reach Alvin, Elric knew that it was now or never if he wanted to make a move. Summoning his spell book, Elric's expression turned serious. Without hesitation, he channeled all his mana and all the mana he could borrow from others, and cast the biggest spell he had cast so far. Ultra Mana Fireball Explosion. Ultra Mana Fireball Explosion. Casting the spell, Elric quickly shouted a set of random names that came to his mind. Thankfully, the actual names and pronunciation of spells don't affect the spell's actual ability. Now that Elric cast the spell, his whole figure was suddenly engulfed by a huge fireball. It was so huge, with a diameter of about 5 meters, and a temperature so hot that almost everything around it became ashes just from its residual heat waves. Damn monster, that's what you get for messing with my family. Although he said this, Elric still looked towards the burning flames with scrutiny. After all, he needed to make sure whatever that demon-like figure was completely turned to ashes, just like everything else around it. Young master, hurry up and leave here, Ristart's not dead yet. Just when Elric was thinking about what that figure could have been, a loud shout came into his ear. Turning sideways, Elric noticed it was Alvin carrying Davis over his shoulder. Luckily, as soon as Alvin felt the heat from the incoming fireball, he felt like he was able to move again. So realizing this, Alvin quickly rushed up and picked up Davis, carrying him over his shoulder as he made his way outside Elric's spell splash range. Thankfully, it seemed Alvin's quick reactions saved both his and Davis's life, as rather than being burned alive with Ristart, they only had a few blisters on their body from the heat wave. Now hearing Alvin say something, Elric couldn't help but feel guilty. Due to being dazzled by rage, he unknowingly cast the spell without considering whether Alvin or Davis would be affected by it. Now seeing both of them okay, Elric felt conflict, relieved that both of them were okay and disappointed in himself for ignoring such a crucial matter. Young master, hurry up and leave here, Ristart's not dead yet. Just when Elric was about to continue sulking, the voice of Alvin came through his ears again. However, this time, the urgency in his tone could be heard further. Thinking of this, Elric knew he had to answer him. Slapping his face a bit, Elric shoved all his guilt, anger, and uncertainty to the back of his mind as he faced Alvin. Lucky, Alvin didn't seem to care about Elric's mental state, as he quickly told him the crux of the matter. Starting from how Ristart was an abyss demon all the way, till the fact that he was immune to almost all elemental attacks, under Alvin's sense of urgency, he quickly explained everything he could in just a few minutes. Boom! Just when Alvin was about to continue speaking, a large boom sound was suddenly heard. Following the vibrations, cracks began to appear on the ground, as a huge and ominous presence suddenly radiated out of the fireball's center. Feeling this pressure, the faces of both Alvin and Elric turned solemn. Alvin, you take Davis and head back to Hogwarts. Just judging from the oncoming aura, Elric knew that round 2 was about to start. However, before they started, Elric decided to send Alvin and Davis back. After all, given the plan he had, both of them might be the key to defeating Ristart. So Elric, knowing that Alvin would obviously not agree to leave him alone, Elric quickly whispered into his ear and told him the plan. And as Elric expected, as soon as Alvin heard the plan, a tangled expression appeared on his face. According to Elric's plan, he would go back to Hogwarts and immediately lead all the students to go practice. Both those that could sense mana and those that couldn't, according to Elric, he needs as many human power banks as possible. Hearing the word power bank, Alvin just thought it was another one of Elric's weird words that nobody understood. Thankfully, although he didn't know what that word meant, Alvin could still decipher the meaning behind Elric's plan. And given the current situation, Alvin knew he didn't have much of a choice. If he chose to stay with Elric, there is a high probability he and Davis would become burdens as soon as the battle started. After all, given their injuries, fighting with Ristart at this point is tantamount to suicide. While on the other hand, if he chose to follow Elric's plan, while also supplying a steady stream of power, without any distractions beside him, the probability of Elric surviving if not winning against Ristart is way higher. Closing his eyes, Alvin knew he didn't have a choice, so after deciding to hurry back to Hogwarts, ignoring his injuries, Alvin gave Elric a deep bow of thanks while wishing him safety in the process. Now at this moment, with the exit of Alvin and Davis, only Elric and the currently engulfed in flames Ristart remained. Hew. It seems another human has come to join the fun. Human, are you ready to die? Just as Elric was thinking about what to do next, a slightly hoarse voice came out from the fire. Looking closer, Elric could now be completely sure that Ristart was not dead. Boom! Not giving anyone a chance to react, Ristart stamped his feet on the ground, completely dissipating the flame around him. Soon under Elric's shocked gaze, the fireball which he channeled most of his mana and exhausted almost all his mental strength to cast was snuffed out like a candle. With it, Ristart's figure was revealed up close to Elric for the first time. This time Ristart was almost completely the same as before, with the same red skin, wing, and horn. However, this time his body was completely covered in burn marks. Feeling the residual pain on his body, Ristart couldn't help but look towards Elric with shock. Impossible. How could a mere human like you possess the power of law? Feeling the residual power on his injuries, the astonishment on Ristart's face increased. Lord, this is the power only possessed by higher beings, yet he felt it on a mere human. How could this be? Thinking of this, his gaze toward Elric gradually turned serious. Lord, Laws, these are the basic universal components that constitute the same world, above all powers and above all means. Being able to comprehend a law, let alone control, one is the ability that only a superior being possesses. As a high-ranking abyss demon who has lived for hundreds of years, Ristart has learnt some secrets that many people wouldn't even fathom, and some of them have to deal with law. According to what Lord Asmodeus told him, the gods of Elias can be ranked from lower god to medium god to upper god, then there's the main god, and lastly the god king. And power level held between each stage can be said to be worlds apart. A single medium god and crush hundreds of lower gods, while an upper god doesn't even need to move to wipe out a medium god, let alone the main god and the god king. According to what Lord Asmodeus told him then, only he and the other of the seven sins can face a god king and retreat calmly. Without their presence, the former god king would have already wiped out all the demons in the abyss. Thinking of this, a chill ran down Ristart's spine. However, why does this human attack possess the power of law? Without it, there's no way a mere fireball could injure me. Wincing slightly, a slight jolt of pain from the burn marks reminded him that it was not a dream. According to what he heard, to become a lower god you need to comprehend 30% of a certain law, be it the law of flames, law of war, law of wind, or anything, for as long as it's a concept that exists in the world, there is a corresponding law for it. However, while lower gods need to comprehend 30% of a law, medium gods need 50%, upper gods need 70%, and main gods need 100%. At this point, after reaching the main god level, the law follows your words. You could look at a continent and think of it burning, and after controlling 100% of the law of flame, the whole continent would burn instantaneously. While to be a god king, one doesn't comprehend nor control the law again, rather he incarnates as the law and becomes an almost conceptual being. Unfortunately, currently, an ancient god of light still exists, stopping Helios from fully occupying the concept of light, so unfortunately, rather than a god king, he should be called a half-step god king at most. This is one of the many reasons why the will of Elias imposed many restrictions on gods before descending on the main plane or mortal plane, lest they suddenly get a whim and destroy the world. However, although controlling gods can control the law by comprehending it, each percent takes thousands of years to gain a little progress. This is why the number of lower gods are way more than medium or upper gods. And from Elric's attack, although very weak, Ristart felt the aura of law, although less than 1%, but you do know that this is a human with only a lifespan of about 100 years. Compared to him who's almost 1,000 years old, Elric was not even a baby in comparison, yet he had already come in contact with law. Realizing this, Ristart only had one thought in his mind. This sun must not stay. With a focus on eliminating Elric as quickly as possible, Ristart suddenly unfolded his wings and darted toward him, trying to end him before he could react. What? ELRIC POV. Looking at Ristart, who was covered in burn marks and injuries, Elric wasn't happy, but rather had a confused look on his face. Just now, although he had spoken to Alvin and learnt that Ristart was almost immune to all elemental attacks, coupled with Ristart's word just now, Elric couldn't help but question himself. Why did my attack hurt him? Could it be that my spells possess the power of law? No, that definitely can be it. If not, why did Alvin's attack not work on him? Murmuring slightly, the confusion on Elric's face became worse. After all, both he and Alvin cast the same spell, although he used more mana, but they were fundamentally the same. If so, where could the difference be? Could it be because of the small world? Thinking of the small world, that was the only notable difference Elric could find between Alvin and himself at the moment. Unfortunately, he couldn't figure out what the small world had to do with law. Alert! 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 A high-speed projectile is approaching the host. Please take proper measures. Just when Elric was thinking on how to equate law to his small world, the familiar voice of the AI chip, which he hadn't heard in a while, sounded in his ears. However, this time, Elric wasn't the one to call on it first, rather it spoke on its own. Alert! 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 Listening to the constant alert, Elric realized that something was wrong. Obviously, it was only set to do this once an emergency was about to happen. Thinking of this, he turned towards where the AI chip sensed the danger from. Damn! As soon as Elric turned his head, he saw a red shadow heading towards him like a torpedo, and given its speeds, Elric knew if he didn't do something soon, he might become the first ever human shish kebab. Body strengthening magic activated. Stone body activate. Julie strength activated. Immediately under Elric's quick reaction, he summoned his spellbook and activated all the new defensive spells he had mastered lately. With that under Elric's command, both he and the spellbook began to glow in a strange light, and with the increasing of the light's intensity, Elric could feel his body getting harder and stronger every second. Unfortunately, Elric knew that such a change wasn't permanent. Putting his hands in a crisscross pattern above his chest, Elric greeted Ristart's impact head-on. Boom! Boom! As soon as they made impact, a loud bang sounded through the forests. Under the huge force generated, the ground under Elric's feet couldn't help but tremble, resulting in heaps of dust and sand everything. Gov gov. Feeling the wind knocked out of his lungs, Elric knelt down on one knee as he tried to get his bearings back. Unfortunately, due to the dust all around, he could find Ristart's figure. Cough cough, damn it. If I didn't protect my chest then, there's no way I'd survive that head-on. Cursing slightly, Elric trembled slightly as this was his closet to death in a long time. Thankfully, with the help of the AI chip's reminder, he reacted in time. However, where could that demon have gone? Obviously, he just hit me, so he shouldn't be too far from here. With his right hand over his chest, Elric couldn't help but wince slightly due to the pain as he looked for Ristart's figure. Unfortunately, Elric didn't have to look too hard. Swoosh. Standing on air with his wings fully extended, Ristart looked downwards in Elric's direction with a look of surprise on his face. Impossible. How did that human survive my unlimited sneak attack? Demon Spear. Thinking of all the formidable enemies that he'd killed with the move, Ristart couldn't believe it when he saw Elric's unharmed figure. It seems I can't wait any longer. Looking at Elric's below, Ristart flapped his wings, dispelling all the dust. I'm the human. I don't know how you survived my blow just now, but just know I've run out of patience. Calling out to Elric below, Ristart had a confident expression as he slowly did his next move. Bam! Under Elric's astonished gaze, Ristart ripped up his right hand from his thumb, resulting in blood splashing everywhere. Tilde. With a hissing sound, as soon as Ristart's blood made contact with the ground, like acid on human skin, the whole ground began to bubble as if it was being corroded by some potent substance. Damn! Is this guy's blood made out of acid? Looking at this scene, Elric was filled with shock. Didn't that mean if they fought and Elric managed to cut him, he would get hurt by Ristart's blood? Thinking of this, the caution in Elric's eyes towards Ristart increased. Host. Detecting high radiation levels in your surroundings. Advise the host to leave the premises immediately. Just when Elric was thinking of how to deal with Ristart in the air, the AI chip suddenly gave him a warning. Turning his head, Elric couldn't believe what he saw. At this time, the drops of Ristart's blood, which had fallen on the ground, started to align, forming a star-shaped pattern. From it, an ominous pressure was being emitted. Heal. Did you finally notice, but it's too late. Although I have to give up this body, but it's enough to sacrifice it for my lord to come. Looking down at Elric, Ristart had a smile on his face. Just now he had decided to sacrifice himself to the abyss in order to summon Asmodeus. After all, judging from the potential shown by Elric in this fight, Ristart could be 100% sure that Elric was going to be a future threat. So sacrificing his body, he decided to summon Lord Asmodeus to capture Elric personally, and who knows, after discovering the importance of Elric, Lord Asmodeus might help him reshape a new body and give him some awards. Thinking of this, Ristart, but if a few more fingers trying to speed up the summoning. Damn it. Are you crazy? Looking at Ristart self-mutilating in the air, Elric couldn't help but curse out loud. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Calculating the distance in air between him and Ristart, Elric knew that most of his attacks wouldn't reach him, and it seemed Ristart knew that too, as he looked towards Elric with a mocking gaze in his eyes. Damn. Am I really going to let him succeed? Looking at the almost completed hexagram, Elric knew he was running out of time. In fact, at this time, not only Elric could sense the trouble that was coming, but almost everybody in the small plane could. As a demon god on Asmodeus level, it's not an exaggeration to describe every movement as overturning the heavens and the earth, much less now that he was being summoned physically. Before anyone knew it, the sky had turned red, and streaks of lightning flashed from time to time as if to symbolize the end of the world. The earth cracked, and some dormant volcanoes all around the small plain suddenly began to show time of activity. The temperature dropped, and all animals and beasts suddenly became crazy, as a tinge of red suddenly appeared in their eyes. Seeing all this happen, Elric realized he was in serious trouble. Just when he was about to give up, Elric suddenly put his hopes on the AI chip. After all, just this fight alone, it has helped him out more than once. Thinking of this, Elric spoke to the AI through his mind. AI chip, I'm sure you can see what's going on. Do you have any solutions? Although he knew the chances were slim, Elric still decided to give it a try before Asmodeus came. However, contrary to his expectations, the AI chip's next answer left him stunned. Analyzing situation. Simulating options. Plan A failed. Plan B's failed. Plan C failed. Before Elric knew it, all he kept hearing was failed, failed, failed. Looking at the still smiling Ristart in the air, Elric felt like it was over. However, just when he was about to give up, the AI chip suddenly sounded again. Plan OB 769, failed. Plan OB 770, success. Hearing the word success, Elric couldn't believe his ears. Without thinking too much, Elric quickly asked the AI chip what to do. After all, it seemed like Asmodeus would soon descend. Thankfully, without him waiting too much, the AI chip directly transferred the plan to his mind. With the passage of time, the smell of sulfur in the air intensified, and creatures all around the small plane burrowed and hid, trying to get away from the danger. Feeling their crumbling surroundings, the whole plane population had resigned their fate. However, one person hadn't yet given up. Looking at Ristart floating in the sky, trying not to show any abnormality, Elric began sorting out the information transmitted by the AI chip. After almost 2,000 attempts and simulations, the AI chip finally deduced the only situation where Elric had the chance of surviving. Unfortunately, neither the side effects nor the conditions for achieving that situation were easy to achieve. According to the AI chip, the only way to stop Asmodeus's dissension was to interrupt the ongoing ceremony, and the only way to stop the ceremony, but looking at Ristart's figure in the sky, Elric seriously doubted the feasibility of this plan. Thankfully, the next part of the information gave Elric hope. Reading through the information, Elric realized that the key to solving was actually within him, literally. Looking into the small world in his soul, Elric had a look of hesitation. After all, what he was about to do next might leave him permanently scarred. Boom! Just as he was still hesitating, a large lightning bolt suddenly struck a tree not too far away from him. Looking at the burning tree, the last bit of hesitation in Elric washed away. According to the words of the AI chip, all Elric needed to do was take one of the bone spears he kept from Thunder Bunny Valley and aim it directly at Ristart's head, and given the fact that Ristart wasn't paying attention to him, the chances of success were high. Unfortunately, that wasn't the hard part. Under the AI chip's now upgraded analysis capabilities, Ristart's speed, reactions, and strength had been vaguely estimated based on his actions just now, and through that, Elric already knew how low his chances of catching him off guard were. Thankfully, although at the cost of his right arm, there was still a chance. By concentrating huge amounts of mana in his arm as if it was a magic weapon, and channeling it through the bone spear, coupled with the body strengthening and flame runes, Elric should theoretically be able to launch the spear at supersonic speeds, penetrating Ristart's head before he could react. But thinking about channeling mana through his right arm, Elric couldn't help but think of what happened to Alvin's former staff after excessive fireball use. Sighing slightly, Elric summoned the bone spear from the small world. Thankfully, Ristart's attention was completely focused on the ceremony at this moment. AI chip, what are the chances of success? After all, I don't want to end up losing my arm for no reason. Holding the spear in his right hand, Elric joked with AI chip as he focused all his attention on Ristart. Analyzing success rate. Analysis complete. Host, there is a 51% chance of success. Hearing the words of the AI chip, Elric's last bit of hesitation completely disappeared. 1% difference, hun. I guess today is going to be my lucky day. Saying this, Elric began to use all his mind to channel all the surrounding mana into his right arm and the bone spear. Crack. Arg. Trying not to scream, Elric held in his breath. Just a few seconds in and his right-hand bones had already begun to crack. Feeling this, Elric knew he was about to run out of time. Damn. I have to hurry up. Body strengthening magic activate. Flame rune activate. Combination magic go. Under Elric's series of commands and the help of his spellbook, the series of magic spells began to take action simultaneously as Elric began to go into the final phase of his plan. Crack, crack. With 2 more cracks on his bone, Elric was already in excruciating pain. Beads of sweat battered his head as he tried to hold in the pain, and blood dropped from the corner of his mouth as he bit his lips in order to hold back his shout. Standing shakily, Elric went into pose ready to deliver the final strike. Folding his knees and bending his back slightly, Elric held the spear as if it were a javelin ready to meet its prey. Seeing Ristart's figure with firm eyes, Elric cursed out angrily. Damn demon, you better die from this, or my name isn't Elric. Saying that, Elric let out a loud roar as he got ready to throw the spear. Hey Ristart, get ready to die. And Ristart, who heard Elric calling out his name, couldn't help but be confused. However, before he could react, a tingling sensation suddenly ran down his spine. This feeling was a feeling he only got when his life was in danger. Unfortunately, before he could find where the feeling came from, Elric's shout once again reached his ears. Final moves. God's javelin. Boom. Seeing Ristart still trying to find his figure, Elric knew that it was time to act, not giving him a chance to react. Elric threw the spear into the air. Boom. 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 Under Elric's immense strength, the spear pierced through the air at an almost impossible speed, and with every acceleration leaving a boom as it tore through the atmosphere. Damn, what is going on? Feeling a gust of wind heading towards him, Ristart knew something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late. Bang! Before he could do anything, the spear directly penetrated his head, popping it like a balloon, resulting in his acid blood being sprayed everywhere. Boom! And with the exploding of Ristart's head, his body, which was currently afloat in the air, couldn't hold on and fell to the ground with a thud. Looking at all this happen, Elric sighed with relief, although all this happened within the space of a few seconds, but seeing Ristart falling down from the sky, Elric's anxious heart finally calmed down. Crack. Unfortunately, just before Elric could celebrate his victory, another crack appeared in his right arm, causing the already damaged bone to complete shatter. Argus. Feeling the pain brought by his arm bone being shattered, Elric coughed help, but howled towards the sky. Alert! 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 Detecting the host is in severe pain. Activate self-defense mode. Thankfully, sensing Elric's pain, the AI chip acted quickly, sending him into a defensive coma. It is said that with the passage of time, all things can be forgotten, and what happened next was proof of that. With the slaying of Ristart by Elric, things on the small plane gradually went back to normal. The smell of sulfur in the air reduced, the red sky turned blue again, the streaks of lightning disappeared, and the ominous aura was gone. If it wasn't for the fact that they witnessed it themselves, the residents of the small plane would doubt its existence. Unfortunately, after scratching their heads for a bit, they realized that they couldn't learn anything about what happened, so most if not all of them returned to their original lives. Beasts went back to their caves, the hidden tribes came out and cried toward the sun with joy, the frightened birds returned to their trees and started building nests again, and the injured went rested while they took care of their wounds. All in all, everything was going right on track. However, somewhere within the same small plane, the atmosphere being emitted there was quite different. Hogwarts. It has been over a week since Elric's and Ristart's final battle, and the atmosphere in Hogwarts could be said to be gloomy if not depressed, to say the least. Thanks to Elric's forceful extraction of mana, almost all of the students who had stepped into the ranks of apprentice mages had fainted due to mana overdraft, while the other students were worried after seeing Davis and Alvin returning with serious injuries. Luckily, Alvin was seriously injured. He took the help of the school and made sure there wasn't any chaos. Ordering the able-bodied students to carry their fainted classmates to the practice room, Alvin commanded them to quickly try and sense mana, hoping that more and more of them could help supply Elric in hopes of winning the battle. Thankfully, not sure if it was because of his efforts, but as soon as Elric fainted, Alvin got the message of his success through the small world connection. Getting the message, Alvin immediately ordered for a team to set off and bring Elric's body back quickly. Lucky for them, due to the earlier aura being emitted from the ceremony earlier, no beast could be found miles within the site. With that, under Alvin's meticulous orders, Elric, who had now lost an arm, was successfully brought back to Hogwarts. Remembering the state in which he saw Elric after he was brought in, Alvin couldn't help but clench his fists, wishing he was stronger. Now a week had passed, and although the atmosphere of Hogwarts was still gloomy, there seemed to be signs of it getting better. With time, all the fainted apprentice wizards woke up safely, with only a huge headache constantly ringing in their heads, as if to remind them that they were in a coma before. Davis had woken up, unfortunately due to the severity of his injuries, especially his ribs. Davis's body was wrapped up like a mummy in order to restrict his movements. George, who felt it was his fault for not being there to help out, took it as his duty to make sure everything in the school run optimally till Elric woke up. Due to that, all the cooking, hunting, and patrolling was done by George. And lastly, Alvin, who had handed over the reins of the school to George after confirming Elric's safety, fainted directly as his body couldn't hold it due to the pain. Thankfully, after sleeping for 4 days straight, he woke up, and although not fully healed, it was enough for him to join George and do some meager activities. Now today, unlike any of the other days, although still depressing, a hit of tension could be detected in the atmosphere. According to Alvin's observations, Elric seemed to be about to wake up at any second. Unfortunately, his brain was still in a self-protective mode due to the constant pain being transmitted from his arm. Due to this, although Elric kept giving signs of waking up every day throughout this week, he never did. But now, looking at how strong the reactions from Elric were, Alvin was almost 100% sure he was going to wake up. You guys, it seems the young master is about to wake up. Looking at Elric's figure lying on the bed in the headmaster's bedroom, Alvin spoke to George and Davis beside him. Sadly, Davis, who was currently covered in bandages, couldn't talk and could only hum in agreement. Args. With the last bolt of residual pain running through his nerves, Elric let out a loud shit before opening his eyes. Seeing this, Alvin and the rest directly ignored his pain and shouted out in joy. Young master times 3. Unfortunately, Elric at this moment was in too much shock, pain, and confusion to care about them at this moment. Perhaps it was because his nerves had gotten used to the pain, or they had completely died due to the injury, but after the initial pain, Elric couldn't feel anything in his right arm again, no pain, nothing. It seemed like it was an empty space, rather than an arm. Haha, so I guessed I lost it after all. Giving a depreciating laugh, Elric couldn't help but smile bitterly as he tried to move his arm. Sadly, no matter how hard he tried, nothing happened. On the side, seeing Elric like this, and looking at his arm, Alvin and the rest quickly realized what happened. However, before they could say anything, Elric suddenly spoke. 3 of you stop it. I know what you're going to say, and I'm fine. Isn't it just losing an arm? I'm sure it could have been worse. So let's not discuss this, and 3 of you tell me what happened while I was in a coma. Waving his only good arm, Elric promptly dismissed Alvin and the rest from saying anything. Seeing this, they knew they had no choice but to comply, although they could hear the sadness and unwillingness clearly from Elric's tone. Sighing slightly, Alvin quickly changed the topic, trying not to increase Elric's depression. Thankfully, either Elric was very good at hiding his expression or quickly recovered, but soon as time passed and their discussion on the week's activities started, a familiar smile appeared once again on Elric's. So, young master, what should we do next? Looking at Elric's mood, which had improved, George quickly asked about their next course of action. After this fight, the 4 of them had experienced such a level of power of the first time, and remembering the outcome, the zeal to become stronger couldn't be stronger than present. Now seeing Elric smiling, George took this opportunity to ask Elric, hoping he could get an opportunity to get stronger. In fact, not only George had this thought in mind, as Alvin and Davis turned towards Elric, hoping he had a plan. Lucky for them, Elric did have one. Ever since he woke up, apart from thinking about his arm, Elric had been thinking of what to do next. This time he only survived due to Ristart's lack of attention and contempt. Elric knew that if he was any weaker than this, Asmodeus would most likely have descended, and worst comes to worst, wiped them all out. Thankfully, although at the expense of an arm, he managed to survive, but looking at his only good arm remaining, Elric wasn't sure if it wasn't enough. So remembering the feeling of being weak, remembering the feeling of being hopeless, remembering the feeling of losing his arm, Elric's eyes gradually became serious. After thinking of it for a while and considering all his options, Elric finally came to a conclusion. Looking towards the 3 of them, Elric spoke out his next plans. Alvin, Davis, George, we're moving on to Phase 3. Hearing Elric say this, the 3 of their eyes sharpened as his words rang in their ears. Phase 3. According to Elric's plan, Phase 3 was called Explore and Conquest. During this plan, the 3 of them were meant to use the map and attack the surroundings tribes while trying to absorb as much population as possible. However, this plan was not without flaws. Firstly, the sudden influx of population would definitely cause an inevitable gap among the current students, causing an increase in chaos and dissatisfaction levels in the school. Secondly, the school would need to be expanded in order to accommodate the new population. After all, the current facilities couldn't house an indefinite amount of population. And lastly, food. The increase in population would mean that the hunting squad would need to be expanded in order to get more prey. Thankfully, a few more apprentice wizards had sensed mana improving the overall combat power of Hogwarts. Thinking of these problems, Elric couldn't help but sigh. To be honest, according to Elric's original plans, most of these problems were meant to be solved before implementing them. Unfortunately, the situation doesn't permit it. Although most of the problems were indeed something that needed to be fixed, considering the current situation, Elric still decided to go ahead. In order to avoid a situation like last time from happening again, Elric decided from now on to improve his strength no matter what cost or who got hurt in the process. As long as the few people he held dear were all right, Elric decided to himself it didn't matter if some primitives got hurt in the process. Feeling his change of thought pattern, Elric couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, he had gradually changed into the kind of people he hated the most. A black-hearted capitalist. However, realizing that this was the change he needed in order to survive in this new world, Elric gladly welcomed it. And in fact, it was like there were no benefits to the plan. After all, with the large influx of students, the number of wizards would increase simultaneously, leading to an increase in speed in the definition of the wizarding profession and studies. Not only that, once successfully promoted, these apprentice wizards can serve as both reserve power banks for him in case of emergencies and an extra source of combat power. So considering the gains and disadvantages, Elric firmly decided on going through with the plan. At this time, after watching Elric's expression and realizing he was serious, Alvin, George, and Davis also became focused, knowing that the next phase was about to start. "This time I will make sure nothing goes wrong." Whispering slightly, Alvin clenched his fists as he promised himself that nothing to go wrong this time. Although no one said it, Alvin still blamed himself for everything that happened. If only he didn't appear there at that moment. If only he didn't try and fight back and ran away. If only he didn't call for the young master. Those were the thoughts that kept on ringing through Alvin's head as he felt responsible for everything that happened. However, thinking in order not to worry anyone, Alvin hid this emotion deep within him as a fake smile was plastered on his face. In fact, Alvin wasn't the only one that had such thoughts, as similar thoughts filled with Davis and George's heads, as for one reason or the other, they each blamed themselves for what happened. Unknowingly at this time, the depressed atmosphere, which had slowly reduced, suddenly showed signs of rising as various negative emotions filled the air. Cough, cough. Feeling the change of mood, Elric suddenly coughed, attracting everyone's attention. "Well, I think that's all for today. Let's get some rest after all. None of our injuries are light." Saying this, Elric motioned for them to disperse. Hopefully, after a day's rest, the mood should have become better, and maybe they, and he included, can channel this depression into their zeal for the future. Soon under Elric's command, after saying goodbye, George, Alvin, and Davis left the room, leaving Elric alone. "Sigh, I hope tomorrow turns out to be better." Sighing closely, Elric closed his eyes, trying to get some rest. A few more days had passed, and everything was almost back to normal. Perhaps it was because George told them the dangers that almost befell them. Under the students' new desire for strength, a few more apprentice wizards had appeared. Sensing their progressive increase, George couldn't help but start believing his own words when he said every one of them might become wizards. Thinking of this, George could always be caught smiling weirdly by the students as he imagined such a scene. In the few days that had passed, excluding the influx of apprentice wizards, Phase 3 had already been set into motion, as George and Alvin had begun taking regular patrols as both of them surveyed the surroundings in order to prevent any accident. However, this morning, unlike before, while George and the others had started their daily activities, Elric stood in an open space with the wind fluttering against his hair. Standing with a black jacket draped over his shoulders, a white shirt, and black trousers, Elric held a stick in his one good arm as he began to use it to practice swordsmanship. 997. 998. 999. 1000. Wiping the sweat from his head, Elric gave a low growl as he swung his stick forward, each time exerting as much force as possible. 1001. 1002. Continuingly to count slowly, Elric concentrated all his effort on the stick as he made each stroke. Boom! With the 1003rd stroke, a black-colored beam emitted from the tip of the stick, creating a 5 meters crack as soon as it made contact with the ground. Seeing this happen, Elric knew his plan was a success. Ouch! Unfortunately, before Elric could celebrate, a sharp pain suddenly ran through his good arm, bringing him back to his senses. Just now, the move Elric used was a weaker variant of God's Javelin he used against Ristart. Back then, a day after waking up from the coma, Elric spent the whole day reviewing his fight with Ristart, and this was one of the moves he deduced from it, Mana Slash. Unlike the God's Javelin, where Elric had to sacrifice his entire arm to deliver the killing blow to Ristart. This time, all Elric had to do was follow the same process of channeling mana through my arm to the object in his hand, and release it outwards when it reaches its climax. Unlucky for Elric, none of the two stages involved were easy. Firstly, once the mana being channeled through his arm was too much, his whole arm would be in danger of shattering again, leaving him completely armless. And secondly, finding the climax point without the stick exploding was another troublesome aspect, as his practice kept on breaking the stick whenever he tried to fire. But now, seeing all his hard work bear fruition, Elric couldn't be in a happier mood. After hours of sword swinging, almost shattering his one good arm, and insufficient rest, Elric, finally succeeding after many errors, smiled lightly, knowing he was getting stronger. Calm down, Elric. Calm down. Don't let it get you too excited. Remember, you're still as weak as an ant before Ristart, or do you still plan on losing another arm? Scolding himself lightly, Elric kept on reminding himself not to get complacent. After all, there was still a long way to go compared to Ristart, At least, this simple mana slash just now doesn't seem powerful enough to hurt him at all. Sighing slightly, Elric shook his head and continued swinging. 60-42. 60-43. Soon, under Elric's passionate sword swings, time quickly passed, and before anyone could react, signs of setting had already begun to show on the sun. Looking up towards the sky and judging from the ting of orange in it, Elric vaguely estimated that the sun would completely set in around 3 hours. Thinking of this, Elric decided to quickly practice a few more times before calling it a day.
Stab, parry, counter, dodge.
With the continuous practicing of his skills, Elric became more skillful with a sword, or in his case stick, as various moves which he only saw online on the blue star were displayed by him without him realizing it.
Haha, it seems I'm getting the hang of it.
Feeling the fluidity in his moves, Elric couldn't help but feel slightly proud, knowing his hard work was paying off. Unfortunately, before he could quickly go back to practice, a voice behind him suddenly interrupted him.
Young master, you're here.
Sounded a familiar voice behind him. Turning his head, Elric realized it was Alvin. And Alvin, sensing Elric's direction, quickly walked to meet him.
Young master, we're back from the expedition, and I think it's all right to launch the attack now.
Speaking of attacking, Alvin's hand trembled slightly as he missed the days of exploding things in the cave. Thankfully, with them soon launching the first attack, Alvin hoped he had an opportunity to go on an explosion spree again.
Ahem.
Sensing Alvin being lost in dreamland, Elric suddenly coughed, trying to snap him out of it. Luckily, Alvin wasn't too deep in thought yet and quickly woke up. Hearing Elric's cough, Alvin realized what had just happened and couldn't help but give an awkward laugh as he tried to brush off the matter. Thankfully, no one seems to care too much. Soon after a period of awkward silence passed, Alvin took out their map and journal explaining all the tribes, plants, beasts, and animals encountered during the period of his survey and patrol. Now that Phase 3 was about to start, it was up to Elric to read it and decide which point would be best to attack first, in order not to find yourself in unforeseen accidents such as accidentally launching the attack from a spot where you're geographically at a disadvantage, resulting in the whole team almost being wiped out. Or accidentally entering a certain unrecorded beast's habitat, resorting to serious injuries, to say the least. All in all, now that the map had been done, and Elric was getting to read it, it seemed that Phase 3 would be allowed to launch at any moment, and it seems that Elric knew that too. So when he collected the map, he turned and faced Alvin seriously.
Get ready, Alvin.
We're about to conquer a different world. Saying that, a fire seemed to burn in Elric's eyes as his hidden ambitions had begun to reveal themselves. All of you, are you ready? Today, you're all going to participate in an important part of growing the wizard profession as a whole.
You might get injured. You might get killed. You might even become disabled.
But remember this: if you want to truly gain the power to protect yourself and your loved ones, this is a process that all of us must go through. Standing high on a podium in their newly built announcement center, Alvin addressed a few apprentice wizards before they set off to officially begin Phase 2. Although their current battle power was little to none, but thanks to a few bone weapons already inscribed with runes by Elric, all they needed to do was infuse a bit of mana into it and activate them. With these weapons in hand, it was no exaggeration to call their combat power doubled. However, before he gave this to them, Alvin decided to address the dangers they might encounter first. After all, Alvin couldn't assure them that they would encounter something like Ristar as soon as they set foot outside Hogwarts. So in order for them to prepare themselves, Alvin decided to give them one last warning, right before he introduced them to the plan and their next course of action. Thankfully, although the hall was relatively spacious, there were only a few number of apprentice wizards, only about 10 who had centered themselves around Alvin. Due to this, Alvin's voice was able to accurately reach them without raising his voice too much.
Zelma, silence.
Hearing Alvin's words, the apprentice wizards, who were already anxious wondering why they had been suddenly summoned, kept quiet as complex emotions overwhelmed them.
War.
This was something they couldn't imagine not too long ago, but yet now suddenly being told that they were going to fight, they couldn't help being hesitant. Thinking back to the fact that their headmaster lost an arm not too long ago, they each knew that the situation was serious, and without power, their chances of survival, later on, would be minimal. Yet thinking of the fact that their lives could be lost in the process, doubts filled their minds as they wondered if it was worth it. After all, if worse came to worst, they could just find a way to hide and silently accumulate power. Although not completely feasible, but given the fact that if their lives wouldn't be in danger, most apprentice wizards tiled to that option. Unfortunately for them, just when some of them were about to ask Alvin if they could opt out, two voices sounded, completely catching them off guard.
Mr. Alvin, I agree. Let's go to war.
as long as it can help the headmaster. Shouting loudly with burning anticipation in her eyes, Lilith stood up, attracting all eyes onto her. Before she knew it, she was the center of the stage. Although only about 10 years old, the sternness in her blue eyes and unwavering blonde hair stood out as she spoke, making no one dare take her lightly. In fact, not only her had similar thoughts of wanting to help Elric, but Nico and Ayama beside her, as well as a few other students, had similar thoughts. It was just that Lilith took the lead in expressing it. Haha, I also want to help the headmaster. Count me in. My two. My three. Soon, before anyone could react, taking advantage of Lilith's lead, more and more students began expressing their willingness to help Elric, completely drowning out those who thought otherwise. And Lilith, seeing all this, had a sly smile on her face. Just now she could sense that not everyone was willing to go to war, and some might refuse given the chance. So in order to help Elric out, even if it was a bit, Lilith decided to strike first, not giving them a chance to say otherwise. And luckily, just like her prediction, it succeeded. Under the momentum of those who wanted to help Elric, those who thought otherwise had no choice but to hold in their opinions, in order not to seem like they were the bad eggs in the basket. And Lilith, seeing the end products of her plan, sat back down with satisfaction, proud of her quick thinking. Is this what they call a genius? Looking at Lilith's actions just now, Alvin couldn't help but be stunned. As one of the few people who had followed Elric from the get-go, Alvin's intelligence can be said to have advanced leaps and bounds, but seeing someone who was still in a primitive state a few months ago and could only talk in grunts, Alvin couldn't help but sigh at her improvement speed. Being able to single-handedly suppress all the opposers without making an actual move. All of a sudden, Alvin actually found himself looking forwards to her future growth. Perhaps she could bring a lot of surprises later on. Marking down her appearance, Alvin continued to address the audience. Haha, good. It looks like all of you are even more excited than I am. However, don't need to worry, we can set soon as soon we're done with this meeting. Seeing that Lilith had worked so hard trying to set the mood, Alvin took a quick glance thanking her while he continued to address the whole crowd. Soon time passed, and after a series of precautions and warnings, everything was all but set. All they needed to do was head out, and the war conquest can begin. However, just as Alvin was about to signal their start, another question suddenly rang out front of the crowd. With droopy black eyes and black hair, Nico gave a tired yawn as he asked Alvin. Yon tilde, Mr. Alvin, I know we're all excited and all, but you never told us where we'd be attacking first. Swaying slightly as he tried to stop himself from falling asleep, Nico asked the question that had been on everyone's mind. Haha, oh my. I can't believe I actually forgot that, thanks Nico. Scratch his head embarrassedly, Alvin blushed slightly as he couldn't believe he forgot to mention such an important matter. Thankfully, his skin was thick enough, and after a quick cough, he answered the question. Good question. In fact, where we're going to attack is not too far from here. In fact, it's a tribe completely run by females. Females, a gender long thought to be the weaker gender by primitives alike. However, unlike this time, under Alvin's various inspections and discoveries, the tribe he found could be said to be quite the opposite. With a population of almost 100 people, a matriarchal society had been firmly established. In their tribe, different from other humans that he and Elric had encountered, the women in this tribe had some features that clearly stood out. Having an average height of 1.5 meters tall and some even reaching 2 meters, the first time Alvin saw them, he couldn't help but doubt if they were humans, but rather a tribe of mini giants. Unfortunately, there was no one to answer his doubts. So while still unsure of their race, Alvin decided to temporarily name them as humans until their race could be confirmed. However, their height wasn't the only thing that made Alvin doubt their human identity. The other thing was their strength. While maintaining a far distance to observe their tribe, Alvin discovered that almost every female seemed to be gifted with some sort of inborn divine strength, as each of them performed some unbelievable feats before his eyes. Thinking back to how they easily crushed giant rocks bigger than their bodies with a fist, or some of them could tear down trees by giving them a few chops, Alvin, who hid not too far from them, personally witnessed their strength. Thankfully, although each was super strong, they were not without their weakness. It was due to these weaknesses that Alvin proposed to attack them first. During the course of his exploration, Alvin noticed that each of them became uncharacteristically weak at night, so much so that he even doubted their earlier strength was fake. But seeing them regain their strength as soon as the sun became visible, Alvin suddenly realized he seemed to have grasped a key to victory. As long as he attacked them in their weakened state, their chances of winning would exponentially increase, resulting in fewer casualties and more efficiency. Already seeing himself completing the task successfully, Alvin could already imagine himself reporting to Elric and telling him they were 0 casualties. Haha, with this, the young master would see that I'm responsible, and maybe this can help make up for this whole restart even later. Thinking about how he caused Elric's current accident state, Alvin decided to put in extra effort in order to redeem himself. Clenching slightly, Alvin gathered the crowd as they began to discuss attack methods. Soon time passed, and contrary to Alvin's expectation, the discussion was pointless and uneventful, but after thinking about it, Alvin knew why. Obviously, these people are a group of people who lived without knowledge of the outside world and couldn't even communicate clearly a few days ago. Now suddenly expecting them to be masters of the art of war. It was like asking a whale to fly through the sky. Sighing slightly, Alvin knew this conversation wasn't going anywhere. Thankfully, before he left, Elric had already told him a bit about the art of war. Recalling Elric's words to him before he left, Alvin couldn't help but sigh as he admired Elric's wisdom. Appear weak when you are strong, and strong when you are weak. The supreme art of war is to subdue the enemy without fighting. If you know the enemy and know yourself, you need not fear the result of 100 battles. If you know yourself but not the enemy, for every victory gained you will also suffer a defeat. If you know neither the enemy nor yourself, you will succumb in every battle. Let your plans be dark and impenetrable as night, and when you move, fall like a thunderbolt. These were all things that Elric told him to remember before he went to war, and now looking back to these sentences, Alvin admired their profoundness. Although he couldn't decipher everything he meant, Alvin could still read a few of their meanings, and that alone was enough to give him confidence in this and his future battles. However, I wonder where the young master got this knowledge. Unfortunately, after thinking about it for a few seconds, Alvin shook his head slightly. Obviously, there was no gain. Forget it then, it doesn't matter even if I don't know. As long as I fully understand what he means and become a master in the art of war, there's no way he won't tell me. Clenching his fists, Alvin suddenly had another goal that he had to work hard in order to achieve. Thankfully, Alvin didn't see this new goal as stress, rather, his flame of motivation seemed to burn brighter than ever. Haha, I suddenly can't wait to start this war. Looking at the sun still high in the sky, Alvin had no choice but to calm himself, knowing it was not time to act. Taking a deep breath, Alvin focused on what was at his front as he tried to press down his impatience. At this time, most of the crowd, after being led by Lilith, had already resigned their fates to them fighting the war. And hearing they were going to be fighting a tribe headed by women, their expressions turned happy. Unfinished, Alvin's next words dampened their moods. 2 meters tall. Possessing can crush rocks with bare hands. Gain strength under the sun. Any of these features were completely contrary to what they had in mind, compared to the easy takeover they were expecting. But listening to Alvin's words, they knew they had no choice, so after giving a resigned sigh in their minds, all of them waited for Alvin's next words, ready to take in more bad news. Thankfully, it was quite the opposite. After seeing their changed moods, Alvin decided not to talk more about it, but rather focus on learning the art of war. So thinking of this, Alvin without any hesitation promptly dismissed them. All right, everyone, let's get some rest and prepare our supplies. We leave by nightfall. Saying this, Alvin left the podium and went looking for a quiet place to study the art of war. Nightfall came and a tense atmosphere filled the gates of Hogwarts. Fully equipped with specially designed bone weapons, the apprentice wizard stood behind Alvin. Are you ready, everyone? Remember, follow my lead and try not to make too much noise. Their tribe is located not too far from here. Looking straight into the night with a fierce light in his eyes, Alvin clenched the bone staff tightly in his hand as he looked forward to the upcoming war. During the few hours after disbanding everyone, Alvin felt his level of comprehension of the art of war had become deeper, and now given the opportunity, Alvin couldn't wait to test it out. Coughing slightly, Alvin began to make the final rounds of preparation before setting off. Nico, Lilith, Ayama, you three are in charge of maintaining the formation behind me. Make sure no one goes out of line or causes commotion. Scanning the apprentice wizards behind him, Alvin's voice seemed to carry a certain chill as it reached their ears. And feeling his gaze, those apprentice wizards, who still had a bit of unwillingness after being shut down by Lilith earlier, couldn't help but bow their heads trying to avoid Alvin's gaze. However, completely different from them, Nico, Lilith and Ayama had mixed feelings. Although happy about being in charge, they all knew the responsibilities that came with being put in such a position. Now feeling Alvin's gaze, suddenly feel hesitation. Thankfully, neither of them were the one to back down from a challenge, so after taking a minute to gather themselves, the three of them rose their eyes slightly as they made direct contact with Alvin's gaze. Clap. Good. Very good. Feeling the confidence in their eyes, Alvin burst into applause. Knowing that the three of them possessed such will, Alvin was suddenly more comfortable in putting them in charge. All right, since there's nothing else to say, let's set off. After confirming several times that he wasn't forgetting anything, Alvin, holding the map in his hands, set off ready to begin his first war. And hearing Alvin's command, all the apprentice wizards, including Lilith, Ayama, and Nico in the lead, clenched their weapons tightly as they followed carefully behind him. Soon under Alvin's lead, they quickly left the vicinity of Hogwarts. I hope everything works out well. At this moment, looking out of a window somewhere in Hogwarts, Elric couldn't help sighing as he watched the figures of Alvin and the rest head towards war. Sighing slightly, Elric turned and picked up his favorite twig as he prepared to continue his training. Alvin POV. Night was cold, and thanks to the particular conditions of the forest, the winds whistled as they gave a particular eerie feeling to the surroundings. Daytime animals started to get ready to rest as the nocturnals began to wake up, and the trees waved from time to time, looking like they were waving goodbye to the day and welcoming the night. All in all, nightfall had begun to come in full bloom, and Alvin and the others were fully ready to take advantage of this. All right, you guys, get ready, we're already here. Whispering slightly, Alvin quickly paused his movements as he reached their intended destination. Not too far from them, a small gathering could clearly be seen as a campfire in its middle, completely illuminating its surroundings. Looking closely, it seemed like some sort of ceremony was taking place, as Alvin vaguely saw the figures of some women dancing around the fire as they sang some sort of chants. Teacher Alvin, what are they doing? Also seeing what was going on, Lilith behind him couldn't help but be confused as she saw their weird dance. Unfortunately, before Alvin could answer, after hearing Lilith's doubts, everyone behind her suddenly felt curious on what was going on. Soon, Nico, Ayama, and all the apprentice wizards suddenly found themselves closer to the tribe, as they unknowingly got there trying to figure out what was going on. Thankfully, Alvin quickly noticed this wrong scene and quickly stopped them before they could get any closer. All of you get back. Do you want them to discover you? Seeing all of them so close, Alvin quickly scolded them, forcing them to go back to their original positions. Luckily, Alvin's prestige among them had lately been at an all-time high, causing them to listen almost immediately. Good, now stay back. And don't do anything like this again. Seeing them obediently going back, although satisfied with their quick response and compliance, Alvin knew he still had to scold them for a bit in order to achieve a better effect and further cement his prestige among them. Thankfully, none of the apprentice wizards seemed to take it seriously, as most of them already knew they were at fault, so when Alvin scolded them, apart from the occasional apologies, they all kept their heads dropped as they waited for him to finish. Lucky for them, Alvin didn't care about this too much, so after a few minutes, Alvin waved his hand, signaling a change of topic. All right, everyone, come closer. I'm about to tell you our plan before we start the attack. Bending down slightly, Alvin signaled for them to huddle closer so he could tell them the plan. According to Alvin's original idea, a few apprentice wizards would be used as a decoy, while the rest of them quickly sneaked into the tribe, using it as an opportunity to capture a hostage. After capturing the hostage or hostages, Alvin planned to use this as an opportunity to persuade them to surrender. This way there would be no fight, nor bloodshed, resulting in a quick and efficient war. Unfortunately, due to whatever ceremony was going on, their chances of successfully capturing a hostage were directly reduced by almost 70%. Sighing slightly, Alvin knew he had to adjust his plan a bit. Luckily, before coming, several alternatives had been deduced by him and Elric. Now, looking at the faint figures dancing around a campfire, Alvin couldn't help but have a somewhat gloomy smile on his face. Don't blame me. Blame yourself for standing in the young master's way. At this moment, the night was in full swing, and unknown to Alvin and the rest, their location had already been detected. Lord Melinda, do you feel that? Since a few minutes ago, it feels like we're being watched. Sitting in a closed hut not too far from the main campfire, a certain discussion was taking place. With a height of 2 meters tall, sitting on a large throne decorated with the bones and flesh of various beasts, a red-haired woman sat, exuding a dominating presence. Sitting with her long braided hair running down her shoulders, black eyes that seemed deep as the abyss, and a muscular physique being highlighted by her visible 8-pack set, Melinda had a dignified look as her eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Just now, in the middle of the ceremony, Melinda and some of her guards seemed to feel many gazes suddenly descend in their direction, and she, with the habit of always trusting her gut feelings, immediately left the ceremony halfway as she and some of her advisors discussed a plan. Sadly, although she's known as the strongest in the tribe and also its head, Melinda herself knew she wasn't good at formulating plans, traps, and stuff like that. To her, one spear and a fist are enough to solve all problems. But considering the fact that it was currently nightfall and all of them were severely weakened, Melinda knew she had to act with caution. Looking at the three advisors kneeling before her, Melinda for the first time couldn't help but hope her feelings were wrong, and maybe the feelings just now were purely coincidental. Unfortunately, what happened next could be said to be the opposite of what she wanted. With the confirmation of the first advisor, the second third all spoke out, indicating they felt the same gaze. At this point, Melinda knew there was no hope. Morgana, what do you think we should do now? Morgana. Among the three advisors present, Melinda can be said to trust Morgana the most. As the second strongest in the tribe, and having contributed various sets of plans and ideas to the tribe, Melinda believes that without her presence, they as a tribe wouldn't be where they are today. Now looking at Morgana's figure beside her, Melinda's tense expression lightened slightly, knowing she was still there beside her. In fact, after hearing Morgana speak up, Melinda wasn't the only one relieved, as the two other advisors, Minerva and Rowena, also looked more comfortable. Obviously, Morgana's words held a lot of value. Unknowingly, the power in the room had abruptly shifted from Melinda to Morgana. However, no one seemed to find anything wrong, as Melinda continued the conversation, trying to brainstorm for ideas. Lord Melinda, why don't we just stop the ceremony halfway and go into defensive positions? That way none of us would end up getting caught off guard, asked Rowena. However, as soon as the rest of them heard Rowena's idea, a bit of hesitation appeared on their faces. Rowan, do you know what you're talking about? This is our once-a-year ceremony thanking God Zeus for protecting our Amazon tribe. However, you want to suddenly cut it abruptly because of a few eyes. Impossible. What if God Zeus suddenly decides to destroy us because he thinks we've lost our faith in him? Hearing Rowena's words, Minerva's reaction was the loudest, as various emotions such as disbelief, fear, astonishment, and many more ran through her face as she couldn't believe what she just heard. In fact, after hearing Rowena's words, a strange light flashed in Morgana's eyes. Unfortunately, no one was paying enough to see it. Soon time passed, and a successful conclusion hadn't been drawn. Sadly, no matter which side came up with a plan, one or two flaws would be picked out, making the plan scrapped. Boom! Just when Melinda was about to signal for them to stop bickering, a large explosion suddenly sounded from outside their hut. Hearing this, Melinda's face suddenly became serious. They're here. It seems like the enemy doesn't want to give us enough time to make a plan. Stepping down from her throne, Melinda grabbed a huge broadsword which was usually strapped behind her, and stepped forward filled with fighting intent. And the rest, seeing her like this, didn't hesitate and followed suit by pulling out their weapons. Soon all of them were fully equipped, facing the exit of the hut with a dignified expression on their face. Follow me, let's go greet the enemy. Let him know that we Amazons are never afraid. Shouting impassionately, Melinda took a big stride, stepping out of the hut as she readied to greet the enemy. Unfortunately, as soon as Melinda stepped out of the hut, what greeted her was a scene that left her burning in rage upon sight. No longer was the scene of people happily dancing around a fire taking place, rather something horrible had taken place. The ground was filled with cracks and scorch marks. Obviously, some sort of alteration must have happened during their earlier conversation. The tribesmen who were supposed to be dancing were tied up and tossed on the floor at the feet of a group of people holding strange bone weapons. And at the head of this group, a somewhat short and strange-looking person held a bone staff, shouting "explosion" from time to time with a hint of crazy in his eyes. If Elric were here, he'd known this was Alvin, and obviously it seemed like he was about to go crazy with explosions again. Unfortunately, Melinda didn't know this. If not, she'd know to stay away from Alvin whenever he was in such a state. Sadly, she didn't, resulting in her being unable to react to Alvin's next move. At this time, seeing Melinda come out of the hut, Alvin, who had already started to go crazy, suddenly raised his staff as he showed a wired smile toward her. Not waiting for her to respond, he slowly pointed it toward her as he said one word. Explosion. A few minutes ago, while Melinda and the others were discussing a plan, Alvin and his group of apprentice wizards had already sprung into action. After taking a closer inspection at them, Alvinto, to his surprise, discovered that they spoke Alian. Obviously, judging from their clothing and type of lifestyle, their level of barbarity was almost the same as the apprentice wizards before he and Elric arrived. Yet, unlike them, these people, on the other hand, could understand and speak fluent Alian. Shaking his head, Alvin decided not to think too much about it. After all, if all goes well, once the capture operation succeeds, all the information he and Elric needs can be slowly pried out of their mouths. However, after discovering the fact that they spoke Alian, Alvin found himself elated. This was enough for him to put many of his backup plans in motion. Waking his hands excitedly, he motioned for Ayama and Lilith to come closer. Amoa, Lilith, come closer for the next part of the plan. You two are going to be key figures. Looking at their petite bodies, Alvin could already envision his plan being successfully carried out. According to his plan, since the tribe was built on a matriarchy, and Ayama and Lilith were both females, all they needed was a little bit of makeup to sneak in. All Alvin needed them to do was cover themselves with dust and mud, and go and hopefully garner their pity by claiming to be lost and hungry. And they, upon seeing two hungry children, would take them in, especially given the fact that they were women like them. Once this was done and they were in, Ayama and Lilith just needed to use the magic weapons in their hands to create a distraction. Thankfully, some of the explosives Elric made back in the cave remained. Thinking about explosions, the corner of Alvin's mouth drooled slightly as he pictured the flames everywhere. However, considering his current situation, he quickly wiped his lips as he continued to explain the plan. And that's it. As soon as both of you create a distraction, the rest of us would run from behind, completely surrounding them and cutting off their exits. Hearing Alvin's plan, the apprentice wizards as well as Ayama and Lilith couldn't help but feel shocked as they were left amazed by Alvin's insidiousness. However, Alvin on the other hand didn't think so, rather he felt proud of his plan. This way ensures zero casualties and minimal energy spent, the exact goal he was aiming to achieve. Thankfully, although the apprentice wizards were shocked by the plan, none of them went against it, as they all felt like it had a high chance of success. Alright, it looks like their ceremony is going to end any moment from now. Ayama, Lilith, it's your time to shine. Handing them a few explosives, Alvin explains how to inject mana into it in order to achieve the desired effect. Luckily, at this time, some of the advantages of being an apprentice wizard came into hand. After sensing mana once, being able to channel mana into objects became something easy to do, although it was a bit mentally tasking. Thankfully, neither Ayama nor Lilith needed to use it much, rather all they needed to do was create a distraction. Soon time passed, and both of them had successfully gotten a hang of it. At least at this moment, Alvin was sure they could carry out his plan successfully. And now that they had gotten the hang of it, only one thing was left. Alright, Lilith, Ayama, now only one thing remains. Holding a hand full of dirt in his arms, Alvin's smile suddenly became a bit weird. Teacher Alvin, what are you going to do? Looking at Alvin inching closer, Ayama stammered with unwillingness in her eyes. Haha, don't worry, it's just a bit of makeup. Laughing slightly, Alvin didn't pause, but rather continued to approach both of them. Seeing this, Ayama and Lilith knew they had no choice and unwillingly accepted their dirt makeover. And the apprentice wizards, while taking peeks from time to time, felt a chill down their spines. Luckily, they weren't the ones being covered in dirt. At the Amazon campsite, while the ceremony was going on, two shouts suddenly broke out, attracting everyone's attention. Help! Help! Anybody help us! Turning their heads, everyone was stunned. Unknowingly, at some point in time, a fox girl and a regular human girl covered in dirt had appeared kneeling behind them. Cough! Help, anyone help us! Feeling their gaze on them, Lilith quickly took this opportunity to further win their sympathy. Putting up the cutest look she could muster, Lilith shouted again. And Ayama, seeing this, tried to stand up staggeringly, but fell down immediately as if to emphasize her weakness. Luckily, it seems their acting skills were superb, as none of the tribesmen suspected them. Soon, under Lilith's and Ayama's acting, the whole ceremony had completely come to a halt as they looked towards them with looks of pity and concern. Leonard, go find out what's going on with them. Seeing the two kneeling figures, a tall blonde woman with blue eyes suddenly spoke up. Obviously, she seems to have the most power among the people present. But Lord Diana, shouldn't we tell your sister before bringing someone strange into our tribe? Hearing the words of her superior, the tribesman named Eleanor couldn't help but ask with a look of doubt on her face. After all, according to tribal law, it is forbidden to bring outsiders into the tribe. However, hearing Eleanor hesitate to request, Diana snorted coldly as a depressing aura suddenly erupted from her. Eleanor, you dare refuse me? Don't worry about my sister Melinda, I'll let her know later. Now go bring those two hapless children closer. Suppressing her anger, Diana ordered Alina to act, without caring for her advice. And Alina, seeing Diana act like this, could only sigh helplessly. Sighing, I hope Lord Melinda doesn't blame me too much after this. Shaking her head, Alina walked to go bring Ayama and Lilith closer.